Chapter 1: Resonance of Fate. In the second year of Konoha, a solitary figure stepped through the gates of the village. Draped in black garments, his hair cascaded like a waterfall, bearing a scythe and a fan upon his back as he faced the resplendent golden sunset. His silhouette exuded a sense of proud solitude, tinged with desolation and melancholy. He was Uchiha Madara. 3 days prior, he had been defeated in the election for Hokage, with Senju Hashirama triumphing overwhelmingly to assume the esteemed position. The stark reality diverged vastly from Hashirama's promises. Not only had he failed to become Hokage, but he had also become increasingly reviled by the villagers. He had once believed that the founding of Konoha would usher in peace, yet the rift between the Senju and Uchiha clans had not dissipated. The streets of the village resonated with laughter and merriment, yet all he could feel was estrangement and alienation. It dawned on him that everything was merely a deceptive illusion. From that moment forth, he understood that the prejudices harbored in the hearts of men were like an insurmountable mountain. Should the chasm persist, the so-called peace would be nothing more than a fleeting mirage. In the long run, the Uchiha would inevitably march toward annihilation beneath the Ade of tranquility. Realizing this, he called upon his clan to follow him in departure. Yet within the vast expanse of their territory, not a single clansman was willing to accompany him. Thus, he had not only lost his brother, but also his kin, rendering him a figure devoid of admiration, recognition, or necessity. Indeed, he felt somewhat superfluous even within his own village and clan. The breeze was mournful, the setting sun desolate. His long hair danced in the wind, and in a place where no one could witness, his gaze was filled with despair and sorrow. However, just at that moment, a youthful and urgent voice called out from behind him. "Madara-sama." Madara halted his steps, the bitterness in his eyes swiftly vanishing, replaced by the cold, commanding demeanor he was known for. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a boy pursuing him. The boy possessed delicate features, fair-skinned, and was clad in the distinctive high-collared garb of the Uchiha clan. His short black hair was neatly trimmed, and his long lashes appeared gentle, with eyes as clear and pure as jade. He moved with remarkable lightness, seemingly covering great distances in mere breaths, a speed not typical for someone of his age. "Is it you?" Madara recognized him. The boy was named Uchiha Kamiyu, who had become a ninja at a tender age. Madara remembered him well, for 4 years prior, Kamiyu had fought on the battlefield, clashing with the Senju clan until the very end, earning the moniker of Swift Phantom. "Madara-sama, what a surprise. I did not expect you to remember me," the boy said earnestly, standing resolutely behind Madara. "I'm Uchiha Kamiyu, and I wish to follow you." "What?" Madara's heart stirred slightly, his pupils quivering. "You wish to leave Konoha with me?" Kamiyu bowed respectfully, his words sincere. "Yes. Unlike those foolish clansmen, I am willing to depart with you." Madara's emotions became complex as he appraised Kamiyu from head to toe. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly let out a cold snort. "Oof, are you here to pity me?" Madara turned his head back, presenting Kamiyu with the back of his neck. "Return, for though I am no longer your clan leader, Uchiha Madara does not require anyone's sympathy." Sympathy? Kamiyu tilted his head in confusion. Yet he soon realized that while Madara's words urged him to leave, his body remained firmly rooted in place, not even shifting his feet. What a contradiction! The glimmer of hope in Madara's heart for him to accompany him was evident in Kamiyu's eyes. The Uchiha clan, so prideful and stubborn. He immediately asserted, "Madara-sama, I genuinely wish to leave Konoha. Remaining here holds no meaning for me any longer." "Why?" Madara asked without turning back. Upon hearing this question, Kamiyu finally exhaled, for Madara's previous insistence on sending him back had indeed startled him. After all, he truly did not wish to return. He was a transmigrant, belonging to the most unadulterated form of reincarnation. He had been born 5 years before the establishment of Konoha, during the late Warring States period, when the Senju and Uchiha were still embroiled in conflict. Eventually, the two clans reconciled, and Konoha was founded. But being well-versed in the narrative, how could he remain oblivious to the future of the Uchiha? Moreover, A flicker of rage crossed Kamiyu's youthful visage. The Senju clan slaughtered my parents. They were not even ninjas, merely attempting to aid an injured clansman. Yet the Senju ruthlessly murdered them. He declared solemnly, "This hatred is something I cannot relinquish, no matter how much time passes." Madara nodded slightly. "It seems we share a similar anguish. Yet this does not serve as a reason for me to take you with me if I recall correctly. You have a brother, do you not?" "Yes, but that foolish boy has already been brainwashed by the Senju, wholly devoted to the so-called will of fire, completely forgetting our enmity and seeking reconciliation with our enemies. How absurd." Kamiyu's countenance grew sorrowful, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Uchiha Kagami. He has betrayed me and is no longer my brother." Madara's gaze drifted, and he fell into silence, evidently affected by Kamiyu's words. Kamiyu fixed his gaze upon Madara's back. "Ever since your defeat in the Hokage election, I have come to understand that if even you cannot become Hokage, then who among the Uchiha can stand forth? All of this is a false peace won through our compromises. Yet those pitiful clansmen believe that Konoha will embrace them? Like Kagami, they have all been softened, as if boiled alive in warm water. What awaits them is only a slow demise." Each word struck at Madara's heart. Yet he remained silent. However, Kamiyu could clearly see his body trembling slightly. Sensing the moment was ripe, Kamiyu unleashed his ultimate gambit. "Living here, watching one ignorant clansman after another, sometimes I forget who I am. My patience has been utterly exhausted by this dull and foolish clan." At last, Uchiha Madara was moved. He gazed skyward, releasing a long breath. Though Kamiyu could not perceive his expression, the twilight cast down a solitary and desolate shadow. The boy's impassioned and helpless accusation struck a chord within him. Madara felt a sense of kinship, as if he were witnessing another lost soul adrift in the world. Kamiyu understood that his words would garner no recognition from anyone, but at this moment, they were lethal to Madara. "I have no need for weak followers." Uchiha Madara spoke, his tone laced with arrogance. Kamiyu smiled, gently closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the once dark orbs had transformed into a vivid crimson, each adorned with 3 swirling black tomo, dancing around his pupils. "Oh, the presence of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Uchiha Madara finally turned around, a spark of interest igniting within him. "No wonder you were able to take to the battlefield at such a young age. It seems your eyes have developed to this extent." He crossed his arms over his chest with such power. "You are indeed worthy of following me." Kamiyu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his radiant pupils glowing with red light as the 3 tomo intertwined, blossoming into a resplendent kaleidoscope pattern. Resembling gears, yet akin to a magical array, the design symbolized a cycle and harmony, intricate and beautiful, akin to a flawless piece of art. "You have actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Madara was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing grave. His voice carried an air of astonishment. Even he could not maintain composure upon witnessing such eyes. For this represented the pinnacle that any Uchiha clansman could aspire to. "What have you truly experienced?" Historically, the number of clan members who had evolved to the Mangekyo was exceedingly rare. Madara himself had only encountered 2 pairs. Yet now, this 3rd pair of Mangekyo had manifested in the form of a boy before him. Though his ocular prowess paled in comparison to Madara's, it radiated a profound inner strength, tranquil as water indeed. He appeared to be a promising talent. Kamiyu's future brimmed with boundless possibilities. Shared circumstances, a resonance of fate, and this Mangekyo, Madara, suddenly appeared before Kamiyu. A spark of exhilaration in his eyes. "If it is you, perhaps you can genuinely embody my will." In truth, the moment Kamiyu expressed his utter disappointment in the Uchiha, Madara had already resolved to take him along, yet he never anticipated such a delightful surprise. True Uchiha would never submit to a false peace. Only those who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan can perceive the essence of the world, for they have tasted the most harrowing and soul-crushing pain and despair. Madara suppressed his inner excitement, gazing intently into Kamiyu's eyes, for what he was most curious about now was, "What is the ability of your Mangekyo?" Chapter 2. The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan beyond the village of Konoha. Therefore, Lord Madara has agreed to take me along. Shinyu inquired softly. Indeed. Madara nodded with an air of pride. Both Shinyu's plight and that kaleidoscopic Sharingan resonated with him. They were kindred spirits, lost in the same world. Whether as a follower, an assistant, or a successor, he had resolved to embark on a journey with him. Thank you, Lord Madara. A knowing smile finally graced Shinyu's face. The power of this eye is my greatest secret. He raised his palm, gently grazing the contours of his eye socket, his pupils glistening with a jade-like luster. However, since it is you, Lord Madara, I suppose it is permissible to share. Under Madara's curious gaze, Shinyu began to narrate. The ocular technique of my left eye is called Imo Suluo, with the ability to adapt to myriad phenomena and deliver the most potent counterattacks against adapted targets. Essentially the posthumous insect fist that aligns with the world's myriad forms elaborate. It allows for infinite analysis of all entities I come into contact with or observe, a process termed adaptation. Once adaptation is complete, it renders such influences ineffective, granting me a permanent immunity effect while enabling tangible retaliation against the source of the influence. The power of adaptation resonates with causality and cannot be obscured by the fabric of time and space. Moreover, enduring further attacks during the adaptation phase accelerates the process. The term infinite analysis implies that even after an attack has been adapted to, the analysis does not cease. Rather, it continually optimizes. The sole exception lies in the damage inflicted on the eyes when ocular power is expended. As for my right eye, its ocular technique is known as Tianji Chongli. Endowed with the ability of temporal and spatial retrogression, it allows one to freely reverse their own state through time and space, restoring the current state unconditionally to that of a past moment, with a maximum temporal range of up to 5 minutes and an almost limitless time scale, requiring only a 1-second cooldown after activation. Both temporal and spatial states can be flexibly selected. However, previously executed retrogression points cannot be chosen as targets for further retrogression. Madara became increasingly intrigued, his eyes shimmering with fascination. Infinite adaptation and temporal retrogression. These truly are divine techniques. Their synergistic effects are nothing short of extraordinary. It must be said that the discerning eye of the Uchiha clan leader is indeed sharp. Shinyu blinked, concealing a minor detail regarding the right eye's abilities. The subjects eligible for temporal retrogression are not restricted to oneself. Any entity within sight can be subjected to temporal retrogression. The selection of the retrogression subject can only be concretely defined at a macro level. But such an endeavor would consume a significant amount of chakra. The greater the subject's influence on the macro world, and the more distant the selected retrogression point, the more intense the consumption of ocular power. It is truly prudent to remain cautious in this shinobi world. Very well, let us depart. Madara turned, his earlier melancholy entirely overshadowed by the joy of having gained Shinyu. However, Shinyu did not move. What is the matter? Madara tilted his head slightly, perplexed. Have you forgotten something? One might say that. Shinyu replied with a gentle smile. Lord Madara, there is actually another member of our clan who has awakened the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What? Madara asked, bewildered. Is it your brother? Shinyu shook his head that he lacks that talent. He has yet to awaken his eyes. But that is of little consequence. I wonder if Lord Madara remembers the secret weapon of the Uchiha clan that was sealed during the mid-Warring States period? The secret weapon of the Uchiha clan? Madara pondered for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. The winds of time stirred memories long buried. A tale from years past began to surface within his mind. Long ago, during a time when Madara was not yet the clan leader, a girl named Uchiha Hikari emerged from the Uchiha clan. Much like Shinyu, she awakened her kaleidoscopic Sharingan at a tender age, possessing an ocular technique revered as the 8,000 Spears. The 8,000 Spears granted her the ability to mark foes and siphon their chakra to enhance her own. Once marked, she could control their spirit and chakra through a connection, chakra that could be transmitted regardless of distance. Such a skill naturally drew the attention of her kin, and the clan's power brokers imprisoned her in a dark, lightless dungeon, only to be released when combat was necessary. However, that was insufficient. In their relentless pursuit of ultimate power, these madmen forcibly implanted the ocular techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi within her. transforming her into a weapon of the Uchiha, stripping her of her name, freedom, and rights as a person. Thus, the Uchiha's mightiest weapon, Nameless, was born. The emergence of the Nameless One swiftly turned the tide for the Uchiha on the battlefield. The Senju clan, having suffered defeat, allied with other shinobi clans to launch targeted offensives, ultimately at great cost. They managed to seal the Nameless One away. Do you intend to liberate her? Madara inquired. Indeed, she is also one who has been cast aside, that if we could recruit her under your leadership, Lord Madara, we could become a new Uchiha. Shinyu coaxed gently. A new Uchiha. Madara was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through him, illuminating a previously darkened corner of his heart. Yet he furrowed his brow slightly. That was a long time ago. And even I do not know the location of her seal. Your ignorance does not imply that Konoha is unaware, Shinyu replied with a sly smile, that I suspect that within the secret chamber of the Hokage building lies a scroll containing information about the weapon. Although he was unaware of the exact sealing location, he recalled that such intelligence was documented in a scroll known as the Warring States Sealing History, typically stored within Konoha's secret chambers. I see. Madara mused, momentarily at a loss. He had just severed ties with Hashirama and had only just left the village. To return in disgrace would not be in keeping with his character. Shinyu, perceiving Madara's dilemma, promptly patted his chest. Lord Madara, I can stealthily infiltrate and retrieve the scroll under the cover of night. That could be somewhat perilous for you. Are you not concerned about being discovered by the Senju's shinobi? Madara gazed toward Konoha and shook his head. Shinyu smiled confidently. Lord Madara, instant movement and stealth are my specialties. They will not notice me. I even managed to follow you out of the village without drawing attention. No wonder you didn't come out to meet me right away. It seems you had other plans, Ban pondered. He was a man of decisive action and immediately agreed to Shinyu's proposal. The two arranged to act tonight. Regardless of whether Shinyu succeeded or not, they must leave the village before the moonlight was at its brightest, while Ban would conceal himself outside the village to assist him. Soon after, a crimson light emanated from Shinyu's right eye, swirling slowly with the patterns of a kaleidoscope, as fine threads of blood suddenly appeared in the whites of his eyes. The setting sun was like blood, fiery clouds drifted, fallen leaves hung suspended in midair. The sound of the wind ceased at his ears, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. From Shinyu's perspective, his body left behind a bizarrely twisted trail in space, resembling a long noodle extending from that spot all the way to Konoha. His vision seemed to leap into a four-dimensional space, where a progress bar represented the trajectory he left behind during his spatial movements over 5 minutes, clearly visible at every moment. Now, he could freely drag this progress bar. Select a time node and click play, instantly appearing at the chosen location. This was his ocular technique. Tenno Juki Shinyu dragged the progress bar to its limit. 5 minutes ago, he had been concealed in a hidden thicket within the village. In the next instant, he vanished before Ban, his disappearance as abrupt as erasing a pencil mark, gone in an instant. Chapter 3. Covert operations within Konoha. Shinyu took advantage of the solitude to spring forth from a thicket. He closed his Sharingan, his right eye returning to its usual clarity, and the earlier blood vessels had completely vanished. It turned out that the subject of his temporal regression was the entirety of his own state in time and space, encompassing not only spatial coordinates, but also his physical health and chakra status. Aside from consciousness and memory, all his attributes reverted to what they were 5 minutes prior. The power of time is indeed wondrous and profound. As long as the target of regression is himself, he could activate his ocular technique with virtually no harm, rendering chakra consumption almost negligible. This was also why he could maintain normal vision even after opening the kaleidoscope. Shinyu glanced back at the main gate and, with no one around, moved gracefully back to his clan's territory, planning to rest until nightfall. The streets bustled with people, both civilians and ninjas, seemingly coexisting harmoniously from various clans. Yet upon noticing him, a member of the Uchiha clan, they instinctively averted their gazes. A cold smile crept across Shinyu's face. He knew these were the tricks of the Senju, aimed at sowing discord within the Uchiha. Only by obediently complying could one earn the villagers' recognition. However, in the eyes of the higher-ups, a rotten orange remains a rotten orange. no matter how much you cooperate or accept brainwashing and manipulation. The Uchiha clan could never be favored by Konoha. He felt increasingly convinced that following Ban's lead was indeed the wisest choice. Just look at the fate of the Uchiha in the original timeline. Ostracized, hated, divided, incited, and ultimately annihilated, often at the hands of their own. Only two, Itachi and Sasuke, remained. None of the Hokage in Konoha would dare to face the Uchiha. Tobirama was slightly better, but those who succeeded him, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, and the rest of the village's upper echelons, were certainly not virtuous individuals. As an Uchiha, he might not even live to see Minato's birth, potentially dying in the shadows. Strangely, however, the Senju clansmen in the village were all unfamiliar faces. Those who participated in the war seemed to have vanished into thin air. Was this a ploy to obscure the involvement of those who had fought? Shinyu mused. The Senju truly were adept at manipulation. Engaging in politics, scheming, such a simple-minded clan like the Uchiha could never hope to rival them. Upon returning to his clan's territory, he ignored the whispers of his fellow clansmen and retreated to his room. He conducted a final check of his gear: ninja tools, soldier pills, clothing, combat armor, and a temporary tent, storing everything within a storage scroll to carry with him. Odd, where could Kagami be? During the day, after Ban's call to action had failed, Shinyu had sought out his brother, urging him to leave Konoha with him. Yet he was met with a complex gaze filled with panic and confusion, accompanied by a tone as if avoiding a venomous snake. You worked so hard to create peace, brother. Why would you want to destroy it? Good brother, I wonder if you were naive or foolish, Shinyu thought as he rested his head on his arms, lying on his tatama mat, closing his eyes to conserve energy. His suggestion regarding Uchiha Kagami had its own selfish motives. It was not born from a nostalgic longing for the original timeline's pairing of them, but rather because Kagami's abilities were extraordinarily formidable. In the future, should Ban find himself in dire straits, he would not need to seek Shinyu as a tool. One Uchiha Kagami would suffice. Moreover, with Kagami as an ally, even if Uchiha Ban were to fall, his safety would be greatly assured. As the golden light of the setting sun waned and night quickly descended, Shinyu opened his eyes, glancing at Uchiha Kagami, who lay sleeping with his back turned. He shook his head, donning his mask and slipping into his black cloak before silently exiting the room through the window, stealthily leaving the clan's territory. Along the way, he skillfully evaded patrolling ninjas, not alerting anyone to his presence, and reached his destination in just a few minutes. At the entrance of the Hokage building, two guards from the Senju clan were on duty. Entering the Hokage building at night without summons was a grave offense, but Shinyu walked toward the entrance without a word. Hey kid, what do you think you're going at this hour? Shinyu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. As he lifted his gaze, his Sharingan activated, the three tomo swirling slightly. Just a brief exchange of glances, and the two guards fell into a stupor, entrapped by his Jinjutsu. Although he was not particularly adept at Jinjutsu compared to Itachi and Shursui, his ocular power had already reached the Kaleidoscope level, making it quite easy to deal with two Chunin guards. Shinyu stepped forward, brushing past the guards, and swiftly entering the building, he dashed towards the direction of the secret room. His feet cloaked in a layer of light chakra, muffling his movements to the utmost extent. With his dark attire billowing, he resembled a ghost racing through the midnight hour, quickly arriving at the entrance of the secret room. You, the guarding ninja, was about to exclaim, but under the red glow of the Sharingan, he immediately lost consciousness. Illusion technique. Puppet master. Shinyu commanded swiftly, open the secret room. The entrance to the secret room was sealed with a sealing technique. Forcing his way in was certainly not feasible. Shinyu was quite ignorant of sealing techniques, but by controlling the guarding Senju ninja, he soon unlocked the secret room. Shinyu cautiously pushed the door open, surveying the myriad of books and assorted scrolls, his brow furrowing. How long would it take to find what he needed? To prevent the leakage of secrets, most of the scrolls bore seals, and aside from the dense array of techniques, not even a signature was present. Without opening them, he had no idea what was recorded within. Turning towards the entrance, he whispered to the Senju ninja, You, find me the scroll on the history of sealing techniques from the Warring States period. The man nodded, his expression wooden yet obediently stepping into the secret room to begin searching for scrolls. Jinjutsu is truly useful. Perhaps I should enhance my training in it, Shinyu thought, hands on his hips. A smile on his face. Before long, the man presented a red scroll to Shinyu. His gaze shifted, testing. Now go find me the Flying Thunder God technique. There are no records of the Flying Thunder God technique within the secret room. The Senju ninja replied expressionlessly. What about the sealing technique book? I do not know what that is. The Shinyu scratched the back of his head. Could it be that the sealing technique book had yet to be compiled? The so-called sealing technique book was a scroll documenting a series of forbidden techniques compiled by successive Hokage. However, most of the forbidden techniques originated from Tobirama Senju, a master inventor. It made sense. Konoha had only been established for 2 years, and Tobirama was preoccupied with political intrigue, constantly plotting against Uchiha Ban, so he surely had no leisure to compile the sealing technique book in that case. Shinyu stroked his chin. You go find me all the S-rank ninjutsu, or forbidden techniques in this secret room. The Senju ninja mechanically nodded, and after several searches, Shinyu held 2 scrolls in his hands. Is that all? But it's sufficient. Taking too much would be hard to explain to Ban, he said with some excitement. Although the rank of ninjutsu corresponded to learning difficulty, the techniques that were harder to master often wielded greater power. He had no idea what forbidden techniques were contained within the scrolls, but gaining them was akin to profit. Under the influence of a gambler's psychology, his anticipation was at its peak. Before long, Shinyu dashed out of the Hokage building with his spoils, swiftly taking down 3 patrolling ninjas, and finally approached the main gate of Konoha. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A chill ran down Shinyu's spine, as if a scythe were hovering above him. In an instant, the threat of death enveloped him. But before he could react, a cold kunai pressed against his throat. The moonlight was cool, the kunai reflecting a glimmer of cold light. Seemingly poised to pierce his throat at any moment, Shinyu swallowed hard, goosebumps rising on the back of his neck. Hey kid, where do you think you're trying to escape to? A cold and stern voice drifted from behind. With pupils constricting, Shinyu immediately recognized the deep and resonant tone. Why was he here? Had he been lurking by the door all along? In this moment of crisis, thoughts raced through his mind. No, it couldn't be. His instincts had never failed him. He had evaded all surveillance. Unless his eyes widened, falling upon his sleeve, at some point, a mark representing the Flying Thunder God technique had quietly imprinted itself there. Chapter 4. The everlasting sky, gazing at the Flying Thunder God mark on his sleeve, Shinyu instantly realized he had been betrayed. Who are you? Answer my question obediently. The kunai shifted slightly, drawing blood from Shinyu's skin. His expression grew grave as he contemplated a dreadful possibility, a surge of anger igniting within him. He forced a flippant tone, saying, I'm just going to the restroom. Do you think I'm jesting with you? The voice behind him turned ice. I intended to quietly wait until you exited the building, then have the patrolling ninja capture you. Yet, you managed to evade all the guards. Truly, even when one simply needs to relieve themselves, you find a way to complicate matters. Is it inherent to the Senju clan to meddle in others' affairs? Shinyu spat out sarcastic words, suddenly colliding backward. However, his opponent reacted with remarkable swiftness. A flash of cold light flickered, illuminating Shinyu's crimson Sharingan. The Sharingan possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness, allowing him not only to observe chakra flow, but also to perceive dynamic movements in a way that defied comprehension. In an instant, Shinyu deciphered the trajectory of the kunai, delivering an elbow strike to his adversary's abdomen while swiftly leaning backward. With a hiss, blood sprayed from the left side of his face as he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, his mask tearing away and falling. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped back, chakra naturally surging into his legs, enhancing his tendons, and he swiftly created a significant distance, leaving behind a faint afterimage. A clear figure came into view. Clad in a gray-blue coat, with silver hair dancing in the wind, sharp phoenix eyes, and a dignified appearance, adorned with 3 deep crimson markings on his face, stood Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of the current Hokage. Shinyu clenched his fists tightly, suddenly calming himself that he now faced 2 choices. First, he could utilize the space-time displacement of his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan to return to any moment within the past 5 minutes. However, now that he had been exposed, if he were to vanish abruptly, Tobarama's astuteness would undoubtedly allow him to discern Shan Yu's space-time abilities in an instant, leading to a lockdown of the entire village, making escape even more challenging. Furthermore, Konoha might deploy Hyuga clan ninjas to conduct thorough searches. With their Byakugan, they possessed an innate ability to detect over long distances, and Shinyu had little confidence in evading their scrutiny. Moreover, there was currently a formidable figure in the village. Should he provoke this individual, being subdued within the village would render it impossible for Uchiha Madara to come to his aid. Thus, he could only engage with the person before him, biding his time for an opportunity to escape the village. Once outside, Uchiha Madara would be able to assist him immediately. In the span of a second, thoughts raced through his mind as he accepted his current predicament and swiftly formulated an escape plan. Uchiha, a mere petty thief, Tobarama cast a cold gaze at Shinyu, his 3-tomo Sharingan glinting. I remember now, you are that swift little brat from the Uchiha clan, and oh wonder your movements are so agile. Lord Tobarama, is this really the time for theatrics? Do you truly take me for a fool? Shinyu retorted with a cold smile, tearing off his outer garment. That MY plan was originally flawless. Had it not been for some white-eyed wolf's betrayal, you would not be here. Soon as he finished speaking, flames ignited in his right hand, incinerating his night attire along with the flying thunder god Mark into ashes. Shinyu squinted slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You coming to accompany me to the restroom at this late hour must mean my dear brother informed you that he must truly be worried about me. Sharp-tongued, Tobarama glanced at the blood on the kunai, his eyes flickering. I must admit, your skills are impressive. Sneaking into a secret chamber and stealing confidential documents. Who is pulling your strings? All thanks to your fine training. Lord Tobarama, I learned these skills on the battlefield. Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Tobarama snorted coldly. Not willing to speak? That's fine. I will make you comply. Where's my dear brother? Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being first. Hand over the secret scroll and accompany me back to the prison. That way, I might spare your life. Apologies, but I have no interest. Shinyu shook his head gently. I intend to leave Konoha and sever all ties. Arrogant. Do you think Konoha is just any place? You can come and go as you please. Tobarama sneered. At it seems there are indeed people foolish enough to emulate Madara. Lord Tobarama, do you intend to stop me? I don't need to lift a finger to deal with you. And no sooner had he spoken than a flurry of figures darted forth, and in mere seconds, over 20 Senju ninjas surrounded Shinyu. The sound of rapid footsteps filled the air, and Shinyu's gaze froze as he turned to look behind him. With the entrance of Konoha, shadows materialized, clad in uniform attire, their crimson eyes coldly fixed upon him. Uchiha, brother! From the throng of Senju clan members, a small figure emerged. Uchiha Kagami. He called out to Shinyu, stop being delusional. You must have been manipulated by Lord Madara, right? Me, delusional. Shinyu glared at his brother, flames seemingly igniting within his eyes. That you've forgotten how our parents perished. Haven to you, to be sold out and still count coins for others. Hatred knows no bounds, not if we allow it to spread. The hard-won peace we have achieved will shatter. Uchiha Kagami's eyes glistened with tears. Lord Madara has already betrayed the village. You cannot err again. Shinyu laughed in fury, his fists cracking. This Ohu is betraying whom now? I am sorry, brother. I truly wish to stop you, but I know I am no match for you. Kagami's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. But rest assured, I have arranged with Lord Tobarama that as long as you comply, you will be released in no time. We can live together in Konoha. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Should I thank you for that? Shinyu trembled with rage, the crimson light in his eyes deepening. Brother, silence. Shinyu took a deep breath, coldly laughing. Akati's fortunate I knew you were a white-eyed wolf long ago, which is why I didn't divulge everything to you. Tobarama regarded Shinyu with a stony expression, shaking his hand impatiently. Seize him. As the ninjas prepared to act, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Shinyu. A dark, oppressive chakra surged forth, akin to a raging fire, yet chilling to the bone. Under Tobarama's astonished gaze, Shinyu slowly raised his head, his black hair flowing without wind. the tomo in his eyes swirling and transforming, exquisite ink-like patterns unfurling across his blood-red pupils. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the gaze of that eye, even Tobirama couldn't help but shudder. No, this brat is beyond redemption. He must be killed on the spot. Tobirama immediately formed hand seals without hesitation that I cannot allow him to become the next Madara. Water release. Water, severing wave. Tobirama's strike was decisive and ruthless. A torrent of water surged forth like a blade unsheathed, slicing through Shunyu's body. Bisecting him, blood stained the waters, resembling a massive spider lily blooming in the depths. Brother, Uchiha Kagami collapsed to the ground, heart-wrenchingly pained that it shouldn't be like this. In the clear moonlight, Shunyu's body twisted for a moment, blood swirling, limbs reconnecting, and he astonishingly stood there unscathed. What? Is it Izanagi? Tobirama's eyes filled with disbelief. Yet Shinyu's eyes remained perfectly intact, showing no signs of alteration. Without needing to speak, three ninjas instantly lunged at Shunyu. Shinyu's combat style was ferocious, diverging from the typical techniques of ninjas. Resembling a beast unafraid of death, starkly contrasting with his seemingly harmless exterior. As a blade gleamed toward him, he did not evade, but rather struck the blade with the side of his palm, allowing the long knife to embed itself into his right shoulder. Ignoring the blood that splattered forth, he delivered a flying knee strike to his adversary's chin, swiftly maneuvering behind him to snap his neck with a decisive twist. Swish! A sharp blade sliced diagonally from behind, but Shinyu appeared to have sensed it ahead of time, vanishing only to reappear behind the attacker, striking down on their wrist and severing the blade. The assailant involuntarily loosened his grip, and Shunyu seized the long knife from his hand, spinning to stab it into the enemy's back with precision. That moment, a cold short blade erupted from Shinyu's chest, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Die. The last attacker from the Uchiha clan utilized the formidable insight of the Sharingan to exploit Shinyu's vulnerability from behind. Why? Why attack me? Shinyu trembled, turning his body despite the excruciating pain in his chest, desperately trying to see his assailant's face. The Uchiha ninja revealed a mocking expression. The Uchiha is now a part of Konoha, the delusional traitor, like you cannot be allowed to remain. Shinyu extended his arm, firmly gripping the shoulder of the man before him. His gaze, cold and piercing like that of a wild beast, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in his adversary. To serve a foe is to embrace an ignoble death. Shinyu lifted his eyes, the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan igniting with a crimson glow, invoking the enchantment of the magical restraint technique. Seizing the moment, he pivoted his blade, and in the face of his opponent's horrified expression, thrust it directly into the man's throat. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth. Shunyu withdrew the blade, the intricate gear patterns in his right eye subtly shifting. And astonishingly, his body returned to its original state. The short knife that had previously pierced his chest clattered to the ground, and his attire appeared pristine once more. This surreal scene left the gathered ninjas in a state of shock, their hair standing on end. Impossible! Can this wretch truly not be slain? By the heavens, what manner of self-healing ability is this? Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly, lifting the kunai that had earlier grazed Shinyu. To his astonishment, he noted that the bloodstains had vanished. This was no mere self-healing, that he clasped his hands together, causing the moisture in the air to surge rapidly, the surroundings visibly dampening in an instant. A torrent of water erupted from thin air. Water release. Water surge wave. The water spiraled like a tornado, catching Shinyu off guard as it ensnared one of his arms, subsequently drawing him into its depths. Although the moment was fleeting, Tobirama keenly observed that as Shinyu was engulfed by the water, the kaleidoscope in his left eye subtly rotated, akin to the ticking of a clock. Suddenly, the leading Senju ninja bellowed, and a barrage of kunai and shurikens surged forth, splashing water everywhere. Amidst the cacophony, the water vortex drank in blood, rapidly staining the scene a crimson hue. After a few breaths, the water receded, and Shunyu slowly rose from the ground. Illuminated by the cool moonlight, his blood-red eyes glimmering with an eerie light. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. The youth remained unscathed, with not a trace of blood left behind, as though everything that had transpired was but a mirage. Chapter 5. The illusory void. Shunyu swiftly formed hand seals, launching his counterattack the moment he stood. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A brilliant flame erupted as he exhaled a fireball the size of a tavern, its temperature soaring into the thousands, igniting the night sky. How could this little brat possess such an abundance of chakra? The fireball barreled forth, its searing heat cracking the ground beneath, as if an army could not halt its advance. Tobirama squinted, promptly discarding the dazed Uchiha Kagami behind him, and clapped his palms together. Water release. Water barrier. A deluge of water materialized, forming a circular wall to intercept the fireball's path, swirling around Tobirama in a frenzy. Fire and water clashed, generating a thick vapor in the air. Shunyu unfurled a scroll, retrieving a new long blade. Holding both swords aloft, as the chakra from the fire technique coursed into the hilt. The blades ignited with brilliant flames, resembling two blazing torches, Uchiha style. Flame leap. His figure vanished from sight. The crowd's vision was obscured, and in a moment of distraction, they glimpsed a shadow darting toward the village entrance. The very location of the Uchiha ninjas, followed by a series of muffled gasps. You dragged me into this battlefield. A flash of the blade, and blood erupted. You are the ones who demand my life. The lethal flames flickered in and out of view, as Shunyu appeared like a reaper amidst the mist, his crimson pupils glowing with molten intensity. Now, it is you who seek to eliminate me. His speed was astounding. The body flicker technique was unleashed in rapid succession, and with the innate suppressive force of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, none could stand against him. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy faded into silence. Damn it, how could this be possible? Help! Help! Are the Senju just going to stand by? Shunyu! We're the same clan. No! Ugh! Shunyu's gaze was frigid, resembling a soulless killing machine, armed with dual blades. He spun rapidly, his body serving as the axis, akin to a fiery whirlwind. Each flash of his form resulted in a ninja being cleaved apart, crimson blood spraying into the air by the time the onlookers comprehended the scene. The majority of the Uchiha clan had already been slaughtered. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted, finally dispersing the mist at that moment. The water barrier began to bubble, steam enveloping the area as the fireball was successfully extinguished. Water release. Water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama's hand seals shifted, and the remaining water surged, rapidly spreading to envelop Shunyu's feet. Shunyu leaped, the water beneath him exerting an immense suction, a colossal whirlpool consuming him. It was as if a deluge had reversed course, the water coalescing at its peak into a gigantic dragon, plummeting downwards. The thundering wave cascaded outward, the ground collapsing, even the surrounding structures swept away by the torrent. Tobirama's gaze sharpened as Shunyu's figure reemerged, now drenched, yet miraculously unscathed, save for his right arm twisted at an irregular angle. In the blink of an eye, he restored his flawless state, his attire dry and his gaze resolute. Tobirama's expression hardened. He noticed the kaleidoscope in Shunyu's left eye had rotated once more, albeit minutely, but it did not escape his notice. A chilling sensation flickered within him, causing him to momentarily hesitate. What is this? Is it merely an illusion? Why do I suddenly feel apprehensive about this brat? Lightning release. False darkness. Shunyu discarded the broken hilt, raising one hand high, arcs of lightning crackling within his palm. A deluge of thunder cascading across the expanse. Even those 1,000 meters away could hear the resounding thunder, illuminating the night sky anew. In the humid air, the conductivity of the lightning was heightened, arcs crackling and popping, threatening to engulf everyone present. A few quick-witted jonin swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Whirling air. Wind release. Great wind cutter technique. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The lightning flickered and dissipated. This lightning release technique could only be barely countered by 3 wind release ninjas. Despite being an Uchiha, from where did such an exaggerated chakra quantity originate? Tobirama furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As an adept sensory ninja, he was highly attuned to the fluctuations of chakra quantity and strength in others. This brat's chakra was evidently not abundant, yet had unleashed 2 large-scale ninjutsu in succession without breaking a sweat. Retaining ample energy. Fire release. Phoenix flower technique. Shinyu took the initiative, unleashing a barrage of flames that enveloped all in its path. The Senju ninjas scrambled to respond, either unleashing water release or evading. Yet the flames scattered like seed from a phoenix flower, darting in all directions. Under Shinyu's control, the flames seemed to possess a tracking capability, making it exceedingly difficult to evade completely, and 2 unfortunate souls found themselves ensnared by the crimson flames. Emitting piercing screams, the encirclement began to falter. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling mist, Shunyu retreated toward the village entrance. The constant presence of heavenly time granted him an invincible moment. Whenever he suffered injury, fell into an abnormal state, expended excessive chakra, or faced unfavorable circumstances, he would rewind his time to before the damage occurred. In that moment, both his health and chakra levels would refresh, and his physical state would remain robust. From the instant he activated his ocular technique, a 5-minute time axis was set in motion. After the rewind, as long as he did not suffer harm within the next second, even the 5-minute time axis would reset. Fulfilling this condition allowed him to remain invincible. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air echoed behind him. Shunyu instinctively tilted his head, a swiftly launched kunai grazing past his right cheek. His pupils contracted. His extraordinary dynamic vision enabled him to discern the flying thunder god mark inscribed on the kunai's underside. In the next instant, Tobarama's figure appeared at his side without warning, reversing the kunai in his grip and thrusting it toward Shinyu's neck with unrelenting force. Flying thunder god slash. Just then, a smirk crossed Shinyu's lips, and with a hand striking from an uncanny angle, he firmly grasped Tobarama's wrist with a resounding clap. "I've been waiting for you." "Lord Tobarama." Tobarama's mind raced in astonishment. Shunyu's reflexes were absurdly rapid. Able to keep pace with his speed, his wrist felt as if it were caught in an iron vise, the kunai and arm ensnared as if trapped in quicksand. Unable to advance an inch. Yet Tobarama quickly adapted, forming a single-handed seal. A torrent of water surged down Shinyu's arm, swiftly enveloping him entirely, transforming him into a colossal water sphere. Water release. Water prison technique. But that was not all. He puffed out his cheeks once more. Water release. Heavenly cry. 3 slender water needles pierced the air, akin to rain cascading from the heavens, instantaneously entering the water sphere and creating ripples. The water needles shot forth at an incredible speed, nearly invisible within the sphere, subtle yet swift, aimed directly at Shunyu's eyes and brow like tea that moment. Shinyu raised his right hand, solidified chakra enveloping his palm. And with a powerful swing, a flash of ice blue light streaked past. 3 water needles burst forth simultaneously, and the water sphere split in half like a knife, cleaving a watermelon, scattering droplets all around. The gleam of the blade was unstoppable. In the astonished gaze of Tobarama, his body was torn apart, blood splattering as he was severed into 2, even as he endured the initial wave of water-based attacks. Shinyu activated the magic of his left eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, beginning his adaptation to Tobarama's water ninjutsu. With each successive assault, his adaptation progressed steadily, and the counterattack he derived was this fleeting yet striking chakra blade. His chakra blade could not only adjust its density through the intensity of output, but could also mimic the flow of water, infiltrating every nook while bestowing formidable cutting power. In terms of effect, it appeared akin to an A-rank medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel. However, unlike that, Shinyu's technique allowed him to manipulate the length and sharpness of the chakra blade at will, achieving the true essence of severing water with a drawn sword. No matter how fierce the onslaught of the water flow or how sharp the needles, they would all be intercepted by the gleam of the blade, rendered utterly ineffective. It is worth noting that his immunity was limited to Tobarama's water ninjutsu. But the countermeasure learned through adaptation was a skill he could wield permanently. This was the ocular technique of his left eye's Mangekyo. The magic of the void. Tobarama's body crashed to the ground, dissipating into white smoke. Shadow clone. Shinyu furrowed his brow. Not far off, Tobirama gazed warily at the youth amidst the mist, relieved that he had first tested with a shadow clone. Otherwise, he would have been in real trouble. He had actually breached the water prison from within. Moreover, my water ninjutsu's effectiveness is diminishing with each use. Could this possibly be a result of his left eye's power? As he analyzed, his brows knitted tightly. From the initial 3-tomo to the body flicker technique, and now to such a troublesome Mangekyo ocular technique. With each battle, his anxiety deepened, and he resolved firmly that this young imp must not leave here alive. Though only a few minutes had passed since the battle began, the consecutive release of large-scale ninjutsu had stirred quite a commotion, and more ninjas rushed to the scene. Shinyu slightly lowered his head to evade an attack, simultaneously forming his palm into a blade. The brilliant chakra blade sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing into his opponent's abdomen. With a squelching sound, blood sprayed forth, creating a gruesome spectacle. The sheer terror of this power left Shinyu, its master, secretly astonished, involuntarily glancing at the chakra blade in his hand. Like a tangible essence, chakra surged from his palm, forming a stable and resilient light blade, the internal chakra flowing rapidly like water, creating an imperceptible closed loop that I have learned something valuable. Since I acquired it here, I shall name it the Autumn Dew on Leaves. However, as he observed the increasing number of ninjas, time was of the essence, and he needed to break through with all his might. Meanwhile, Tobirama had also completed a preliminary analysis of Shinyu's abilities. The ineffectiveness of my water ninjutsu does not imply that other ninjutsu will also be ineffective. At any given moment, he can only be immune to one attribute. His expression turned grim as his deep voice reverberated throughout the field. Everyone, do not engage him in close combat. Attack together with long-range ninjutsu. The assembled ninjas complied, swiftly creating distance. And in an instant, Shinyu's pupils reflected countless hand seals. Lightning release. Earth walk. Earth release. Earth dragon bomb. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. In an instant, wind, fire, lightning, and thunder unleashed chaos in the sky, an onslaught of ninjutsu raining down like a torrential downpour, and Shinyu's eyes were illuminated by their brilliance. Only 1 minute remained. I cannot afford to be worn down by them like this. His gaze remained calm. There was no choice left, so he invoked the third power, Susanoo. A thick, dark mist erupted from within him, akin to igniting black flames, accompanied by a fierce gale, as a pitch-black skeletal frame rapidly took shape. Exuding an oppressive aura with an obsidian-like texture, 2 gigantic skeletal hands emerged from the darkness, and with a mere wave, they sent the majority of ninjutsu flying. A thunderous roar echoed, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing all ninjutsu to dissipate and crumble. The crowd stared wide-eyed, all struck by the scene before them, with some even freezing in place, their hearts pounding wildly. The massive black skeleton completely enveloped Shinyu, resembling an undead specter clawing its way from the abyss. Though it was merely the upper half, it still radiated an unmatched dominance, as if it could obliterate everything with a mere gesture. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Shinyu uttered the chilling words, blood trickling down his handsome face. The swirling black mist resembled a battle flag. At this moment, he appeared as an invincible god of war, clad in dark armor, standing resolute. Chapter 6. When the moon is at its fullest, the entrance of Konoha, Shinyu bathed in black mist, his 2 Mangekyo Sharingan radiating an eerie red glow. With a mere thought, Susanoo swung its hand, grasping the unsuspecting ninjas who could not retreat in time. Perish, the skeletal hand, massive and powerful as if mechanical, crushed with a slight squeeze, causing a burst of blood mist, leaving only bone fragments and shredded flesh to fall. Damn it, kill him! The evil Uchiha brat. Face death. The crowd erupted in fury, unleashing a second wave of ninjutsu interspersed with countless explosive tags and shuriken. Boom! Boom! Shinyu disregarded the overwhelming assault, retreating step by step. With Susanoo gliding alongside him, its massive skeletal frame seemingly forged from unyielding metal, remaining steadfast against the barrage. As the smoke cleared, the black skeleton emerged unscathed, the dark mist undiminished, let alone the Shinyu within. In contrast, the attacks from the Konoha ninjas felt feeble, like a gentle drizzle, failing to stir even a ripple. Shinyu commanded Susanoo to deliver a punch, and with a resounding crash, the gates of Konoha crumbled, debris scattering across the ground. "Let us try this." He formed a seal within Susanoo. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The black skeleton opened its bony hand, scorching air billowing forth as two colossal fireballs coalesced in its palm. Enveloping the entire area in high temperatures, Susanoo wielded the fireballs as weapons, swinging them forward, the crimson flames sweeping through the crowd, drowning out their screams, with no one capable of resisting such an attack. Tobirama attempted to extinguish the flames with the great waterfall technique, but his water ninjutsu shattered before it could even touch Susanoo, leaving only splashing droplets, as if encountering an impervious entity. "Completely immune to my water ninjutsu?" He spat in frustration. Truly a troublesome ability. Shinyu, wielding Susanoo's might, soon burst forth from Konoha, yet the pursuing ninjas remained relentless. He steeled himself, a glint of malice flashing in his bloodshot pupils, as the giant skeleton twisted and gathered strength. Resembling a frenzied giant ape, hurling the fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh, the two fireballs, one after the other, trailed scorching arcs, hurtling towards Konoha. Empowered by Susanoo's colossal strength, no one could halt the fireball's advance, carving two straight lines into the earth. "That cunning little brat," Tobirama fumed, his hands coming together, ready to form the earth release seals. That moment, a deep and powerful voice resonated from within the village. Summoning technique. 5 elemental gate of resurrection. Boom, 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 boom. 5 enormous gates of varying colors erupted from the ground, each adorned with lifelike demonic faces, symbolizing death and hell, stirring a storm of dust. The fireballs collided violently with the first gate, the shockwave radiating flames in all directions. Followed closely by the second fireball. Boom, boom. The gates of resurrection shattered and collapsed. After demolishing the fourth gate, the fireballs finally lost their momentum, dissipating slowly in the air. Amidst the rising white smoke, a tall figure clad in white descended from the sky, crashing into the ground before Konoha, radiating an imposing aura. "Hokage-sama, Lord Hashirama, clan leader, you have finally arrived." The crowd erupted in cheers, and upon seeing this figure, everyone felt their anxieties lift. Even Tobirama was no exception. "Brother, you have come to..." Hashirama nodded, his gaze turning sharply toward Shinyu within Susanoo. The atmosphere suddenly tense. It was time for this farce to end. Shinyu let out a light chuckle. "Doesn't Lord Hashirama want to ask who I am?" "All I know is that you are a destroyer," Hashirama replied coldly. "I shall never forgive anyone who stands against the village. It was not I who initiated the attack." Shinyu halted his words. For Hashirama had already begun forming seals. Would release. Would dragon technique. The ground quaked as a massive wooden dragon slithered forth, its size rivaling that of Shinyu's first form of Susanoo. The ground trembled as the dragon's mouth lunged forward, and Shinyu shook his head with a smile, actively dispelling Susanoo. The skeletal upper body dissipated into black mist as he closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to await the arrival of death. That moment. A thicker blue arm surged from the side, grasping the wooden dragon's neck, preventing it from advancing despite its thrashing. The wind howled as another large hand gently grasped Shinyu's body, pulling him behind a figure. Hashirama stared blankly at that person's silhouette, silently lowering his hands from the seals, as the wooden dragon immediately ceased its struggles, crashing to the ground. The blue skeletal frame gradually vanished, revealing a figure with arms crossed, black hair billowing, appearing amidst the tempest. Uchiha Madara. Upon encountering Madara, the ever-calm Shinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, seizing the opportunity to activate his right eye's ocular technique, silently reverting himself to his prime condition. At this moment, only 15 seconds remained until the temporal limit. Exceeding this time would revert him to a state of battle damage. However, he had taken precautions, limiting the scope of his reversion to his physical state alone, excluding his clothing and chakra reserves, thus maintaining a disheveled appearance, reminiscent of one who had just emerged from a fierce battle. In reality, he was brimming with vitality and unscathed, from Madara's presence necessitated a fade. As he and Hashirama gradually faced off, Shinyu swiftly closed his Sharingan, his eyes turning as dark as ink. The recent activation of Susanoo had drained his ocular power at an alarming rate, with every cell in his body subtly aching. No wonder that in the original timeline, his counterpart had lost his sight in such a short span. Fortunately, the Tenno's constant standing could mitigate this issue to a great extent. But this also meant he could not engage in prolonged combat. A decisive victory must be achieved within 5 minutes, or else he would suffer injuries that could compromise his success. What exactly do you intend to do? Madara, Hashirama inquired solemnly. Clearly, he had associated Shinyu's actions with Madara. I shall take my disciple with me, Madara declared, sweeping his cloak to shield Shinyu behind him. What? He is your disciple? Hashirama frowned, turning his displeased gaze toward Shinyu. Are you aware that he has just slain many of my comrades? Those were your comrades. Their deaths are inconsequential, Madara responded with a disdainful expression. Hashirama took a step forward, his countenance a mixture of complexity and turmoil. Madara, what are you truly after? I've already promised you, he faltered, aware that he could not utter overly soft words in front of the gathering crowd, especially with his younger brother watching intently. Come back, he finally managed to utter after a long pause. Madara maintained his aloof demeanor. I believe I have mentioned before that I have begun to doubt your resolve. Leaving Konoha was to ascertain whether your path is indeed correct. Must I repeat myself? Madara, sigh. You remain unchanged. No matter how I plead, Hashirama lamented, exhaling a heavy sigh. At the very least, allow that child to stay. Madara lifted his chin defiantly. Not a chance. Shinyu is my kin. My only acknowledged heir and also my dear friend. Cast aside those illusory delusions. He has killed many. Hashirama's gaze sharpened. Your kin reside in Konoha. Why make excuses for a murderer? Ha ha, a murderer. How laughable that those words escape your lips. Madara laughed heartily. Am I not a murderer? You. And your brother Tobirama. Are you not murderers as well? The villagers, those fools, are no longer worthy of the Uchiha name. With such ignorant kin, I refuse to acknowledge them. He cast a cold glare at the heavily wounded Uchiha clan behind Hashirama. Madara, cease this stubbornness. You know I will not allow that child to go unpunished. You have already taken my dear friend from me. Do you wish to take another? Madara's face twisted with emotion. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, his murderous intent momentarily faltering. What? I will take him with me today. Anyone who dares interfere will face the consequences. With that, Madara turned and departed with Shinyu in tow. Hashirama remained rooted to the spot, Madara's words echoing in his mind. The onlookers exchanged glances. The Hokage had not intervened, and the remaining subordinates dared not speak a word. Tobirama hurried to Hashirama's side, his expression anxious. Brother! Hashirama ignored him and called out from a distance, Madara, are you still unable to let go of Izuna? Madara halted, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Hashirama, the friend I speak of is you. The night breeze grew cool, dissipating the smoke of battle, yet Hashirama's heart remained tumultuous. Uchiha Kagami lay weakly on the ground, his small face dirty from tears, gazing at the receding figure of his brother. Sorrow etched upon his youthful features. Tobirama caught a glimpse and was startled to discover that Kagami's eyes had turned blood red, the two Tomo glaring ominously. At this moment, the moon hung full in the sky. Chapter 7. Then it is yours to command in a dense forest. Shinyu and Madara hurried toward the northwest of the Fire Country. Their objective was clear. They had evidently learned of the location where Uchiha K had once been sealed. Madara held a crimson scroll, the fruit of Shinyu's painstaking efforts to procure the historical records of the Warring State seals. It appears that apart from the Nameless, the Senju and Uzumaki clans have indeed sealed away quite a number of things. He mused as they traveled, perusing the scroll. Shinyu interjected, the gentle breeze tousling his black hair back. I wonder what Lord Madara thinks. That paradise box seems quite promising. According to the records, it is said to be a legendary tool of the Sage of Six Paths. However, my young disciple, true strength lies in one's own abilities, Madara replied, tucking away the scroll with a dismissive snort. Do not speak of mere ninja tools. Even the power of the Sage of Six Paths is not beyond our reach. The power of the Sage of Six Paths, Shinyu murmured thoughtfully. He was well aware of what Madara referred to. The merging of the Senju and Uchiha clans would yield the power of their ancestor. The sage Otsutsuki, deep within the basement of the Nanha Shrine, lies an ancient stone tablet, a treasured heirloom of my clan, inscribed with the method to acquire the Sage of Six Paths power. However, the inscriptions have been treated with a secret technique. The higher the rank of the Sharingan, the more one can comprehend from it. Madara glanced at him. You are aware of this matter, then? Shinyu nodded. Having had the fortune to witness the inscriptions after activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems you already know how to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, that I must caution you. While your ocular technique possesses unique effects, it is still not the eternal eye, and utilizing it carries the risk of blindness along with a series of side effects. Madara implied, I understand. Lord Madara, Shinyu replied softly. When the time is right, I will act. Very well. I need not say more. Madara chuckled lightly and casually inquired, how long have you had your Mangekyo activated? Let us see. It should be over 3 years now. Shinyu responded, his gaze distant with reminiscence. Having witnessed the death of a childhood companion, he inadvertently awakened his eyes at the age of 4. Amidst the chaos of war, he was swiftly conscripted by his clan. Armed with a blade and clad in armor, he was forcibly thrust into the battlefield. What battle prowess could a 4-year-old possess? Thanks to the Sharingan, he was slightly more agile, but simply staying alive was an arduous endeavor. He still vividly recalled the events of his first foray into battle. That was his second encounter with death, yet the experience was entirely different from the first. The life of his friend had been claimed by illness, while on the battlefield, lives were taken by swords. Corpses and blood stained the earth, the air thick with the stench of decay, the sounds of slaughter intermingled with screams that could rend one's heart asunder. One of his clanmates had even given him a thumbs up, praising him for remaining composed amidst a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Only Shinyu himself knew that he was merely petrified with fear, yet that clanmate would never learn the truth. For the following day, he too became a lifeless body. To survive, one must grow stronger. War was a meat grinder, and amidst the cycle of slaughter and death, his eyes swiftly evolved to the 3-tomo form. His parents, kind-hearted though lacking ninja talents, had some knowledge of medicine. To pray for their son's well-being, they opened a medical hall, unconditionally treating injured clansmen. Over time, their residence became a temporary healing place for Uchiha ninjas. This practice heightened Shinyu's vigilance. He had warned them more than once that such actions could easily entangle them in the war, but they were steadfast in their beliefs, and the reputation of their healing place had already spread, making it difficult for them to refuse the constant stream of injured. A year later, while fighting on the battlefield, Shinyu felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if a great calamity were unfolding. He immediately unleashed his full strength, breaking off the battle and rushing home, only to find his parents lifeless and his younger brother lying in a pool of blood. That moment, negative emotions surged to a peak. An overwhelming wave of anger and regret erupted forth as he howled to the heavens in anguish, feeling as though his chest might explode. Blood surged through his eyes, a chilling cold emanating from his very bones. It was at this moment that he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Sharingan is known as the eye that reflects the soul. Upon the moment of awakening the Mangekyo, the ocular techniques arise in accordance with the owner's fervent desires and grievances. Corresponding to his hatred and regret were the techniques of Meguro and Tenno no Ritsu. Thus they were born. He desperately exerted his ocular power, attempting to reverse time, yet his parents had long since passed. However, his brother, Uchiha Kagami, happened to teeter on the brink of the 5-minute limit. Miraculously, under the effects of temporal reversion, he awakened, his wounds fully healed. Returning his thoughts to the present, Shinyu shook his head, trying to dispel the tumult of memories. Soon, they halted beside a low rock, where 2 ninjas stood guard, the stone wall behind them emblazoned with the crest of the Senju clan. This must be the place, Madara stated, striding forward without a hint of stealth, compelling Shinyu to follow suit. Stop. This is forbidden ground. Unauthorized personnel, retreat immediately. Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The 2 individuals before him exuded an intimidating aura, their bodies enveloped in a faint yet palpable malevolence. Clearly having endured numerous bloody trials, he noted the emblems of Senju and Sarutobi upon them and let out a faint, cold chuckle. So they had sent the very ninjas who had participated in the earlier battles here. Had they? He was Uchiha Madara. The two Konoha ninjas recognized Madara's identity, feeling as if they were standing before a formidable foe. Madara-sama. These two were responsible for the massacre of many of our kin. Shinyu stated gravely, "We cannot let them go unpunished." "Yes, that's so. Then I shall leave it to you," Madara replied, seemingly disinclined to intervene as he casually found a rock to sit upon. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinyu planted his foot firmly on the ground and shot forth like a speeding arrow. "Damn brat, how dare you underestimate us?" the foremost ninja bellowed as he unsheathed his long blade. However, in an instant, Shinyu activated his Sharingan. Three Tomo transformed into a swirling vortex, possessing an almost soul-snaring allure. The ninja merely glanced at it before becoming ensnared, unable to escape. Autumn dew on leaves. Shinyu's right hand gathered chakra, swiftly coalescing into an ice-blue blade of light, leaving a radiant trail in the air. "Fool, do not look into his eyes." At a critical moment, a companion from the Sarutobi clan yanked him back. As the light blade sliced through the air, instantly tearing the man's clothing and leaving a straight, crimson line across his skin. Having missed his target, Shinyu immediately charged towards another opponent, aiming the delicate blade towards the man's face. The Sarutobi ninja, evidently experienced in combat, skillfully avoided Shinyu's gaze, deftly countering the attack despite not directly looking at Shinyu's face. Yet the Sharingan offered more than mere genjutsu. It augmented his physical prowess as well. In just 2 exchanges, Shinyu anticipated the ninja's trajectory, severing his kunai with the chakra blade. Shinyu then pivoted, delivering a precise, aerial kick that struck the Sarutobi ninja squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The Sarutobi ninja endured the blow but seized the opportunity to create distance, completing his hand seals as he flew backward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A torrent of crimson flames surged forth, engulfing Shinyu's vision in a fiery haze. The young ninja barely had time to unleash his chakra blade before being consumed by the flames. "I've succeeded." The Sarutobi ninja's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as he prepared to dispel his companion's genjutsu, a figure erupted from the flames at astonishing speed, leaving him aghast. "No, he intends to perish with me." The Sarutobi ninja was filled with dread, his instincts urging him to evade, but it was already too late. Shinyu emerged from the inferno, his black clothing and hair entwined in flames and smoke, his cheeks burned and revealing tender, red flesh. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, the pupils transformed into intricate kaleidoscopes. He seemed utterly unconcerned with his injuries, employing body flicker technique in conjunction with autumn dew on leaves, tearing through the air and cleaving the astonished Sarutobi ninja in two. The ninja emitted a horrified scream, his final sight being Shinyu's unharmed form. How could this be? He perished with a profound sense of unwillingness. Shinyu, with a gentle smile, Shinyu's eyes shimmered like jade in the warm glow of the fire, and his faint smile seemed to radiate sunlight. In summary, you no longer need to remain in this place devoid of light." Unconditionally, she hesitated, asking, "But why? Why would you save someone like me for no reason?" "How? Have you resigned yourself to fate?" Shinyu gazed into her eyes, recalling the words of Boruto from an alternate timeline, his voice filled with determination. "Do not let others dictate your destiny. It is yours to decide, yours to create. That is your fate." In an instant, waves stirred in her eyes, as if a stone had fallen into a clear lake, sending gentle ripples across its surface. She stared blankly at the youth before her. In the suffocating darkness of her confinement, she could hardly perceive the passage of time, the long, empty void nearly extinguishing her emotions, leaving only boundless hatred and layers of hardened ice within her heart. Yet now, these icy barriers were beginning to melt away. Be why some inexplicable fate, Wuming or Uchiha Hikari, grasped Shinyu's hand, allowing him to pull her up. Shinyu couldn't help but measure her height with his gaze. She was astonishingly half a head taller than him. She appeared to be around 12 years old, seemingly frozen at the age at which she was sealed away. Her features were exquisite, with autumn waters reflecting in her eyes. A delicate, soft, oval face, and perfectly proportioned features. Though somewhat dirty, they could not conceal her beauty. Her black clan attire was tattered, and her slender, fair feet were bare, merely wrapped in rough bandages around her ankles. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the blinding sunlight hit her pale cheeks. She was unaccustomed to it, instinctively squinting. She raised her hand to shield her forehead, slowly emerging from the cave. As if it had been an eternity since she last walked in sunlight. This woman. Madara was also observing her. After a while, she finally began to adjust to the light, her vision gradually sharpening until the familiar crest of the Uchiha clan came into view. Chapter 9. A Sudden Strike, Uchiha. This emblem awakened her dormant memories, scenes from the past flashing before her eyes, reminiscent of her battles on the battlefield. The cold commands of her clan and the wretched howls of enemies seemed to echo once more. You are Uchiha people. As if triggering a chain reaction, her eyes widened in shock, her pupils transforming into a dazzling kaleidoscope in an instant. Amaterasu. Blood vessels erupted in her right, a surge of black flames ignited on Shinyu's back, spreading rapidly across his body in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Shunyu screamed, releasing Wu Ming's hand, instinctively activating the body flicker technique, darting several meters away like a monkey with its tail on fire. Wu Ming turned her gaze, and with a whoosh, Uchiha Madara was immediately engulfed in the black flames. Blood surged from his eye sockets, streaming down his face, transforming his originally delicate and gentle features into a visage of savagery and ferocity. I'm going to burn up! Shinyu let out a hideous scream. Amaterasu, known to incinerate everything, would never extinguish unless its target was utterly consumed. Its temperature was terrifying. Shinyu's clothes dissolved as if they were cotton candy in water. In less than a second, the skin on his back began to carbonize at an alarming rate, the excruciating pain relentlessly stimulating his nerves. He could never have anticipated that the seemingly docile Uchiha Wu Ming would betray him and attack. But his mind had no time for such thoughts. Years of combat experience had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary sensitivity. The moment he was injured, his eyes blazed with a crimson light, both pupils spinning in a kaleidoscope. Finally, he mustered the last vestige of rationality, reverting his overall state to 2 seconds prior. The black flames extinguished in an instant as if they had never existed, and his body returned to its original state. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had effortlessly quelled the Amaterasu, surrounding himself with a blue skeletal structure that repelled the flames, dissipating them along with the skeleton. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming lunged forward, her left eye's kaleidoscope swirling ominously as she locked gazes with Madara's indifferent eyes. Tsukuyami, Madara looked around. The scenery had dramatically changed, the world now drenched in blood red, the original forest replaced by a battlefield strewn with corpses. Massive torii gates emerging from the earth, encircling Madara. Countless figures of Senju ninjas emerged from the torii, coldly fixating on the scene, advancing with their blades gleaming menacingly. The fear of death hung thick in the air. And for an ordinary person, merely standing there would induce terror. But the person in the midst was Uchiha Madara. Is this the despair you comprehend? Madara showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, he wore a look of disdain. Little girl, the true battlefield is 10 times more brutal than this. Your illusion does not even ignite my battle spirit. As the Senju ninjas charged towards him, he shook his head with a low chuckle. Very well, let me give you a proper lesson. He slightly opened his eyes, darker and deeper than before. A power akin to hell surged forth like a chilling tide, the unique power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Under these eyes, the illusion shattered like ice. The blood-red world vanished in an instant, leaving only a small figure flying backward. Wu Ming crashed against the stone wall, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, on the verge of fainting. Never cast an illusion on someone whose ocular power surpasses your own. Even Timi would recoil against you. Madara spoke leisurely, maintaining his calm demeanor, without even shifting his stance. Shinyu instantaneously appeared beside Wu Ming, a chakra blade pressed against her pale neck with a sharp hiss. Don't move. However, he underestimated Wu Ming's resolve. She raised her head, glaring coldly at him, blood once again oozing from her right eye. Amaterasu. The temperature surged, and Shunyu, sensing the impending danger, activated the body flicker technique, maneuvering behind Wuming, causing the black flames to miss. Yet despite this, a flicker of flame struck his finger, quickly igniting his entire hand. This time, however, he remained much calmer, his expression less pained, merely furrowing his brow as he activated his time reversal ability to extinguish the flames. Wuming attempted to turn around, but a hand suddenly grasped her head, Shinyu pressing his knee firmly against her back, using his weight to pin her down. "Is this how you treat your savior?" he demanded. "Savior? Ha! You merely wish for me to continue being a weapon for the Uchiha, this puppet-like fate. I refuse to accept it." Wuming's gaze brimmed with hatred. "I want to kill both of you and escape to a place where no one can find me." Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. "Have you misunderstood something?" Tap, tap, tap at a pair of feet appeared in Wuming's line of sight. Uchiha Hikari. Wuming froze. Upon hearing that name, all expressions solidified on her face, a current of electricity coursing through her mind. Uchiha Hikari. She lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide with a mix of confusion and surprise, reflecting Uchiha Madara's imposing figure. This man before her was overwhelmingly powerful. She had just felt his strength firsthand. The suffocating pressure akin to standing on the edge of an abyss, and the terrifying depth of his ocular power was beyond her capacity to combat. "Yes, this is the name your parents gave you." "Your true name," Madara responded. "My name?" She no longer struggled, softly asking, "Who exactly are you?" "We are like you, those abandoned by the Uchiha." Shinyu replied with a hint of helplessness that no, it is we who abandoned them. Madara corrected from the side that Wuming's expression was somewhat dazed. From the moment she recognized their shared clan identity, she subconsciously believed these two were here to drag her back into war. After all, to the entire Uchiha clan, she was merely a useful weapon. Though the seals confined her in time and space, her consciousness remained alert. She did not know how many days and nights she had been imprisoned. All she knew was that the emptiness and torment she endured felt longer than life itself. Over the arduous years, she gradually understood one truth: to attain freedom, to live as a person again, one must fight for oneself. She had secretly resolved that if ever she could escape, the first thing to shed would be the shackles of the Uchiha clan. That was also the reason for her sudden attack. "You release me not for war?" she asked in a daze. Shinyu scoffed. "The war you speak of has already ended. Aside from myself and Lord Madara, the entire Uchiha clan has been seduced and absorbed into a pot called Konoha, awaiting a slow death." Uchiha Hikari. Madara stood tall before them, looking down as he declared, "In the name of the clan leader, I announce that from this day forth, you are no longer a weapon. Live as a human." Chapter 10. You truly possess a remarkable talent for scavenging. Shinyu gazed at Uchiha Hikari, his eyes imbued with a sense of melancholy. After being fervently embraced by Amaterasu, he felt an overwhelming displeasure. Were it not for the uniqueness of his ocular techniques, he would have likely turned to ash by now. The temperature of that flame was indeed terrifying, and even now, he felt a lingering dread. Although he had the ability to reverse time and space, the pain was all too real. Madara waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Shinyu, release her." However, Shinyu expressed his lingering apprehension. "But she might suddenly attack us again." "Rest assured, she is incapable of such a feat," Madara replied with an air of calm, his tone betraying the absolute confidence of a being of his caliber. "Very well, Lord Madara." Shinyu complied, shifting his body to allow Uchiha Hikari to rise. Madara loomed over Uchiha Hikari, his voice a soft whisper that reached her ears. "What Shinyu mentioned is indeed factual. But there is one matter that remains to be assessed: whether this war has truly come to an end. For the ninja world, peace is merely a fleeting illusion. We are still a considerable distance from the ideal world I envision." "An ideal world?" Hikari murmured. "To liberate you signifies our acknowledgement of your strength. On this path toward our ideals, you may walk alongside us as a companion, rather than as a mere weapon." Madara's tone shifted. "Of course, you are entirely free to depart and live the life you desire." "Huh?" Shinyu was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Madara. "But do face the reality. Until we achieve success, this world remains a facade, fraught with discontent." With that, he turned abruptly and strode away. Shinyu felt a sense of disarray. He had risked his life to free Hikari, only to be disregarded by Madara. Reluctantly, he glanced at Uchiha Hikari and decided to follow Madara, leaving her standing alone. Did Lord Madara truly not care for Uchiha Hikari, or was he attempting to win her over with his charismatic persona? Shinyu furrowed his brow, grappling with these thoughts. Uchiha Hikari stood dazed, and after an indeterminate time, she regained her senses, gazing at the two receding figures before taking a step forward. She truly followed them. Shinyu whispered to Madara, "What should we do? Should we wait for her?" "No need," Madara replied, his demeanor still nonchalant. "Once she has chosen to pursue us, she will see it through to the end. If she cannot even accomplish this, she is not truly an Uchiha. Perhaps she merely wishes to catch up and inquire about the way," Shinyu mused quietly. The two raced along a shaded path and soon arrived at a quaint little town. Shinyu selected an izakaya, suggesting, "Lord Madara, let us take a moment to rest here." Madara nodded, and the two entered the izakaya. Choosing a seat near the inner hall, Shinyu accepted the menu from the server and promptly ordered a lavish feast, including ramen, sushi, stewed sea bream, chicken and a steaming pot of sukiyaki. He hadn't eaten anything since last night. While waiting for their meal, Shinyu hesitated, finally retrieving 2 scrolls from his pocket and presenting them to Madara. "Lord Madara, I stumbled upon these in the secret chamber of the Hokage building yesterday. That I am unsure of their contents, but the seals appear rather complex." Madara took the scrolls, his fingertips shimmering with blue light as he effortlessly unraveled the seals. "Transformation technique?" he mused, glancing through the first scroll before opening the second. This the 8 gates. Both are S-rank forbidden techniques. You have quite the knack for scavenging." "Lord Madara, you know me well," Shinyu replied, straightening his posture with a hint of pride. One should seize opportunities when they arise. Fortunately, Madara did not linger on the matter, tossing the scrolls back to Shinyu. "Since you have acquired them, there is no reason not to study them. Won't you practice them as well, Lord Madara?" Shinyu inquired tentatively, assuming Madara would show interest in such forbidden techniques. "I have no need," Madara replied simply. "However, that transformation technique greatly enhances mental power. You may wish to explore it. The strength of ocular techniques is directly linked to mental prowess, which is intricately connected to in-release." Shinyu nodded, somewhat understanding he was a man of brute force, having never undergone formal training or guidance. All his combat skills were instinctual. The ninjutsu he mastered was learned from his comrades, in his vague understanding. He knew that ocular power was the force released through one's eyes, closely related to in-release. For certain ocular techniques, ocular power served as a yardstick to measure the strength of an individual's abilities. The potency of in-release directly correlated to mental strength. Noticing Shinyu's half-comprehending expression, Madara pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know the essence of chakra?" "I do," Shinyu responded. Chakra is the perfect fusion of an individual's mental energy and physical energy. Mental energy represents the yin attribute, while physical energy represents the yang attribute. The varying ratios of yin and yang give rise to the 7 elemental transformations of chakra, mirroring the creation of the world. "Correct," Madara affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. A smile spread across Shinyu's face. These teachings were imparted to him by a warm-hearted elder on the battlefield, who later succumbed to the onslaught of the Senju clan. The thought dimmed his smile. Madara, seemingly oblivious to Shinyu's somber reflection, continued, "Among the transformations of chakra, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning are the 5 fundamental attributes, while yin release and yang release are special properties." Shinyu was drawn back to the present, questioning, "So, mental energy is yin release, and physical energy is yang release? Beginners often fall into such misconceptions." Madara chuckled lightly, the warm tea settling in his stomach, stirring his interest in conversation. Yin release is a special chakra derived from the fusion of mental energy with a portion of the yang attribute. Conversely, yang release follows the same principle. Their uniqueness lies in the fact that the balance of yin and yang is innate, unlike the elemental releases that can be acquired through training. He gazed out the window, his voice drifting into the distance. Those born with yin release seeking to gain yang release must defy fate. Shinyu contemplated this, feeling a sense of enlightenment wash over him, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. The external manifestations of elemental releases were easily distinguishable, yet techniques based on yin and yang were predominantly secret arts. For instance, medical ninjutsu, the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, and the Senju clan's monstrous strength all pertain to the external manifestations of yang release. Whereas techniques related to the mind predominantly fell under yin release, such as the Nara clan's secret art of shadow manipulation, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer techniques, and the Byakugan and Sharingan, all external expressions of yin release. It can thus be said that mental energy is a crucial component of yin release, which in turn symbolizes the strength of ocular power. Shunyu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as the previously obscure concepts began to unravel. Chapter 11. At that moment, Madara tapped the table. The source of strength in taijutsu lies in physical energy, while jinjutsu draws from mental energy. However, whether through taijutsu or jinjutsu, neither can exist without chakra. I trust this has become apparent to you. Shunyu understood. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu were fundamentally different systems of power and should not be conflated in the original timeline. The reason why Kisame's chakra-draining sharp bomb technique was defeated by Might Guy's 7th Gate Daytime Tiger lay in this very principle. Madara took a sip of tea and remarked, "As for the 8 gates, it is an extraordinary taijutsu secret art. The stronger the physical constitution, the greater the power, though it necessitates years of rigorous training." Shinyu nodded, fully aware of this. The prerequisite for training in the 8 gates is to cultivate one's strength through arduous, extreme, and prolonged training that surpasses normal limits. This is essential to condition the body, enabling muscles, bones, and organs to withstand the tremendous energy released upon activation while minimizing bodily harm. As their meal arrived, the two began to eat. It was not until the tea had grown cold that a stumbling figure appeared at the edge of their vision. Uchiha Hikari had indeed followed them all the way. Her breath came in quick gasps, her pale face flushed with an unnatural hue, resembling one recently recovered from illness, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. She leaned against the door frame as she entered the establishment, making her way over with a feeble gait. Where did this beggar come from? Upon seeing her, the server immediately revealed an expression of impatience. Her tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and especially her bare feet led anyone to associate her with the word beggar. "Leave. We have no food for you. It's bad luck to have you here. If the boss sees you, my wages will be docked." He brusquely shooed her away. Madara raised his eyes, about to stand, but Shunyu, who had been observing the situation, stood up first. "She is with us." He placed a hand on the server's shoulder, offering a harmless smile. Thus, Uchiha Hikari joined them at the table, staring intently at Madara, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with hope, occasionally glancing at the spread before them. Her stomach growled in protest. "Go ahead and eat," Madara instructed. With a faint opening of her mouth, she immediately began to devour her food with reckless abandon, grasping sushi with her left hand and seizing a chicken leg with her right, shoving it into her mouth as if swept away by a tempest, the clattering of bowls and chopsticks echoing around her. Such an uncouth display caused the surrounding diners to furrow their brows slightly, each one instinctively shifting their seats away. What a pitiful child. How long has she been starved? Shinyu sighed, pushing a cup of tea toward her, while Uchiha Guang wasted no time, raising the teapot to his lips. "Gulp, gulp," he mused. "Have you decided to join us on this journey?" Ban inquired softly as he lifted his teacup. Uchiha Guang paused for a moment, his cheeks bulging with food, and nodded emphatically before returning to his frenzied eating. "This is how you win her over," Shinyu remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes, his mind racing with whimsical thoughts. Indeed, the aloof charm of the handsome elder has always been a potent weapon to captivate young girls. After they had their fill, Uchiha Ban rose, his gaze fixed intently upon Shunyu, who felt a shiver under his scrutiny. "Do you have any money?" Ban's deep voice resonated. Shunyu swallowed hard, suddenly realizing something. "Does Lord Ban lack funds? You were the one who dragged me in here. I never intended to dine." The eyes of the surrounding patrons turned toward him in unison, and Shinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He looked up and asked in a hushed tone, "Do we need to pay for the meal? Do I look like a thug to you?" Ban tilted his head, regarding him with mild curiosity. Uchiha Guang wiped his mouth and glanced over, his bright eyes blinking in intrigue as he followed suit with a head tilt. Observing the striking resemblance between the two, Shinyu's forehead furrowed with several lines of confusion. Lord Ban, may I inquire something? Speak. You two, you wouldn't happen to share any blood relation, would you? Of course not. Why do you ask? Ban frowned slightly. Yes, just that you look so alike. Shinyu gestured in midair, illustrating their similar hairstyles, expressions, and even their attire, noting their almost identical fashion sense. DOE. The duo stared at him, eyes wide with a hint of doubt. Absolutely. Shinyu nodded vigorously. Just a coincidence, Ban replied nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, when you have the time, get her a new outfit. This one is far too conspicuous. And one more thing, remember to settle the bill. From this day forth, the three of us shall be the new Uchiha clan, Ban declared as he gazed upon the two children before him. Where are we headed next? Uchiha Guang asked softly. Ban looked up at the sky, his expression inscrutable. The ends of the earth. To the world beyond. Shunyu clutched his withered wallet, gazing skyward with a forlorn expression. 2 days later, within the borders of the land of waterfalls. Boom! Two massive arms collided violently, stirring up fierce winds. One arm was deep blue like the sea, while the other was as black as ink, unleashing a profound and tempestuous power that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Ban and Shinyu stood at a distance, their colossal Susanoo forms locked in a stalemate, both initiating the first stage. Debris scattered around them, the earth marred and ravaged. Indeed, your speed is commendable, Ban remarked, arms crossed as he directed his Susanoo to deliver a powerful punch. At your age, I was incapable of such feats. Bang! The black Susanoo raised its arm, blocking the forceful punch, the howling winds swirling around them, dark energy spreading forth to form a second pair of arms that ensnared Ban Susanoo, pinning it down resolutely. Strangely, instead of reveling in the praise, Shunyu appeared grave, unable to divert his focus from the confrontation with Ban, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You flatter me. I still have much to learn. Lord Being, I in the dense and shadowy forest, a colossal waterfall cascaded, torrents of water plunging from the cliff into the river below, the water curtain unfurling and creating a myriad of splashes. Beneath the waterfall, a small figure soaked in the pool was completely unclothed, a fresh set of garments neatly piled on the shore. The cool river water flowed over her fair skin, beneath the mottled shadows of the trees. Her complexion smooth and delicate, gleaming with a warm jade-like luster. Uchiha Guang raised her fair wrist, splashing water over her head, relishing the refreshing sensation that seeped into her scalp, letting out a satisfied sigh. After being sealed for so many years, the cloying earthy odor that had lingered was finally washed away. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the pool, the dull sounds of collision echoed, causing Guang's heart to tremble and sink. However, she paid it little mind. After 2 days of companionship, she had adapted to the dynamics with her new allies. The two of them seemed to engage in combat daily. What they called fighting resembled more of a training exercise, the man carefully controlling his strikes to hone the boy's skills. That technique is called Susanoo. She tilted her head, her bright eyes glinting with curiosity, a hint of eagerness bubbling within. Splash! She cupped her hands in the clear pool, watching the water trickle through her fingers, the cool sensation gliding over her skin. Under the dappled sunlight, her arms were long and graceful, glistening like jade. A new chapter of life had begun. Chapter 12. The long road ahead 1 week later. Whoosh! 3 shuriken flew out in a triangular formation, colliding in midair, sending sparks flying as they scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 Each shuriken embedded itself in various tree trunks, yet each one accurately pierced a fallen leaf. Shinyu slowly withdrew his hands, glancing at Uchiha Guang beside him, and softly remarked, Shuriken Jutsu is quite easy for us Uchiha to master. I believe you'll reach this level in no time. Guang furrowed her brow slightly. Could you be more specific? I don't quite understand. Shinyu blinked, as if caught off guard. After Uchiha Guang joined the team, he was surprised to discover that his own foundation was not the weakest among them. In contrast, Guang's combat style was much more savage. Perhaps due to being sealed for so long, or perhaps due to a lacking foundation, she could only unleash her ocular techniques, unable to perform even the simplest physical maneuvers. And her chakra control and shuriken jutsu were utterly rudimentary. This was reminiscent of Kawaki from the original timeline, who could only manipulate the power of his kunai, yet lacked any foundational training. Even Ban shook his head disapprovingly, leaving behind a simple remark. This trivial matter can be taught by Shunyu. With that thought, he cleared his throat and said, mastering Shuriken Jutsu requires keen observation and physical coordination. You possess the Sharingan, so your observational skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Now, you simply need to ensure that your movements keep pace with your thoughts. As for the technique of throwing Shuriken. He contemplated for a moment, extending a finger with a smile. Just do it in the way you like best, whatever feels comfortable. Uchiha Guang's face fell, and she retorted, is that how Lord Ban taught you? You might have misunderstood. I wasn't trained by Lord Ban. Shunyu admitted, raising his hands in surrender. Truthfully, my foundation is quite lacking as well, just slightly better than yours. You're lying. She frowned, her tone calm. You can precisely control the trajectory and landing of hundreds of shuriken. Teach me. Well, it's just a matter of gradual practice over time, coupled with some moments of enlightenment during life-and-death situations. Of course, the experiences and guidance of comrades are also crucial. Guang tilted her head, confusion flickering in her eyes. Moments of life and death. During the Warring States period, not everyone was like you, a winning weapon only appearing at the crucial moment. Shunyu shook his head as a frontline soldier on the battlefield. If your killing ability isn't strong, you'll merely be cannon fodder. Often, a person's potential is forced out by circumstances that he picked up a shuriken from the ground that if you throw inaccurately in a chaotic battlefield, you could endanger yourself and your comrades. Similarly, if you cannot move freely on the water's surface, you'll just be pinned down and slaughtered by the enemy. With a swift motion, the shuriken shot through the air, tracing a graceful arc around them before returning to Shunyu's fingertips, spinning effortlessly. This is excellent. Quick, teach me. Guang's eyes widened in excitement, akin to a child discovering a cherished toy. It's all about basic trajectory calculations. While also considering factors like wind direction and humidity, Shunyu explained, mimicking the movements with flair. Then, whoosh, and hey. Uchiha Guang clenched her small fist, veins popping on her smooth forehead, that if you keep being so dismissive, I'll kill you. Do you really need to be so aggressive? Shunyu recalled the fear instilled by the Amaterasu and paled slightly. This is a task assigned by Lord Ban. She met Shunyu's gaze squarely, extending her hand. Hurry and teach me. Focus, she added firmly. Shunyu sighed, realizing that Ban was destined to be a hands-off manager. It seems your desire to grow stronger is even more urgent than mine. Shunyu remarked, you also believe that the Moon Eye plan is feasible? Not long ago, Madara formally introduced his Moon Eye plan to the two individuals, encompassing everything from the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Golem to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the world-ending ocular technique, known as Infinite Tsukuyumi. According to Madara, all of this knowledge is inscribed on a stone tablet located in the basement of the Nanga Shrine, a legacy of the Uchiha's ancestor, Indra, containing ultimate secrets that can only be fully comprehended with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is precisely these revelations that have solidified his convictions and illuminated the path he intends to pursue. However, before proceeding, Madara resolved to first assess the global landscape to determine whether Hashirama's methods had genuinely ushered in peace. If this peace were merely superficial, as hypocritical as Konoha's acceptance of the Uchiha, then he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and promptly execute the Moon Eye plan. Madara believed it to be so. And thus it is Dake remarked with a hint of disdain that he was acutely aware that the so-called Infinite Tsukuyumi plan was merely a scheme orchestrated by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki, and that the contents of the clan tablet had long been altered by Black Zetsu, with even Madara himself reduced to a mere pawn in his game. The ideals of a utopian world and genuine peace were nothing more than an elaborate ruse. Black Zetsu, or rather Kaguya's ultimate goal, was to solidify her defenses upon resurrection in preparation for the Otsutsuki clan's arrival. Should Kaguya succeed in her revival, all of humanity would be transformed into white Zetsu by the God Tree. If the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki were to invade successfully, then humanity would be reduced to mere nutrients for the God Tree, devoured entirely by the Otsutsuki clan. Regardless of which faction prevailed, the outcome would be catastrophic for the world. The current shinobi world appeared tranquil, basking in the peace enforced by the dual might of Hashirama and Madara, yet it concealed countless perils. Unfathomable malevolent deities, Black Zetsu, manipulating events from the shadows. The descendants of Yumura upon the moon, the sage of six paths observing from his pure land, and the ancient Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had possessed the monk Jigen and survived for millennia with far-reaching ambitions. The shinobi realm was rife with uncertainties. Yet, despite knowing all this in advance, Kei found himself unable to voice his concerns, for no one would believe him, and doing so could very well place him in jeopardy. Thus, his only recourse was to quietly grow stronger beside Madara, awaiting the opportune moment to seize control of his own fate. The notion of quietly developing one's strength. How apt, as the saying goes. A gentleman conceals his capabilities and waits for the right moment to act. These were not matters I should be contemplating at present, Kei suddenly said, his eyes reflecting a fleeting shadow of melancholy. All I know is that if I cannot grow stronger, I will be a burden, and I will undoubtedly be cast aside. In the afternoon, Uchiha Hikari placed one foot upon a tree trunk, gathering chakra beneath her soul. With a deep breath, she lifted her other foot to join it, positioning her body at a perfect 90-degree angle to the trunk. She was training in chakra manipulation and balance. Above her, the voice of Shinhane resonated. For ninja, traversing trees or water surfaces is merely a manifestation of chakra's operation. The principle lies in altering the physical properties of the fibers in contact with the soles of one's feet through chakra, thereby enhancing the adhesive force between the trunk and the foot. The challenge lies in the need to continuously switch the state of chakra concentration while walking. Kei's face tightened as she attempted to take 2 steps, only to fall once more. Rubbing her backside as she stood, she gazed up at the figure in the tree, her expression a mix of disbelief and envy. Perched above, Shinhane was in a handstand, his feet firmly gripping the branch below, his black hair cascading down like a bat in repose. He held a scroll in his hands, casually replying, "You are too focused. My advice is to manipulate chakra in the manner that feels most comfortable to you. Imagine yourself walking on flat ground, allowing it to become instinctual." Uchiha Hikari inhaled deeply, her demeanor serious as she resumed her attempts. Shinhane paid her little mind, his gaze fixed intently upon the scroll before him. The spirit manifestation technique. This jutsu separates the user's spiritual energy from their physical energy, materializing the former into a stable spirit form for combat, transcending traditional ninjutsu concepts. The spirit itself possesses the user's consciousness, allowing it to fly at high speeds, traverse without regard for terrain, and ignore all physical attacks. It can inhabit enemies, leading to their mental collapse from within, or invade other spiritual realms to forcibly control their bodies. Once mastered, the soul undergoes a special transformation, endowing it with an expansive perception ability to sense other souls, regardless of distance or prior knowledge of their location. Upon becoming a spirit, one can reach another's body instantaneously. Depending on the circumstances and the user's intent, a myriad of tasks may be accomplished, such as relaying information or confirming the life or death of another, and it can even be used to provide chakra to others. However, it bears a critical weakness. When the spirit departs from the physical body, the latter becomes highly susceptible to attack, and should the physical form be lost, the spirit will swiftly dissipate. This is akin to the legendary Yin release. Shinhane nodded repeatedly in approval, further solidifying his resolve to master this technique. The reason it is classified as an S-rank ninjutsu is due to its exceptionally high training threshold. Practitioners must possess high-quality Yin release chakra. And the very act of separating one's soul is perilous, requiring immense willpower. Few possess even the courage to train in IT that moment. A figure landed on the branch, prompting both to look up simultaneously. Dressed in flowing black, with hair cascading to his waist and bearing a fan and scythe upon his back, it was none other than Uchiha Madara. "How goes your training?" "Not particularly well," Kei replied, raising her small face to point at Shinhane, candidly delivering her report. "He can't teach properly." "What? I can't believe it. You look so adorably clueless, and yet you dare to report on me in front of my face." Shinhane exclaimed, astonished, as she hooked her leg around the branch and deftly maneuvered herself onto it. "That Madara, Her shuriken skills have improved tremendously. When it comes to a single shuriken, she has achieved a perfect hit rate. But her chakra control still requires refinement. He is lying. His methods are beyond my grasp. Kay continued, her words unfiltered. Shinhane felt a cold sweat break out. Teach her with more dedication, Madara remarked with a sidelong glance. Certainly, certainly. Shinhei nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Quickly shifting the topic, he inquired what Madara had gained from this visit. Merely a brief visit to an old friend, Madara replied with a faint smirk, noting that assessing the populace's well-being would be a lengthy endeavor. We have a long road ahead of us. Chapter 13. The Moon Eye planned 5 years later, in the land of lightning, on a platform high atop a mountain. Be careful. Do not look into their eyes. 3 cloud ninjas were fleeing in a frenzy, the sound of rushing air echoing as a barrage of shurikens rained down upon them like bullets, forcing them into a corner. Opposite them stood a striking duo clad in high-collared black attire, their crimson 3-tomo Sharingan glowing ominously. Beneath their feet lay the bodies of a dozen cloud ninjas, their charred remains strewn about, rivers of blood flowing amid the acrid scent of singed flesh and iron. Surrender the whereabouts of the 9 tails, and we may spare your lives. The girl's voice was cold and clear, tinged with impatience. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Her skin was as white as snow, accentuated by her lustrous black hair, her delicate brows arched like crescent moons, and her ethereal visage cloaked in an icy demeanor, her bright eyes resembling pools of autumn water, yet betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. How dare you? One of the cloud ninjas retorted angrily. The information regarding the 9 tails is a closely guarded secret of our village. How could we possibly divulge it to you? So, you choose to die. Then, the girl raised her gaze slightly, her pupils transforming into kaleidoscopic patterns, swirling like 3 swallows soaring freely through the skies. A chilling aura of chakra enveloped the air, sending shivers down the spines of the 3 ninjas. You despicable Uchiha! Do you seek to instigate a war between the Cloud and Konoha? The apparent leader of the Cloud ninjas stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Entering our territory and brazenly slaughtering Cloud Ninja. Does this not receive tacit approval from Lord Hashirama? Clean up your mouth. We have no affiliations with Konoha. The speaker was the youth on the left. His countenance was regal, with sharp features and hair of a deep black hue cascading naturally. A faint smile playing on his lips, yet his cold and haughty eyes bore an air of superiority. And do not mention that individual's name in our presence. No sooner had he spoken than his form inexplicably flickered, appearing instantaneously in the midst of the 3 ninjas. With a flash, a blade of icy blue chakra emerged, and amidst the splatter of blood, a bewildered head was sent soaring into the sky. What? The leader exclaimed in shock, but the seasoned warriors reacted swiftly, drawing their blades to strike at the youth's back and side. The sound of electricity crackling erupted as they executed the Cloud Village's secret technique. The sonic thunderblade, that instant, the youth's cheek puffed slightly, unleashing the fire release. Ashen haze technique, a vast cloud of dust engulfed several individuals entirely. Saturated with unimaginable heat point, 2 cloud ninjas instinctively closed their eyes, yet still felt their airways seared. Halting in place to cough incessantly, 1 cloud ninja, suppressing his discomfort, immediately retreated in the opposite direction, only to be met with a crushing blow, a hand like an iron claw, constricted around his throat. The sound of wind howled in his ears, and the air grew cool once more, as if someone had whisked him away from the dust-laden realm. He instinctively opened his eyes, locking onto a pair of eerily luminous Sharingan. Illusion technique. Puppet mastery. 3-tomo spun slightly, rendering his expression vacant as he became utterly entranced by the jinja. Meanwhile, from within the swirling dust, the sounds of explosions erupted. Flames rippling outward like waves that a scream pierced the air, and the dust scattered to reveal a charred corpse. Your body flicker technique has become increasingly elusive. Shinju, a girl, descended gracefully, her black attire fluttering like a butterfly. You're not too shabby yourself. Both your taijutsu and shuriken techniques surpass the average jonins level. The boy replied with a slight smile, giving her a thumbs up. This pair, of course, were the adept Shinju and Uchiha Hikari. Their presence here was for a singular purpose, to ascertain the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. Shinju commanded. The Cloud Ninja appeared bewildered, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. I do not know. How could this be? 3 months ago, you from the Hidden Cloud captured the Nine Tails, did you not? That operation ended in failure. We lost many lives. The Cloud Ninja responded to Shinju's gaze shifted slightly. Who knows the Nine Tails' whereabouts? The two esteemed ones, Goldhorn and Silverhorn, may possess knowledge, as they were swallowed by the Nine Tails during the capture attempt, yet returned safely 2 weeks later, having acquired its chakra. I see. Shinju rubbed his chin, glancing at Hikari. It seems we must make a choice. What choice? We can obediently return and leave this matter to Lord Madara's discretion, or we can press forward and extract information from Goldhorn and Silverhorn before returning. Shinju extended her hand toward Uchiha Hikari, presenting a choice. What will it be? Remain an unknown pawn or become a figure of renown? I will follow your lead, Hikari replied thoughtfully. Are Goldhorn and Silverhorn truly formidable? Shinju shrugged. As far as I know, these two are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of masterfully wielding the Sage's 5 legendary tools. They possess chakra of tailed beast caliber, and now they have gained the Nine Tails chakra as well. They are undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, I am more concerned about the Hidden Cloud Village, he added. These two hold significant status within their ranks, belonging to the upper echelons. If we recklessly intrude, it could create considerable trouble for Lord Madara. Can't we simply avoid detection? Hikari raised an eyebrow at him, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. For some reason, Shinju perceived this expression as provocative. I am merely stating the facts. If we were to be exposed, the ensuing chaos in the ninja world would be monumental. Should the Leaf Village take notice, it could jeopardize Lord Madara's plans. Shinju retorted, glaring back that he felt somewhat vexed. At 13 years of age, he still stood half a head shorter than Uchiha Hikari. Hikari contemplated seriously. I choose to become a figure of renown. Very well, then I shall accompany you to your fate. Shinju elegantly clapped her hands. Wait, why is it that I am the one making the final decision? She suddenly realized, recalling that this had been the case in their previous missions as well. Why bring that up? In a land of fire, upon a desolate plain. Uchiha rebound. A hurricane swept through, toppling dozens of Leaf Village ninjas as they fell like dumplings to the ground. The area within hundreds of meters was flattened by the violent winds. Uchiha Madara stowed away his fan, gazing toward the direction of the Leaf Village, his previously cold gaze softening. Now, Hashirama will have no choice but to intervene. After 5 years of wandering, he had traversed nearly the entire ninja world, be it great nations or small ones. Any nation with some strength was emulating the ninja village system established by Senju Hashirama, erecting one village after another. However, he gradually came to understand that this piece resembled duckweed upon a tranquil surface. Should anyone disturb the waters, chaos would inevitably ensue, though the ninja world appeared stable. Nearly every ninja village was actively cultivating its power. Some nations even petitioned their feudal lords for funding, secretly stockpiling military strength, their burgeoning ambitions laid bare. The so-called peace is merely built upon Hashirama's military deterrence. Once that formidable power is lost, the illusory peace will swiftly be shattered as time progressed. Madara's perspective solidified, particularly after the first Mizukage covertly invited him to join the Mist Village upon learning he had left the Leaf Village. His conviction grew stronger. Hashirama, you are mistaken. As long as humanity exists, conflict shall persist. He was utterly disenchanted with Hashirama's ideals. Thus began the execution of the Moon's Eye plan. The first step was to awaken the power of the Rinnegan. According to the stone tablet, he first needed to obtain Hashirama's cells, merging the powers of Indra and Azura, thus awakening the legendary eyes. This necessitated a battle with Hashirama. Recalling his previous crushing defeat, Madara resolved to capture the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts before their final confrontation, to compensate for his shortcomings in prolonged combat. He also aimed to bolster his chances, in preparation for that sly Tobirama. This was the very reason Shinju and Hikari had appeared in the Land of Lightning. The second step involved utilizing the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path Golem, the vessel of the Ten Tails. The The third step was to gather the 9-tailed beasts, reviving the 10 tails, and using the 6 paths. 10 tails coffin seal to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki that he anticipated that awakening the Rinnegan would be a lengthy endeavor. Thus, he knew he might lose combat capability after his battle with Hashirama, making Shinju and Uchiha Hikari exceedingly vital to this end. He would spare no effort in nurturing the two, instilling them with his ideology. In the time to come, they would act in his name in the outside world, capturing the 9-tailed beast before he awakened the Rinnegan. The final step would involve approaching the moon with the power of the 6 paths, awakening the Rinnegan, and unleashing infinite Tsukuyami to control all humanity, unifying the world, and creating a permanent peace within the illusion. Upon releasing infinite Tsukuyami, the divine tree would descend, sealing humanity within cocoons. Their bodies nourished by the divine tree, thus evading death. Their souls would eternally dwell within the illusion of infinite Tsukuyami, each individual living in their ideal world within dreams. Reality and illusion would hold no significance. Sunlight would bathe the land, and the world would fall into silence, free from the ravages of war and smoke. Madara himself would become the guardian, bearing the weight of eternal solitude. Chapter 14. Your invitation to the trap in the land of lightning. The two preparing to confront Goldhorn and Silverhorn were ready. Ensure my safety. Once my soul leaves my body, I will be exceptionally vulnerable, vanishing with a mere touch, within a concealed cave. Shinju fixated on Uchiha Hikari, earnestly admonishing him. First, I am neither deaf nor foolish. Second, this is the 4th time you have said this, Hikari replied impatiently. The cave was dimly lit, and a cloud ninja stood nearby. Expressionless. What I truly worry about is not others. Will you act or not? Fine, I will do it now. Shinju raised her hand in surrender. Their plan was simple, since they intended to confront Goldhorn and Silverhorn. They could not do so openly. The hidden cloud village was vast and powerful. Directly assaulting these two high-ranking individuals within their own village would be reckless. Thus, the best strategy was to set an ambush in advance and lure them into a trap. This would also mitigate the risk of being discovered while infiltrating the hidden cloud village. Did they ask for how to draw them out? Transformation technique. Shinju took a deep breath, his hands forming the sign of the rabbit. And as his eyes fluttered shut, a delicate and ethereal humanoid spirit leapt forth from the crown of his head. He glanced at his own translucent hands. Upon transforming into spirit form, his vision expanded greatly, and a profound sense of ease emanated from the depths of his soul, radiating a feeling of comfort from within. Each time he executed the technique of spiritual transformation, an impulse surged within him, a yearning to soar freely through the heavens and behold the mountains rendered small beneath him. Meanwhile, his physical body remained obediently in place, breathing steadily, his countenance serene, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Without hesitation, the spirit dove downward, instantly merging with the brow of the cloud ninja. He found himself in a vibrant ocean of colors, surrounded by fantastical hues. This was the spiritual realm of the cloud ninja. Or rather, his state of mind at a glance revealed that the spiritual embodiment representing the cloud ninja lay in the center of this space, eyes closed in slumber, clearly still entranced by Shun Yu's illusionary art. Though he was the rightful owner of this realm, he now resembled a lamb led to the slaughter, vulnerable and exposed. Approaching the cloud ninja's spiritual form, Shinju summoned a distorted light in his palm and gently pressed it against the other's forehead. Notably, once Shun Yu's soul had exited his body, his spirit form also carried the properties of his Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, allowing him to unleash illusionary techniques powered by spiritual energy at will. This meant that as long as he entered the enemy's spiritual world, his illusions would strike with absolute certainty, transforming the adversary's state of mind into his own domain. Moreover, with a mere touch upon the opponent's spiritual form, he could glean all the information he sought. A technique akin to soul-searching that even eliminated the need for interrogation. The marvelous interaction between the Uchiha and the technique of spiritual transformation yielded results far exceeding mere addition. Of course, this was contingent upon the enemy's soul being weaker than his own or in a dormant state. Otherwise, even the technique of spiritual transformation could risk backlash. Before long, Shinju completed his information gathering. a faint smile gracing his lips outside the spiritual realm. Under Uchiha Hikari's watchful gaze, the Cloud Ninja's fingers twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. "Long live Lord Madara," he spoke with a lively tone. Uchiha Hikari then relaxed, as this was a prearranged signal between the two. Should Shunyu's takeover fail, she would be prepared to respond immediately, though the likelihood of such an event occurring was exceedingly slim. Shunyu stretched his body, recalling that Jin Jiao was fiercely protective of his brother. Should Yin Jiao encounter misfortune, he would spiral into a rage. Therefore, Shunyu planned to ambush Yin Jiao, at which point Hikari would use her ocular techniques to control Jin Jiao. Ensuring their scheme's success, the two reviewed their plan once more, emphasizing the importance of remembering the signal. As the brothers were certainly no fools, failure would leave them with no second chance. Make sure to stay vigilant. Shinyu cautioned. Understood, and you must be cautious as well, she replied. Oh, cautious of what? Shinyu blinked innocently. Cautious not to be discovered. Don't jeopardize Lord Madara's plans, Hikari replied, turning her gaze away. The individual before him, though their appearance and voice had changed, still bore that infuriatingly playful glint in their eyes. Shinyu pointed to his own head, reassuring her. Rest assured, I am intimately familiar with this fellow's mannerisms, speech, and little quirks. I should not be discovered. Also noticing Hikari's hesitation, he smiled gently. I will be careful that I wasn't worried about you. Hikari's cheeks flushed slightly, ready to retort, but Shinyu swiftly activated the body flicker technique. Vanishing in an instant, Cloud Hidden Village, located in the Land of Lightning, was a martial arts-oriented ninja village founded by the First Raikage, and it ranked among the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Established atop towering peaks, the village was shrouded in mist and resonated with the deafening sounds of thunder throughout the day. However, what drew the most admiration from outsiders was the village's remarkable cohesion. Every member was united as one, which in turn dictated their intensely exclusionary disposition to in the original timeline. Cloud Hidden Village was the only one among the 5 great shinobi villages that had never produced a rogue ninja from the Akatsuki organization. Shunyu, using the body of a cloud ninja named Umi, effortlessly infiltrated the village. Guided by the intelligence stored in his mind, he meandered through the village, appearing aimless while actually drawing closer to a specific location, the residence of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Once he confirmed that no one was watching him, Shinyu stepped through the front door. Upon entering the residence, he donned a look of panic, stumbling towards the inner courtyard. Masters, I have urgent news to report. Where are Lord Jin Jiao and Lord Yin Jiao? I have urgent matters to convey. With a loud crash, the front door was violently pushed open, revealing a robust figure who emerged at a leisurely pace. It's midday. What a racket. Yin Jiao yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon recognizing Shinyu's face, impatience washed over him. Umi, it's you, kid. If you've woken me for something trivial, be careful. I might just take you out. He shook his head, his silver hair glistening in the sunlight beneath his horn-like protrusions. Shinyu quickly surveyed the scene, observing the symmetrical 3 whiskers on Yin Jiao's cheeks, silently furrowing his brow. Indeed, the rumors held true. The brothers had acquired the chakra of the 9 tails. Lord Yin Jiao, we have discovered the trace of the 9 tails. What? Yin Jiao's eyes widened as he sprang towards Shunyu. Repeat that. We encountered the 9 tails during our mission. It seemed intent on exacting revenge against us cloud ninjas and launched an attack. Shinyu feigned terror, his voice trembling. Everyone else perished except for me. Yin Jiao seized Shinyu by the collar, lifting him as though he were a mere chick, and charged directly through another room's door. Jin Jiao, wake up. That beast has returned for revenge. Yet Jin Jiao was not merely napping. He appeared to be engaged in chakra refinement training. Upon Yin Jiao's intrusion, he opened his eyes, and Shinyu was astonished to find that he was even more robust than Yin Jiao. His dark golden hair flowed freely, and his bulging muscles radiated vigorous life, complemented by his fearsome horns. He truly resembled a humanoid beast. Can you believe it? That beast has returned to seek vengeance. Yin Jiao exclaimed with excitement. I could see that moment. Jin Jiao's authoritative gaze turned toward Shinyu. Umi, are you certain that was the 9 tails? Shinyu nodded vigorously, speaking with the tone of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. It was indeed the Nine Tails. It merely swiped its claws, and my comrades were all slain. I previously sought out Lord Raikage, but he seems reluctant to allocate resources to this matter, only instructing to comfort the families of the fallen, citing the long-term development of the village. Humph, that fellow truly is slow-witted. Yin Jiao spat. Regardless, he is our Raikage. Sometimes he is indeed correct, Jin Jiao interjected, but Yu Ekong, Biamo, and Seiliu Yi are all dead. Shunyu lamented despondently. Masters, will you not seek revenge for them? His expression appeared desperate, yet internally he remained composed. According to Umi's intelligence, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had some discord with the first Raikage. While their differences had not escalated to outright hostility, they often diverged in their stances on various issues. If the first Raikage represented a broad perspective, advocating for peaceful development, then these brothers were champions of force, favoring a more aggressive approach. Moreover, among the deceased he mentioned, the Yue clan's ninja was one of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's trusted subordinates. I could see this moment. Yin Jiao clapped Shunyu on the shoulder. Worry not. We will certainly avenge our fallen brethren. Jin Jiao, let us set forth. If a mere fragment of flesh and blood can grant us such power, are you not curious about the Nine-Tailed strength? A sly smile crept across his face. However, Jin Jiao fell silent, gazing into Yin Jiao's eager eyes. Finally, he nodded. Very well. With just the two of us brothers, we should be able to capture the Nine Tails alive. Once accomplished, the Raikage will have no grounds for objection. Umi, lead the way. Chapter 15. The unveiling of the hidden dagger in a desolate mountain of a land of lightning. Shunyu is escorting the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers along their path, the wind howling as the scenery swiftly retreated on either side. Throughout their journey, the brothers engaged in casual conversation. That beast certainly has quite a lot to say, doesn't it? Indeed, last time I didn't have the chance to use my ninja tools. This time I can. Jin Jiao, my tail beast transformation is still somewhat unrefined. Then I shall take the lead in the offense. The half-tail beast transformation will leave me unconscious, so I entrust the control of the ninja tools to you. As he spoke, Jin Jiao exhaled a miniature form of the banana fan and the seven-star sword, placing them into Yin Jiao's hands. With just a few simple exchanges, they established a combat strategy against the Nine Tails, showcasing the remarkable synergy between the two brothers. There were moments when Shunyu nearly succumbed to the impulse to project his spiritual essence and invade the mindscape of either Jin Jiao or Yin Jiao to extract intelligence. However, after considerable contemplation, he managed to suppress this urge. After all, these two were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Having been swallowed by the Nine Tails, they remained undigested, even devouring the beast's flesh in return. If their souls possessed any peculiarities, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune that in their original timeline, they boasted a formidable record of having slain the second Raikage and the second Hokage, and a rash attack could easily lead to disaster. For the sake of caution, he decided to adhere to the original plan. Soon, the trio scaled several mountains, arriving at a fog-laden canyon. Esteemed sirs, this is where we encountered the Nine Tails. Shunyu called back. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao immediately halted, their expressions darkening as they beheld the countless corpses of cloud ninjas sprawled across the ground, their brows furrowing in concern as they approached to investigate. The manner of their deaths was gruesome. Their bodies lay in tatters, as if rent by vicious claws. Yin Jiao wrinkled his nose, the stench of blood thick and suffocating in the Yukon. So you perished here, he remarked upon discovering a pale head. Jin Jiao frowned slightly, perplexed. Strange, I do not sense the presence of the Nine Tails. When was the last time you saw it? At this distance. We should be able to detect its aura. Suddenly, with a stifled gasp, Yin Jiao instinctively looked down, a brilliant blue blade piercing through his chest, hot blood spilling forth at That is a question I too wish to pose to you. Shunyu whispered, pressing close to his back. Yin Jiao was momentarily stunned, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his heart was pierced. Shunyu swiftly withdrew his hand, having executed the motion with remarkable speed. As if retrieving something from his pack, in the next instant, an enraged Jin Jiao lunged forward, his roar echoing like thunder. How dare you harm Yin Jiao? regardless of whether you are Almu E. You shall meet your death. With his hair standing on end, he seized Shun Yu's arms with his powerful hands. In a sudden explosion of force, Shun Yu, or rather, Almu E, was violently torn asunder, his shattered organs scattering like rain. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted at their feet, white smoke enveloping the area, swiftly filling the canyon. It turned out Shun Yu had released all his smoke bombs in a final act. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you! I will slaughter everyone! Jin Jiao bellowed, his breath coming in fierce gasps, the air around him swirling with crimson chakra, tearing through his skin as it burst forth from every crevice, engulfing him entirely. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and perish, and Yin Jiao was that very scale. Witnessing his brother's murder, he could no longer contain the hatred boiling within him. The desire for slaughter surged within him. The chakra of the tailed beast was already notoriously volatile, difficult to control. Even the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths were no exception. At this moment, he was utterly incensed, his remaining rationale consumed by the will of the beast. The chakra erupted, a tempest of wind dispersing much of the smoke. Even the ground beneath him could not withstand the weight of this overwhelming power, cracking inch by inch. Roar! Jin Jiao howled to the heavens. His form partially transformed into that of a tailed beast, 6 long, red tails thrashing menacingly. With a swipe of his claws, the smoke was cleaved in two, yet as he burst through the haze, he found himself confronted by a pair of blood-red Sharingan, a prepped and waiting bug-level Jinjutsu lying in ambush. Tsuki no Mi. The unexpected attack caught the frenzied Jin Jiao off guard, his gaze instantly dulled. Collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings severed, sliding to the feet of Uchiha Hikari. Hikari stumbled slightly, her face paling. Subduing Jin Jiao had drained her significantly, blood trickling down her cheek. Jin Jiao's consciousness had plunged deep into the realm of the Tsuki no Mi. Unable to extricate himself, surprisingly smooth, came Shun Yu's voice from the side as he patted Uchiha Hikari on the shoulder. Are you all right? Just as Jin Jiao had killed Almu barehanded, Shun Yu had already withdrawn his spirit back into his body the moment prior. I didn't expect this fellow to drain so much of my chakra. Uchiha Hikari remarked, covering her left eye as she breathed heavily. There's no time to waste. Let us interrogate for intelligence right now. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the thinning smoke. Shun Yu's pupils constricting as he pulled Uchiha Hikari close, simultaneously activating his Sharingan. The dark skeletal frame enveloping him entirely, clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed in his ears as Shun Yu, clad in the immovable Susanoo, sent a silver weapon resembling a door flying into the air, where it spun and landed back in the hands of a figure. Yin Jiao. At this moment, a wine-red chakra of the tailed beast enveloped his form. 6 long tails swaying freely. Unlike his brother, Yin Jiao's chakra displayed a semi-transparent quality, his eyes glinting with cunning rather than a madness of lost reason. Like a tailed beast chakra, a cloak? Shun Yu squinted. A mocking smile playing on his lips. S.O. It is you who truly masters the 9 tails chakra among the two of you. The tailed beast chakra cloak allows the user to harness the chakra of a tailed beast without undergoing full transformation. In this state, the ninja retains their individuality, their abilities heightened, and the chakra aids in healing their wounds, leaving little to no scars, granting formidable combat prowess. In the original timeline, this was a signature technique of the renowned Killer Bee. Known as the perfect Jinchuriki. It is precisely for this reason that I preserve my life, is it not? Yin Jiao tilted his head with a sly grin, gesturing to his chest. So it was you. This scoundrel who ambushed me. That stab hurt a lot. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously, and he transformed into a red shadow, launching himself forward. Due to his incredible speed, the 7-star sword morphed into a blur of silver light. Yet Shun Yu matched his pace, a colossal skeletal hand appearing out of thin air, delivering a punch that sent Yin Jiao crashing into the stone wall beside him. Boom! Dark energy surged and wrapped around Shun Yu. A second skeletal arm sprouting from the ebony ribs enveloping him, raining down successive blows that shattered the wall, sending dust and debris flying. This was the initial form of Susanoo, capable of offensive, defensive, protection, and control functions. Aside from its renowned defensive capabilities, even the strength of its arms was considerable. Shinyu struck a few times, excavating a small cave in the process. Hikari gazed on in awe, deeply envious of this power. Yet for reasons unknown, despite having awakened her eyes before Shunyu, she was still unable to manifest Susanoo. Chapter 16. Six Paths Ninja Tools as Shunyu commanded Susanoo to retract its fists. He noticed a golden thread had inexplicably coiled around the wrist of one skeletal hand. "What is this?" Shunyu exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Yin Jiao emerged from the dust-laden cave, gripping the other end of the golden thread. Swinging himself onto the rocky ledge like a gibbon, his armor was tattered, bruises marring his forehead and arms, yet he bore no other injuries, despite the might of those fists capable of shattering mountains. They had only left him somewhat disheveled. Any ordinary ninja would have been pulverized by now. Bound by that golden thread, Shinyu sensed impending danger, promptly dispelling Susanoo's skeletal arm to regenerate another. "Sharingan, Uchiha, you are from Konoha." Yin Jiao loomed over them, shouldering the seven-star sword, the thick golden thread coiling around his arm. "Hikari, is there an opportunity?" Shinyu asked softly without turning his head. Uchiha Hikari shook her head. "No, this guy's been avoiding my gaze." Shinyu furrowed his brow. Yin Jiao was exceedingly cunning, never meeting their eyes in battle or standoff, denying them any chance to unleash Genjutsu. Be careful. That thread is suspect. "It is likely the kin no Kizuna I warned you about. Do not let it touch you," he cautioned earnestly. Hikari nodded cautiously. The kin no Kizuna, when touched, causes the victim to utter the words they use most frequently, known as word spirits. The seven-star sword was not designed for slashing. Its true purpose was to sever an opponent's word spirit and cast a curse. Meanwhile, the red gourd could record and seal these word spirits. When the individual utters a keyword, remains silent for an extended period, or speaks words phonetically similar to the keyword, they would be drawn into the gourd and sealed away completely. This trio of artifacts together constituted a formidable cause and effect weapon. As for the other two Six Paths ninja tools, the amber purification jar was a massive vessel. As long as it responded to the holder's words, it would be drawn inside, capable of suppressing and sealing even the rampaging eight tails. The banana fan, on the other hand, could release all five nature transformations: fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, regardless of its own chakra attributes. Upon reflection, these two brothers, in terms of both raw strength and weaponry, were undoubtedly among the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. At this moment, Yin Jiao grinned and declared, "Not answering is tantamount to acquiescence." His expression gradually became frenzied, slightly sinister under the enhancement of the tailed beast chakra. How dare he assault the two of us brothers? Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. Regardless of who you are, come obediently into my red gourd. A gourd, merely 3 inches in size, was tossed into the air, expanding in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a figure taller than a man, which Yin Jiao secured around his waist. Fire release. Great Fireball. Kei, having honed her skills over 5 years, launched her enormous fireball with remarkable proficiency, yet was effortlessly cleaved in twain by Yin Jiao's sword. What a joke! Such a trivial technique could never harm me. Yin Jiao descended from the sky. The 7-star sword aimed directly at Uchiha Kei's head, a beam of silver light slicing through the air. Kei immediately dodged, but Yin Jiao executed a feint, darting towards another location, where Jin Jiao resided. He intended to dispel Jin Jiao's illusion. Shunyu's gaze turned frigid as he appeared before Jin Jiao. Harnessing a rudimentary Susanoo to deliver a punch, the dark skeletal fist roaring like thunder, stirring a heavy gust. "Devour. H-kin rope," Yin Jiao suddenly uttered. The anticipated violent collision did not occur. Shunyu's eyes widened in shock as his stomach churned violently. Due to a momentary loss of control, his Susanoo's skeletal form flickered, its ribs and arms disintegrating into black mist. Uncontrollably, he opened his mouth, exhaling a pale blue aura. "Is this my word spirit?" His eyes brimmed with disbelief. "How is this possible? I was never touched by H-kin rope." "Curse, 7-star sword," Yin Jiao murmured, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he executed a vertical slash. "Shinyu!" Uchiha Hikari shouted urgently. At the critical moment, Shinyu remained calm, leaning back just enough to evade the deadly edge, yet the emitted aura was still severed by the seven-star sword. Shinyu's expression hardened. He had thought he understood the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths well enough, only to find himself ensnared. Yin Jiao spun abruptly, the seven stars sword sweeping in a half circle, forcing the two back. "Did you think that avoiding contact meant you were safe? Being touched by H-kin rope will still drain your word spirit." The mad laughter of Yin Jiao echoed as he raised the red gourd. "Absorb, red gourd." With a pop, the blue aura suspended in the air was instantly drawn into the gourd's mouth, raising the seven stars sword. The mirror-like blade revealed Shun Yu's word spirit. Madara, "Oh." Yin Jiao's brows raised in interest. "Have you seen my word spirit?" Shun Yu lifted his gaze, the crimson of his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling ominously. "If I am not mistaken, it should be Marzama, correct?" In that moment, both Yin Jiao and Uchiha Hikari widened their eyes, the former in delight as he raised the red gourd, the latter in shock. Earlier, Shinyu had introduced the six paths ninja tools of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to Uchiha Hikari. Yet she never anticipated that Shunyu would take such a risk, as if forgetting the peril altogether. As expected, panic surfaced on Shinyu's face, and his body seemed to lose control, hurtling towards Yin Jiao. However, just as he neared the gourd's opening, a sharp blue light erupted from his left hand, slicing towards Yin Jiao's neck. Autumn dew on the leaves. What? Yin Jiao could scarcely believe his eyes, hastily raising his sword to block. With a screech, the autumn dew scraped against the seven-star sword, creating a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu grasped the sword's spine, performing a somersault to land behind Yin Jiao. The blue aura gathered in his palm, the air swirling chaotically, accompanied by a resonant hum, as he formed a rapidly spinning chakra sphere. Rasengan. Holding the Rasengan in one hand, Shinyu pressed it forcefully against Yin Jiao's back. The spiraling wind expanded, sending Yin Jiao crashing into the stone wall behind him. "Now, this is interesting. The destructive power is quite commendable." Shinyu nodded in satisfaction. The power of MKRA had endowed him with a formidable capacity for learning. Furthermore, mastering the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan was not particularly arduous once one grasped its principles and training methods that, in the original timeline, Jiraiya had achieved mastery in merely 3 days. Its complexity lay solely in the extreme manipulation of chakra, requiring it to flow in various directions while compressing to form a high-density, spinning chakra sphere. Shun Yu's understanding of chakra's transformation surpassed that of Jiraiya by leaps and bounds, evidenced by the leaf's autumn dew, which left even Tobirama astounded. Thus, he had completely mastered this iconic ninjutsu of the protagonist from the original timeline within a single day. "Why, I clearly severed your word spirit," Yin Jiao exclaimed, frantically scrambling from the rubble. "Is that so? I don't recall such an event," Shinyu replied with a dismissive smile. After his word spirit was absorbed into the red gourd, he activated his ocular technique, simultaneously using MKRA and Ten no J-Ri, adapting to H-kin rope while reverting his status to just before contact. Viewed from the perspective of the entire timeline, at that moment he was intact, untouched by any external force, effectively erasing the fact that his word spirit had been severed. His choice was astute. The prerequisites for activating the 3 causal ninja tools, H-kin rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd, required the word spirit to be drawn out by H-kin rope. Thus, by merely dispelling its influence, the latter two would collapse without further effort. "Damn it. What is happening?" Yin Jiao continued to rave, but no one would elucidate the situation for him. This is the world of Naruto, where information holds immense significance. There are no public techniques or similar constructs, and Shinyu had little interest in explaining his ocular abilities. Amaterasu. Kei seized the opportunity to strike, a ball of pitch-black flame, striking Yin Jiao's chest. Oh no! Feeling the eerie heat, Yin Jiao's pupils constricted, the deep red chakra of the tailed beast writhing violently, converging towards his chest. To Ok's astonishment, the fiend voluntarily shed the tailed beast chakra from his body, allowing it to fall to the ground along with the black flames of Amaterasu. Consumed into nothingness, he actually obstructed the burning of Amaterasu in such a manner. Shunyu was equally astonished. For this was the very method Naruto employed to neutralize Amaterasu in the original timeline. This is the so-called flame that never extinguishes. Indeed, it is perilous. In Jiao chuckled darkly, his fierce gaze turning towards Uchiha Hikari. It seems you are the enemy that must be dealt with first. Chapter 00. Setting supplement greetings, fellow Taoists. This is Juzai. This section is not part of the main storyline, merely a supplementary setting for Susanoo. Those uninterested in additional lore may skip ahead to address potential confusion regarding my terminology for Susanoo in the text, such as rudimentary Susanoo, first-tier Susanoo, etc. I will standardize the terminology from this point forward. Below is the compilation of Susanoo settings based on the original work, various sources, and my personal understanding. Susanoo form settings. Principle. High output chakra release materializes energy, forming a density-saturated chakra body that transforms into a colossal deity for combat. It grows in stages with the user's ocular power, representing the ultimate ocular technique, combining both offense and defense. Susanoo rudimentary. Rib cage and arms, usable for attack, defense, protection, and control among various functions. The body is not entirely enveloped by Susanoo, leaving significant gaps, yet its defensive capability is sufficient to withstand most attacks. Susanoo first tier, half-body skeleton, appearing skeletal in form, fully enveloped by chakra, further enhancing defense, though gaps remain at the feet, allowing excessively powerful attacks to breach its defense. At this stage, Susanoo can wield simple weapons, such as ordinary swords, with its attack methods being standard physical strikes. Susanoo second tier, half-body skeleton with muscles, integrated with veins and flesh, enveloped by a robe-like chakra. It can unseal curse marks and utilize its own unique weapons and ninjutsu, such as the Yata mirror and bows. This form of Susanoo offers optimal balance, frequently utilized by characters like Madara's dual-sided blue figure and Sasuke's archer form before obtaining the power of the six paths. Additionally, Susanoo in this state can employ universal long-range attack ninjutsu, such as the Yata mirror. Susanoo third tier Utengu, half-body combined with Utengu armor, significantly enhancing defensive power and expanding the variety of usable weapons, such as the Ten-Fist sword and Kagaya's sword. This form of Susanoo wields immense power, though it also drastically increases chakra consumption and is exceedingly unstable, making it challenging for ordinary Mangekyo to maintain for extended periods. Only the eternal Mangekyo can allow this Susanoo to grow legs, towering above mountains. Susanoo fourth tier mature form, unlocking the complete body. This form builds upon the second tier, adding the lower body and legs while significantly increasing in size. With the user positioned atop Susanoo's head, in terms of weaponry, it can utilize not only the unique weapons of Susanoo, but also the expansive Susanoo sword, which boasts a vast attack range. Between the second form and the complete entity lies a state that retains the equilibrium and full capabilities of the second form, while augmenting exceptional mobility, thus compensating for the inherent defensive gaps. Susanoo fifth stage complete form. Based on the third stage Utengu, the body rises from the ground, breaking free from the limitations of its semi-formed state, with the armor further integrating, earning the title of the true Susanoo. This form can only be activated by those who have maximized the ocular power of the Sharingan and possess a vast reservoir of chakra. At this juncture, Susanoo becomes extraordinarily colossal, its chakra stabilizing, wielding the strength to effortlessly cleave mountains and meteors, as well as exhibiting the ability to fly and perform the techniques favored by its wielder. Susanoo fifth stage armored form, using the third stage Utengu as a foundation. This form equips Susanoo as armor upon the Nine Tails, merging the overwhelming might of the Nine Tails with the formidable defensive capabilities of Susanoo, while also enabling the utilization of Susanoo's weapons in conjunction with the Tailed Beast Bomb. Susanoo sixth stage ultimate form, replacing the outer path golem with Susanoo as a vessel for Tailed Beast chakra. This form fuses chakra into a human shape, perfectly combining the powers of the Tailed Beast and Susanoo. At this stage, Susanoo exhibits a strength akin to that of a deity, capable of unleashing the most powerful technique, Indra's arrow, whose might is unparalleled. According to the Nine Tails, Sasuke's integration with tailed beast chakra rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 17. The Fierce Battle Within the Valley. Yin Jiao once again activated the tailed beast chakra cloak. Having tasted the power of Amaterasu, he immediately redirected his target, launching an assault on Uchiha Hikari. Take this. Having unleashed two ocular techniques in quick succession, Hikari was already bloodied and her vision slightly hazy. She heard a sharp rush of wind and hastily brought her hands together, fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. She tilted her head back and unleashed flames that transformed into a lifelike dragon head, surging forth with heat and intensity to meet the incoming strike. With a crack, the fire dragon split in two at its center, accompanied by Yin Jiao's maniacal laughter, as the sword light surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Facing the increasingly imminent seven-star sword, Uchiha Hikari's eyes lit up. Just then, her vision blurred, and a somewhat frail silhouette appeared before her. A dark, bony hand shot out, intercepting the strike with a resounding clang, grasping the seven-star sword in its grip. Amidst the swirling black mist, Shunyu coldly regarded Yin Jiao, his two Mangekyo Sharingan swirling with a chilling light. "Damn little brat, you're quite fast," Yin Jiao sneered. The seven-star sword seemed embedded in a colossal mountain, unable to be drawn out, and witnessing another bony arm raised high, he promptly abandoned the sword and retreated. Truly a troublesome foe, Yin Jiao muttered as he recited a mantra to stow away the red gourd, freeing up another hand that I'll feign an attack. You find the opportunity to finish him with your ocular technique. Shunyu spoke rapidly, blue lights swirling around his hands, as icy blue chakra surged forth like blades. Before Uchiha Hikari could respond, the black bony arm suddenly swung up, hurling the seven-star sword high into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant, while Shunyu's figure also disappeared from the spot. Yin Jiao's heart skipped a beat. He was partially drawn in by the sword soaring in the air. When a lethal chakra blade sliced towards him, and he had already lost the chance to counterattack, he exerted nearly all his strength to twist his body, the blade flashing past, and he heard a sharp sound as half of his silver hair scattered like snow. "My hair!" Yin Jiao roared as he lunged toward Shunyu, his towering form blocking the sunlight, resembling a ferocious tiger on the hunt. After exchanging several blows, Shunyu found himself struggling to keep up. Confronted with Yin Jiao's fierce onslaught, he found himself at a disadvantage, barely keeping pace with his speed. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, he had been struck multiple times by Yin Jiao. Were it not for the presence of Susanoo, he would have sustained grave injuries. That terrifying force was causing even his skeletal frame to creak ominously. It seems this is my usual limit. Shunyu's expression grew solemn as he began to quietly accumulate power. 8 gates. First gate, open. Veins bulged faintly on his forehead. Second gate, open. His hair flew about, and his black attire fluttered as if caught in a wind, his body flushed red from the influx of blood, even emitting faint wisps of steam. Third gate, open, with a thunderous roar, and amidst a surge of powerful air currents, Shunyu spread his arms wide, surrounded by swirling winds, igniting a tangible azure energy at this moment. His physical prowess had surpassed tenfold his usual state. Yin Jiao felt as if the world around him had shifted, and an exquisite yet menacing visage appeared before him in an instant. Following that, countless punches and kicks descended upon him like a torrential storm. Yin Jiao hurriedly attempted to block, only to be sent flying by a devastating kick, crashing into the ground and carving a deep trench in the earth. A flash of azure light, and Shunyu appeared before Yin Jiao once more, a tempestuous energy leaving a straight trail in the air as his hands entwined with the wind, sharp chakra blades crystallizing like ice. "You brat, do not underestimate me," Yin Jiao bellowed, launching himself from the flying debris, charging toward Shunyu. Not done yet. Fourth gate, open. Shunyu's speed surged to a new echelon, as if he had melded into the very air, disappearing like a specter in the autumn dew upon the leaves, only to reappear in the next moment, delivering a lethal strike to the back of Yin Jiao's neck, slicing through the air. Yin Jiao felt a jolt of panic as he desperately twisted his body, feeling a tingling numbness at his neck, followed by a searing pain. "Damn it, you almost took my head off?" Yin Jiao clutched his neck. warm blood seeping through his fingers, his pupils dilating in alarm, and cold sweat evaporating from his forehead under the heat. So close, just a hair's breadth away. He nearly had his arteries severed. H. I will kill you. In response to his fury, the Nine-Tails chakra blazed fiercely, propelling him towards Shunyu like a cannonball. Two beams of red and green light clashed violently, wreaking havoc throughout the valley, fists and palms like the wind. Sword shadows flashing, debris raining down, their figures becoming indistinct. Yet, amidst the chaotic afterimages, they intertwined, inseparable, relying only on the sporadic explosions of stone walls and the rising dust to vaguely discern their trajectories. Hikari surveyed her surroundings. Biting her red lips, her mindset subtly shifting. This is true strength. I had no idea the gap between us was so vast. Although entrusted with the critical task of delivering a fatal blow to Shunyu, her emotions grew increasingly complex. After 5 years of training, both their strengths had escalated. If her progress could be described as meteoric, then Shunyu's growth was akin to a rapid ascent. In terms of forbidden techniques, the spirit transformation technique had fortified his soul, enhancing both his release and ocular power, while the 8 gates had elevated his limits to unprecedented heights, allowing him to potentially open the 6th gate. As for ninjutsu, under Madara's tutelage, he had not only mastered a plethora of fire release techniques, but also significantly improved his chakra manipulation, rendering even minor techniques remarkably potent. In terms of taijutsu, he had absorbed Madara's true teachings, refining his approach to combat to become swifter and more efficient, simple yet lethal. As for Jinjutsu, in his sparring with Uchiha Hikari, he had gradually begun to grasp its intricacies. Likely on par with Uchiha Itachi from the original timeline, but should the opponent employ Tsukuyomi, it would be an entirely different matter, given that he was not an ocular specialist. In his development of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he showed no signs of inferiority, not to mention possessing the formidable Susanoo as a trump card. Hikari squinted her bright eyes as the blurred vision reflected the silhouette of the bloodied youth engaged in fierce combat. With a thunderous roar, Yin Jiao slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a surge of turbulent energy. His expression was fierce, fangs bared, his body marred with bloodstains. He had come to understand the unique nature of Shunyu's chakra blades. They were not mere transformations, for the seemingly unremarkable blades flowed with chakra in a manner reminiscent of a ceaseless river, forming a perfect closed circuit within the blade, endlessly surging forth. Each seemingly simple contact felt akin to being sliced by a chainsaw, rendering his tailed beast chakra cloak utterly ineffective. A fierce wind swept through as Shunyu leapt into the air, drawing in his limbs, his dark ribs manifesting at will, enveloping his body like armor. Yin Jiao's eyes glinted with malice, the ground beneath him shattering as a ferocious impact awaited him in the next instant. Bang! The sharp horns clashed violently with the Susanoo's skeletal frame, the collision erupting with a thunderous roar that sent tremors through the earth. The gale expanding with ferocity, Shunyu's figure was hurled high into the sky. Just as he was about to form the hand signs for the fire release, he discovered a length of golden rope entangling his external ribs. "Little brat, have you forgotten this technique?" Yin Jiao cackled maniacally, yanking and tugging, propelling Shunyu back at even greater speed. "Absorb it, H-kin rope." Yin Jiao pulled back his fist, gathering momentum, waiting for the moment Shunyu's Susanoo lost control. Shunyu maintained a calm demeanor, personally reaching out to grasp the H-kin rope. "I advise you, do not use the same technique against me a second time." Shunyu spoke coolly, his left eye swirling ominously, as blood flowed forth while also emanating an eerie light. With the power of the Magatama, Shunyu had already adapted to the 3 great ninja tools. He pulled the H-kin rope, echoing Yin Jiao's incantation, "Absorb it, H-kin rope." With silver horns wide open, the tailed beast chakra cloak instantly shattered. In that fleeting moment, he appeared to have lost control over his own body, as if he had become detached from the world. He uncontrollably expelled a blue mist, his words of power. How could this happen? How could the golden rope turn against me? The pupils of Silver Horn contracted violently. "What have you done?" Of course, Shunyu would not let such an opportunity slip by. He rubbed his hands together, and a tangible chakra blade pierced through Silverhorn's chest, driven deep into the ground by the immense force descending from above. But that was not the end. A bony arm sprouted from the ribs of Susanoo, lifting slightly as if to catch something. Shinyu leapt into the air, the bony arm poised to strike downward, and in a flash of silver light. The shimmering blade reflected Silverhorn's anxious face. It was the 7-star sword. Good heavens! Had he already calculated the timing and landing point? Curse it, 7-star sword. With a sharp sound, Silverhorn turned his head. One ear severed, accompanied by the drifting words of power. Shinyu stepped on Silverhorn's chest, reaching into his pocket where the red gourd was stored. Damn it! Silverhorn roared in fury. I will make you pay. He clapped his palms together, and the surrounding air surged violently as the scorching, heavy chakra of the tailed beast erupted from his body, transforming into a long tail that swept wildly. Shinyu immediately retreated from his attack range. Dust and debris began to rise as immense power surged forth, deep crimson chakra flowing like molten lava, engulfing Silverhorn completely. Suddenly, the lava crackled ominously, swelling in an instant, and before Shinyu's astonished gaze, a towering figure clad in skeletal armor threw back its head and howled at the sky. Chapter 18. I Am Invincible. Silverhorn stood amidst the chaos, energy flowing around him like molten rock, 2 tufts of hair on his forehead resembling fox ears. His injuries had all healed, and his body shone with a red luminescence, the outer exoskeleton vibrating, emanating an overwhelming aura. He murmured incantations, and Shinyu felt his left arm's golden rope heating rapidly, causing him to release his grip. The rope slithering back into Silverhorn's hand like a long serpent. Another trick? Observing Silverhorn in this state, Shinyu's expression turned grave. Silverhorn opened his mouth, and the golden rope, 7-star sword, and the floating words of power all shrank, being drawn into him. That I never expected it. You all forced me to reveal my trump card. A coarse voice emanated from within the skeletal mask of Silverhorn. Amaterasu. Uchiha Hikari seized the moment. Unleashing the long-prepared Amaterasu, a burst of black flames appeared in an instant on Silverhorn's back, but with a flash of red light, Silverhorn vanished from his spot. And Amaterasu unexpectedly struck Shinyu instead. The black flames enveloped him, causing Shinyu to frown, but before he could contemplate further, a violent wind rose, and Silverhorn was already before him, fists raised to strike. Such incredible speed! Shinyu's gaze sharpened, chakra naturally flowing to his legs. The crimson fist descended like a thunderclap, seemingly draining the air, as Shinyu's body was torn apart. However, Silverhorn let out a soft gasp. This sensation is wrong. It's an afterimage. He abruptly looked up, and Shinyu had already leapt above him. The red light on Silverhorn's back flared, and a long tail formed entirely of tailed beast energy surged towards Shinyu with a howl. With no leverage in the air, Shinyu clasped his palms together, his figure flickering, splitting into 2, narrowly evading the tail. Shadow clone technique. The 2 Shinyus landed simultaneously, chakra blades wrapped in dark flames, slashing downward. Silverhorn roared, his red fist crashing like thunder, colliding with Shinyu's strike. A thunderous boom erupted, shock waves whipping up a fierce wind, visible light waves radiating outward in all directions. Once in this mode, Silverhorn's attacks became unpredictable, no longer mere taijutsu, but powerful strikes infused with pure Nine-Tails chakra. With 6 tails, he was elusive, and merely relying on the injury gate in conjunction with Uchiha-style swordsmanship was evidently insufficient. 5th gate open! Shinyu shouted, the azure energy around him intensifying, air currents surging like a tempest, causing the ground to crack and float. He had reached the pinnacle of his current state. At this moment, a single step could cover 100 meters in an instant, and a snap of his fingers could shatter stone and sever metal. Utilizing the state of the 5th gate, he managed to entangle the Nine-Tails chakra mode Silverhorn, while the 2 figures continued to split. 2 becoming 4, for becoming 8. In mere moments, 16 identical figures surrounded Silverhorn entirely. Shinyu did not rush to extinguish Amaterasu, having trained with Uchiha Hikari for 5 years, during which he had been burned by Amaterasu over 10 times. He had developed a high resistance under the adaptation of the Void Realm. While the chakra blade was undoubtedly sharp, Against a monster like Silverhorn with absurd healing capabilities, it was inevitably inadequate. Moreover, the actions of Susanoo were somewhat sluggish and excessively draining on his ocular power. To truly injure Silverhorn, he had to rely on the Amaterasu upon him. Light may not strike Silverhorn, but that does not mean he cannot. Numerous clones surged forth, azure energy enveloped in black flames rampaging fiercely. In just a moment, black flames ignited upon Silverhorn's body. Enraged, Silverhorn continuously shed the tailed beast cloak from his body to hinder the flames of Amaterasu. As they fought, fragments of bone fell away, and this desperate act of shedding tails to survive filled him with humiliation. Under the relentless assault of so many clones, even Silverhorn felt a headache. Despite deploying the long-tail sweep, those clones, even when struck, would not vanish. Their forms would flicker faintly before attacking once more. This approach was unsustainable. This damned fire consumes too much chakra. Silverhorn crossed his arms defensively. Blocking in front of him, let us see how this move fares. He leapt into the air, his entire being radiating red light, like a burning sun, while 6 long tails struck the ground simultaneously. Boom! The earth shattered in an instant, a surging wave of energy exploding outward, the red energy like a raging river, overturning everything, engulfing all of Shinyu's clones in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, Silverhorn abruptly froze, the 16 figures standing in scathe, as if they were bamboo breaking through rock, unmoving. Amidst the surging azure energy, 16 pairs of blood-red eyes coldly stared at him. How could this be possible? Could they be mere phantoms without substance? But why did every attack feel so heavy? My shadow clone technique has no physical form. The clones of Shinyu spoke in unison, raising their chakra blades in a synchronized motion. Yet at the same time, it could be said that all clones were indeed tangible. You must be tired of this monotonous assault by now. Shinyu smiled slightly, energy bubbling and surging, as if cloaked in a dark azure mantle. Now, let us try something new. Let me ask you, do these clones require Susanoo? What? Silverhorn gaped, as if this question was difficult to answer. Very well, allow me to answer for you. The corners of Shinyu's mouth curled upward. The answer is yes. Black energy surged like waves, and a full 16 massive skeletons materialized from the ground. Unlike the ribs and arms from before, Shinyu activated the first stage of Susanoo, the 16 half-skeletons seemingly crawling out of the abyss. Forming a vast encirclement, the black skeletons roared in unison, each possessing 4 arms, all ablaze with black flames. Silverhorn's scalp prickled in terror, not daring to confront this head-on, transforming into a streak of golden light. Twisting and turning, Shinyu, arms crossed, stood within the protective shell of Susanoo. Hidden beneath the cloak of black energy, Silverhorn could not discern his face, nor could he see the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The so-called shadow clone technique creates afterimages through continuous high-speed movement, then employs illusions to obscure the traces left by displacement, creating a visual effect as if one were truly surrounded by clones. In reality, Shinyu's true position only appears at the moment of attack, a fixed moment. The attacks Silverhorn faced were actually singular. However, when he attempted to counter, Shinyu would use the shadow clone technique or Heaven's Constant to shift back into a certain afterimage, creating the illusion that the clones could not be extinguished. Although the effectiveness of this technique was notable, the energy consumption was astonishing as long as the afterimage remained. It was manageable, but now he had to maintain Susanoo while also sustaining the 5th gate, leading to a disparity in consumption. It must be noted that once the 8th gate is open to the injury gate, the body begins to sustain damage, entering the perilous zone of the 8 gates. Truly stepping into the state of the 8 gates. Currently, not only was his chakra rapidly depleting, but he was also constantly enduring the pain of muscle tearing, every cell in his body aching subtly, a side effect of Susanoo. Were it not for the eye technique of Heaven's Constant, he would not dare to play such a dangerous game. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fists descended like a torrential storm amidst a series of explosive sounds. The ground continued to shatter, and Silverhorn finally revealed a flaw. Although his movement was akin to divine speed, he could not escape the nearly omnidirectional assault. With a tremendous crash, he was slammed into the ground like a red thumbtack. To avoid prolonged contact with Amaterasu, Silverhorn immediately burrowed underground, seeking to evade the attack while rapidly searching for Shinyu's true body. Damn, how can this little brat be so terrifying? Where is his true self? Yin Jiao transformed into a loach, as relentless black fists rained down upon him from above. I can use that technique, he thought. Just as Shunyu was fully immersed in his offensive, his eyelids twitched. A beam of crimson light erupted from the earth, racing towards his Susanoo with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, he was met with a pair of eyes filled with a violent desire. Found you, Yin Jiao materialized before him, his lips stretched into an exaggerated grin. With a piercing sound, Shinyu's heart was pierced by a bony claw, blood splattering through the air as his body was flung far away. The 16 towering half-skeletons vanishing in an instant. Little brat, my speed is unmatched. Is that so? It matters not. Do as you please, Shunyu replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, while his right eye's kaleidoscope quietly rotated. A scene of astonishment unfolded before him. His condition instantly restored. The blood vanished. His once crimson body returned to its pale complexion. The black flames and azure energy extinguished, along with the dissolution of the 8 gates. His aura was profound, as steady as a mountain, his vitality vigorous yet restrained. Yin Jiao stared blankly at Shunyu, who had returned to his prime state, utterly dumbfounded. The current Shunyu exuded an imposing presence, calm and unhurried, as if he had just emerged from battle, despite having appeared gravely injured just moments before. What manner of flesh is this? Yin Jiao exclaimed, somewhat losing composure. Do you also possess the power of a tailed beast? My sincerest apologies, Shunyu replied calmly, flexing his wrist, his expression betraying a hint of indifference that I forgot to mention. I am invincible. Chapter 19. Banana Fan versus Inu in the valley. The clouds hung low and thin. A gentle breeze wafting through, slightly dispersing the lingering smoke. Lightning release. False darkness. Shunyu raised one hand high, accompanied by a crackling sound, as blinding thunder erupted, condensing into 2 large spears of lightning that shot forth. Yin Jiao transformed into a streak of red light, leaping to the cliffside as the rocks behind him were instantly pierced by the lightning spears, shattering into dust. This never-ending? He muttered, exasperated. This little brat's body is truly bizarre. Even with his heart destroyed, he remains lively. With this thought, he slightly shifted his gaze and spat forth a crimson feather fan. Shinyu's eyes narrowed. What was that? Little brat, you fancy playing with lightning. Do you? Yin Jiao leapt into the air, sweeping the fan with great force. Here comes the lightning. Boom! The thunder and lightning surged forth like a breached dam, instantly engulfing Shunyu in a torrent. Countless arcs of electricity crackling around him. Fire! Yin Jiao tightened his grip on the fan and waved it again. Blinding flames illuminated the sky. Torrential fire cascaded down, licking at the earth, as if a ray of light from the setting sun had plunged into the midst of the lightning. Susanoo! A thunderous roar erupted as a massive black skeleton broke through the flames. Dark energy surging like waves, extinguishing the lightning, rendering Shunyu's form indistinguishable, save for the 2 Sharingan that glowed with a bloodthirsty red. Little brat, do you think this is the end? I refuse to believe I cannot break your turtle shell. Yin Jiao roared, Wind, come! A tempest erupted from the banana fan, swirling with an invisible scythe that carved marks into the rocks along its path. The wind howling as it merged with the sea of flames. The wind stoked the fire, and the flames borrowed the wind's might, creating temperatures that seemed capable of evaporating all. Yin Jiao squinted, eagerly gazing forward. At this moment he yearned to see a charred corpse. Suddenly, the air within the smoke distorted slightly, as a pitch-black bolt of lightning sliced through the atmosphere, striking directly before Yin Jiao in the blink of an eye. His pupils constricted as he narrowly twisted his body. It was not lightning, but a massive spinning magatama. Boom! Boom! The magatama flew forth like cannon fire, shattering 2 mountains in succession, the falling stones echoing like a lament. A dark hand extinguished the flames, and with a low, thunderous roar, Susanoo revealed its colossal form. However, This Susanoo was no longer the skeletal visage from before. Dark energy spiraled along its spine, solidifying into tangible veins and flesh. Muscles bulging as a thick layer of black chakra enveloped it, revealing 4 powerful arms, transforming it into a true half-giant. You enjoyed yourself just now, didn't you? Shunyu coldly glared at the red figure sprawled against the rock face. As the black giant's hands slowly came together, drawing apart as black light swirled, forming a series of enormous magatama resembling prayer beads. This was the second stage of Susanoo. Beyond its more elaborate form, it could wield its own specialized weapons and ninjutsu, such as the common long-range attack technique, Yata no Kagami. Boom! 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 The dark magatama whirled like oversized shurikens, raining down upon Yin Jiao, sending shivers down his spine, leaving no room for a counterattack. Even in the Nine Tails chakra mode, being struck by the shurikens was inconsequential, but if he were to be swept up by these, it could cost him his life. A beam of red light darted through the valley, evading the onslaught of Yata no Kagami. As rocks crumbled and dust filled the air, the thunderous sounds echoing like relentless thunder. Under the protection of Susanoo, Shunyu remained steadfast, his right eye spinning like a clock's face, continuously retracing his own state. The speed of the magatama was astonishing. In Uchiha Hikari's eyes, the indistinct black lights swept across like anti-aircraft fire, obliterating everything in their path and raising clouds of dust to the heavens, the valley being reduced to rubble. Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari shivered, feeling an intense heat from behind her. She quickly turned, only to be met by a massive wave of flames surging towards her. Behind the distorted air stood Yin Jiao, his face fierce and cunning. Don't underestimate me. She closed her left eye, crimson blood gushing from her wide-open right eye. Amaterasu. A spot of black flame appeared amidst the crimson inferno, as if ink had been dropped onto rice paper, spreading instantaneously, transforming the entire sea of flames into a black abyss. Wind, come. Yin Jiao seemed to have anticipated this move, with a wave of the banana fan. A tempest roared forth, the surging air currents converging into the sea of flames, as the black inferno surged towards Uchiha Hikari with overwhelming force. Am I to perish? Hikari gasped lightly, kneeling on one knee. The consumption of Amaterasu was immense, and for her, it was akin to a trump card. Moreover, having just utilized Tsukuyami to restrain the raging Yin Jiao, others may find it easy to observe, but only she knew the toll it had taken on her chakra reserves. The black flames loomed like ominous clouds, seemingly sealing off all her escape routes. Hikari felt her vision darken. By the time she realized it, Shunyu had enveloped her within Susanoo's protective shell. The rolling black flames surged forth, Shunyu's Susanoo acting as a barrier, shielding them from the searing heat and waves of fire. At a glance, it appeared as though the flames of Amaterasu had fused with the pitch-black giant, indistinguishable from one another. Yet Shunyu's expression was far from relaxed. The black energy curled as if evaporating, the sizzling sounds echoing in his ears. His Susanoo was beginning to dissolve. Fire, lightning, wind. Yin Jiao commenced a frenzied assault, having previously been the one relentlessly pursued by Shunyu. Now, he would not miss the opportunity to strike down the drowning foe. It seems my suspicions were correct. That woman is indeed his weakness. His onslaught was ferocious, the banana fan leaving ghostly trails in its wake, as he rapidly shifted positions to avoid being targeted by Shunyu, unleashing 5 different elemental jutsu at once. Damn it. If this continues, I will truly be worn down. Shunyu's expression grew grave, his eyes kaleidoscope spinning like a windmill, hot blood staining his face, only to be repeatedly erased in the continuous flow of time. At that moment, his Mangekyo Sharingan could only adapt to one phenomenon. He chose Amaterasu. Though Yin Jiao's barrage of elemental attacks seemed fierce, the true damage came from the black flames that clung to him like maggots, consuming everything in their path. He had no choice but to attempt that technique. Yet with such a colossal target, he wondered if his right eye could withstand it. Previously, he would endeavor to manipulate the time axis, reversing the initial flames of Amaterasu before they ignited. But now Yin Jiao's attacks were continuously fueling the flames. and with such a grand scale, it would undoubtedly impose an immeasurable burden on his right eye. What was the secret to this technique? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Uchiha Hikari, her tone light and ethereal, as though she were an outsider. "System, is it?" Shinyu turned to glance at her, pondering for a moment before responding. "Using it feels different from other ocular techniques. If I had to describe it, it feels less like a means of protection and more like destruction, an urge to obliterate everything before me." "Something akin to that you're reaching your limit too, aren't you?" she softly inquired. Shinyu exhaled deeply. "Indeed, but do not worry. When the time comes, I will not allow myself to perish. I ask that why you're so desperate to protect me?" Hikari fell silent, Susanoo crackling with electricity, the sudden flashes of light casting her delicate face in shifting shadows. Forget it. It seems unrealistic to comprehend it here," she murmured, a hint of frustration flickering in her eyes as she extended her hand, lightly resting it on Shun Yu's shoulder. "Let's focus on surviving for now. You can teach me slowly later." In an instant, Shinyu felt a jolt surge through his body as an immense chakra flooded into him. Its essence deep and tumultuous, akin to searing lava. Was this the chakra of a tailed beast? He realized that he too was cloaked in a translucent shroud of tailed beast chakra, resembling a quivering strawberry jelly. Chapter 21. Divine Artifact. "You can't possibly think I'm useless, can you?" Uchiha Hikari scoffed lightly. "Did you believe Suki no Mi was the only ocular technique I employed to strike Kinkaku?" Suddenly, a thought struck Shinyu. "It was another ocular technique of my left eye, Hachikyu no Tachi, Kakuin. While Kinkaku was ensnared in the illusionary realm, I had also marked him with the imprint." Uchiha Hikari lifted her chin, a subtle pride dancing in her calm demeanor. "Once I activate it, my right eye's Hachiki no Tachi, Rinkai can manipulate his chakra directly, regardless of distance." "How does it feel, the flavor of the Nine Tails chakra, on the other side?" Kinkaku lay motionless on the ground, a red glow flickering as his tailed beast cloak began to detach from him, revealing a kaleidoscope emblem of Uchiha Hikari emblazoned upon his forehead. "Not just decent." Hikari's expression shifted slightly. "Ha. With the infusion of the Nine Tails chakra, Shinyu's complexion gradually flushed, gasping for breath as the cold chakra seemed to meld with the tailed beast chakra, boiling like magma. "With this surge of chakra, perhaps I could attempt that technique," he thought, feeling an inexplicable excitement. The ferocious power of the tailed beast appeared to influence one's emotions that it seemed as though flames ignited in his eyes. His kaleidoscope Sharingan shining much brighter, emanating a crimson glow. "All right, it's settled. I shall use this technique." "Wait, which technique do you intend to employ?" Uchiha Hikari asked hesitantly. With a soft exhale, Shinyu began to gather chakra. A whirlwind swirling around him, the winds intensifying, his black hair dancing wildly, his dark attire billowing like a war banner. Uchiha Hikari struggled to keep her eyes open against the force. "Hikari, watch closely. This is how you wield Susanoo." Shinyu gathered his strength, and with a thunderous eruption of chakra, he summoned Susanoo. Third stage. Yatagarasu. The black mist swelled dramatically, akin to boiling lava, as the half-giant roared, its form rapidly adorned with intricate armor, resembling black scales that unfolded and closed in sequence, producing a metallic clashing sound. Once the Yatagarasu armor enveloped its head, a half-masked visage emerged, revealing a brilliant white half-face. As the armor tightened, its azure eyes radiating light. The third stage, Susanoo, augmented by the Yatagarasu armor, expanded several-fold, dramatically enhancing its defensive capabilities and enriching the arsenal of weapons it could wield, even including legendary divine artifacts. Such as Susanoo wielded tremendous power. Yet its chakra consumption soared, proving highly unstable. A typical kaleidoscope Sharingan struggled to maintain this form for extended periods, representing the zenith of its capabilities. The colossal Yatagarasu Susanoo, imposing and majestic, nearly rivaled a small mountain, rendering the surrounding black inferno mirror backdrop. My turn. Shinyu's eyes blazed with crimson light as the Susanoo's massive hand swept out, unleashing a barrage of pitch-black magatama that scattered across the sky, striking terror into Kinkaku's very soul, prompting him to retract his banana fan and flee. Previously, maintaining the strength of Susanoo had prevented Shinyu from countering Kinkaku, but now, bolstered by the armor, Susanoo became far more resilient, allowing him to finally retaliate. The deluge of Yatagarasu, Magatama, descended like rain. Kinkaku fanned the air with his banana fan, conjuring gusts of sand and wind in a desperate attempt to stall. But the Magatama surged upward, nearly severing his head. As Shinyu blocked Kinkaku's movements, he used Susanoo's other two hands to mold a sphere of black light, a dark and profound aura swirling, gradually revealing the form of a long-handled weapon. The black light solidified, a sharp golden glimmer coursing along the shaft, manifesting as a colossal spear. The spear stood straight, its tip glistening like lightning, the handle intricately adorned with ancient, esoteric patterns, exuding a linear aesthetic. Its chilling aura sent shivers down one's spine, akin to a dragon poised to strike, fierce yet elegantly agile. Divine artifact. Do Jianhuang Ba Tuesday, the four-armed giant grasped the spear's handle, slowly drawing it back as several Magatama forced Kinkaku from the air. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu aimed for Kinkaku's descent and hurled the spear with all his might. Whoosh! The enormous spear soared through the air, resembling a black lightning bolt. Its velocity so immense that even the tail of the spear unleashed a vortex of white air. Kinkaku beheld the ominous spearhead, feeling for the first time the specter of death, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. In that critical moment, he hastily angled his red gourd to deflect the assault, but the spear, imbued with overwhelming force, shattered the gourd into splinters. Thus, the legendary sage's tool met its dismal end. The spearhead plunged into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave, the black light radiating forth as a resounding boom echoed, shaking the earth itself. Gasping for breath, Kinkaku staggered to his feet, panting heavily. He had been blasted away. His external armor shattered, the once vibrant red glow dimmed considerably. "Good lad, you almost had me there," he bellowed with a wide grin, his eyes shimmering with the ecstasy of survival. Shinyu's lips curled slightly upward. "Is that so?" The massive black spear remained, its shaft illuminated by intricate, ancient runes, sending ripples through the ground. In that moment, the gravity within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly intensified hundreds of times, causing the earth to collapse, even the air becoming oppressively heavy. Kinkaku found himself nearly doubled over, his knees cracking under the strain, his spine creaking under the unbearable weight. It felt as if he were being dragged into the abyss by a ghost. "Damn it, what is happening?" He struggled to raise his head, but the effort was monumental. Even lifting a foot required immense exertion. Do Jianhuang Batu, the legendary spear imbued with the laws of gravity, not only amplified the weight of its shaft, but also created a domain that subjected everything within to dozens, even hundreds of times the force of gravity. Kinkaku collapsed to his knees, laboring to prop himself up, trembling violently like a reed in the wind, resembling a bamboo bent under pressure. Though his physique could endure the overwhelming force, the blood within his body pooled downward, leading to cerebral hypoxia, forcing him to bow his head in submission to avoid losing consciousness. "Damn it!" he roared. "Are you making me kneel before you, you little brat?" Kinkaku finally lost his composure, his red aura flaring as the nine-tailed chakra erupted in waves. And though he barely managed to rise, he remained ensnared by the gravitational restraint. Truly relentless, Shinyu released the third stage, leaving only its skeletal form, the surrounding Amaterasu flickering out as the black mist dissipated. Seizing the moment, he activated his skeletal arms. "Gath, the battle has concluded, yet the crisis remains unresolved. Within the depths of Shinyu's soul perception, numerous individuals are already drawing near. The commotion from the earlier skirmish has been far too loud." The two ceased their trivial chatter and promptly learned from Jinjiao the last known location of the Nine Tails, which lies in the land of rice, positioned at the heart of the land of thunder and the land of fire. "Shinyu, what shall we do about these two?" Uchiha Hikari unsheathed his kunai, his gaze turning icy, reminiscent of times past. "Shall we kill them?" Her disheveled hair and somewhat disheveled appearance betrayed her, the bloodshot whites of her eyes still not fully faded. "No need to rush. I have other plans," Shinyu reassured her as he patted her shoulder. asserting that these two would be more useful alive than dead. Compared to Uchiha Hikari, his condition was markedly better. His dark eyes were pure and gentle, and he exuded an aura of freshness, as if the cataclysmic battle had no bearing on him whatsoever. Shinyu approached the unconscious Jinjiao, gripping his hair firmly. Hikari, use your 8,000 spears to mark him as well. Uchiha Hikari instantly grasped his intention. Indeed, these two possess a vast reservoir of chakra, and combined with the chakra of the Nine Tails, they are practically two walking sources of chakra. Shinyu, filled with enthusiasm, lifted Jinjiao's eyelid. If I recall correctly, we need to maintain eye contact to activate this, right? Truly, I find myself at a loss with you. Uchiha Hikari expressed a hint of disdain, but complied and activated his ocular technique. Soon, a kaleidoscopic mark emerged on Jinjiao's hand. The conditions for activating her 8,000 spears imprint are akin to Tsukuyomi. First, there must be eye contact if the target's mental strength is inferior to Uchiha Hikari's. The imprint can be directly applied. Otherwise, it can only succeed if the target consents or is rendered unconscious and unable to resist. That's it. With these two chakra batteries at our disposal, we needn't worry about chakra shortages for the time being. Shinyu declared, clapping his hands together. Uchiha Hikari cast a sidelong glance at Jinja. Aren't you going to take his 6 paths treasures? They're merely a burden. In the past, I might have considered it, Shinyu replied with a gentle shake of his head. He raised his sword-like finger, and a blade of chakra surged forth, radiating a blue light as he swiftly inscribed elegant characters around Jinjiao. The perpetrator is Uchiha from Konoha. There, that is perfect, Shinyu remarked, scratching his chin with a satisfied smile. Uchiha Hikari paused slightly, casting a bemused glance his way. Is this really a wise course of action? What does it matter? The Uchiha clan is vast and prosperous. Why fear such trivial troubles? Shinyu shrugged nonchalantly. Lord Madara is undoubtedly causing trouble for Konoha at this very moment. I am merely alleviating his burdens. Very well, the pursuers from the hidden cloud are on their way. Let us retreat. With that, he bit his index finger and swiftly formed several hand seals, reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, his figure vanished, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Uchiha Hikari followed suit. Lightly brushing her finger across her face, using the blood to seal her technique, reverse summoning technique. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and a dizzying sensation enveloped her before fading away. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a quaint, antiquated room, facing a plump orange cat. Meow, Chungwi. The orange cat appeared utterly indifferent, extending a paw toward her. Uchiha Hikari sighed, retrieving a stack of bills from her waist pouch. The orange cat accepted the money, licked its paw, and ambled away without lifting its head. This cat was her summoning beast, known as Jirmu, a ninja cat that, despite its adorable appearance, possessed an exceedingly miserly disposition. It was unacceptable to offer even a fraction less in payment, making it difficult for her to indulge her desire to pet the cat. Relying solely on the wooden mint drink will not suffice to appease my cat. Zetsu, this time you shall not deceive me. Must you be so stingy? What use does a little cat have for so much money? Ahead, Shinyu was engaged in a debate with a slender tabby cat. An infinite duration summoning technique is quite exhausting. Freeloading is not a commendable habit. Zetsu raised his head, paw extended. Humph, I thought we had a good relationship. Shinyu hesitated, appearing reluctant to dig into his pocket. If you don't pay this time, I shall not respond to you next time. Fine, I won't bring you drinks next time. The reverse summoning technique, developed by Shinyu, is a form of pinpoint teleportation ninjutsu. IT requires establishing rapport with the cats. When they sense the summoning technique's call, they do not respond, but instead summon the practitioner. This also serves as a form of spatial ninjutsu. This is the payment for this summoning technique. Additionally, I will place this second stack of bills on the cat's paw to convey a message to Lord Madara. The Nine Tails may very well be in the land of rice, and we shall rendezvous there. Zetsu nodded, swiping the wooden mint drink from Shinyu's hand. Then aren't you going to meet with the cat grandma? No, that old coot has a mouth too loose. She would disclose our whereabouts. Oh, Zetsu began to count the bills with its paws, inquiring, what about Boss Pochi? Aren't you going to meet him? That fellow will take half my fortune with just one meeting. He is nothing but a bottomless pit. Shinyu dismissed Zetsu's suggestion. Focus on your own tasks and relay the message to Lord Madara. Be sure to act with caution. Rest assured, as long as the money is in place, there is nothing this cat cannot accomplish. After a brief respite at the cat house, the two set off toward the land of rice. Hey, what exactly did you mean by adapting to Amaterasu on the way to the land of rice? Uchiha Hikari could no longer contain her curiosity. Why does Amaterasu become so obedient in your hands? This is all thanks to my ocular technique. It enables me to continuously adapt to the world around me, eliminating negative influences and providing optimal solutions to counteract damage. Shinyu smiled faintly. Your Amaterasu is truly the most challenging phenomenon I have encountered. This so-called optimal solution is the reason you can control Amaterasu? Control. I'm not quite there yet. Shinyu ambled leisurely, hands resting behind his head. As of now, I can only achieve immunity to Amaterasu and direct its burning direction and intensity. I'm far from true control. How do you manage that? Hikari hesitated briefly, recalling her own embarrassment when surrounded by her own Amaterasu during the battle against Jinjiao. This ocular technique, while devastatingly powerful, inflicts considerable harm on its user. It drains an immense amount of chakra, and whether releasing or extinguishing it, the strain on the eyes is unimaginable, especially when extinguishing it. When the flames surged toward me, forcing it off would have been unbearable for my eyes. I was nearly consumed by my own technique. What if I could also control the direction of Amaterasu? Interested in learning, Shinyu turned to her with a knowing smile. Just spit it out. Will you teach me or not? Coughing lightly, Shinyu cleared his throat. Amaterasu, at its core, is merely a transformation of chakra properties, albeit in an extreme manner. Extreme? In simple terms, you can control its direction with wind release while using fire release to adjust its intensity. If you wish to extinguish it, you must separate the chakra that comes into contact with Amaterasu, though this requires a delicate touch. Manipulating chakra's form is no trifling matter. As he spoke, Shinyu's expression grew serious. While Hikari listened intently, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. The two continued their conversation, seamlessly slipping into the roles of teacher and student. For an extended period, Uchiha Hikari's training had been guided by Shinyu. Beyond ocular techniques, all ninja skills were imparted by him. Tracking and reconnaissance, stealth, body flicker techniques, ninjutsu, and taijutsu were all part of a comprehensive learning experience, one-on-one, with a guarantee of mastery, although they both appeared as disciples of Madara. In truth, the one Hikari should refer to as master was the ethereal youth before her. Simultaneously controlling two elemental attributes is rather challenging, Hikari mused, her brow furrowing slightly. Strictly speaking, it's three, Shinyu replied, a contemplative look crossing his face. My initial adaptation to your Amaterasu has provided some intriguing insights. This so-called eternal flame is likely a unique bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Shinyu nodded. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it has merged wind release and fire release, which explains the terrifying temperature, AS, for that eternal characteristic. It seems there is a third property involved. Hikari pondered for a moment, realizing that her line of questioning had veered off course. Is this really significant? Of course it is. Shinyu's voice rose. If we can discern what the remaining property is, it means we can reconstruct Amaterasu, using our own chakra to fuse and develop a new bloodline limit. His gaze locked onto Hikari's, his starry eyes gleaming. At that point, manipulating Amaterasu will be no different from controlling ordinary transformations. Our Uchiha clan is already a bloodline limit. Developing another one is no simple task. Hikari lamented, I have a predicament. Shinyu blinked and suddenly shifted his tone to one almost pleading. Light, let us conduct an experiment that I will activate Suluo, and you shall use Amaterasu to burn me. I wish to analyze it further. Although I can decipher it myself, the progress is rather slow. Are you out of your mind? Light responded, leaning in with a touch of skepticism, her cool, delicate hand testing his temperature. Shinyu brushed her small hand aside. What does it matter? I'm already immune. I will rely on you for this journey. Are we doing it now? Indeed, I am quite curious about the results of the secondary adaptation. Alas, you truly baffle me. Chapter 22. I will bring him back myself. Konoha village. 0.5 years ago. After Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, Senju Hashirama did not falter. Rather, with the assistance of his brother Tobirama. He managed a village with remarkable order and prosperity. He continually refined the policies of the hidden village, utilizing funds from the Land of Fire's treasury as initial capital to significantly invest in the construction of Konoha. Tobirama even established a ninja academy to cultivate high-caliber shinobi. Regardless of familial lineage or social standing, any child capable of gathering chakra, even those from humble backgrounds, could receive a formal education in the ninja arts. Simultaneously, Konoha dispatched ninjas to undertake various missions, thereby amassing considerable rewards, which in turn stimulated the economic growth of the Land of Fire. With ample financial resources, the Land of Fire could allocate funds for military expenses, maintaining a substantial number of ninjas as the nation's military force. Coupled with its advantageous geographical conditions, the Land of Fire swiftly ascended to become the most powerful nation in the world. Bar none at that moment, within a training ground in the Konoha forest, shadows flitted through the trees, accompanied by the occasional sharp clang of metal clashing, suggesting that a battle was underway, with hurried, ragged breaths indicating the presence of more than two combatants. Suddenly, two youths were hurled from the treetops, crashing to the ground. Not done yet. A brash youth sprang from a concealed corner, forming hand seals and shouting, "Wind release." Vacuum wave, he expelled a slender, transparent line of wind that pierced straight into the treetop. Leaves scattered chaotically, and a cool voice resonated from above. "Danzo, have you been hiding all this time just for this technique?" Danzo tilted his head, and the wind line sliced downward like a blade, cleaving the treetop in two. Branches and leaves severed cleanly. A youth leaped from the canopy, the sun obscuring his outline, leaving only a shadow. Danzo's face flashed with a hint of frustration. He had missed his target. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Following this, Danzo's eyes ignited with flames as dozens of blazing fireballs erupted from the shadow. "Uchiha Kagami, do not underestimate me," Danzo shouted, shifting his hand seals and thrusting his palms forward. Wind release. Gale palm. The wind pressure coalesced in his palms, releasing a bullet-like stream of air, which caused the fireballs to falter and extinguish amidst the surging wind. Yet, Danzo did not exhibit any sign of relief. He observed, to his dismay, that from extinguished flames emerged a flurry of spinning shuriken. "Not good," he exclaimed in alarm. Buzz! Countless hidden threads manifested in the air, the shuriken momentarily pausing before returning to the youth's hands like birds returning to their nest. The youth landed gracefully, his black attire billowing in the wind, his back adorned with the conspicuous crest of the Fan clan. "You have lost," Uchiha Kagami stated coolly on the ground. A monkey-faced boy with a pineapple haircut struggled to rise, defiance in his voice. "I can still fight. Yamato, I've already shown you mercy." Kagami's voice was cold and clear. The gap between a J-nin and a Sich-nin cannot be bridged by mere numbers. As long as I can still move, I have not lost." Sarutobi Yamato glared fiercely, springing from the ground to charge at the silhouette. "Very well. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha." As the kunai drew nearer, Uchiha Kagami remained unmoving, exhibiting no extraneous actions. He merely turned to glare. The crimson of his pupils, adorned with 3 tomo, swirled slightly, and Sarutobi Yamato collapsed to the ground as if severed from his strings. Immobile. "What?" exclaimed Mitarashi Anko and Shimura Danzo in disbelief, their voices tinged with incredulity. "This bastard was merely toying with us all along." Mitarashi Anko adjusted his glasses nervously. If he wished, he could have ended the battle in an instant. "Is this the power of the bloodline limit, the Sharingan?" Danzo stood frozen in astonishment. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami approached Yamato, bending down to retrieve the kunai, positioning it at the nape of Yamato's neck. "That should suffice. Had this been a battlefield, you would have died twice over," he stated. "Whether it be ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, I can easily overpower you and secure victory." Danzo steadied his trembling right hand, feigning composure. "Even so, you will never earn our respect." Kagami frowned slightly. "I have acquiesced to all your demands. I advanced to J-nin. You challenged me, and I accepted, whether it be a wheel battle or a group fight. Must I be defeated by you to gain your approval? That is a rather arrogant assertion. We are not so weak as to require that." Danzo scoffed, I understand your disdain for me, but we are all part of Konoha, and we must coexist harmoniously. Only through unity can Konoha grow stronger. I truly wish to befriend you all. Kagami sighed softly. Become friends? What nonsense! You Uchiha produced such a traitor, and you dare wish to integrate with us? What? Kagami fell silent suddenly. Danzo seemed to recollect something, growing increasingly animated, as if this could restore the dignity lost through defeat. Indeed, 5 years ago, your traitorous brother fled Konoha, slaughtering so many comrades, including many of our Shimura clan's Genin. You, Uchiha Kagami, shall never atone for this debt. Kagami's voice deepened. Say that again? Humph, I said, your accursed traitorous brother. The wind rustled, and a kunai was pressed against Danzo's throat. The suddenness of it left Danzo stunned. He merely felt a flash before pain lanced through his neck as the kunai pierced his skin. Warm blood seeped forth, quickly coating his neck, and the wind blew, chilling him to the bone. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer to Danzo's ear, his crimson eyes glinting with an unspeakable fury, a frigid aura radiating from the kunai. Danzo involuntarily shivered that I will personally bring him back to the village. This is my sole motivation that has sustained my arduous training until now. Kagami whispered, word by word. Until then, you are forbidden from speaking ill. Thud! Danzo collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Shinyu, Mitarashi Anko lay sprawled on the ground, exhaling deeply, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. That fellow is immensely powerful. That night, no fewer than 16 Genin perished at his hands. And even Lord Tobarama was helpless against him. Bring him back. He looked at Uchiha Kagami, his tone faltering. Only possessing Genin's strength may not suffice. Lord Tobarama has acknowledged my determination and has agreed to take me on as his direct disciple, as long as I can master that technique. Uchiha Kagami gazed towards the sky, the crimson sun casting a golden hue over his eyes, facing the direction of Konoha's gates. Brother, no matter the distance or the cost, I will personally bring you back to the village. Chapter 23. Madara's intentions in the land of rice. Amidst a luxuriant forest, 3 figures traversed a shaded path, each adorned with black hair. Exuding an air of aloofness, clad in high-collared black cloaks, their backs emblazoned with the identical crest of the Fan clan. Upon closer inspection, it was a man accompanied by a pair of youths, a boy and a girl. The man stood tall and handsome, bearing the fan and scythe, his majestic stride radiating an unparalleled presence. The girl possessed skin as pale as snow, her countenance cool and serene, embodying a classical beauty that appeared diminutive in comparison to the man. Yet her almond eyes sparkled with life, resembling a serene autumn lake, infused with an ethereal grace that suggested an innate aloofness. The boy, handsome and refined, bore delicate features, long eyelashes, and especially striking eyes, which at first glance seemed gentle and clear. Yet, within them lay a profound depth akin to a starry sky, revealing an otherworldly brilliance that only the discerning could perceive. These 3, of course, were the Uchiha trio who had arrived in the land of rice. After their reunion, Shinyu utilized the transformation technique to fly at great speed, covering the entirety of the land of rice in under half an hour. With their objective lying within this very forest, Shinyu promptly took a few quick steps forward. Lord Madara, you will bear the burden of capturing the 9 tails shortly, Madara stated in a nonchalant manner. Understood. Shinyu nodded calmly, his expression serene, seemingly unfazed by the outcome he had anticipated. Madara glanced at him sideways. You do not appear surprised. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to use them in a single moment. Shinyu smiled, and ever since you summoned us to converge in the land of rice, I had an inkling it would unfold this way. Cultivating troops for 1,000 days, utilizing them for a moment. Ban repeated thoughtfully, his tone hinting at deeper contemplation. Humph, those 2 phrases are indeed quite clever. Naturally, you have spared no effort in nurturing us. Even if we possess thick skins, it would be unbecoming to always feast on your generosity without contributing. Shinyu scratched his head, acknowledging that since you devised the Eye of the Moon plan, I had foreseen that both of us would surely play a role in its execution. Oh, Ban raised an eyebrow in surprise. Urging him to elaborate, Shun Yu casually plucked a blade of straw and held it in his mouth. The first step of the Eye of the Moon plan is to acquire the cells of Senju Hashirama, which implies that a confrontation with Konoha is imminent. This endeavor to capture the Nine Tails serves the purpose of ensuring our victory in that battle. However, Senju Hashirama is renowned as the god of shinobi, a figure whose reputation rivals yours, Lord Ban. Even with the Nine Tails at our disposal, unforeseen complications may arise. Shun Yu discreetly glanced at Ban, noticing his brow slightly furrowed, and quickly amended, "This will undoubtedly be a monumental battle that will be recorded in the annals of shinobi history. Yet, with your meticulous preparations over the years, I trust you will handle it with ease." Shun Yu chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. Once the task is accomplished, Lord Ban will focus on awakening Rinnegan. And thus, the responsibility of capturing the tailed beasts will inevitably fall upon the two of us. I see. Uchiha Hikari blinked, realization dawning upon him. Then, it is indeed essential to assess our combat strength in advance. The Nine Tails serves as the perfect test subject. Indeed, if we can successfully complete this capture mission, Lord Ban will have no lingering concerns and can fully engage Hashirama in battle. Shun Yu agreed, nodding in affirmation. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Ban's voice was low and icy, sending a slight chill down Shun Yu's spine. Ban shot a glance at Hikari. "I did not imply that she would assist you. This capture mission is solely your responsibility." The air fell suddenly silent. "What?" Shun Yu's mouth fell open, as if struck by lightning, causing the straw to tumble from his lips. Ban's gaze turned to Hikari. "In this battle, you are forbidden from using the 8,000 spears to assist him, nor are you to provide any aid whatsoever." Hikari's mouth gaped slightly, clearly stunned by the proclamation. "Humph, you are quite astute. You have deduced most of my intentions. Yet this particular aspect eludes you," Ban said earnestly. "Hikari is our trump card, and I do not intend to reveal her prematurely, nor do I wish for her to partake in this decisive confrontation." Shun Yu stood momentarily dazed, quickly grasping Ban's reasoning. "Is it due to her ocular abilities?" Ban nodded, affirming precisely. "Her ocular technique is quite unique. If utilized correctly, it could indeed serve as a trump card. However, she is yet to reach the pinnacle of her potential and requires time to develop. Should Konoha become aware of her existence, even if Hashirama refrains from intervening, Tobarama would undoubtedly pursue a ruthless course of action." Hikari promptly leaped before Ban, raising her small fist, her voice resolute. "Lord Ban, I can do this. What I need is the you who has matured." Ban reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you will inevitably encounter side effects. If you lack Hashirama's cells, one day you may succumb to blindness. But could he?" Hikari's cheeks flushed slightly, her delicate finger pointing at Shun Yu. Shun Yu surprise. Ban actually smiled. "I've chosen him precisely because of his unique ocular technique." He patted Shun Yu on the shoulder. "This lad can refresh his state through temporal reversal, allowing him to engage in combat with zero expenditure. The negative effects on his body are entirely nullified. So there is no need to worry about the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Shun Yu felt a twinge of speechlessness, secretly relieved that he had kept a trump card hidden. Had Ban discovered the true extent of his ability, he might have indeed been relegated to the role of a mere tool. But before he could voice his thoughts, Hikari interjected, "But I can be of assistance during your decisive battle with the head of the Senju clan. I can provide you with chakra that we have marked the gold and silver brothers of the Cloud Village at Yunlei Gorge. They possess chakra from the Nine Tails, and I could attempt to mark the Nine Tails as well." Alleviating your concerns regarding chakra shortages. No, Ban interrupted her sharply. "This decisive battle is between Hashirama and me. Neither of you are permitted to engage. Even Shun, you will only be responsible for post-battle tasks." He turned his gaze back to Shun Yu. "If I succeed, Konoha will undoubtedly not allow my departure unchallenged. You are to ensure my escape. Should I fail, do not concern yourself with my remains. But you must retrieve the Nine Tails. It is an indispensable component of the Eye of the Moon plan." Shun Yu was taken aback. "So this capture operation serves to verify whether I possess the capability to subdue the Nine Tails directly." "You are indeed astute," Ban remarked with a pleased smile. Shun Yu took a deep breath. "But what if I fail? Rest assured, should that time come, I will intervene to protect your life. However, Ban's tone shifted. Laden with meaning, "You, my boy, I have been observing your growth all these years." Chapter 24. I have come to capture you. The tailed beasts, throughout the turbulent history of the shinobi world, are terrifying entities deeply etched in the minds of people alongside calamity. Their power is fearsome. Not only ordinary folk, but even shinobi regard them with trepidation, perceiving them as malevolent beasts akin to natural disasters. Throughout history, countless ambitious individuals have sought to harness them as weapons to dominate the entire shinobi realm. And gradually, they have come to symbolize war itself. In truth, the tailed beasts possess thoughts and emotions. Their loathing for those who exploit them will grow ever stronger. The Nine Tails, among the legendary tailed beasts, is said to be the mightiest, capable of obliterating a shinobi village, possessing nearly infinite chakra, harboring a profound hatred for humanity, and exhibiting a character marked by brutality and savagery, all of which testify to its perilous nature. Shinyu wholeheartedly concurs with this assessment, for he now stands directly before the Nine-Tails. In a relatively open area of the forest, a colossal fox slumbered soundly, its enormous form sprawled lazily across the ground, resembling an orange mountain. With each breath, its needle-like fur rose and fell, and merely the sound of its rhythmic exhalations stirred up gusts of wind. Despite having previously encountered the chakra of the Nine Tails and battled against a pseudo-Jinchuriki, the sheer presence of the beast left Shunyu awestruck. Merely gazing at its mountainous physique and sensing the vast reservoir of terrifying chakra, Shinyu realized that with his current ocular power, it was impossible for him to directly control it with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Insufficient ocular power was one aspect. His proficiency in Genjutsu had not reached such heights that a single casting wouldn't backfire upon him, potentially leading to a catastrophic outcome. Who dares disturb my slumber? The Nine Tails slowly opened its eyes, its red vertical pupils narrowing at the sight of Shunyu. Greetings. Shinyu took a couple of steps forward, standing resolutely before the Nine Tails, donning an innocuous smile. You exude a most unpleasant aura. The Nine Tails propped itself up, causing the ground to tremble, shaking the nearby trees as well. Shinyu was momentarily buffeted by its breath. Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Nine Tails, I have come to capture you. Since it was impossible to defeat the Nine Tails in an instant, his strategy was to undermine it psychologically, gradually depleting its strength. And seizing the moment it lost its wits to strike with Jinjo, the Nine Tails glared, incredulous at the audacity of humans that IT had been devoured by the descendants of two sage of six paths. And now, a mere child dared to covet its power. It erupted in a furious roar, a thunderous sound that stirred tempestuous winds. Several hundred meters away, atop a towering cliff, Ben observed the scene with Uchiha Hikari. Is it truly wise to provoke the Nine Tails like this? Hikari's heart raced with trepidation as she watched, her mouth slightly agape. That is the Nine Tails. Defeating a mere silver-horned beast infused with a chakra was already a monumental feat. And now he was facing the being itself. Yet he could still smile. Ben crossed his arms, scoffing lightly. Rather than fret over him, focus on yourself. Conceal your presence using the methods I taught you. Otherwise, the Nine Tails will detect you. That I am not worried about him. Hikari's face flushed, muttering softly, the Nine Tails is probably too enraged by Shinyu to pay us any mind. Below, the tempest surged like a tide. And Shinyu stood firm at the eye of the storm, akin to a bamboo that remains unyielding amidst the tumult. Nine Tails, I have heard you are the embodiment of wrath, yet it seems you are not quite as fearsome as your reputation suggests. Faced with the overwhelming aura and ferocity of the beast, most would have cowered in fear, yet Shunyu did not retreat. Instead, he taunted the Nine Tails. I've provoked you like this, and all you can do is roar. The Nine Tails, incensed, raised its massive paw, and with a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, sending rocks and debris flying like splashes of water. This is your doing. The Nine Tails let out a cold snort. Soon, the dust and smoke were dispersed by the wind, and its gaze sharpened as it discovered Shunyu lightly poised atop its claw, arms crossed, and exuding an air of calm confidence. You may call me Uchiha Shun Yu. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Shunyu sprang into action. In a flash, he moved like a shadowy specter, ascending along the Ninetales' foreleg with remarkable agility. The Ninetales barely had time to lift its paw before it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of deep crimson chakra. However, Shunyu's movements were as nimble as an eel, effortlessly performing a handstand and slipping beneath the Ninetales' foreleg, blocking its line of sight as he continued his relentless advance. The Ninetales exhaled 2 waves of searing hot air. And before the second projectile could fully charge, Shunyu leaped high, extending a chakra blade 3 meters long, its sharp brilliance aimed directly at the creature's eyes. In that instant of triumph, Shunyu's expression froze as an enormous shadow engulfed him. Followed by a heavy rush of wind. Boom! He was struck down into the ground by a single swipe of the tail. Just a faster little imp. The Ninetales thought the battle concluded, but suddenly a dense black mist erupted from beneath its tail. It then felt a tightening sensation as a pitch-black skeletal hand grasped its tail and hoisted it aloft. In the midst of its astonished gaze, a half-giant emerged from beneath its tail, while the agile little imp remained enscathed inside the giant's form. Shinyu had activated the second stage of Susanoo, for colossal arms grasping one of the Ninetales' tails, and with tremendous force, he flung it away. The sheer power erupted, sending the Ninetales hurtling several dozen meters across the ground, leaving behind 4 deep furrows before it finally came to a halt. The Ninetales bared its teeth in fury, its fur bristling, 9 long tails swirling like dragons as it unleashed a torrent of furious strikes against Susanoo, venting its pent-up rage. Bang! 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 Shunyu maneuvered Susanoo defensively, but even in its second stage, it began to crack under the relentless assault. The crisp sounds of shattering echoed like breaking crystal, and Shunyu's expression grew grave as fissures spread and the internal framework showed signs of fracturing. Seeing the black giant before it was so resilient, the Ninetales, unable to contain its impatience, charged forward, its exaggerated form shaking the mountains and causing the forest to tremble, sending flocks of birds into a frenzy. Sometimes being an overly large target is not a blessing. Shinyu immediately dispelled Susanoo, forming hand seals for the shadow clone technique, his body splitting into 8 mirages that scattered, evading the Ninetales' attack. Die. The Ninetales howled skyward, thrashing its tail in a wild frenzy, striking at every mirage, its seemingly fluffy fox tails wielding tremendous force, sending splinters of wood flying and shaking the very earth. The ground could not withstand its tumultuous flailing. Stirring up clouds of dust, super large Rasengan, the Ninetales, taken aback, felt a sharp sting beneath its rear, followed by an overwhelming force as Shunyu, unbeknownst to it, had darted beneath. With one hand he hoisted a massive Rasengan. Leaping forth, the Ninetales roared as the Rasengan made contact, singeing its fur and releasing clouds of charred smoke. Though this strike did not shatter its physical form, the force was sufficient to send it flying. Its immense body soared high, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire forest. The Ninetales bellowed in rage, its lantern-like vertical pupils wide with fury, yet tinged with a hint of bewilderment. The chakra required for that last move was colossal. And yet this little brat seemed so ordinary. How could he summon such chakra seemingly out of thin air? Shinyu focused on the descending Ninetales, palms pressed together as he mimicked drawing a bow, aiming at the creature in midair. The preceding technique had not come easily. What appeared to be the powerful super-large Rasengan had required him to retract his chakra 3 times in mere moments to gather sufficient energy. In the Ninetales' moment of suspension, the air around Shunyu warped, and dark flames erupted from his hands like dancing spirits. The flames expanded rapidly, a terrifying heat enveloping the surroundings, as flowers and grass withered to ash around him. The black flames swirling obediently into his right hand, forming a burning bow and arrow. From a distance, Uchiha Hikari gasped in astonishment. Even Madara widened his eyes slightly. That's Amaterasu. He actually achieved it. Hikari stared at the silhouette, her beautiful eyes wide with awe. Indeed, through a journey of adaptation, with Uchiha Hikari's assistance, Shinyu had tirelessly analyzed Amaterasu, seeking to unravel its essence. After relentless construction and repeated trials, he had finally completed its second optimization. Amaterasu, the legendary indomitable black flames, comprised 3 chakra attributes: wind, fire, and Een. Wind imparted agility and grace, while fire provided searing heat. Wind fueled the flames, and fire borrowed the wind's might. Together, they could elevate the temperature of the flames to horrifying levels. Yet, on top of this foundation, infused with the caster's will, symbolizing the ignition of all, the relentless cycle of life and death, the Een attribute gave birth to this extraordinary bloodline limit. The flames of the arrow shrank abruptly, drawing in sufficient power before solidifying once more, and then contracting again, cycling through this process several times until a pitch-black arrow took shape, its entirety shrouded in darkness, the intense heat contained within, warping the surrounding air as if even sunlight were being devoured. Add the Earth Command arrow, Shunyu intoned coolly, launching the black arrow with a sudden burst, its speed rivaling lightning. In the next moment, a muffled grunt escaped the Nine Tails. Chapter 25. Shunyu vs. Why by the black arrow shot forth like a tempest, and the Nine Tails felt as if it had merely blinked when a sharp tip struck before its eyes. It swiped at the black arrow with a claw, but clearly underestimated its force. With a piercing sound, the black arrow pierced through the Nine Tails' paw, entering its body at the shoulder and erupting in a cloud of blood mist. Boom! Shunyu snapped his fingers. The black arrow detonated suddenly. The densely compressed Amaterasu flames released in a torrential wave, sweeping through the Nine Tails' interior like a deluge, ruthlessly annihilating everything in its path. Flesh, tendons, and bones dissolved at an astonishing rate, accompanied by a chilling, sizzling sound as the Nine Tails plummeted to the ground, rolling in agony as thick black smoke billowed from its mouth and ears. A gaping wound appeared in its paw, and the black flames swiftly spread to its chest, but the most excruciating pain remained within. The Nine Tails opened its massive jaws. A deep crimson chakra cannon mixed with black flames erupted forth, attempting to expel the internal black fire while chakra surged outward, peeling away the external flames. Shunyu would not allow it to escape so easily. He immediately formed hand seals, and in a flash of black energy, the second stage, Susanoo, descended. He commanded Susanoo to pounce forward, its robust arms tightening around the Nine Tails' neck. The Nine Tails, consumed by rage, charged forth with crimson eyes, engaging in a fierce battle with a solitary warrior. The primal ferocity of their conflict unfolded amidst the chaotic embrace of the forest. Shunyu, his entire being surging with energy, was enveloped in a swirling aura of azure energy, exuding waves of heat. Each punch and kick he unleashed possessed an unfathomable power, capable of sending the Nine Tails staggering as eight-tailed beast. The Nine Tails displayed remarkable resilience. Despite its apparent disarray, it sustained minimal damage, only to be provoked further into a more ferocious state. Using its lengthy tails to its advantage, it unexpectedly struck, sending Shunyu flying through the air. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment before the attack, he summoned the Susanoo's skeletal form. The weight was staggering. Shunyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The sweeping tail strike was devastating, shattering his black ribcage, and an overwhelming force surged through his body, causing his internal organs to tremble violently. With a swift whoosh, he was propelled by dark energy, hurtling straight into the distant stone wall. The Nine Tails opened its maw wide, aiming its immense and heavy presence toward Shunyu as a dual-colored chakra of red and blue converged at its mouth, rapidly transforming into a purple-black liquid sphere. The air within the forest stilled at the emergence of this sphere. This was its ultimate technique. The tail beast-balled it sought to decisively conclude the battle. However, before it could fully gather its strength, the sky suddenly darkened, seemingly overshadowed by a colossal figure. With a hurried glance, its gaze froze in astonishment. Reflected in its slitted pupils was a Susanoo resembling a small mountain. And that imp who had just been flung away appeared without warning within the Susanoo's interior. How infuriating! When did he? It was utterly oblivious to how Shunyu had suddenly materialized above it, unaware that he had merely occupied that position 5 seconds prior. The Susanoo's hands clasped together, dark energy coiling around it, as a massive spear descended from the heavens, piercing through the Nine Tails' body and brutally pinning it to the ground. The divine weapon, the T-Ken BT. The nine-tailed beast ball also shattered midway. The IT struggled to rise, its four paws bracing against the earth. The sheer might of a tailed beast was indeed formidable. The third form of Susanoo had already become a titan in the eyes of ordinary beings, yet it was still shaken by the nine-tails' ferocity. Shinyu activated the gravitational array within the T-Kin-BT, and a crushing 20-fold gravity suddenly descended, causing the nine-tails to plummet to the ground amidst a thunderous roar. How infuriating! Its face was buried deep within the soil, its massive body seemingly embedded in the Earth's surface. Unable to lift its head, even its fox ears drooped helplessly. IT appeared somewhat subdued now. Shinyu revealed a sinister smile as Susanoo's colossal hand twisted the spear's grip slightly, igniting a blaze of black flames that surged down the spear's shaft, once again infusing the nine-tails with Amaterasu. Oh, whoa! The excruciating pain gnawed at its very bones, compelling the nine-tails to unleash a howl of humiliation and agony. How dare that wretched imp underestimate me? In a desperate bid to break free from the gravitational shackles, the nine-tails channeled all its chakra, unleashing its maximum power. A massive beam of light shot skyward, a tempest roaring as it expanded, shattering sand and stone, obliterating the forest in waves of radiant energy. The beam thundered as it rapidly coalesced into an enormous sphere of light, illuminating the world as if it were day. The storm annihilated everything in its path. Shockwaves spread outward, leaving devastation in their wake, with not a blade of grass remaining, and mountains crumbled to ruin. Uchiha Hikari stared wide-eyed, the blinding white light consuming her vision. Her hair whipped wildly by the wind. In that moment of daze, Madara stepped protectively in front of her, the azure Sisu's skeletal form enveloping both of them. Lord Madara, below, as the brilliance gradually subsided. The scene within became visible. The first sight to greet the eyes was Shinyu Susanoo, though now the half-giant had regressed to its second stage, one side of its body reduced to mere remnants, shrouded in swirling black mist, with the skeletal form starkly evident. Shinyu gasped for breath, standing within the confines of Susanoo, blood trickling from his eyes down his delicate cheeks. Yet, even in this state, he wore an unyielding grin, appearing slightly deranged, for before him lay the nine-tails in a far more dire condition. Once vibrant and full of life, its fur now lay brittle and thin, as if its very essence had been siphoned away. However, the fury in its eyes reached a fever pitch, glaring at Shinyu with murderous intent, its gaze filled with a desire to rend him to pieces. The rationality it had clung to was on the verge of collapse. Shinyu's right eye subtly rotated, his condition quietly stabilizing. He awaited the precise moment when the nine-tails would succumb entirely to its rage. Grr! The weighty chakra slowly coalesced, and the nine-tails eagerly began to gather another tailed beast ball. But it promptly fell silent, as a colossal tomo flew towards it at an alarming speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Had it not evaded in time, its teeth would have shattered like the stones behind it. I shall not permit you to unleash that technique. Shinyu grinned wickedly, as the four hands of Susanoo gradually spread apart, conjuring a series of Yatsuka no Magatama. Enraged, the nine-tails retaliated with a torrent of energy blasts aimed at Shinyu, who, undeterred, formed hand seals as Susanoo stood immovable like a mountain, directly controlling the Magatama to fire back at the nine-tails in a frenzied exchange. The warrior and beast appeared utterly deranged, as if they had unleashed their true flames of battle. However, the one truly consumed by madness was the nine-tails. Shinyu, despite appearing deranged, remained as steady as an old dog. The magical patterns of the Meiki SH-Gen had been surreptitiously in motion for quite some time. The target he had chosen to adapt to was the nine-tails chakra, and he had already achieved a certain degree of resistance. His Yatsuka no Magatama had been infused with an indescribable energy, capable of delivering effective strikes against the nine-tails. In the ensuing clash, he would adapt even further based on the energy fired at him, until he could decipher a decisive finishing blow. The acrid smoke was whipped about by the tempest. The earth left in disarray. Hikari gazed anxiously at the scene below, unable to suppress her concern. Would Shinyu be in danger? Uchiha Madara observed intently, as if he had discerned something emitting a faintly knowing hum. Lord Madara, how long will they continue to fight? Fear not, it shall soon conclude. What? Hikari regarded Madara's calm demeanor with confusion, questioning how he knew this. That fellow has never engaged in a battle lasting beyond 5 minutes. Soon, the radiance dimmed, and Hikari understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. The battlefield was shrouded in billowing smoke. Boom! 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 The ground trembled ominously, signaling the approach of a colossal entity. Hikari immediately tensed as the cacophony ceased before them. A massive fox visage emerged from the smoke, towering above as it gazed down at the two. It was the Ninetales. Uchiha Hikari took a small step back, instantly feeling a sense of foreboding. Do not panic, Madara's voice remained unperturbed. Just then, the Ninetales slowly lowered its head, and perched atop its brow was a young bee. It was then that Hikari noticed the Ninetales' once red-slitted pupils had transformed into the shape of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Shinyu, one hand propped on his knee, let one leg dangle from the Ninetales' forehead, his tattered black attire and the blood at the corner of his mouth failing to obscure the fierce aura he emanated. Alongside a hint of sinister amusement, he gazed at Madara. Wiping the blood from his lips, I have not failed in my duty. Chapter 26. The Valley of the End in the Land of Fire. At the Kamiyu Bridge, shadows of trees swayed, and moonlight danced lightly. Midnight was fast approaching. The air mingled with a refreshing mist, while several seagulls, bathed in moonlight, circled endlessly along the shore, emitting mournful, solitary cries. Outside a hidden cave by the water's edge, Uchiha was imparting his final instructions in no need for further words. Your task is to remain at the base, ensuring no one discovers this place. Lord Madara. Uchiha Hikari trembled slightly, her almond eyes glistening with moisture, appearing pitifully forlorn. Her gaze bore a pleading quality, hinting at a desire to either retain him or accompany him. Yet ultimately, all her intentions fled before Madara's stern scrutiny. Her voice was barely a whisper. Her head nodding slightly. Do not attempt to seek us out. Refrain from any rash actions until we contact you. Understood. Madara turned away, facing the sea, where the waves surged with frothy crests, his expression neither mournful nor joyful. At that moment, he was fully prepared, adorned with a fan on his back, a scroll at his waist, and a scythe polished to a gleam, his dark red armor reflecting the moonlight. The sea breeze caressed his face, his long hair flowing like a waterfall with the wind. I know you are discontent, but this is the best arrangement. Madara's tones softened unexpectedly. With the Ninetales present, I will not have any shortcomings in chakra. And besides, your vision has significantly deteriorated, hasn't it? Ah, with a hint of astonishment, Guang widened his eyes as the blurred figure of Ban melded with the moonlight in his hazy vision. Unconsciously, I clenched my fists and opened my mouth. Yet no words emerged. Tears fell silently, splashing onto the rocks below, forming ripples. Sighing, not far away, Shinyu let out a long breath. He stood alone on the other side, leaning against an aged palm tree, its slender leaves shrouded in moonlight, casting a mottled shadow across his fair face. Like Ban, he too was fully armed, donning a vest of soft armor over his originally black attire, with arm guards encasing his arms, and a long blade slung across his back. His mid-length hair neatly tied at the back of his head. Remarkably, his current outfit bore a striking resemblance to the Red Moon Weasel from the night of the clan's annihilation in the original timeline. Gazing at Ban's solitary and proud silhouette, a myriad of emotions stirred within him that, if his instincts were correct, the outcome of the impending battle between Ban and Hashirama would not differ significantly from that of the original timeline. Though many proclaimed these two as the apex of the ninja world, the true pinnacle was occupied solely by Senju Hashirama. This was a truth Ban understood all too well in the original timeline. Ban's genuine confrontations with Hashirama were limited to 3 instances. Despite the differing motivations behind each encounter, the outcomes remained consistent. The first battle, where Ban, having transplanted his brother Azuna's eyes, awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and clashed with Hashirama, ultimately resulted in his defeat, bringing an end to the Warring States period. The second, after years of estrangement from Konoha, saw Ban return with the Ninetales, prompting Hashirama to believe Ban intended to obliterate the village they had founded together, leading to his demise at Hashirama's hand. The third, as both were reanimated corpses in the Fourth Great Ninja War, witnessed Ban, despite possessing the Rinnegan, Yin-Yang release, and limitless chakra, being suppressed by Hashirama, trapped within the confines of the Heavenly Gate. One could never truly ascertain what further techniques Hashirama had in store. There was but one god of ninjas. Yet Ban's true objective this time was not the destruction of Konoha. Rather, his aim was merely to obtain a piece of Hashirama's flesh. The Fa-Ade he donned, as if having descended into an abyss, intent on annihilating all, was merely a ploy to provoke Hashirama into fighting him earnestly. Often, Shinyu pondered, if only Ban could relinquish his pride. Abandoning such extreme methods in favor of a gentler plea to Hashirama, would he not agree to his request, thus averting this conflict? Yet, this was an impossibility. Ban bore his own arrogance, a semblance of pride inherent to the strong. Shinyu, let us depart. A low voice from Ban pierced the air, to which Shinyu promptly replied, understood. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving naught but a single leaf drifting downwards 0.7 years in Konoha. On a summer night, destined to be extraordinary for the village. Summoning technique. Accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke, the immense form of the Nine Tails emerged outside Konoha, its 9 elongated tails unfurling beneath the full moon, unleashing a roar more ferocious than that of any beast, echoing like thunder. Clang! The sound of fan and great sword clashing resounded as two figures engaged in a fierce battle under the moonlight. Retreating simultaneously, the Nine Tails roared, its gigantic form entwined, as powerful shockwaves ravaged the land, a clash beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Ban surged forward, his chakra erupting violently as he activated the armored Susanoo. The Nine Tails towering under its protection, reaching heights surpassing that of mountains. Susanoo, a manifestation of colossal chakra, took the form of a mighty warrior for battle, when he adorned the tailed beast with this armor, symbolizing destruction. The resulting devastation was akin to a natural disaster. Hashirama admired this technique of an old friend, yet understood that this was no time for friendly sparring, but rather a life-and-death conflict. His greater concern was that the village might be caught in the crossfire. Thus, he fought while maneuvering, subtly guiding Ban and the Nine Tails towards the seaside. Ban, seizing the opportunity, began his pursuit, for his objective had never been the obliteration of Konoha. From the very start, it had solely been Hashirama. Shinyu lay in wait, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close, his task merely to retrieve the Nine Tails, biding his time until the battle concluded. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. His spiritual senses detected numerous figures emerging from the direction of Konoha, stealthily trailing behind. What were these individuals scheming? As he contemplated, a flash of crimson light darted towards a distant island. Following closely, a massive fireball ignited upon the island, resembling the rising sun, sending tremors through the land. Its blinding light illuminating the entire forest, the thunderous explosion resonating throughout the heavens. Was this the nature of their conflict? Shinyu stood frozen against a tree, a chill creeping along his spine. In that fleeting moment, he clearly discerned that the red beam was none other than a tailed beast ball, empowered by Susanoo. He could not help but inwardly exclaim in awe, had they allowed the Nine Tails to unleash its tailed beast ball. He would have been utterly powerless to stop it. Gazing towards the battlefield, obscured by billowing smoke, he caught a glimpse of a blue luminescence and the imposing outline of the wood giant. The sounds of splintering trees mingling with the Nine Tails roars at the heart of the battlefield. Uchiha Ban stood dominantly within the armored Susanoo, addressing Hashirama. It has been a while since we last fought seriously. I trust you realize I am not the same as before. Hashirama's expression grew grave as he clapped his palms together, gathering chakra while attempting one final plea. All that we have accomplished thus far. Do you wish to see it all go to waste? Ban. He raised his gaze, confronting the immense presence of the armored Susanoo. There is no benefit in our clash. This battle will only harm the village and the ninjas, and dishonor our brothers and comrades. Ban's cold stare bore down upon him, his countenance growing increasingly frigid. You dare lecture me? I do not wish to kill you. Hashirama's eyes remained sincere. Are you implying that you could strike me down at any moment? No, I am saying we are friends. A flicker of emotion briefly crossed Ban's face, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, before he growled, I have already reached the other shore, as if to affirm his sentiment. The Ninetales roared skyward, its voice reverberating. Hashirama stood momentarily stunned, his thoughts drifting back several decades to a bright, sunlit morning, when two innocent youths competed, tossing stones across the riverbank. The spirited boy of yesteryears slowly merged with the figure before him. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the two could never truly align, ultimately shattering in a cacophony of roars. There is no turning back. Disappointment clouded Hashirama's eyes as he closed them. When he opened them again, the compassion and sincerity had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination, along with a visage adorned with rich natural energy. Senjutsu. True thousand hands. Hashirama's voice thundered, his chakra transforming into visible radiance, amidst the crashing of colossal trees. An enormous thousand-handed Buddha rose from the ground, towering into the heavens, casting a vast shadow that enveloped the land beneath the moonlight. I am coming for you, Ban. Bring it on, Hashirama. Chapter 27. You have changed. Hashirama Shanyu quietly remained hidden among the thicket, a short distance away. The once mighty Ninetales now resembled a small kitten, ensnared within the grip of the giant Buddha. Its eyes were closed, radiating a tranquil demeanor. As if in slumber, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing its orange fur to ripple like waves. From this angle, the Ninetales appeared quite docile, a thought that stirred within Shenyu's mind. Although he had his target within sight, he still refrained from acting hastily. It was not the lurking Konoha ninjas that caused him concern, but rather the fact that the battle between Ban and Hashirama had yet to reach a conclusion. This conflict had persisted for 3 days and nights. Shenyu wrinkled his nose. He suddenly noticed the forest was permeated with a fresh scent of damp earth, and the air grew increasingly humid. He gently extended his palm, catching a raindrop that splattered into cool, crystalline droplets. It was raining. This time, you won't throw me off. Beneath the cascading waterfall, Ban gasped for breath, wielding both fan and scythe, gazing at the equally exhausted figure across from him. A hint of victorious satisfaction gracing his lips. Both their chakras were nearly depleted, weariness etched upon their faces, their armor in tatters, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Hashirama slowly lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon the former dear friend before him. Whether it was due to exhaustion or severe injury, his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Suddenly, the water beneath their feet rippled as Ban made his move. Hashirama, caught off guard, raises a brilliant flash of lightning shot towards the heavens. While countless raindrops cascaded down from the sky, pattering rhythmically against the faces of the two individuals, gradually obscuring their features in a haze of mist. Hashirama, struggling to prop himself up, directed his gaze towards the water's surface, expressionless as he stared at his own reflection, lips moving silently. The dream has only just been realized. I wish to safeguard it. I cannot allow you to bring despair. Madara chuckled lightly, observing Hashirama's evident despondency. You seem rather downcast, Hashirama. Are you not going to abandon yourself this time? Suddenly, a blade pierced through Hashirama's chest, emerging from his back and impaling his heart. Blood flowed down with the rain, swiftly staining the water crimson. Madara's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the weapon that had pierced him, his vision blurring gradually. In disbelief, he turned his gaze to Hashirama behind him, then glanced at the wood clone in front of him. His pupils narrowing slightly. I was actually stabbed in the back. A low, weary voice from behind him echoed. I must protect our village. No matter what happens. I still firmly believe that safeguarding the village equates to protecting the people. The ninjas and the children, be they my friends, brothers, or even my own children. Anyone who dares to oppose the village shall not be spared. You have changed, Hashirama. Madara's pupils trembled as he sank to his knees. Powerless, Hashirama looked down upon him with indifference. In his calm gaze, the essence of friendship was slowly unraveling, fading away. You are reversing the order of things. One day, this will plunge the village into darkness. With a thud, Madara collapsed to the ground. Mirroring Hashirama's earlier position, he closed his eyes and his breath ceased. Uchiha Madara had fallen. Hashirama gazed up at the sky, the entire night enveloped in his pupils. Under the faint moonlight, it seemed as though every raindrop fell from the heart of the heavens, landing in his eyes. You will wield with release, and the village shall be named Konoha. You will wield fire release. And the leader shall be called Hokage. A sudden chill enveloped him. His vision blurred. An overwhelming fatigue surged through him like a flood, consuming his very being. He could no longer bear it and succumbed to the weariness, collapsing beside Madara's lifeless body. Half a minute later, a youth appeared silently on the opposite side of the waterfall. With striking features and obsidian-like eyes, it was Kamehane. He stepped closer to the two, gazing intently at Madara's corpse, his face devoid of joy or sorrow amidst the torrential rain. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before his gaze shifted to Hashirama. He lifted his foot, hooking the scythe towards Hashirama's head, raising it high. Under the cold moonlight, the blade shimmered with a piercing light. I bid farewell to the god of ninjas. The judgment akin to a guillotine was about to descend when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from the forest. How dare you, wretch! The wind howled as a wind-style shuriken sliced through the air, clashing with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying and forcing Kamehane side to side. In the blink of an eye, a man rushed towards Kamehane with lightning speed, his kunai tracing a cold arc. Who are you? Kamehane inquired, recognizing the newcomer's appearance, leaning back slightly to evade the attack, but was still pushed back. My name is Sarutobi Sasuke, the man declared with authority. Kamehane nodded slightly. Ah, the head of the current Sarutobi clan. I see. I'm aware of you. The man unrolled a scroll from his back, his gaze turning icy. Uchiha Kamehane, a traitor who left Konoha with Uchiha Madara 5 years ago. You bear the blood of 22 lives, including 16 Jonin, 2 special Jonin, and 4 Chunin. The Senju, Sarutobi, Nara clans, and even your own Uchiha clan have suffered casualties. On the night of your defection, you stole forbidden jutsu scrolls and caused immense destruction to the village. Your crimes are truly unforgivable. As he spoke, a dozen Konoha ninjas emerged from the forest, surrounding Kamehane tightly, their chakra suppressed, all at the Jonin level. Kamehane glanced around nonchalantly, casually cleaning his ears, replying flippantly, If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered how formidable I was back then. Arrogant. As long as I am here, you shall not harm a single hair on the village. Sarutobi Sasuke shouted angrily that on that fateful night, he had been absent from the village due to a mission. As one of the founders of Konoha, he had been entrusted with great responsibilities by Lord Hashirama. Yet such events transpired, leaving him with an everlasting sense of shame. The sight of this youth had become a thorn in his heart. Today, without fail, he must bring this to a conclusion. Just as he contemplated, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, relying on years of combat experience and instinctual awareness of danger. He instinctively lowered his head. With a swish, a blade flashed past, severing a small tuft of hair lost to the wind and rain. "Oh," he exclaimed, astonished that the assailant was a companion beside him. However, this ally appeared dazed, expression vacant, as if a puppet being manipulated. Sarutobi Sasuke immediately understood. This was an illusion. Damn it, don't look into his eyes. Years of battle experience had ingrained in him the habit of avoiding eye contact with enemies. And thus he failed to notice Kamahane's eyes had turned a deep crimson. But his warning came too late. A series of muffled gasps and the sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air just as he subdued his companion. Surrounding him, chaos ensued as the ground became littered with bodies. The ninjas were of high caliber, many having fought against the Uchiha clan before, and they knew not to look directly at the Sharingan. Yet they could not evade the blades of their comrades. In summary, only 4 ninjas like Sarutobi Sasuke managed to resist the Jinjutsu and evade the onslaught. This is bad, Sarutobi Sasuke suddenly realized, his expression twisting in horror as he reached out to Kamehane. His eyes wide with rage. Stop! The ninjas under the Jinjutsu, seeing no chance of success, swiftly drew their blades to commit seppuku without a hint of hesitation. In an instant the tide turned. Blood flowed freely. The few survivors quickly clustered around Sarutobi Sasuke, facing the unapproachable youth as if standing before a formidable foe. Apologies, but I'm not in a good mood today, that I am usually not like this." Kamehane stood there with an air of nonchalance, a dark, chilling aura surrounding him, causing the onlookers to shiver involuntarily, as an inexplicable sense of coldness enveloped the rain-soaked night. Chapter 28. The Substitute and Summoning. I will not let you off easily. Sarutobi Sasuke seethed, his eyes brimming with unmasked malice. With a bang, the scroll erupted into white smoke, and he hefted a massive wind-style shuriken, hurling it at Kamehane, followed by a series of hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The smoke exploded, and a multitude of wind shurikens surrounded Kamehane, cutting off all avenues of escape. That Kamahane's expression remained impassive as he swung his scythe, its cold light flashing, weaving an impenetrable defense. Sparks flew as the invading wind shuriken were all dismantled, reduced to mere scraps of metal. Yet it was not over. With a swift flick of his wrist, he swung the scythe against Sarutobi Sasuke. Sasuke hurriedly retreated, the blade slicing through the air and producing a thin, razor-like arc. What? His pupils contracted. Caught off guard, the kunai he attempted to deflect was cleaved in two, leaving a gash on his cheek. Kamehane retracted his scythe, skillfully twirling it to shake off the blood. "Tisuke, didn't Lord Tobirama share any intel with you? This technique is called Autumn Dew on Leaves. It's quite peculiar that you've seen it before." In response, a fire dragon surged forth. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Kamehane smirked, his body swaying as he left behind an afterimage, easily evading the fire dragon. Amidst the swaying rain curtain, dozens of shadowy figures emerged outside the encirclement. Each was an exact replica of Kamehane, each wielding a scythe. Encircling the Konoha ninjas, the scythes danced in unison. Their icy blue gleam shimmered in the air. Except for Sarutobi Sasuke, the remaining four were thrown into disarray. Scrambling to combat the multitude of Kamehane figures, blades clashed chaotically, ninjutsu erupted, yet when they struck, they realized they were merely hitting phantoms. The true Kamehane was untouched. That moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two Kamehane figures simultaneously cleaved their scythes into the chests of two Konoha ninjas. Blood gushed forth as their bodies were bisected mid-air. Finally, all shadows merged into one, leaving just a solitary Kamehane in place. Water release. Water Fong Bullet. He formed a single-hand seal, channeling the water through his scythe, compressing it into a thin water blade that sliced through the air. The water blade shot forth with incredible speed, indistinguishable amidst the torrential rain. Sarutobi Sasuke only sensed a fleeting distortion in the rain curtain before abruptly realizing, too late, he yanked at his companion's shoulder. The crescent-shaped water blade flashed through the air, instantly staining pink with blood. Sarutobi Sasuke stared blankly at his arm, horrified to see his companion cleaved in half, innards spilling forth, the water beneath them turning crimson. He charged towards Shunyu in a frenzy, flinging countless shurikens with a flick of his wrist. However, to play with shurikens in front of the Uchiha was akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guanyu. Shunyu couldn't even be bothered to look. Relying solely on the sound to discern their positions, he effortlessly knocked down all the shurikens. Yet, Sarutobi Sasuke seized the opportunity to close in. The physical prowess of the Sarutobi clan was quite formidable, and for a moment, Shunyu found himself at a disadvantage. Feigning a flaw, Sarutobi took the bait, delivering a fierce slash that severed Shinyu's right arm at the shoulder with a resounding thud, the scythe clattering to the ground. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Shinyu unleashed dozens of transparent threads through the rain, instantly immobilizing Sarutobi Sasuke. Chiolu. With lightning speed, Shinyu's left hand swept. A slender chakra blade emerging from his palm, aimed straight for the throat. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump. That a substitution. Shinyu's reflexes were astonishing. The moment the smoke billowed, he used the blood from his right arm to form a seal with one hand, pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique. A dark technique unfurled, accompanied by a surge of chakra, as a colossal cat emerged from the thick smoke, the ground erupting beneath it, sending a figure flying from the shockwave. Sarutobi Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips, staring at the unexpectedly manifested giant cat with grave concern. Was it a transforming cat? Baki, the legendary spirit cat, was the only giant-sized ninja cat in the cat house. According to intelligence from the Uchiha clan, Baki had lived for centuries, possessing extraordinary awareness and even mastering the fabled sage techniques, a divine beast that had not formed a contract with any human for hundreds of years. Yet now, it appeared before him, summoned by someone. The transforming cat glimmered in ethereal blue, its large bronze vertical pupils mesmerizing, its beautiful fur like a dream, constantly shifting patterns, surrounded by misty black fog. Both enchanting and elusive, Shunyu stood atop the cat's head, gazing down at Sarutobi Sasuke, with a contemplative stroke of his chin using his remaining left hand. It seems I underestimated the situation. I did not expect such a formidable presence beyond the Hokage. Meow. The giant cat Baki speaks. 3 million deal. A fleeting pain flickered across SH. The yellow-haired fat man was the first to be assaulted. His arm was crushed directly by Susanoo, and his entire body was violently slammed to the ground, blood splattering like a waterfall, an eyeball flying from between the fingers and rolling to Uchiha Kageme's feet. In the next moment, the water-lightning combination technique struck the skeleton above, akin to a mud cow entering the sea, stirring not a ripple. Yet this was not the end. Shunyu clapped his hands, and a massive surge of dark energy enveloped the weapon, causing the skeleton to sprout flesh and blood. Growing extraordinarily tall, 4 long arms grasped the air, each coalescing into bizarre, black, pointed blades die. The half-giant swung down fiercely, a crescent-like wave of slashing power leveling the ground. Danzo and Hisashi's bodies exploded in succession, releasing vast clouds of blood mist. Even the distant Tsurugi Koharu was not spared, caught in the onslaught. "Help! Help me!" Mito Minion desperately grasped Kageme's pant leg, who turned, trembling to see that only half of his companion remained. "Kageme, save me, save!" A splash of crimson filled his vision. Susanoo raised its fist, the stench of blood wafting through the air, bits of flesh cascading down. The thick, pungent blood splattering across Kageme's face, feeling the scorching heat on his face amidst the debris strewn around. Uchiha Kageme could no longer suppress the turmoil within his heart, and he retched violently. Shunyu manipulated Susanoo to lift him, gazing at the tomo in his eyes, clucking in mockery. "Your comrades have perished before your eyes, and yet you display no sorrow." Kageme trembled, resignedly closing his eyes, allowing the liquid on his face to flow. He could not discern whether it was rain, blood, or tears. "I never imagined you to be so heartless. Dear brother, your companions have died. And what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Kageme! Kageme! What on earth are you doing? Move!" Kageme suddenly opened his eyes. The acrid scent of blood dissipated. He had not been crushed by Susanoo, but stood unharmed in his place. He blankly surveyed his surroundings, his recently deceased comrades sprawled in disarray, their gazes filled with malice. Yet they were all still alive. A surreal transformation enveloped him. Before him, Shunyu spoke nonchalantly. It was merely an illusion rebounded. "Did none of the elders in your clan teach you? Oh, have you truly been frightened to tears?" Hastily, Kageme wiped his face, feeling the dampness. "Kageme, cough cough, you must flee." The disheveled Sarutobi Hisashi lay in a deep pit, seemingly devoid of the strength to rise. "He is too strong. We are simply not on the same level." He claimed to retrieve his own, yet now he wishes to flee. Danzo grumbled darkly beside Hisashi. But upon seeing the indifference around him, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. "Run." Akimichi Toriful lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had just emerged from water. Tsurugi Koharu, face etched with despair, tears streaming down her otherwise lovely face, spoke. "Let Lord Tobarama avenge us." Shunyu chuckled. "While you immerse yourself in this trivial illusion, I took the liberty of teaching your comrades a lesson. They have become much more obedient than before." Chapter 30. Hisashi, Danzo, what strength do you possess? Uchiha Kageme gazed at his brother, the one who had effortlessly annihilated all his companions, feeling utterly devoid of the courage to even draw a kunai. After experiencing that terrifying illusion, his desire to fight had been completely extinguished. Skills such as shuriken jutsu, fire release, and even his most cherished jinjutsu were rendered insignificant before this adversary. What if he truly unleashed the power within the illusion? Acting rashly might lead to catastrophic outcomes for his companions. Do you think that as long as you refrain from action, your comrades will remain unharmed? Kagami's heart sank heavily, his gaze rising in horror. Shinyu was leisurely observing him, a smile that seemed to pierce through all his thoughts. The skeletal form reemerged, a dark, eerie, bony arm rising high, slowly drifting above Hizashi and the others, resembling a giant serpent searching for prey in an ancient forest. Greedily hunting its quarry. "Dear brother, who among them are you closest to?" Shinyu inquired lightly, his soft voice akin to a gentle brother expressing concern for a sibling's social circle. Yet, to Kagami's ears, it sounded like the whispers of a demon. "What do you intend to do?" He dare not respond. "What do I intend to do? Naturally, to punish you. Had you not betrayed me, I would not have forged such a deep enmity with Konoha." Shinyu smiled at his brother, his words sharp, yet his expression remained serene, radiating warm sunlight. "Not going to speak? How cunning. Then I shall have to make my own guesses." Shinyu stroked his chin, the massive bony hand hovering in the air. The bony hand slowly swept over the group, from Danzo to Hizashi, then to Akimichi Torufu, and finally to Mito Minyin and Tsurugi Koharu. Everyone stared at it, their eyes trembling, cold sweat pouring down. The shadow of death looming over each heart. "I essed him." The languid voice struck like a hammer to the heart. Bang! The bony fist descended with ferocity, a heart-wrenching scream echoed, mingling with the horrifying sound of bone cracking. As Akimichi Torufu's body was deeply embedded in the crater left by the punch, his fate uncertain, the warm blood quickly staining the water red. "Ah, Kagami!" He charged forward recklessly, the dual torment of illusion and reality nearly driving him insane. "Stop!" Shinyu slightly turned his head, casting a glance at him. Kagami's fingertips barely grazed the skeletal form before they abruptly halted, upon meeting those exquisite, kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His body felt as if it had lost control. All actions abruptly ceasing. That "It is an illusion." His heart stopped, a fleeting flash of indescribable fear and confusion crossing his eyes. "Do not fret. Our game has yet to conclude," Shinyu said with a smile. "It seems I was mistaken, so let the game continue." Danzo stared in fear at the approaching bony hand, his breaths growing increasingly rapid, an instinct warning him that this time, it was aimed at him. The bony hand hovered above him, bloodstains visible upon its surface. Danzo's face paled, his heart racing uncontrollably. That "I am going to die. I am going to die. No, I cannot perish like this. I have yet to become Hokage. I have yet to make a name for myself. Move. Damn it." He wished to flee, yet could muster not an ounce of strength. Among them, his injuries were the lightest, having merely been kicked by Shinyu. However, that kick had fortuitously struck a critical point, disrupting his chakra flow. The blow, neither light nor heavy, caused a ninjutsu he had been preparing to detonate within him, countless minute wind blades rebounding, wreaking havoc within, severely damaging his meridians, rendering him immobile. The bony hand loomed closer, the shadow cast by the moonlight growing larger, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Think of a way." He gritted his teeth, resolute, suddenly shouting. "Lord Shinyu, I have always held Uchiha Kagami in contempt." Everyone froze, even Hizashi beside him stared blankly. "Indeed, the person I despise most is Uchiha Kagami. What is he? Just a self-aggrandizing fool. After all, the one with whom I have the worst relationship is none other than him." Danzo continued, disregarding the glances from his comrades. "Teach," Shinyu scoffed, the bony hand of Susanoo casually swatting Danzo aside, sending him tumbling far away like a bothersome insect. "You lack even the qualification to die at my hands." Shinyu's indifferent voice drifted over It that moment. A shadow flickered, and the bony hand appeared beside Hizashi, pinching his head between two fingers as if lifting a chick, bringing him before Shinyu. "You still have some worth," Shinyu remarked with a sinister smile, drawing the long knife from his back. In Kagami's horrified gaze, the blade plunged into Hizashi's heart. As the knife twisted, hot blood gushed forth like a spring that Hizashi's eyes bulged. His body convulsed, the excruciating pain rendering him voiceless. His legs kicked out one last time before all went silent. Uchiha Kagami's pupils constricted to pinpricks, that moment frozen in his mind, a bone-chilling cold rushing from his spine to the crown of his head. Is this the true reality of the ninja world? From birth until the end of the Warring States period, he had been well protected by Shinyu. From joining Konoha until now, he had been well shielded by his mentors. Ultimately, this was only the second time he had acutely felt the presence of death. Aside from that one occasion with his parents, in that instant, his heart ceased to beat, his eyes flashing with profound terror. His face ashen, his mouth trembling in silence. Unable to utter a sound, this pitiful sight drew a frown from Shinyu. Strange, is he not the same? Shinyu cast a glance at his petrified younger brother. The disappointment in his eyes unmistakable. From the very beginning, his frenzied acts of slaughter had but one objective, to provoke Uchiha Kagami into awakening his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan, known for their meticulous minds, harbored a depth of love unmatched by any other family. Once an Uchiha, having grasped the essence of love, experiences the loss of that profound affection, the void is invariably filled by an even more potent hatred, giving rise to immense suffering. In such moments, their in-release chakra undergoes a qualitative transformation, affecting the optic nerve and altering their vision. This phenomenon is what gives rise to the manifestation of the mind's eye, the Sharingan. Building upon this, further extreme emotional stimuli can catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan into its ultimate form, the Mangekyo Sharingan. As far as Shinyu knew, once the Sharingan reached 3 tomo, stimuli related to life and death became the crucial factors for its evolution. Witnessing the death of a significant individual, for instance, he himself had awakened his eyes in such a manner. In his heart, he regarded his brother as nothing more than a complete traitor. Individuals of true importance were certainly not found within their clan. Yet after such an extended period of trials, even in the face of Sarutobi Hizashi's death, this fellow still showed no signs of awakening his eyes. Was the bond they had forged not sufficient? Shinyu glanced at Hizashi's lifeless form, contemplating briefly. As his elegant right eye shifted subtly, an unknown force was then directed at Hisashi, and in an unseen perspective, his shattered heart miraculously began to mend. Though the arteries remained compromised, and his external wounds persisted, masterfully maintained in a state of half-life. Judging by the current situation, Sarutobi Hisashi was of greater utility alive than dead. His charisma was not insignificant. Otherwise, he would not have been able to serve as Hokage for so many years in his original timeline. Thus, Shinyu resolved to spare him for the time being, planning to slay him once more in Kagami's presence after they had established a profound bond. As for Akimichi Torike's, his life or death mattered not to Shinyu in the slightest. It was time to attend to the matter at hand. He grasped his blade and approached Senju Hashirama step by step, raising his weapon without a hint of hesitation. Clang! A figure materialized silently, intercepting the blow, sending sparks flying that illuminated a stern countenance and a pair of murderous eyes. Silver hair, crimson pupils, a tall and imposing figure clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, adorned with layered blue armor and a distinctive white feathered collar at the shoulders. His movements were decisive, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Senju Tobarama. He still donned the iron forehead protector styled as a mask, though the emblem upon his brow had been replaced with that of Konoha. "I've waited for you for a long time, Lord Tobarama." Shinyu exhibited no panic, even appearing somewhat invigorated, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Tobarama averted his gaze from Shunyu's mesmerizing pupils, thus failing to perceive the profound mockery that lingered within them. Chapter 31. Who truly is the world's fastest ninja? Tobarama stood in front of Hashirama, confronting Shinyu from a distance. He quickly scanned the battlefield, taking stock of the dazed Uchiha Kagami, Hisashi lying in a pool of blood, and Akimichi Torike's, whose fate hung in the balance. Upon spotting Boki, a seriousness crept into his expression. "It seems you've made significant progress over the years," he said in a low voice. Shinyu shrugged. "I have to thank you for your mercy back then." "Are you trying to provoke me?" Tobarama's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint of murderous intent igniting within them. "Indeed, I should have insisted on eliminating you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived at this calamity today." Is Lord Tobarama feeling regretful? Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. No. Tobarama raised his hand to his pouch, swiftly drawing forth 8 kunai. Today, I shall eliminate you. Swish, the kunai pierced through the rain, hurtling towards Shunyu, each bearing the unmistakable flying Thunder God seal. His gaze shifted slightly, instantaneously locking onto the trajectory and landing points of all the kunai. And no matter where Tobirama appeared, he would strike first. Come, let me test who truly is the world's fastest ninja. Shunyu licked his lips, his muscles taut, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his ankle. A powerful hand emerging from the water, dragging him into the depths. So, your focus was solely on the kunai. A chilling voice whispered like a ghost from a grave. Tobirama appeared silently behind Shunyu, showcasing the prowess expected of a speedster ninja. In the blink of an eye, a kunai pierced Shunyu's right eye, driving directly into his skull. Thud! Shunyu's astonished expression froze on his face, as Tobirama before him transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. This technique is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's quite strange that you've seen it before. Tobirama's true form materialized behind him. Speaking coldly, Shunyu jolted, momentarily stunned. That phrase was familiar. It was precisely what he had just taunted Sarutobi Sasuke with. So, you have been observing all along. Shunyu struggled to speak, his complexion pale, his delicate features contorting grotesquely. With a kunai embedded in his eye socket, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Even his left eye appeared vacant, the sclera entirely stained crimson. Not even think of using that eye technique to recover. I have already damaged your optic nerve. Tobirama crouched down, picking up the long blade with one hand while gripping Shunyu's hair with the other. In truth, Shunyu's body convulsed, his voice growing weaker, his lips murmuring something. It's me, slash. The blade glinted in the moonlight, and in a swift motion, Tobirama severed Shunyu's head from his body, blood splattering across the surface of the water, a deep crimson akin to fine wine. I have one. Tobirama frowned, as in the final moment, he deciphered the lip movements of that severed head. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. He raised the head in his hand, only to discover a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of Shunyu's mouth. Tobirama's heart trembled violently. In the next instant, that head melted away with the falling rain, flesh and blood turning transparent, quickly transforming into a vast pool of clear water that seeped through Tobirama's fingers. Tobirama glanced down, realizing that the headless corpse had liquefied into water, merging with the earth, and the previous bloodstains had vanished without a trace, completely dissolving into the puddle. Water clone technique. His expression darkened, his fists cracking from sheer tension. Before revealing himself, he had been observing for some time, yet he could not ascertain Shunyu's intentions, which was why he had stealthily concealed himself nearby. Thus, there was no way for Shunyu to perform the water clone technique in his presence. This fellow had merely been a water clone all along, similar to the shadow clone, but possessing only 1/10 the power of the original and unable to stray too far. Yet the water clone's capabilities would be enhanced in water. This indicated that his true self was still present. Oh no! Tobirama's realization struck him belatedly, his face twisting with rage, disregarding his subordinates around him as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing from his location. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the land lay in ruin. Despite the heavy rain having washed away the acrid smoke, the scene remained one of utter devastation. Towering trees grew in disarray, the ground uneven and pockmarked, resembling a landscape ravaged by a giant. Amidst this chaos stood a colossal wooden Buddha, while opposite it, twisted roots formed several hollow wooden dragons, as if sealing something away. However, these wooden dragons had long since shattered, and the Buddha's hands lay broken. The object that had been sealed away was nowhere to be found. Atop the wooden figure's head, a black-clad youth stood with his hands crossed behind his back. The moonlight, cold as water, illuminated his chiseled features, droplets of water glistening at the tips of his hair, cascading down his pale face. His exquisite Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered with a soft glow, adding a touch of dreamy vagueness to the scene. After the rain, the night had grown somewhat chilly, the thin mist amplifying the sensation of coldness. Swished, Tobirama's figure appeared atop the colossal tree, and at first glance, he beheld the empty wooden dragon cage and the nonchalant youth. his eyes igniting with thunderous wrath. The nine tails was missing. Even the seals he had placed upon it had vanished. From the very beginning, you were aiming for the nine tails? He fixed his gaze upon Shinyu's back, his eyes burning with lethal intent. If looks could kill, Shinyu would have perished countless times over. Shinyu turned leisurely, smiling as he posed a question in return. Did you not also suspect as much? Tobarama's expression darkened, forcing out a cold scoff. Shinyu was indeed correct. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara, as the second-in-command of Konoha, he had already devised a strategic plan to avoid being drawn into the fray. He had specifically dispatched only Sarutobi Sasuke and a few elite shinobi to assist in clearing the battlefield. In his mind, his elder brother was invincible. Saying he was unparalleled would not be an exaggeration. Meanwhile, he led his trusted subordinates, guarding the Nine Tails while also seeking to broaden their horizons. That objective, of course, was none other than Uchiha Shinyu. Since that fateful night 5 years ago, Tobarama has never forgotten him. He perceives him as the greatest threat to Konoha, second only to Madara, an adversary of many years. He anticipated that Madara would dispatch Shinyu to retrieve the Nine Tails. Yet, despite laying in wait for a considerable time, Shinyu has yet to make an appearance, which does not disrupt Tobarama's composure. He decisively orders his subordinates to scout another battlefield for information. However, he did not foresee that Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing his father ensnared, would recklessly charge forward. The ever-cautious Danzo first commanded Uchiha Kagami to strike, then seized the opportunity to attack, ultimately leading his comrades into peril. As Tobarama awaited the return of his subordinates, an unsettling intuition gripped him, prompting him to teleport using the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on Hashirama. Soon after, he found himself misled by Shinyu, mistakenly believing that Shinyu's target was Hashirama. Coupled with Shinyu's provocation and his long-simmering killing intent, he could no longer restrain himself until he realized he had fallen into a trap. That a lapse in his otherwise meticulous strategy, Tobarama mused. Shinyu winked at him. To my astonishment, you managed to dismantle the seal and effortlessly release the Nine Tails in such a brief span of time. However, the corners of Tobarama's eyes twitched as the future second Hokage inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath into a voice that was cold and foreboding. You will die today, as the final syllable lingered in the air. Tobarama vanished, Shinyu's pupils constricted, and with fluidity born of instinct, he sidestepped, tilted his head. His movements were executed without a hint of hesitation. A sharp sound pierced the air. Blood erupted from Shinyu's right cheek, the searing pain contorting his features as Tobarama, wielding a kunai, executed an unanticipated assault from his flank. Shinyu reacted swiftly, his right hand whipping out, the afterimage of his arm striking like a whip, firmly locking onto Tobarama's wrist with such force that it caused the kunai to slip from his grasp. He gripped Tobarama's wrist tightly, his other hand glowing with a cerulean light, as autumn dew transformed into a blade of ice blue, aimed straight for Tobarama's heart. With a swift motion, Tobarama's body vanished once more. Shinyu sensed a subtle shift in the air behind him, an icy chill racing to his skull, but it was too late to turn back. His crimson pupils darted back in trepidation, and a ghostly glow flickered as Tobarama reversed his grip on the kunai, aiming fiercely at Shinyu's eye. A successful strike. Tobarama's expression darkened, the kunai slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Silently, the kunai struck empty air as Shinyu's form vanished, reappearing 5 meters away, stumbling slightly, nearly losing his balance. So close. Shinyu's breath quickened. Even freed from immediate danger, his eyes still flickered with panic, akin to a wary young beast. Just a hair's breadth, and Tobarama would have blinded him. Yet compared to Shinyu, Tobarama's demeanor was even more intriguing. Space-time ninjutsu. Your ocular technique does more than merely restore. It can also facilitate spatial movement. His brow furrowed, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. In comparison to Lord Tobarama, Shinyu still fell short. He feigned nonchalance. Tobarama's expression returned to normal as he spread his hands. This place has long been inscribed with my Flying Thunder God marks. I can appear in any location. Here, I have crafted a tomb specifically for you. Shinyu instinctively surveyed his surroundings, where low grass, shattered tree crevices, fissures in the ground, beneath the water surface, and between the stone walls. Countless flying thunder god marks came into view that the scattering of kunai lay amidst the chaotic weaponry, nearly undetectable unless one searched meticulously. In a split second he hesitated, Tobirama once again teleported before him. The kunai slicing through the cold, eerie light. There was no time left before the Senju Tobirama. Shinyu could not even execute the body flicker technique, forcing him to activate the eternal recurrence, his right eye instinctively swirling, transporting him to Tobirama's previous position. From an observer's perspective, the two appeared as mere blurs in the downpour, switching places in the blink of an eye, a feat almost supernatural. Besides the body flicker, the wound on his right cheek had vanished. This ocular technique not only restored injuries, but also could revert spatial locations. These positions were not random. While launching his offensive, Tobirama analyzed the battle. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a vengeful specter, reappearing before Shinyu. The kunai aimed directly at his right eye. You cannot escape. I can teleport to any corner of this space with a thrust. The kunai pierced through Shinyu's palm, blood splattering as he gripped Tobirama's fist with all his might, the blade halting just an inch before his eyeball. The chilling radiance flickered, reflecting the kaleidoscope within his eye with a jade-like sheen. Not teleporting away immediately. Is there a cool-down period? Tobirama squinted, his attack seemingly sharp. Yet based on Shinyu's previously displayed agility, he could have easily predicted the strike and utilized a space-time ocular technique to escape. Just as this thought surfaced, Shinyu vanished. With a swift motion, a shadow appeared above the wooden figure, marking Shinyu's position approximately 3 minutes prior. The left eye's technique could nullify my water release, while the right eye's technique is a time reversal. Not only could he teleport to a previous location, but he could also restore his health, albeit with a 1-second cooldown, preventing consecutive uses. That Tobirama's mind raced with analysis, his gaze as calm as still water. Since Shinyu had not left this range, it indicated that the time he could revert was limited, perhaps only a few minutes. After a few rounds of probing, he had nearly grasped Shinyu's abilities. The moment Shinyu landed, he summoned Susanoo without hesitation. Ribs expanded, arms grew, and veins rapidly filled the gaps, coalescing into solid flesh within moments. The second stage of Susanoo manifested in less than half a second. Its massive forms stretching under the cold moonlight, lines sharp and formidable. The half-giant clasped its hands together, forming a peculiar weapon, yet the accumulation of chakra did not cease. Amidst the swirling dark mist, the weapon's tail abruptly elongated, transforming into a formidable spear. Finally willing to unleash this technique, Tobirama did not pursue, a cold smile playing on his lips. The Susanoo spear swept across, its tip carving a perfect arc through the rain. A dark, profound curve that seemed to slice through space, leaving behind a void of darkness. Then, the arc akin to a black hole, abruptly contracted, followed by a thunderous expansion, a powerful strike tearing through the earth as if a tempest had passed. Centered around Susanoo, the ground fragmented inch by inch, debris and rainwater swept up by the howling winds, following the arc to distant lands. Even the wooden figure and colossal wooden Buddha were severed in the wake. Devoid of Hashirama's enhancement, these wooden structures bore no difference from ordinary trees. As the tumult gradually subsided, what remained was a barren expanse, devoid of the enormous tree, puddles, and the flying thunder god kunai and marks. 1,000-meter radius laid waste by a single spear. At a distance from Susanoo, the space distorted slightly as Tobirama's figure reappeared, yet he refrained from further attacking Shinyu. The moment he materialized, he hurled the flying thunder god kunai. But it was not aimed at Shinyu. Rather, it was directed toward an inconsequential area. As the kunai soared, it erupted in a plume of white smoke, and a second Tobirama emerged from thin air, seizing the kunai and twisting his waist midair to alter its trajectory. Whoosh! When the third Tobirama appeared, Shinyu furrowed his brow, as in the dynamic vision of his kaleidoscope, the kunai's path left a straight line in the air. Subtly encircling him, he had discerned Tobirama's intention. With a flick of his wrist, 3 shuriken flew forth, swiftly closing in on the flying thunder god kunai, seemingly on the brink of interception. However, the fourth Tobirama unexpectedly emerged. A cacophony of clinks ringing out as he wielded the kunai to deflect all the shuriken, taking advantage of the moment to leap sideways, with the remaining three now occupying the east, west, south, and north corners, encircling Shinyu in the center. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of crimson light shot skyward from one of the Tobaramas. Whoosh! 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 Three beams followed suit, piercing the heavens like a firecracker. The beams intertwined, forming a deep red barrier, encircling 100-meter radius, coordinated instant shadow, flying thunder god, four red suns formation. The four Tobaramas intoned in unison, thus Shinyu's heart plummeted, a chill creeping up his spine. He sensed a formidable sealing force emanating from this protective barrier, the air growing heavy, his chakra sluggish, reduced several tiers from its previous fluidity, still not over. In the open field, Tobarama clapped his hands and shouted, Summoning technique impure world réincarnation. Within the four red suns formation, hundreds of coffins erupted from the ground, one after another from the barrier's edge, a cloud of dust ascending, swiftly encircling the black Susanoo at the center. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of coffin lids crashing to the ground echoed repeatedly. Amidst the thick smoke, hundreds of eerie silhouettes emerged, and, as the moonlight drew near, Shinyu could not help but furrow his brow. He beheld a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes, those of the Uchiha shinobi who perished on the battlefield 8 years ago. Tobarama gazed at the crimson barrier encasing the divine feather, a cold and mocking smile gracing his lips. Today it would be they who would usher you on your journey. Buzz, a pitch-black strike rent the earth asunder, transforming into a beam of moonlight that swept across, annihilating dozens of figures in a single stroke, along with the coffins behind them, reducing them to mere fragments. Susanoo shook its long spear, the tip bursting forth with dark light, wielding an overwhelming force as it carved another arc through the air, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept through like a tempest. Under the cataclysmic might comparable to a natural disaster, the reanimated corpses of the earth were as fragile as mere insects. Turning to ash in the blink of an eye, the arc surged forward with relentless momentum, crashing directly into the barrier, causing a resonant hum and stirring up layers of tumultuous waves of energy. The divine feather squinted slightly. The four red sun formation was indeed a barrier technique that only shadow-level powers could wield, its resilience so formidable that even his second-tier Susanoo's full force could not rend it asunder. From beginning to end, he had never regarded Tobarama's reanimated forces as a threat. The only true menace lay in the barrier before him. Yet the wall seemed to expand elastically before slowly rebounding. Black light surging with a vast cloud of dust erupting from the exit above, scattering the leaden gray clouds. If that is the case, then I shall have to employ my third-tier Susanoo, the divine feather-s right eye. The kaleidoscope began to rotate quietly, instantly restoring his body to its peak condition that he could scarcely remember how many times he had regressed. Since his inception into this world, this was the most frequent he had ever retraced time. The complexity of Tobarama's techniques had surpassed even the Nine Tails. However, these undead nuisances were indeed quite troublesome. Dust began to coalesce. The reanimated corpses that had just been shattered by Susanoo now stood upright once more. As long as the caster did not release their binding, they were truly immortal. The most direct and effective method of dealing with them was to control the caster to lift the reanimation seal, or to use yin-yang release to directly attack their souls. Failing that, one could only defeat them and seal them away to restrict their movements. Unfortunately, sealing techniques were not the divine feather's forte. He was utterly ignorant of them. The reanimated corpses surged forward with astonishing speed, fearlessly charging, their vacant, expressionless faces clearly manipulated. Fire release. Great fireball technique. They began forming hand seals, launching massive fireballs like cannonballs that detonated against the exterior of Susanoo, creating billowing clouds of thick smoke. The divine feather stood confidently within the confines of Susanoo. In the realm of ordinary ninjas, a second-tier Susanoo was considered absolute defense, and these common ninjutsu could not inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Clang! 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 Countless shurikens struck the giant's eyes, armpits, and joint seams, but to no avail. The divine feather could hardly be bothered to glance their way. With a flick of his spear, dozens more were swept into dust. And a mighty hand slammed down, crushing several who had failed to escape into the ground. Little pests, showing no mercy even to your own kind. A voice from outside the barrier echoed, carrying Tobarama's disdain. They were once your comrades in arms. Look at their faces. How can you bring yourself to do this? The divine feather let out a cold laugh. Tobarama, is this tactic of yours not rather juvenile? They have long since perished. Now, they are but soulless husks. Raising his spear high, a torrent of energy surged within him. They died by your hands. Buzz. Susanoo wielded long spears, slamming the tips into the ground, unleashing a fierce upward slash that cleaved the earth like a massive, black crescent moon. The ground cracked apart inch by inch, as fragile as tofu, yet the crescent did not penetrate the surface. For deep underground lay buried the red barrier. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted beneath the surface, the earth shattering violently, debris raining down, creating a deep pit with a radius of several dozen meters, nearly half of the reanimated corpses buried beneath the rubble. TCH, even the underground is covered by the barrier. The divine feather, every ninjutsu possesses its inherent flaws. Previously, these individuals were too distant from me, yet now they have inexplicably converged around me. Shinyu has devised a countermeasure to deal with this group of impure reincarnations. Although he lacks sealing techniques, he possesses another formidable skill to combat the undying. One must wield something equally eternal. Relax, relax. The principles of jutsu are fundamentally the same, by merely altering the attributes of chakra. It can be achieved. He adjusted his breathing, and his hands began to form seals slowly and precisely, as the heavy chakra began to flow along a specific path, albeit sluggishly. The sign of the rat. The ox and the dog culminated in the sign of the horse. Shinyu crossed his hands, forming an arch with his index fingers, concluding the jutsu with a horse seal, standing before his chest. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. He inhaled sharply and then exhaled violently. The pitch-black flames erupted forth like a raging torrent, sweeping around him as he spun, enveloping all the impure reincarnates outside of Susanoo. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a sea of black flames, with even the explosions serving as fuel for Amaterasu's fire. Under the extreme heat, the impure beings were reduced to ashes. Even if they attempted to reconstitute their forms, they would be devoured by the flames in the blink of an eye. For the first time, this fire truly achieved an everlasting blaze. As the explosion ceased, Shinyu exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze growing colder as the dark energy swirled, revealing the Yada mirror once more. With a swift motion, dozens of mirrors scattered outward, obliterating the distant ninjas who were unleashing their five-element barrage into mere remnants. The mirrors, entwined with Amaterasu's black flames, became indistinguishable from the pitch-black gems. And soon, those outer ninjas were reduced to mere fodder for the black flames. Shinyu's gaze sharpened as he noticed that when Amaterasu spread to the boundary, it ceased to expand, instead being repelled. The barrier technique and sealing technique were indeed extraordinary, capable of suppressing even fire release. As a second passed, Shinyu prepared to activate Everlasting Heaven again, refreshing his 5 minutes of invincibility. Yet at that moment, a hand pressed against the outer wall of Susu. Kuchios. Tobarama, gone. Uchiha. Tobarama's complexion was extremely pale, his deep-set eyes accentuating a fierce gaze. In that fleeting moment, Shinyu discerned his features, a gaunt, menacing visage, with 2 black vertical lines extending from the blank diamond mark at his brow, wrapping around his limbs like ribbons. Before he could register his astonishment, the colossal half-giant vanished without a trace, along with Shinyu, leaving only the black flames raging around. After successfully capturing him, Tobarama did not immediately leap from the barrier. Instead, he hurled hundreds of flying thunder god kunai in every direction, drawing out a kunai from his sleeve, poised for action. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in an unknown maritime expanse, a crisp cracking sound pierced the air. This was the sound of Susanoo fracturing. The noise resonated like a great bell, vibrant and melodious, jolting him from his stupor. This was the closest he had ever come to death, and his instincts honed from years of battle saved his life. In that instant of clarity, he instinctively shrank back, unleashing a vast amount of chakra to sustain Suzo. So dark, so cold. Everything was shrouded in obscurity. He strained to open his eyes, but the surroundings were pitch black. As if swallowed by a black hole, only faintly perceiving a sensation of buoyancy, the taste so salty it nearly sliced through his nostrils assaulted him. Crack. In less than a second, his Susanoo shattered once more. What? The crisp sound emanated from all directions, time seeming to slow, even the cracking noise becoming a distant echo, indicating that Susanoo was still under relentless assault from all angles. Shinyu was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to fathom the nature of the attack he was enduring. Calm down, calm down. I still have time. Shinyu desperately rotated everlasting heaven, retracing his state while calming his mind. In that final moment, Tobarama appeared and struck him with a single palm, followed by a disorienting sensation. Yes, this feeling was unmistakable. He must have been transferred by the flying thunder god technique. Endless darkness, unyielding pressure, with not a single soul within 100 miles, and this faint metallic taste, accompanied by the bone-chilling temperature, could only belong to the depths of the ocean. I could think of no other place. He actually intends to use the pressure of the deep sea to eliminate me. Almost instantaneously, he contemplated activating his ocular technique to teleport back. He fought desperately to suppress that thought. Since Tobarama was aware of his space-time ocular technique, he surely anticipated that he had a means to teleport back. And at this moment, he must be lying in wait at the original location. The moment he revealed himself, no matter where he appeared, he believed the next thing to land upon him would not be raindrops, but Tobarama's kunai. Everlasting heaven was not truly invincible. Even if he chose to teleport back with Susanoo, he could not guarantee Tobarama would not suddenly appear inside Susanoo. That cunning old fox must have already set up the flying thunder god technique in advance. In the next second of cooldown, it would be ample time for him to be killed multiple times. But if he chose not to move, he would eventually be crushed into a pulp by the pressure of the deep sea. With this thought, Shinyu's breath became erratic, and he could not help but feel a sense of dread towards Tobarama's cunning and stratagems. Lord Madara, this is bad. Hashirama was revered as the god of ninjas. If Tobarama were to be deified as well, Shinyu would gladly bestow upon him the title of god of schemes. Shinyu crossed his arms, the biting cold seeping into his bones. He felt like a mouse in a container. The only thing he could do was desperately maintain the strength of the vessel. But this was undoubtedly akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. He could only await death in the ensuing moments. For the first time in his life, he truly experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Damn it, I've messed up. In truth, after releasing the Outer Nine Tails, there was a brief moment when he could have made his escape. Even with pursuers behind him and the relentless pursuit of Tobarama, he could still have left unscathed. The reason he had willingly walked into Tobarama's trap and lingered for so long was merely a part of his plan. The words of Madara unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Relying solely on intelligence to engage in battle will not forge a true strongman if you cannot achieve a decisive kill upon first sighting. You shall undoubtedly suffer great losses in future encounters. The seawater was frigid, and he trembled, his lips quivering. Despite his entire body feeling numb, the endless darkness threatened to crush his will. No. Shinyu slowly clenched his fists. In the depths of the lightless ocean, his gaze suddenly became resolute as the kaleidoscope spun gently. I can still adapt to the deep sea. Chapter 35. I have won. As the sudden rain began to cease, the night breeze grew moist, and each breath felt refreshingly cool. Tobarama held a kunai, his body taut, slightly bent forward, his gaze sharp and vigilant, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. He had maintained this state for quite some time. At least half an hour. Around him, countless flying thunder god kunai were haphazardly embedded in various locations. The Amaterasu flames long since extinguished, and the towering formation of the four red suns had also vanished without a trace. At midnight, the air was serene, with only the gentle night breeze caressing the surroundings. Tobarama. A voice shattered the silence. Tobarama's eyes flickered as a figure swiftly approached, though he had already recognized the person's face. He activated his sensory abilities to gauge the chakra of the newcomer before slightly lowering his guard. It was Sasuke. He spoke in a hoarse voice, fatigue evident. Tobarama, the battle over there has concluded. That cat-like creature's abilities were too bizarre. I couldn't hold him down, and no matter. A mere summoned beast poses no threat. Tobirama commanded, a shadowy smile crossing his lips. Have the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans retreat to the village. That nameless one has yet to reveal themselves. Madara has done well to conceal them. I've already sent my son to do so. Sarutobi Sasuke landed beside Tobirama, glancing at the scattered kunai, and inquired. That little brat has yet to be subdued? Who knows? Tobirama sighed, his complexion ghostly pale. The four red suns formation had drained too much of his chakra. We should regroup. He likely won't teleport back. Could he still be alive? Sasuke questioned, astonished. If we all attack together, wouldn't our chances of victory increase? Tobirama shook his head. It's futile. He probably mastered spiritization. In the face of that technique, numbers provide no advantage. Our forces would be annihilated like fodder. Moreover, that brat's ocular technique is exceedingly peculiar. I cannot allow him to adapt to the secret techniques of other clans. You should understand. In our village, apart from my brother, only you and I possess the means to contend with him. As he spoke, Tobirama performed seals to dispel the markings on his body. Unlike Hashirama, he lacked vast reserves of chakra. To counter Shinyu, he had even delved into ancient texts, spending 3 years developing this forbidden technique that could store chakra. Sasuke silently nodded, and after a moment, he remarked, if he is not dead, he will undoubtedly return for vengeance. Upon hearing this, Fei Jin remarked, his abilities allow him to instantaneously return to the traces left in time and space, and to mend any injuries inflicted upon his body. I have transported him to the depths of the ocean, and to prevent him from employing this ability, I have been guarding this place for quite some time. The deep sea, Sasuke, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. You can actually leave spatial markers in such a location. My kunai is specially crafted, forged from the rare deep-sea black iron, possessing an immense density, despite its small size. It weighs a staggering 1,000 pounds. Fei Jian continued. 2 years ago, I cast it into the ocean, and now, sensing its spatial coordinates, it lies over 20,000 meters below the surface. Such depths are utterly beyond human reach. Sasuke couldn't help but feel a chill of fear that I cannot ascertain whether he is truly dead. He may be buried in the deep sea, or... Fei Jian looked up, his gaze becoming distant. He might have survived. Transforming into a true monster, Sasuke surveyed his surroundings once more, observing the vast fissures in the stone walls and the chaotic pockmarked ground, and he couldn't suppress a gasp. Tiomi, he has already become a monster. In the northern sea of the Iron Country, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars scattered across the heavens. The sea roiled with waves crashing upon the rocks, sending forth sprays of white foam. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and a youthful figure leaped from the sea's surface, soaring upward with the speed of a missile. Shooting towards the night sky, he cleaved through the massive waves, his form elegantly unfurling beneath the full moon. The cool moonlight enveloping him in an impenetrable halo of sacred light. The youth gracefully descended, his toes lightly touching the water's surface, sending ripples cascading outward, despite the tumultuous waves as they approached him. They calmed to the tranquility of a babbling brook, as if mischievous children, upon encountering their teacher, fell silent, unable to stir a single wave. His visage was strikingly handsome, with ethereal phoenix-like eyes. His black hair danced in the wind, while his eyes sparkled like a kaleidoscope, reflecting a crystalline glimmer. It was Shun Yu this moment. He stood bare-chested, his skin as pale as jade, the subtle contours of his well-defined muscles resembling divine metal, radiating an ethereal glow under the soft moonlight, as though enveloped in a shimmering layer of water. Shun Yu examined his hands, fingers clenched into fists, feeling the surging vitality coursing through his body. Alongside an overwhelming power yearning to be unleashed, a spark of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. I have triumphed. Indeed, life and death crises can awaken a person's latent potential. The adaptation to the Flying Thunder God technique is nearly complete. The perilous battle with Fei Jian was primarily due to his failure to adapt to the harm inflicted by him. The fully operational Emosu Luo had been engaged in one task from the outset, adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique. He had an inkling that if Fei Jian were to employ the Flying Thunder God technique again before him, he would instantly adapt to this remarkable space-time ninjutsu. It wasn't entirely without gains. After all, he shook off his damp hair, glancing at his smooth, jade-like torso, his expression slightly peculiar. Oh no, I have become the Sea King. He had succeeded. He had successfully adapted to the deep sea, attuning himself to the essence of the natural waters. Moreover, this was the result of a secondary optimization. Long before he resolved not to remain passive, he had exerted all his energy in Emosu Luo, causing a portion of seawater to surge through the fractured Susanoo, piercing his body with countless wounds. The excruciating pain also awakened hidden capabilities. As he adapted to the seawater, he could endure greater harm, ultimately relinquishing the Susanoo, reverting solely to his original state. The cracking of bones and the mangling of flesh were followed by immediate restoration. Bones reknit, blood staining the seawater, pain and rebirth acting as twin blades, ravaging his body and mind, repeatedly destroying and reconstructing. After several such cycles, Shinyu finally adapted to the extreme pressure of the deep sea on the brink of life and death. In his first optimization, he developed gills, making the seawater no longer briny and bitter. Even in the pitch-black depths, he breathed as easily as in the air. His physical form underwent unimaginable enhancement. His bones and flesh became extraordinarily resilient, and even his skin shimmered with a crystalline glow. Within his seemingly slender physique resided the strength of a great beast. Every cell in his body was remarkably sturdy, impervious to external pressures, able to autonomously adjust internal air pressure, rendering him immune to the corrosive seawater and the terrifying water pressure. His circulatory system upgraded, his heart pumping steadily and powerfully, akin to a divine drum from a distant celestial realm. Maintaining a constant body temperature, the evolution of his flesh from within rendered him immune to all harm from seawater, even adapting to sudden changes in temperature, disregarding the cold depths. Webbing sprouted between his fingers, granting him the ability to swim. Furthermore, his eyes evolved, significantly enhancing his vision in the dark depths, automatically adjusting range according to light intensity. This allowed him to perceive the ocean's depths, even discern the abyss of the ocean trenches. In the second optimization, his gills and webbing vanished, restoring his external appearance to that of a human, replaced by an extraordinary adaptation. All his body's acupoints have been unblocked, enabling him to breathe through his skin. He absorbed oxygen through his pores and expelled waste, his cells controlling the process of gas diffusion through the cell membrane, consciously absorbing only the oxygen from the water. He enhanced his affinity for water, allowing him to subconsciously manipulate water molecules within a certain range outside his body, maintaining stable density and wave motion, controlling the flow speed of the water. This was a completely natural response, akin to human skin contracting in cold and expanding in heat. This allowed him to move freely amidst the water's resistance and immense pressure, far superior to simple muscular movements with webbing. Moreover, when he focused his attention on controlling the water, he could manipulate water molecules over a larger area. Within his domain, he became the master of water, wielding dominion over the ocean, even in the depths of the sea. He could easily manipulate the water to flow against its current, creating a stable spherical vacuum. Additionally, he evolved a sense of perception. His chakra could diffuse in high-frequency waves before being reabsorbed, enabling him to gather information about his surroundings through bodily sensations. Now, he resembled a humanoid radar, capable of detecting changes in molecular density within a certain range, and combined with his soul perception, he could perceive everything within a 10-kilometer radius, undeterred by rapid movement that might cause collisions. Thus, he had fully adapted to the ocean's depths. He also seized a moment to catch his breath and began searching the sea, finally discovering a severely deformed kunai of the Flying Thunder God amidst a coral formation. Upon seeing the Flying Thunder God inscription upon it, he wasted no time in tearing it apart before resurfacing. Shunyu lowered his head, examining his pale, luminous palm, his gaze seemingly penetrating his skin. An infinite power coursing silently along his muscles and veins, as the possessor of Emosu Luo. He swiftly acclimated to this exponentially amplified strength, his eyes shining with a contained brilliance, his breathing steady and prolonged. With his current physical prowess, Even if Hashirama were to confront him, he felt confident in measuring up against him. Yet that peculiar expression lingered, unresolved. Though becoming stronger is a good thing, am I still considered human? Chapter 36. The Body of the Sea God in the Underground Base of Shinto. Uchiha Hikari knelt on the bed in a dim chamber, her eyes tightly shut, attempting to divert her attention by refining chakra. After several unsuccessful attempts to concentrate, she finally opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a heavy sound emanated from the stone door. Hikari's body quivered slightly, her bright eyes regaining their luster as she swiftly leapt from the bed, darting like a little cat to the entrance of the base. Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara leaned against the wall at the entrance of the base, his long hair disheveled and draped over his face. His complexion pale as parchment, clad in tattered black clothing, appearing utterly disheveled. However, what concerned Hikari the most was, Lord Madara, what has happened to your eyes? She squinted and leaned closer, finally noticing Madara's face. One of his eyes had completely turned white. It was an emptiness, a pure white, distinct from the Hyuga clan's grayish-white pupils. Madara's eye appeared as if the pupil and sclera had merged, exuding an eerie aura. Unexpected circumstances have arisen, but fortunately, the plan succeeded. Madara spoke weakly, adjusting his breath slightly. This price is something I can still bear. He pulled something from his robes, carefully opening his palm to reveal a small piece of flesh, pulsating with an intense yang chakra. Appearing blood-soaked, looking at the piece of meat in his hand, Madara's lips curled into a grim, yet victorious smile, and I shall be the one to forge peace in this world, in the same temporal realm as before. He had not truly perished. Prior to engaging in battle with Hashirama, he had discreetly prepared a contingency. Within his Sharingan, he had preordained the use of Izanagi. This technique, one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular arts, possesses the ability to transform unfavorable events occurring within a certain time frame into mere illusions, thereby rendering only the advantageous aspects into reality. It is the genuine art of rewriting fate, capable of altering even the harsh reality of death. A terrifying ocular prowess that can render its user invincible. The cost, however, is that upon activation, one of the user's Sharingan will inevitably succumb to blindness. Madara feigned death using Izanagi, sacrificing one eye's vision to survive. When he gradually regained consciousness, he found himself ensconced in a secret chamber within Konoha. Realizing that the inhabitants of Konoha had not dutifully buried him, he sat up, expelling a chunk of flesh from his mouth. A remnant he had bitten off during Hashirama's moment of vulnerability, which was also the ultimate purpose of his endeavor. As he gasped for breath, a sense of bitterness surged within him like a tidal wave. He had not anticipated being bested by Hashirama. However, he soon composed himself, escaping the secret chamber of Konoha and rapidly retracing his preordained retreat route back to the base of Naruto. Whereas Kamehane, Hikari nimbly circumvented Madara, glancing behind him but seeing no one, then crouched at the stone door, peering out like a meerkat, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits, sparkling brightly. He did not return with me. Madara cast a sidelong glance at her. Stepping purposefully toward the interior of the base, "Oh, not worry. That fellow will not be easily dispatched." Understood. Hikari's heart skipped a beat, and she promptly closed the stone door, since Madara-sama had assured her of his safety. She felt reassured in the face of Hikari's concern. Madara remained unfazed. He held great confidence in Kamehane. From Madara's perspective, Kamahane's ocular technique also possessed temporal and spatial capabilities, allowing it to rival Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. As long as she did not act recklessly, her escape would not prove difficult. Furthermore, after departing from Konoha, he had deliberately sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails and detected that the summoning contract had not been nullified, indicating that Kamehane had accomplished her mission. Madara turned his head, gazing at Hikari with his lone eye. "Prepare yourself. We shall commence the transplantation of Hashirama-S cells imminently, in the land of iron." The azure sea roiled with tumultuous waves, while schools of fish darted beneath the surface, and vibrantly colored seaweed burst forth in a display of life. Delicate beams of light streamed down, dancing with the frothy waves. Suddenly, a shadowy figure zipped past. instantly tearing through the ocean's surface that it was nearly impossible to discern its nature, resembling a torpedo hurtling through the water as countless bubbles coalesced into a straight trajectory, slicing through fish and seaweed with the precision of a blade, before dissipating into the depths. Moments later, a tremendous roar echoed in the distance as the force of an explosion shattered coral into smithereens. Kamehane reveled in the aquatic expanse. At this moment, he felt no need to restrain his powers, instead embracing his newfound abilities, fully immersed in the exhilaration of rapid movement. Following the second optimization by Megura, his swimming technique had evolved into something extraordinary. Controlling water had become instinctual. While moving, he subconsciously manipulated the density of the water molecules around him, encasing himself in a thin molecular bubble, propelling himself through the ocean with compressed water currents, softening the water ahead while compressing the water behind. The exertion of his muscles was merely to adjust his direction, and he did not suffer fatigue from his high-speed movements. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his current swimming speed surpassed that of all marine life. Kamehane estimated that he was now capable of reaching speeds approaching 60 times that of sound. The Sea King is quite impressive, a thought flitted through his mind. With a flourish, he spread his arms wide, gliding like a specter, seamlessly transitioning into a backstroke, as the dark rocks whizzed past mere inches from his nose. "Ha! I shall no longer be human!" Kamehane shouted with delight, flailing his arms, only to have seawater rush into his mouth, causing him to sputter out bubbles. Under the sheer velocity of his swimming, he nearly reached the shore within 5 minutes. However, for reasons unknown, he aimlessly meandered through the ocean for several hours. He hid in the ocean's trenches to sleep, exchanged breaths with dolphins, danced upon the back of a blue whale, and sent an orca soaring into the sky. After indulging for quite some time, he finally swam toward the shore, exhilarated, with a resounding splash. He leaped from the water like a cannonball, executing a flawless 720-degree spin in midair, completing 2.5 rotations, and landing with remarkable grace. His knees slightly bent, arms raised straight, eyes gently closed, and a proud smile gracing his face. "Judges, please score," he called out, lost in his own world, resembling a madman. Clang. On the shore, an elderly man, equipped with a shovel for gathering shellfish, dropped it in shock as it landed at his feet, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hastily bent down to retrieve it. Kamehane opened his eyes, his face reddening. He had not anticipated encountering anyone at such an early hour, especially at dawn. Chapter 37. The time of summoning beasts is regrettably short. The old man, clad in a raincoat and a wide-brimmed hat, tightly wrapped in winter clothing, was taken aback by the chill in the air. The mere act of exhaling forming large clouds of mist. "Young man, why are you dressed so lightly on such a cold day?" The old man spoke first, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Kamahane's bare torso. Logically, such a frail physique should have been frozen solid by now, yet the youth's skin remained a rosy hue, emanating a faint warmth that, I accidentally tore my clothes while fishing in the sea. Kamehane scratched his head and approached the old man. "Sir, do you have any spare clothes I could borrow?" His garments had been shredded by the forceful water arrows, along with his ninja tools, pouch, supply pack, and food, all crushed in the depths of the ocean. His formidable physique, akin to that of a sea god, allowed him to withstand extreme cold and heat, but being naked in the frigid land of iron, especially in front of ordinary people, did not sit well with him. He disliked being perceived as an oddity. The old man hesitated, explaining that he had no spare clothes, though there was indeed a raincoat in the boat's cabin. Albeit, Kamehane quickly sensed the old man's predicament and smiled. "Fear not, I shall not take your clothes for free. How about I trade you something in return?" The old man raised his hand, contemplating how to politely decline. But before he could respond, the young man had already turned away, leaping into the sea before his very eyes. Splash! The waves crashed violently, sending frothy white foam everywhere, obscuring all traces of him. The old man was left dumbfounded, collapsing onto the ground. Having lived for over half a century, he had never encountered anyone like this. Setting aside the fact that the youth, despite his tender age, could leap dozens of meters high, he dared to plunge into the ocean at such a low tide. Not allowing his astonishment to linger too long, He barely waited for a dozen seconds before Kamehane leaped from the water's surface, landing gracefully in front of the old man with the same posture. The wind howled fiercely, splashing water everywhere, causing the old man to hastily step back, squinting his eyes as his hat was blown away. "I offer this fish in exchange," Kamehane grinned, tossing a plump fish beside the old man. The faint scent of the ocean wafted through the air as the old man, filled with skepticism, leaned closer. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his murky eyes. "A bluefin tuna! Goodness, where did you catch this? Did you not just witness it?" Kamehane replied without looking back, pointing toward the vast ocean behind him. "This fish, old man, I have only seen once before, and that was when my son brought it back years ago. It is said to dwell several thousand meters beneath the sea, and only the ninjas of the water country possess the ability to catch it." Kamehane crossed his arms, raising his chin. "Oh, you like it? I will trade it for your raincoat. Oh, this is too precious. Will you trade?" "Absolutely." Kamehane smiled as he accepted the raincoat, and, out of gratitude, the old man even gifted him a hat. Kamehane turned to leave, utilizing the cover of the jungle to form hand seals, summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a slender tabby cat appeared before him. "Brr, it's so cold, meow." The summoning cat shook off the snowflakes clinging to its fur. Baring its teeth, "Zizu, return to Pochi and tell him to summon me back to the cat house." "Cannot do, meow. Pochi is not here." "What?" Kamehane exclaimed in surprise. "That if it's not at the cat house, where else could it possibly be?" "I do not know." Zizu shook its head. "What about Jiramaru?" "Jiramaru was just called away by Uchiha Hikari yesterday and is currently in a cool-down period, meow." "All right," Kamehane casually remarked. "Then you go back and summon me back to the cat house." "Foolish Kamehane, have you forgotten that the summoning time is fixed?" Zizu leaped onto a branch, licking the snowflakes from its paw. "If you summon me once, the next time you want to summon will have to wait 3 days. We cannot summon each other in between it. Kamehane covered his face, feeling despondent. I can only walk back alone." Gratitude for the summoning cat. Zizu raised a paw. "No, my friend." Kamehane widened his eyes. "You haven't done anything, so why should there be a reward? To keep your secret, so other summoning cats do not find out." "Meow." Zizu displayed a cunning expression, as if to ask whether Kamehane had grown indifferent to his own information. Shun Yu's expression darkened, and he irritably twitched his lips before tossing a fish at it. "As you can see, I am currently quite impoverished, so I shall use this to settle my debts." Shinyu circled in front of it, showcasing his raincoat. With an exasperated sound, Zeju angrily discarded the sea fish. "Not this again." A few minutes later, the old man who was salting the sea turned around, surprised to find the young lad had returned. "Old sir, may I ask you something? Do you know the way to the Land of Fire?" "Just give me a general direction." The Land of Iron, with its frigid climate, was perpetually blanketed in snow, and the further west one traveled, the colder it became. Fortunately, Shinyu was clad in a raincoat, and even though he bore a bare chest beneath, the heavy snowfall concealed it from prying eyes. According to the old man, the place where he had landed happened to be the easternmost coast of the Land of Iron. To return to the Land of Fire, he would need to head west, through the capital, traversing the entire nation. The journey to the capital was 1,000 miles long, fraught with countless mountain ranges and dense forests, compounded by the harsh climate, making the road conditions rather perilous for ordinary folk. Even the swiftest horse would take several days and nights to reach the destination. Yet for Shinyu, this posed no issue. He merely required a direction. The ninjas' method of travel was straightforward and unrefined, relying solely on their legs, effortlessly scaling mountains or crossing seas. To ordinary people, ninjas were akin to superhumans. Their speed could easily surpass any beast. And at full speed, they resembled human-shaped high-speed trains, unimpeded by any terrain, with minimal energy expenditure. One ration pill could sustain them for 3 days and nights. Thus, Shinyu focused intently on the direction indicated by the old man, running silently for an entire day. However, as far as his eyes could see, it remained a pristine expanse of white snow, indicating he had not even escaped the bounds of the Land of Iron. It is worth noting that before he became the Sea God, his normal speed had already reached Mach 12, and now it had escalated to a terrifying Mach 30, surpassing the version of himself that had unlocked the second rest gate. Although it could not compare to his speed in water, it was sufficient to leave most ninjas in the dust. Logically, he should have crossed the land of iron in no time. Sensing something was amiss, he sought out a nearby village, and upon inquiring, he learned that he was still meandering around the eastern part of the land of iron. How could this be? Was that old man deceiving me? Or had he given me the wrong direction? After asking a dozen people for directions and finding their answers consistent, he finally smiled with relief. The next night, what? Where is this? Chapter 38. Am I directionally challenged? This is the land of iron, a small town called Makinokura. The woman appeared alarmed, visibly startled by the youth before her. Impossible! I followed their directions precisely, not veering even slightly, and when faced with mountains or rocks, I simply charged through. How am I still going in circles? Shinyu, somewhat agitated, began to speak incoherently. Clad in his raincoat and hat, his handsome face was slightly contorted, eyes bloodshot, bearing an expression of disbelief. I really need to nurse my child, the woman muttered, seeking an excuse to escape this eccentric. Outside the quiet town, Shinyu stood alone in the howling snow, gazing upwards, the swirling snowflakes reflecting in his pupils. The cold wind wailed, and Shinyu finally donned a look of utter despair. Could it be that I am indeed directionally challenged? No. If following a fixed direction leads me astray, then I shall choose a random direction to wander. A day later, Shinyu lay helplessly sprawled on a frozen river, arms and legs spread wide, a look of resignation on his face, even his hat carelessly tossed aside, allowing the snowflakes to gradually cover his body. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The frigid ground beneath him was piercingly cold, yet it paled in comparison to the chill within his heart that, so I truly am directionally challenged. He laughed maniacally for a moment, then inexplicably felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, that he simply closed his eyes, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, sinking into a deep slumber. After all, with his current physical condition, describing him as invulnerable would be an insult. Should a foraging beast find him unpalatable and swallow him whole, it could potentially take him away from the land of iron. Time passed, and he was awakened by a slight tremor beneath the ice that he opened his clear, unblemished eyes to find a layer of snow 3 fingers deep covering him. He promptly sat up, shaking off the snow from his raincoat. After donning his hat once more, he turned to gaze in a certain direction. Several kilometers away, a group of dozens was traversing the frozen river, making their way toward him. There were 5 carts, 12 horses, and outside the carts were 26 men and 11 women. The front and rear of the group were flanked by 2 fully armed samurai, donned in silver-layered armor. With 2 swords hanging at their waists, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, it appeared to be a merchant caravan. The carts were empty, having presumably completed their delivery. Shinyu withdrew his gaze, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. Since the evolution of his eyes, even without activating the Sharingan, his vision had surpassed that of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. While lacking the ability to see through objects, he could still observe with remarkable clarity over great distances. At present, he could effortlessly focus on objects several kilometers away. Every detail was vividly clear, from the impressions of the carts to the snowflakes, even the moles on the faces of each member of the caravan. His exceptional mental acuity allowed him to effortlessly process this information, and regardless of the environment, his eyes could automatically adjust to changes in humidity and refraction, making even the darkest night appear as bright as day. After all, these were eyes capable of perceiving the depths of the ocean. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the caravan drew near, the leading samurai finally spotted Shinyu. "Halt!" he shouted, raising a hand high, his voice booming across the ice. The samurai approached, coming to a stop a few meters in front of Shinyu, and bellowed, "Who goes there? State your name." "Uncle," Shinyu replied with an expression of relief, though feigned, tears inexplicably welled in his eyes. "Uncle, could you take me along?" His intent was simple. Since he was directionally challenged, it would be wiser to travel with the locals rather than wander foolishly. The samurai squinted, finally noticing the youthful face beneath the hat. The boy, with his rosy lips and white teeth, bright eyes, and delicate features, appeared almost girlish, and his pleading tone, coupled with his innocent gaze, stirred a pang of compassion. Nevertheless, the samurai's instincts kept his emotions in check. "You still haven't answered my question," he said, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. "Uncle, please don't kill me." Shinyu hurriedly scrambled to his feet, brushing the snow off his trousers. "I am a fisherman. This morning, I accompanied my grandfather to the town to deliver fish, but the storm was so fierce that the old man didn't even notice when I fell off the cart, and I'm so scared. What is this place?" As he spoke, tears began to flow, his pitiful expression appearing utterly genuine. The samurai's wariness diminished slightly, yet his hand remained firmly on the sword hilt. "What is your grandfather's name?" "Miyamoto Musashi," Shunyu replied without a moment's hesitation, the name slipping from his lips without thought. "Where is your home?" "Makinokura." "Your name?" "Miyamoto Shunyu." It seems you are indeed a lost child," the samurai mused, nodding as he began to believe Shinyu's story due to his confident responses. "Unfortunately, Makinokura is in the east, and we are headed west to Takeo City. We cannot take you with us." Takeo was indeed the name of the capital of the Land of Iron. Shunyu, excited, rushed forward and grasped the samurai's hand. "Uncle, I want to go to Takeo. You see, we are heading to the capital to seek out relatives. And once I arrive there, I can find my family." Noticing the samurai's furrowed brow, Shunyu quickly wiped his nose, his voice trembling as he continued. "The weather is getting colder, and the fishermen have had no harvest. Our income is pitiful, and now I've lost my way. My grandfather must be frantic." "Enough," the samurai snapped, shaking off Shinyu's grip, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "Stop your charade." "Huh." Shinyu was bewildered, unsure where things had gone awry. "You almost deceived me," the samurai said, tightening his grip on the sword hilt, sneering. "A child who has been in the snow for who knows how long, yet your hands are still so warm. Even if you're not an assassin, you're certainly not an ordinary person." "Ah, how careless of me," Shinyu sighed, wiping away the last of his tears, slowly raising his head. "What a waste of my performance." A flash of crimson flickered in his strikingly clear eyes, momentarily startling the samurai. The three black tomo seemed like an unfathomable vortex, drawing all his emotions and thoughts into its depths. "Believe everything I just said. Show compassion and assist me to Takeo City," Shinyu implored softly, his calm tone exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "Samurai, what is happening?" A middle-aged man approached the caravan, his expression tinged with a hint of urgency. "Why haven't we set off yet? The captain is urging us." The warrior turned around and replied, "Oh, it's nothing serious that we encountered a child who has been separated from his family, and we thought to take him along. Is that all right?" "Oh, that is a trivial matter. Let us be on our way. As long as it doesn't delay our journey, I'm fine with it." The merchant hastily called to Shunyu, arranging a carriage for the child, recognizing him as a mere boy. Chapter 39. The three legacies of iron on the earth enveloped in a shroud of white. A weary caravan was making its way toward the capital of the Iron Kingdom. "So, you are indeed from the Merchant Guild of Wuxiong City," Shinyu observed from his corner of the carriage, sitting upright and engaging the middle-aged man beside him. "Ah, have you never heard of our Forge and Blade Pavilion?" The man exclaimed, astonished. "I apologize. Perhaps my origins are too remote." Shinyu scratched his head sheepishly. "Am I too late to learn about it now?" "Well, since you intend to reside in the capital, it would do you no harm to be informed about such matters." The man nodded, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Forging Blade Pavilion is the largest merchant guild in the entire Iron Kingdom, and indeed, the finest blade craftsmen in the world." He then began to elaborate with great enthusiasm. "The Iron Kingdom holds a unique position within the world of shinobi. It lacks both ninja villages and ninjas, instead nurturing the profession of the samurai. Consequently, the Iron Kingdom has become a neutral state, having long ago established a pact with the ninjas to refrain from engaging with it. In the original timeline, the Iron Kingdom even managed to avert several great ninja wars. The samurai, predominantly swordsmen, differ from ninjas in that they concentrate their refined chakra within their blades, transforming it into a sharp sword aura for striking, complemented by their exquisite swordsmanship, in terms of individual combat capabilities. They are hardly inferior to ninjas." Shinyu nodded in agreement, recognizing that the samurai of the Iron Kingdom indeed possess a distinctive style of swordsmanship, highly regarded even by Madara. The quality of a sword often reflects a samurai's strength. thus giving rise to the profession of blade craftsman. The legacy of swordsmanship has birthed countless schools, with the art of blade forging being particularly notable. To excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. And throughout history, many renowned blades and master craftsmen have emerged. While their influence in the ninja world may be negligible, in the Iron Kingdom, they hold significant esteem. After millennia of evolution, only 3 prominent blade crafting families remain: the Baisho lineage of the Oikawa family, the Yuryu lineage of the Sugawara family, and the Ikki lineage of the Danyu family. These families are celebrated for their extraordinary skills and long-standing traditions, producing numerous illustrious blades that are regarded as national treasures. Collectively known as the 3 legacies of iron, a century ago, these 3 families, adapting to the changing times, united to form a merchant guild, thus establishing the Forging Blade Pavilion. Within less than a decade of its inception, the pavilion monopolized the entire blade crafting industry in the Iron Kingdom, providing a comprehensive service from custom sword crafting to delivery. Within the realm of the Iron Kingdom, any demand could be met with doorstep service. Currently, this caravan was returning to the capital after fulfilling a delivery mission. Shinyu pondered aloud. "Uncle, given the fame of Forging Blade Pavilion, why has the entire caravan only hired 2 samurai? For a caravan of this scale, would it be reasonable to employ 10 samurai?" The middle-aged man suddenly fell silent, hesitating before responding. "Well, he sighed deeply. If it weren't for our Forging Blade Pavilion, even if we were to thrive for another century, we would not need to rely on the powerful." Shunyu's curiosity was piqued. Was there some underlying issue? The man's mood visibly dampened, and he lost interest in conversing. He waved his hand, a bitter expression on his face. "Never mind. I am feeling troubled and plan to step outside for a bit. Young brother, the journey is long. You should conserve your energy and rest." With that, he turned and lifted the carriage curtain, stepping out with a heavy heart. Shinyu blinked, unfazed by the abrupt change, his curiosity not yet stirred to a significant degree. Moreover, they had already engaged in ample conversation along the way. The tales of the Forging Blade Pavilion and the 3 legacies of iron were mere idle chatter for him. Shinyu decided to cross his legs and close his eyes, entering a meditative state. Soon, his chakra began to circulate, each cell awakening as if thawing in the spring sun, a delightful power flowing within him. The gentle and expansive chakra sprouted from his cells, converging and coursing through his meridians. His chakra resembled a clear spring, flowing through the Lingshu and Shunfeng points, dividing into 2 streams, one flowing to the lower dantian, while the other ascended, merging into his brow, following a specific path to commence the next cycle, repeating endlessly. Refining chakra was a daily practice he had maintained for 12 years without interruption, aimed at expanding his meridians and enhancing his chakra reserves, steadily progressing toward his grand goal of achieving chakra mastery. Remarkably, since adapting to the depths of the sea and optimizing into the sea god physique, his physical abilities had multiplied exponentially. This not only manifested in enhanced strength, speed, and defense, but also resulted in a substantial surge in his chakra volume. Outwardly, there seemed to be no significant change, save for his skin growing more radiant and delicate, yet within lay the essence of a primordial beast. If his chakra once resembled a gentle stream, it now flowed like a mighty river, powerful and unyielding. Upon reflection, Shinyu understood the reason behind this transformation. Chakra is a perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energy in a 1:1 ratio, harmonizing yin and yang to manifest myriad phenomena. As a descendant of Indra and a wielder of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, his yin release was already exceedingly potent. Furthermore, having studied the art of spiritual transformation, his soul underwent a qualitative shift, significantly augmenting his mental power. In contrast, the relatively less impressive physical energy determined the upper limit of his chakra volume. This could be likened to a water barrel. The shortest plank directly dictates its capacity. Now that his physical form had been comprehensively enhanced, the corresponding physical energy surged, allowing the vast mental energy to find a harmonious counterpart, ultimately completing the last plank in the assembly, leading to an inevitable rise in chakra volume. Notably, When Shinyu focused intently on refining his chakra, achieving a unity of mind and body, his aura became entirely contained. Unless one was a perceptive ninja, it would be nearly impossible to detect his presence. For Shinyu, immersed in his practice, time flew by unnoticed, and before long, night had fallen. The snowfall had ceased, yet the midnight wind was even more biting, the cold air slicing through the skin like a knife. The middle-aged man could no longer endure it and returned to the warmth of the carriage early, leaving only two samurai standing guard outside. Observing Shinyu in the corner, eyes closed and breathing evenly, the man assumed he had fallen asleep and refrained from disturbing him. Chapter 40. Sugawara Shoko in the late hours of the night. The stars illuminated the gray-blue sky, casting a faint, white glow in the icy landscape. The caravan stretched like a serpent, winding from the other side of the mountain, leaving behind a trail of snow. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the axle crunching through the snow echoed crisply. Suddenly, Shinyu opened his eyes mid-meditation. 3,000 meters ahead, at a bend in the cliff, lay an ambush of no fewer than 30 individuals. Stealthily concealed, armed with blades, they were either hidden behind the stone walls or lying in wait within the snow, their auras concealed and focused, each possessing formidable chakra strength. None of this escaped Shinyu's radar-like perception. When it comes to awareness, he could confidently claim the title of the most perceptive being in the entire ninja world. With the combination of soul detection, high-frequency chakra waves, and self-adjusting supervision, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was crystal clear to him, even distinguishing between male and female mosquitoes. What sort of performance is this? Shinyu mused, scratching his chin. Should I silently deal with these nuisances? He found himself in a dilemma that on one hand, he did not wish to be delayed by these trivial individuals, but on the other hand, this presented a splendid opportunity to observe a duel among the samurai. Madara had once explained that the principle of Iron Kingdom's swordsmanship lies in channeling chakra into the blade in a form of transformation, unleashing a substantial and tangible strike. The speed, range, and damage are remarkable, with those of superior cultivation capable of cleaving the earth with a single stroke. Shinyu was immensely intrigued, harboring a long-held dream of becoming a swordsman himself. After all, who hasn't dreamed of wielding a sword that could effortlessly cut through legions? Regrettably, he has never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. After all, few have traversed the nations, and the shinobi world has been explored almost in its entirety, yet the land of iron remains an exception. As fellow wielders of chakra, the samurai eschew the transformation of chakra's nature, instead honing their mastery of its form. Thus, for those gifted individuals capable of meticulously manipulating chakra, pursuing the art of swordsmanship may prove to be a more advantageous path. Ordinary ninjas require the assistance of specific chakra-infused metals to execute techniques akin to swordsmanship, such as Asuma Sarutobi's chakra-enhanced finger strikes or chakra blades designed to counter puppet masters. They excel in augmenting their techniques with nature transformation. For instance, converting fire-style chakra into fireballs or fire dragons, or transforming lightning-style chakra into lightning spears or pillars. This is the essence of ninjutsu. The ninjutsu based on form transformation is indeed exceedingly rare, let alone those that integrate nature transformation within their forms. In the original timeline, Naruto was nearly the sole practitioner of such feats, with his myriad spiral spheres serving as the quintessential evidence of this prowess. However, the technique known as Autumn Dew on the Leaves is also a transformation attack utilizing chakra, flowing like water, relentless and ever-present, imbuing great cutting power, yet despite its ability to manipulate form at will, it remains unable to project its slashing strikes outward. Hence, the methods employed by the samurai have always intrigued him. Never mind, after waiting so many days, what's a little longer? Shinyu opened his palm, gazing at the small blade of light emerging from his hand. A flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Perhaps this would elevate my skills further. With such thoughts, Shinyu restrained the impulse to act. Soon, as the merchant caravan approached the foot of the mountain, bandits sprang forth from all directions, their war cries echoing through the air. The leading samurai, taken aback, immediately drew his sword in preparation for battle. The clashing of blades resonated like a symphony of sharp sounds. "Oh no, bandits!" The middle-aged man exclaimed, jolting awake and peering through the curtain, utterly flustered. What's the panic? There are still samurai present. Shinyu calmly lifted the curtain to look outside. Before him, the samurai danced with dual swords. Pale blue chakra entwined around their blades, glimmering brightly against the snow, periodically unleashing sharp gusts of cutting energy that cleaved bandits in two from a distance. How fascinating, Shinyu mused with a slight smile. Within his perception, the samurai at the rear of the formation also encountered bandits. These ruffians were evidently well prepared, attacking as the caravan entered the mountain's foothills, leaving two samurai caught between foes. The samurai at the rear were evidently less skilled than those at the front. Likely inexperienced in their first mission, their techniques appearing somewhat chaotic, and they struggled to maintain a stable chakra sheath around their blades, resulting in visible injuries after just a few exchanges that it seemed they were on the verge of collapse. To Shinyu's surprise, as several bandits raised their blades to strike at the civilians in the caravan, a graceful figure burst forth from a carriage, dispatching them in a matter of moments. Though, is there another expert? Shinyu remarked in astonishment. The middle-aged man cautiously peeked out, quickly glancing back and whispering, "It's Lady Shirako. She has taken action." Shirako? Who is she? A samurai. The middle-aged man disregarded Shinyu's curious gaze, muttering to himself as he clutched his chest in a panic. What are we to do? Hush, Shinyu suddenly commanded. Look at me. The man's gaze instinctively shifted, a red light flashing, and he fell silent, obediently stating, Lady Shirako is the leader of this merchant caravan and the person in charge of this cargo mission. She is a master of the Sugawara Re-Sword technique and the sole heir to the Re-Sword forging lineage. Sugawara Shirako. Shinyu recalled the earlier mention of the Iron Kingdom's third generation. It seemed the Sugawara family was indeed in charge of the Re-heritage. Yet, he had just mentioned being the only heir. Could it be that the Sugawara family has encountered some misfortune? Never mind, now is not the time for such concerns. Shinyu shook his head. What he was more interested in was the swordsmanship of this buxom girl named Shirako. Her strikes were swift, her movements grand and sweeping. Yet she retained a graceful fluidity, her form soaring like a true dragon amidst the clouds, cutting through her foes with an elegance that rendered the battlefield a realm of her own. Just as Shinyu was captivated by the spectacle, the girl suddenly found herself in peril. Earth-style. Hell Swamp. 3 bandits simultaneously pressed their hands to the ground, causing the snow to writhe ominously. And the girl, caught off guard, stepped right into it. Guh! The once solid snow transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring her delicate leg entirely. Oh no! Is this ninjutsu? The girl gasped, the sudden assault of ninjutsu disrupting her composure. In close combat, footwork is paramount. They say a warrior's eyes are rooted in their feet, and this holds true for swordsmanship as well. The girl's mobility hindered, she was struck by a heavy blow. And her technique faltered. The 2 bandits seized the opportunity, lunging at her from either side, and with a clang, they knocked her long sword aside. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The girl abruptly raised her head, her crystalline eyes reflecting the image of a massive water dragon, tearing through the air, materializing from thin air. This was a combined attack from the 3, and its power was not to be underestimated. The colossal dragon's head roared, swiftly barreling toward the girl, her hair whipping in the wind, and even before the dragon arrived, the moist air enveloped her. Chapter 41. Is this the test for the officials? At that moment, a figure clad in a raincoat silently stood before her, slowly raising a hand against the oncoming water dragon. Puff! The unstoppable dragon's head dissipated, as if that hand were an indestructible boulder, shattering the rest of the dragon's body into a stream of refreshing water that vanished into thin air. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a formidable ninjutsu had been effortlessly neutralized by the person before her. If we're to duel, let us duel, but what is with the ninjutsu? Truly lacking in martial ethics, Shinyu remarked with a hint of languor. He slightly raised his straw hat, casting a cold gaze over the crowd. If this is a battle among samurai, I shall refrain from intervening, but to think there are ninjas among you, watch out! The girl suddenly exclaimed, but Shinyu's attention shifted as a burly man attempted a surprise attack from his side. Swinging a massive hammer toward his face, bang! The straw hat shattered instantaneously, splinters flying chaotically, Yet Shinyu remained unmoved. Amidst the wild dance of his black hair, his expression remained as calm as a still pond. His face unscathed, the girl could not help but stare in astonishment. She widened her beautiful eyes, clearly witnessing the moment the hammer struck Shinyu's cheek. The air rippled as if a wave had passed through. Like a transparent barrier, sturdy and impenetrable, absorbing the blow. Shinyu spun around, delivering a punch infused with immense force. And with a dull thud, the giant was reduced to half his former self, his bones and flesh pulverized into a fine mist, splattering the surrounding snow with a crimson hue. Chakra surged behind him as the three bandits began to conjure another ninjutsu, while the remaining bandits rushed to assist. However, Shinyu did not turn back. He merely closed his eyes slightly. In the air, an invisible gust of wind swept through in an instant. Less than a second later, he opened his eyes. The girl noticed his body swaying gently, as if he had momentarily lost his balance. Yet upon opening his eyes, he stood firm as if nothing had occurred. Having practiced swordsmanship for many years, she was acutely sensitive to the subtlest movements of the body. Thus she perceived Shinyu's anomaly. With a thud, the girl perked up, quickly glancing behind Shinyu. A shocking scene unfolded. Every single person behind him, including all the bandits at both the front and rear of the caravan, collapsed in a series of thuds, akin to strands of overcooked noodles. Their expressions were astonishingly uniform, with dilated pupils devoid of focus. Some even had drool at the corners of their mouths, their faces frozen in a dazed stupor. As if captured by a painter's brush, it was as though their very souls had been drawn from their bodies. Instant kill. He had just instantaneously dispatched these individuals. The girl was left utterly astounded. Her cherry lips parted in disbelief, struggling to close. What sort of technique is this? How terrifying. Shinyu smiled, stretching his neck. The technique of etherealization was indeed a forbidden art, indefensible and unavoidable, slaying in silence. It was remarkably effective in clearing foes. Just moments ago, in that fleeting instant, his ethereal form had traversed among the brows of over 20 individuals, not only erasing their souls, but also successfully gleaning valuable intelligence. Shinyu was taken aback. These individuals appeared to be mere bandits, yet they were actually a well-armed private force, serving a mysterious high-ranking official from the Land of Iron, comprised of wandering samurai, assassins, and even elite shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village, how audacious, their reach extending into the Land of Iron. This ambush was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme. How intriguing. Someone wishes to eliminate this merchant caravan, or rather, a specific individual within it, ensuring he does not return alive to Wukio City. The crisis averted, yet Shinyu had revealed his true prowess as a master capable of dispatching all adversaries in the blink of an eye. He naturally found himself receiving a treatment entirely different from before. This moment, he sat comfortably within the most luxurious carriage, a feast of delicacies and fine wines laid out before him. As the members of the caravan flocked to express their gratitude, including the two rather unremarkable samurai. After all, had it not been for Shinyu, they might have met a dire fate at the hands of the bandits. Miyamoto-kun, Suehara Shoko, sat beside Kamehane, her delicate legs neatly together, her gaze earnest. "Thank you for your gallant assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we might have fallen victim to the treacherous hands of the thieves." Why is she speaking so formally? Kamehane mused silently, nodding subtly. "Indeed, on behalf of the entire merchant caravan, I express our deepest gratitude for your aid." Indeed, his eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent, feigning nonchalance. Such immense kindness. I, a mere girl, have no means to repay you, save for. Speak. Why have you stopped? Kamehane discreetly opened one eye, assessing her. This young woman, perhaps 17 or 18, despite being the caravan leader, was dressed quite simply in coarse linen. Her light brown hair cut to a medium length, and at her waist hung a beautifully crafted scabbard, housing an exquisitely forged blade in the bloom of her youth, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. She was indeed a sight to behold. While not as ethereal as Uchiha Hikari, she possessed her own distinct charm. Particularly noteworthy was the burlap garment stretched taut across her chest, bearing a weight unsuitable for her age. She let out a soft burp, hastily covering her mouth. A faint scent of alcohol wafted towards Kamehane, prompting him to frown slightly. This girl, has she been drinking? He silently averted his gaze, sitting upright. Shoko inhaled deeply, a blush suddenly blooming on her cheeks, instinctively averting her gaze to her toes. The most precious thing I can offer you. Kamehane observed with a stoic demeanor, yet his heart raced. The girl mustered her courage. Lifting her chin to gaze affectionately at the handsome youth before her, biting her vibrant red lip, she delicately raised her hand and slowly began to untie her burlap belt. Is this truly happening? Are they testing my resolve? Kamehane thought, feeling overwhelmed. Though he had endured countless battles and witnessed rivers of blood, such an intoxicatingly suggestive scene was a first for him. Shoko, blushing furiously, found her breath quickening. Her fingers like tender green shoots, faltering in their task of untying the knot at her waist. The moment was agonizing for Kamehane that a cold breeze swept through the window, akin to unsealing a clay jar, slightly cooling the atmosphere within the carriage, allowing Kamehane to regain his composure. That moment, a delicate violet blade trembled as it was presented before him. Shoko bit her lip, turning her head away. Her voice soft as she introduced, "This blade is named the Dragon of First Snow, the most treasured possession of my life. It is a masterwork crafted by my father, forged through 128 meticulous processes from the dragon's legacy. The blade's pattern is exquisite. Its surface gleams like fresh snow, capable of severing hair and not tainted by blood, encased in a sheath of purple jade leather, a flawless creation." Kamehane stared blankly at the sword, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. "So, you were undressing to retrieve a sword?" Shoko, bewildered, lifted her gaze. "Oh, it's nothing." Kamehane smiled gently, declining. "A gentleman does not take what others hold dear. Besides, I merely acted out of convenience. It is not a matter of repayment." His expression was calm, yet internally he was in turmoil. What an absurd test! Inside the carriage, following Kamahane's refusal, Shoko ultimately relinquished her intention to offer the blade. "Miss Shoko, I have a question." Shoko promptly replied. "Please, speak freely, Lord Kamehane." Kamehane pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there an issue with your swordsmith guild?" At his words, Shoko's once bright countenance suddenly dimmed. Her gaze drifted to the nearby brazier, upon which warmed rice wine rested. Understanding her plight, Kamehane smiled warmly, pouring the wine and offering it to her. Shoko hesitated for a moment, meeting Kamahane's gentle gaze, before seizing the wine jug and taking a hearty swig, releasing a long sigh thereafter. "Our trading company is about to change hands," she whispered. As she recounted her story, Kamehane gradually pieced together the troubling puzzle. Why could such a large trading company only employ 2 warriors for protection? Why did the middle-aged man constantly sigh in despair? And why was Shoko drowning her sorrows in alcohol? The legendary trading company of the Iron Country, the Swordsmith Guild, was on the brink of being seized. 3 months prior, the Oikawa family of the Iron Clan faced repercussions for poor swordsmithing, leading to the head of the family, Oikawa Mototaka, fleeing in fear of punishment. In the dead of night, he emptied his residence, absconding with a significant portion of the company's funds, fleeing to the water country, leaving the Oikawa family in disarray. The Lord was furious and ordered the heads of the Danba and Sugawara families to capture Oikawa Mototaka, dispatching the shogunate's forces to assist. However, they encountered formidable foes during the pursuit. The shogunate suffered heavy losses, and the head of the Sugawara family was mortally wounded, leaving only the heir Danba Mako to survive. Albeit severely injured on his deathbed, the Sugawara patriarch entrusted the legacy of the dragon's flow swordsmithing to his only daughter, Sugawara Shoko, and placed her under the care of Danba Mako. Thus, he departed from this world. The Sugawara family, already weakened, faced further strife due to the machinations of treacherous individuals who refused to pass on their true skills. With the patriarch's death, the family disintegrated, members scattered in fear of impending doom. Some vanishing into obscurity, while others sought refuge elsewhere, swiftly devoured by the ravenous elite. Only the steadfast Danba family remained untroubled by succession, with Damba Mako lacking heirs of his own, but possessing 3 disciples who received his true teachings. Nonetheless, they were still outnumbered and faced imminent collapse. In just a few months, 3 branches of the legacy had suffered significant losses, and the Swordsmith Guild was on the brink of demise, caught in a turbulent undercurrent that ensnared countless powerful figures, all facing scrutiny and disgrace. Damba Mako's second disciple, Ryanosuke, could not bear to see the Swordsmith Guild fade away and proposed to Mako the idea of marrying off Shoko to a powerful figure, thereby forming alliances to stabilize the situation. However, this suggestion was met with vehement opposition from Mako, who raged, "My friend entrusted his daughter to me, and I cannot bear to sell her for personal gain. What will the world think of me? Master, the foundation is crumbling. Only by allying with the powerful can we hope for survival." "Silence, you wretched beast! Is this not akin to betrayal? Do not mention this matter again." Defeated, Ryanosuke left, and once he was gone, Damba Mako calmed down, his anger dissipating, yet the thought of seeking refuge with the powerful lingered in his mind. Finally, he made a shocking decision. The head of the Ikinori family, the leader of the Swordsmith Guild, Damba Mako, seeks to marry off his only daughter. Any man, regardless of age or background, who can withstand the trials in the arena shall be considered for the position of son-in-law. Once this announcement was made, the entire Iron Country erupted in excitement. Commoners were elated, and the powerful rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to enlist. The reasoning was twofold. Damba Mako had no sons, and any man who married into the family would gain not only the Ikinori legacy, but the entire Swordsmith Guild. Secondly, Damba Yukino was exceptionally beautiful, only 17 years old, yet possessed a graceful demeanor and alluring curves, making her an ideal match even for the elite. For the common folk, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to soar to greatness, but the elites scoffed, knowing that commoners could never produce warriors on par with noble families. Thus, the position of son-in-law to the Swordsmith Guild would undoubtedly fall to the hands of the powerful. Sugawara Shoko, astute as she was, immediately sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy surrounding this event as the martial competition approached. She found herself reassigned to a temporary duty, as the Damba family sought to prevent her from disrupting their plans, resolutely determined to sell their daughter for glory. Yet Yukino was not only her close friend, but also a sister with whom she had grown up. She deduced that she was meant to be the sacrificial lamb in this scheme, but due to Damba Mako's nobility, her dear sister had become the scapegoat. The reason for her hurried demeanor was clear. She needed to return swiftly to take Yukino's place, unwilling to let her fall into the jaws of danger. Originally, I was supposed to be the one sacrificed. Shoko clutched the empty wine jug, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kamehane watched her, a bold idea taking root in his heart. Following the clash between Hashirama and Madara, the entire shinobi world was on the brink of transformation, as Hashirama would soon meet his demise and Madara would be ensnared by the Moonlight plan. With the absence of these two titans, war would soon erupt. The upcoming shinobi world would inevitably descend into prolonged turmoil, affecting the economies of all warring nations. Only the Iron Country, independent of the shinobi village system, could prosper amidst the chaos. Rich in warriors and boasting exceptional swordsmithing skills, this was the perfect time for the Swordsmith Guild to navigate through its crisis, if he could aid them and seize the opportunity to invest in the trading company. Opening international business avenues to sell weapons, it could yield substantial profits. Should he manage to grasp the financial threads of the Iron Country, there was no telling what future opportunities might arise. For with resources in hand, nurturing his own foundation would not be an implausible dream. As this notion took root, it began to flourish within Kamehane, becoming an indelible part of his thoughts. The conditions were ripe. It was indeed feasible. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on Shoko with fervor. "Miss Shoko, I have a plan that could restore the trading company to its former glory." "What?" Shoko blinked in surprise, gazing into Kamahane's sincere eyes and the confident smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of his earlier formidable presence. "If it is him, what is your proposal?" Shinyu plucked a fruit and tossed it into his mouth. This act could be perceived as either complex or simple. "I ask you, what is the gravest crisis currently confronting your guild?" "Sovereignty is on the verge of transfer," destined to become a mere tool in the hands of the elite, Shoko blurted out. And Yukino would also lose her freedom, sacrificing her own happiness. Yes, that's so. Must we truly rely on the aristocracy? Shinyu replied with a smile. If we do not proceed in such a manner, what alternative is there? Without such an approach, Shoko found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she said, the guild was originally managed by 3 family heads, enabling it to maintain independence from the elite. Now, it has crumbled, with resources diminished by more than half. Uncle Damba alone cannot possibly sustain it. Shinyu chewed on the fruit, contemplating, what if it cannot be sustained? Shoko seemed to grasp a critical point. It would be preyed upon and divided by those with ulterior motives. Thus, Shinyu tapped on the table, asserting that the crux of the matter lies with the elite of the Iron Nation. Their avarice has precipitated your crisis. Chapter 43. Entering the guild inside the carriage, Shinyu spoke earnestly. In their eyes, your forging hall is akin to a succulent piece of meat. Everyone wishes to take a slice. The reason your Uncle Damba is hosting such a martial arts competition for marriage is to shift the focus, allowing the aristocrats to engage in a deadly struggle first. The defeated will retreat in disgrace, while the victor will reap the rewards, thereby minimizing the guild's losses. Although this may not alter the ultimate outcome, it merely changes the name of Forging Hall. With the backing of the elite, your guild will not face bankruptcy. Shoko suddenly grew agitated, standing up abruptly. But what of Yukino? Must we sacrifice the happiness of women like us to preserve the guild? Do not be so agitated. Hear me out. Shinyu calmly waved his hand. Why do you think your guild previously thrived without any aristocrats daring to covet it? A flicker of indignation crossed Shoko's face. It is, of course, because my father and Uncle Oikawa are both present. They're not only the most renowned blacksmiths in the Iron Nation, but also first-rate samurai. Our 3 families are united, and thus outsiders would not dare to act recklessly. Yes, you have finally hit the nail on the head. Shinyu smiled slightly. The elite are adept at scheming, and there are far too many interests at stake. While I am not skilled in the art of political maneuvering, I am willing to speak on your behalf. He shifted his tone, of course. If someone refuses to listen, I am also somewhat proficient in martial arts. His gaze turned icy, exuding an air of authority. Having spent these years alongside Ban, I have inadvertently absorbed some of his imposing aura, causing Shoko's heart to tremble. Shinyu scrutinized the girl's eyes, pondering if he had been too subtle. Surely, she would not fail to comprehend my intent. Whoever dares to trouble you, I shall deal with them. You are willing to assist us? Shoko discerned Shinyu's implication and felt a surge of warmth, yet cooled in the next moment as she hesitated to ask. What do you desire? What is your true intention? What do I desire? Naturally, I seek wealth. What else could it be? Do you think I'm enamored by your beauty? Shinyu replied nonchalantly, getting straight to the point. Transfer 30% of your guild's shares to me, and I will oversee your affairs. Should anyone trouble you, I will eliminate them. Shoko hesitated. My Sugawara family originally held 40% of the guild's shares, but after the upheaval, my personal shares have dwindled to merely 10%. If you can truly save us from this peril, I could transfer all my shares to you. 30%, not a fraction less. Shinyu leisurely extracted a silk scarf to wipe his hands, stating, I am without wealth or influence. Merely a foreigner, a solitary figure. It is precisely for this reason that I do not regard those contemptible aristocrats with any respect, should the time come, even if it involves your esteemed family name. I would not hesitate to eliminate them. But he spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his tone exuded an extraordinary confidence, as if discussing a trivial matter. The Shoko's heart jolted. She gazed at the youth before her. If one were to judge solely by appearance, he resembled an amiable neighbor's younger brother, whose smile radiated warmth. Yet this seemingly harmless individual had just nonchalantly dispatched dozens of foes. She understood that he was more than capable of doing so. Upon the caravan's arrival at the capital, under Shoko's guidance, Shinyu strode boldly through the grand entrance of the Forging Hall. Shortly thereafter, he finally encountered the current president of the guild, the esteemed family head. Damba Miyu, you must be the savior of Shoko and her companions. He was a tall, middle-aged man, his beard neatly trimmed, his face gaunt and pallid, bearing a sickly appearance. His broad frame hinted at a once formidable stature. Leaning on a cane, he entered the guest room, accompanied by a woman of exquisite beauty who offered her support. Clad in elegant white attire, though partially veiled, her captivating eyes revealed her extraordinary beauty. "Yukino!" Shoko exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace the woman. Shinyu noticed that behind Mayu stood two young men, one tall and robust, with a strong jaw and a gleaming bald head exuding a fierce presence. The other handsome yet with a languid gaze, as if lost in thought. These are Uncle Damba's two apprentices, the elder, Ryanosuke, and the younger, Tetsuya, Shoko introduced. Upon seeing Tetsuya, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashed in Shinyu's eyes. A certain force within him stirred. How peculiar, this boy's physique. Upon learning that Shinyu was the savior of the caravan, Damba Miyu immediately treated him with utmost respect, offering him the finest food and drink. After a round of polite exchanges, Shoko spoke up. "Uncle Damba, this gentleman Miyamoto has mentioned he can—" Damba Miyu quickly noticed her hesitation, raising his hand to interrupt. "It is a grave offense not to welcome a distinguished guest properly. We must not disturb his rest. Let us withdraw for now, allowing our esteemed guest to recuperate," he commanded. "Ryanosuke, ensure that our guest is treated with the finest food and drink. Every token of gratitude must be provided without fail. We cannot afford to be negligent." Having uttered these words, he led the others out of the guest room, leaving only the two apprentices to keep Shinyu company. Shinyu smiled and nodded, though the smile was subtly enigmatic. Ryanosuke rubbed his bald head and leaned in to ask, "I heard from Shoko that you single-handedly dispatched all the bandits." Shinyu shot him a glance. "You do not believe me?" "I naturally trust Shoko's words," Ryanosuke replied. "I merely lament that I was unaware the Iron Nation had produced such a formidable master. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Beside them, Tetsuya suddenly yawned. "Brother, you can take care of this esteemed guest. I find no need to linger here. I shall return to prepare for the competition." Ryanosuke glared, but refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of Shinyu, merely waving him off. "The competition?" Shinyu inquired. "If I am not mistaken, this must be the martial arts competition for marriage scheduled for tomorrow." "Ah, my junior has been infatuated with Yukino since childhood. Word has it that the master intends to marry her off." Causing quite a stir, Ryanosuke lamented, "The will not be fooled by his nonchalance. He is quite invested in Yukino, and no amount of persuasion on my part can dissuade him from participating in this tournament." Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking this situation rather intriguing. The guest room was not only prepared with delectable dishes, but also featured a long, ceremonial sword resting on a rack. The scabbard was a light azure, the blade slightly curved, devoid of a guard, yet the hilt was exquisitely crafted, with an ancient wood finish wrapped in intricate two-toned cords. With keen interest, Shinyu approached, grasping the hilt, drawing the blade out a few inches. The blade gleamed like a mirror, its icy white light flowing along its surface. Emanating a palpable chill, he studied the sharp edge, pressing a finger against it and then swiftly swiping it. Nothing happened. His finger remained unscathed, without even a trace. Shinyu furrowed his brow, summoning a blue light from his palm, enveloping the blade in chakra before once again brushing his finger along the edge. A faint white mark appeared on his fingertip, minuscule and fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. Were it not for Shinyu's exceptional vision, it would have been nearly imperceptible. "The sharpness is quite commendable." Shinyu nodded in approval. Ryanosuke, who had been observing, suddenly regained his composure, realizing the gravity of the previous moment. Stepped forward to explain. "This sword is named Frostfall No. 1 Heart, forged from celestial iron by our master himself. The IT was originally destined for a shrine, but if you desire it, you are welcome to take it." "Really?" Shinyu asked. "Indeed, it is true," Ryanosuke affirmed, beckoning to the door. Two attendants entered, bowing as they carried trays. One of the trays held neatly arranged garments. Shinyu glanced at his own rather shabby attire, setting down the ceremonial sword and deftly receiving the robe. It was a black brocade garment, styled for a samurai, with violet floral patterns embroidered along the edges and bound with a light purple cord at the waist. The fit was impeccable. That I am indeed a wandering samurai. "Are all of these the wishes of President Damba?" he inquired. Naturally, the master insisted that every token of gratitude must be honored. Ryanosuke indicated toward the other tray. "Here lies cash amounting to 3 million ryo. A mere token of the president's goodwill." "Miyu Miyu," a paragon of leadership who has presided over the Forging Guild for decades. Even while afflicted by illness, manages to maintain the seamless operation of the guild with remarkable composure, deftly handling both significant matters and trivialities. Shinyu, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't your guild quite affluent? Why then, have you employed only 2 warriors for such a crucial task as escorting the merchant convoy?" Ryanosuke sighed, saying, "Ever since the guild encountered difficulties, the shogunate has imposed restrictions on the number of warriors we may hire and forbids us from training our own, which has led us to this predicament." Understanding dawned on Shinyu, who waved his hand dismissively. "Please extend my gratitude to your guild leader." Ryanosuke bowed. "Very well. I shall take my leave." "Wait," Shinyu suddenly called out, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Please convey a message to your leader for me." Chapter 44. A Tale Divided. Meanwhile, in the subterranean base of Kaminoabashi, Uchiha Hikari quietly entered through the stone door, the sound of fine sand cascading down as the stone slab slid inward. Sealing tightly as she stepped inside, she was met with the sound of heavy breathing emanating from the inner chamber. Uchiha lay pale and feeble upon the stone chair, his chest drenched in blood. A piece of flesh that evidently did not belong to him meticulously sutured at the center of his wound. The scene was grotesque. The flesh resembled a crimson heart, pulsating rhythmically with his breath. Hearing the noise, he slowly raised his gaze, akin to a grizzly bear awakening from hibernation. His mismatched eyes, one red, one white, glimmering as they turned towards the entrance. "What is happening outside?" Hikari, however, ignored his question, silently moving closer. Picking up a towel from the washstand, skillfully wetting and wringing it out, the clear water trickling down her alabaster hand. She approached Madara, gently dabbing at the bloodstains around his wound. Madara let out a muffled groan. Even though Hikari's touch was delicate, the contact with the area surrounding the wound caused him to convulse in pain, as if some corrosive acid were gnawing at his entire being, the damp towel rapidly staining crimson. This excruciating agony relentlessly tormented his nerves. Hikari furrowed her brow. "It has already been 2 days. Why is there no sign of healing? Wasn't it said that Senju Hashirama's chakra is imbued with vitality?" Madara gasped for breath, forcing a grim smile. "This is the only path to peace. If it proceeds smoothly, I would even doubt its authenticity." Hikari, still frowning, washed and wrung out the bloodied towel, draping it anew before softly stating, "Before we commenced the transplant, Hashirama had awoken to is that so?" Madara straightened slightly, gesturing for her to continue. "According to the intel I extracted through interrogation, Hashirama left the village almost immediately upon awakening, capturing all tailed beasts across the ninja world, save for the 1 tail and 9 tails, in less than 3 days. Concurrently, Konoha has sent word to the remaining 4 great ninja villages, summoning the leaders for what I'm trying to recall. The 5 Kage summit?" Madara exhaled deeply, scoffing. "That fool must intend to distribute the tailed beasts among those wretches to maintain that laughable balance. Distribute." Hikari tilted her head, somewhat perplexed. With such power, why not directly unify the ninja world? Wouldn't that be more peaceful? Having witnessed the might of the 9 tails firsthand, she could not fathom why someone capable of subduing 7 beasts in such a short span would lower themselves to appease the weak. "And that is precisely why I cannot align with him," Madara lamented. "The true balance is not maintained by the tailed beasts, but by him and me. This is something his wooden head fails to comprehend. He is making a grave error. Should peace crumble, the tailed beast will undoubtedly become a calamity for ordinary people." At that moment, Madara noticed Hikari's hesitance, his tone softening. "Do you have any news regarding Shinyu?" "Ah." Hikari's eyes widened momentarily before she quickly replied. "According to the information I received, he was entangled with Senju Tobarama, and a massive crimson barrier rose around their battleground. When the barrier dissipated, Shinyu had vanished, as if he had evaporated from existence." Madara pondered for a moment. He must have been transported away by the flying thunder god technique. "Humph, that Tobarama, employing such tactics against a mere child." "Child?" Hikari raised her head slightly, casting an odd glance at Madara, silently questioning whether his perception of this disciple was somewhat narrow. "Well, that is of little consequence. For now, we must not rely on Shinyu." Madara remarked nonchalantly. He struggles to navigate his way back. And it will surely be arduous for him. Let us grant him some time, that I understand. Hikari nodded, then pouted, clenching her small fist. He has caused us concern. When he returns, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Ha! I harbor not a shred of worry. Madara suddenly laughed. Hikari dared not meet his playful gaze, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Fortunately, at that moment, Madara instructed, very well, if there is nothing else, you may return to rest. You have borne much in these past days. This work should have been Shinyu's. Yet, Madara's gaze lingered with concern upon the blood-soaked wound on his chest. It is of no consequence. Very well. Hikari finally began to depart the stone chamber. The instant she stepped out, Madara's previously tranquil visage twisted into a grimace, veins bulging, his features contorted in agony. The flesh at his chest writhed incessantly, each struggle resulting in a fresh spurt of blood. The pain threatening to consume him entirely. It was as if that flesh sought to reclaim its dominion over his body, intent on obliterating the invader that was Madara. His hands dug deeply into the stone. Knuckles widening, the stone chair fashioned from solid rock crumbling beneath his grasp. In his mind, a life-threatening thought surged violently, compelling him to claw out the bloodied flesh from his chest, that which did not belong to him. Yet with a nearly superhuman will, he suppressed it. Is this the price of the cosmos? Come forth, I, Uchiha Madara, can withstand it. In Konoha village, the Uchiha clan's domain, after a day of training, you see at midnight, a knock resounded upon the door of Shinyu's chamber. With serene composure, Shinyu rose from his bed, and as the door creaked open, a pair of strikingly beautiful eyes met his gaze. I at you. Shinyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why it was not Shoko. Outside, Dan Yuxuan performed a deep bow, her crimson lips parting softly. Miyamoto-kun, my father wishes to discuss an important matter. Please follow me. Understood, Shinyu's eyes flicked towards the shadows, his lips moving silently. You have brought a tale, Xuanai deciphered his unspoken words, a fleeting sorrow crossing her brow, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She reiterated, please follow me. With a gentle smile, Shinyu stepped through the doorway. At the headquarters of the Swordsmith Guild, in Dan Yumaye's chamber, the atmosphere was urgent. I shall be straightforward. Can you truly assist us in overcoming this crisis? Rest assured, 3% of the shares will suffice to resolve your predicament. Shinyu crossed his arms, acknowledging that the guild lacked neither funds nor resources, but merely a formidable deterrent, which he was prepared to provide. He hesitated. Just how formidable is your strength, to be frank? I am unsure of my own capabilities at present. Shinyu's gaze drifted, a hint of aloofness in his gentle voice. If I so desired, obliterating a nation would not pose a significant challenge. Has it truly escalated to such a degree? Maye's hand trembled. Nearly spilling his tea, he found it incomprehensible that this seemingly unassuming youth possessed such extraordinary power. Realizing this, he rose to his feet. If we are to collaborate, I too have a condition. We remain unaware of your true identity. Uchiha Shinyu, he replied softly, do not misunderstand. I have no connection to the Uchiha of Konoha in the Land of Fire. I am merely a disciple of Lord Madara and his blade. The legendary Uchiha Madara, he staggered back, while Shoko and Xuanai rushed to support him. He murmured, if you are indeed his disciple, then there is no issue. Acknowledging Shinyu's background, he waved his hand. Swiftly agreeing to the terms, his gaze sharpened. Moreover, I promise that should you liberate the Swordsmith Guild from the clutches of the Iron Country's nobility, I shall relinquish an additional 2% of my own shares, ensuring that half of the guild's annual profits will be yours. Shinyu regarded the earnest Dan Yumaye, contemplating the cunning nature of this old fox, who sought to bind him irrevocably to the guild. In matters of mutual benefit, should a critical decision arise, even his 50% stake would not suffice to tip the scales of interest. It was undeniable that as the head of the family and acting chairman of the entire guild, this individual exhibited both boldness and resolve. Yet Shinyu did not acquiesce thoughtlessly. Instead, he laid down 3 stipulations. I can aid the guild in resolving this transition crisis and will serve as a supreme force to deter the lords of the Iron Country. But I will not involve myself in the guild's operations or expansion. I shall intervene only in times of crisis. I am a sharp blade, capable of both striking and intimidating. How you wield me is entirely your prerogative. Dan Yuma-yi deliberated thoroughly before ultimately acquiescing to they had previously announced a competition for marriage. The group decided to employ Shinyu's prowess to publicly demonstrate his strength before the assembled warriors of the realm. However, Shoko hesitated, finally voicing her concern. The requirements for this competition state that only warriors may participate. You are a ninja, are you not? Shinyu chuckled lightly. Rest assured, even without ninja techniques, I shall ensure their defeat. At this moment, Dan Yuma-yi cleared his throat, casting a meaningful glance at Shinyu, and proclaimed loudly, "Then it is settled. If you emerge victorious, marrying my daughter shall not be out of the question." Xuanai's body quivered slightly, her ruby lips tightening beneath her white veil. Shinyu noticed and feigned nonchalance, replying, "Your humble suitor takes his leave." Yi turned to his daughter, Xuanai. "Accompany him," though hesitant upon meeting her father's gaze. She gracefully followed Shinyu out of the room. "Shoko, you may depart as well." One by one, they exited, while Ma-yi leaned against a bamboo chair, gazing at the solitary moon outside, his expression forlorn, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Within half an hour, a knock echoed at the door. "Enter." Ma-yi sighed heavily. The visitors were his two disciples. "Master." Longji hesitated, casting a swift glance at his junior. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he exclaimed, "Master, you intend to entrust the guild's fate to that young rascal from earlier. I fail to comprehend why you would place your trust in an outsider." Yet, Ma-yi disregarded him, focusing intently on his second disciple. "Ji, do you share this sentiment?" Ji furrowed his brow. "I too find this rather unwise." He snorted derisively. "What? Do you believe I have lost my wits?" "Not at all." Longji knelt, too intimidated to meet his gaze. "Ji, how did you come to know of this?" Ji remained silent, merely stating, "I merely wish to prevent you from acting rashly and jeopardizing the guild's promising future." "Ji, speak less." Longji's eyes widened. Shocked by his junior's audacity, he could not fathom why this usually languid and conflict-averse disciple dared to speak so boldly to their master. Surprisingly, the normally stern master chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by his disciple's impertinence. "A single misstep can alter the game." Ji. Both disciples were momentarily taken aback. Yi continued, "Longji, you were the one who initially urged me to marry off Xuanai, were you not?" Longji broke into a cold sweat. "Indeed, it was I, to be honest, who disclosed this plan to you. No one told me. It was my own idea." Longji's complexion paled. Dan Yuma-yi stepped closer, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Your concern for the guild is commendable, but with your wooden intellect, how could you possibly conceive such a plan?" Longji stammered, desperately seeking an explanation, but the words eluded him. He was inherently a man of few words, not adept at articulation. Yi sighed. "Even you failed to realize that this matter was likely suggested by your capable junior." Longji froze, casting a doubtful glance at his companion. He began to recall a night when he had sought solace in drink with his junior, who had indeed mentioned that securing a good match for the sole daughter of the Sugawara family could alleviate some pressure from the guild. Suddenly, he recalled Shinyu's words from earlier. "Your second disciple is quite remarkable." Chapter 46. Tsukiji within the president's chamber of the Swordsmith Guild, shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. Casting the silhouettes of three men upon the walls, Yi continued, "When we were pursuing Ichikawa Jinzo, few were aware of the operational plan. Aside from those directly involved, the only other person privy to it was Xuanai." He gazed up at the ceiling, focusing on the bright light. "For the sake of transparency, I must confess I harbored doubts about my own daughter." Thus, the usually reticent Yi spoke up, his voice hoarse. "You chose to arrange a union for your own daughter merely as a test." Ma-yi met his gaze steadily. "Indeed. What significance does this hold? Are you truly willing to sacrifice Xuanai's happiness?" Jie's eyes reddened. "It holds significance. It has drawn you out, has it not?" Ji inhaled sharply. Yi, with hands clasped behind his back, replied, "Since I announced this news, Xuanai has not reacted with the hysteria I anticipated. Instead, she has accepted everything with calmness, only shedding tears in private at night. She has always been an understanding child. Yet you, my disciple, have surprised me with your reaction. You have sought to retract my orders repeatedly, instigated the department heads to undermine my authority, and engaged in clandestine maneuvers with those nobles, as if I were blind to it all. All these threads of evidence, combined with the noble's hints, led me to realize that you, Ji, have been the one closest to Xuan'ai. Ji frowned. Master, do you suspect me? Mai fixed his gaze upon him. It was you who learned of our route from Xuan'ai. Was it not? Aside from you, I cannot fathom who else would betray us. And how did you come to know of my late-night discussions with Xinyu? Mai stepped forward. Are you suggesting you have been shadowing Xuan'ai all along? Was everything you said merely a ruse to draw me out? Ji Ye's realization dawned, and he exclaimed bitterly, Dan you Mai, you will stop at nothing for the sake of the guild. Ji, what are you saying? Long Ji tugged at Ye's pant leg, reprimanding him in hushed tones. How dare you speak to Master in such a manner? Kneel now. He glared at his junior, but Ji Yi remained resolute. Ji. At this moment, Tetsuya suddenly lifted his foot and thrust Ryanosuk out, shattering the knife rack within the room. Tetsuya's gaze turned fierce in an instant as he drew a sharp dagger from his sleeve, its blade piercing outward with lethal intent. Mako stood with her hands bound behind her, her back unguarded and exposed to Tetsuya, and she closed her eyes in despair. Ding! A sharp pain shot through Tetsuya's wrist as the blade shattered, revealing a massive black skeletal hand that loomed behind Mako, creating a divide as vast as the abyss. A handsome youth stepped forth from beside Mako, having appeared there unbeknownst to anyone, and the enormous, jet-black ribcage along with the ominous hand shrouded in dark mist left Tetsuya utterly astounded. Shinba extended a hand, and with a mere gesture, Tetsuya felt a sudden suffocation, a terrifying pressure enveloping him, as if an invisible hand were gripping him tightly, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers a distant wish. What is this? He strained to widen his eyes, yet his lips refused to budge. An overwhelming fear igniting within his gaze, and why instincts were indeed correct. Shinba slightly rotated his palm, causing Tetsuya's body to rigidly turn in tandem. There is something wrong with your body. I assent there. He suddenly raised a finger, and in contrast, a large bulge appeared on Tetsuya's right hand, pulsating like flowing water, spreading along his arm until his entire body rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond, presenting an eerie and unsettling sight. Disperse, Shinba commanded. With a loud pop, Tetsuya's entire right arm suddenly exploded, liquid splattering across the walls, with droplets even hitting Ryanosuk's face. Ryanosuk, taken aback, wiped his face only to realize that it was not blood, but transparent water. Shinba nonchalantly withdrew his hand, causing Tetsuya's body to instantaneously lose support, collapsing to the ground. An invisible stream of water surged forth from the severed arm, writhing for a moment before reforming into a right arm, restored to its former state. This scene left Ryanosuk dumbfounded and shocked Mako as well. That I was not mistaken. Your second disciple is quite remarkable. Shinba chuckled. He is not even from the Iron Kingdom. Amidst the swirling black mist, Mako slowly turned around, her eyes glistening with murky tears. What a pity, Tetsuya. Among these three disciples, you are the one I value the most. Shall we kill him? Shinba tilted his head in inquiry. Yes, Mako nodded calmly, her gaze utterly serene at that moment, like an executioner wielding a blade. Please allow him to retain a complete corpse. Understood. Shinba dispelled the susu, the black mist dissipating, yet a spirit, pure and ethereal, shot forth, instantly embedding itself in Tetsuya's forehead. In the next moment, the spirit entered and exited, returning to Shinba's expression grew intricate as he stared at Tetsuya, who had lost all breath, his black attire billowing as he turned to leave. Just prior to extinguishing the opponent's soul, he had, as usual, interrogated for information. Tetsuya Koizumi, a denizen of the Water Nation, had infiltrated the Damba family since childhood, aiming to plunder the exceptional sword-forging techniques of the Iron Kingdom, colluding with the corrupted nobility of the Iron Kingdom under the influence of Water Nation's wealth, slowly eroding the Iron Kingdom's third generation. 3 months ago, he secretly tampered with the forging furnace of the Oikawa family under the guise of assistance. replacing the treasured sword-forging lineage, resulting in the failure of 3,000 renowned swords initially ordered by the Lord, all shattering upon delivery, inciting the Lord's fury and leading to the disintegration of the forging hall. He covertly plotted to have the mist-hidden village assist the beleaguered Oikawa family and dispatched ninjas to intercept the pursuing forces of the Iron Kingdom. He incited the Damba family to marry off the sole daughter of the Sugawara clan, having early on bribed the influential, preordaining the victor, until Mako decided to replace the intended bride with his beloved Damba Yukino. Thus, he found himself in utter disarray. He declared his participation in the tournament. He designed an ambush for Sugawara Shoko. Despite his meticulous concealment, the astute Mako discerned the anomaly. Had he not been discovered, he would have exposed his identity at the upcoming martial arts tournament, overpowering the competition to claim victory, uniting with the bribed nobility to swallow the merchant guild, subsequently seizing the opportunity to assassinate Mako, thoroughly dismantling the Iron Kingdom's third generation and bringing it under the dominion of the Water Nation. Importantly, he would also be able to marry Damba Yukino with legitimacy. Shinba returned to his room, sprawling on the bed, staring vacantly at the night sky outside. He felt a myriad of emotions. The plan had initially been flawless. Yet due to the entanglement of feelings, it had all crumbled. He turned over, facing the cold moonlight, his eyes ablaze with crimson light, exquisite patterns shifting within as if a kaleidoscope had suddenly opened. He extended his hand, the long fingers gently brushing against his eyelids. Tetsuya Koizumi. This child is deeply scheming, with far-reaching ambitions, yet no matter how profound the scheme or how insidious the calculation, before my eyes, there is nowhere to hide. The chaotic times are approaching. In the face of absolute power, all schemes appear laughable. Shinba gazed at his palm, murmuring to himself, "Is this the feeling of dictating the fates of others?" That night, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Compared to Lord Ban, who harbors aspirations for the world, I still have a long way to go. Chapter 47. The Minor Fish the next day. The martial arts tournament commenced as usual. However, to everyone's astonishment, a young boy ascended the platform early that day, clad in a black brocade robe with violet patterns exuding an air of nobility. His long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, the ends bound with an indigo ribbon, a long ceremonial sword hanging at his waist. He moved languidly, standing at the center of the stage. His face, soft yet strikingly beautiful, bore a serene expression in his phoenix-like eyes, imbued with a cold and proud aura. The audience below grew increasingly numerous, including those seasoned in bloodshed, who initially exhibited impatience. Yet upon seeing the boy's eyes, they fell silent, afraid to breathe. Only the samurai mingling within the crowd displayed wary glances, instinctively bending down, hands resting on their sword hilts, unconsciously adopting defensive stances. What is happening? What kind of aura does this boy possess? However, the nobles in the stands could no longer remain calm. Some began to snarl. From their elevated position and at a distance, they could not discern the boy's expression. Where did this brat come from? Seeking death? Humph. What is the Damba clan thinking, allowing such a young child to disrupt such an important occasion? Someone get him down. That bunch of ruffians below can't even handle a small boy. Soon, a man clad in samurai armor ascended the platform, admonishing Shinba's back. "You brat, go play somewhere else. This is not a place for you." Shinba slightly turned his head. "Are you here to challenge me?" "Challenge?" The man scoffed. "You little brat, surely you don't think you can participate in the martial arts tournament." Shinba replied nonchalantly, "I'll give you 3 breaths. Get off the stage yourself from the stands." Voices began to shout. "Is it done yet? The competition is about to begin. Can't you stop this brat from causing trouble?" Honestly, the Damba family can't even manage this small matter. On stage, the man felt his pride pricked, one hand resting on his sword hilt, his gaze sharp. "Brat, if you don't leave, don't blame me for using force." 3 breaths are up. Shinba vanished from his spot, the man only catching a glimpse of a shadow passing overhead, a long hand lightly resting on his shoulder. Then, with a tremendous force, his vision spun wildly as the boy effortlessly hurled him away. The man transformed into a straight line, crashing with a resounding thud into a spot within the stands, where cries of despair erupted from those who had been the loudest moments ago. The nobles were taken aback, some even rising to their feet, casting bewildered glances at the main seat. While Mako remained composed, her eyes narrowed, the entire merchant guild exhibiting an unusual calm, as if they were completely unconcerned with the matter. "Chairman Damba, I demand an explanation," a rotund and affluent noble voiced sternly. "Today is the martial arts tournament. Only the strongest can become my son-in-law, and there will inevitably be bloodshed." Mako revealed a sly smile. "Swords have no eyes. It's quite normal for one or two people to be accidentally injured." "Humph." The noble snorted coldly, unable to express his anger, muttering under his breath. "Once this affair concludes, you will pay for this." On the high platform, the Lord of the Iron Kingdom sat within his opulent chamber, a folding fan concealing half his face, displaying an expression of contemplation on the arena. Shinba surveyed the crowd, his chilling gaze sweeping across the entire venue. "I know why you all have gathered here today. It simply feels that the process of this tournament is excessively tedious." A smirk curled at his lips as he proposed with an alluring smile, "Let me simplify the proceedings for you. T.O. in the hand of Miss Yukino. It's simple. Ascend the stage and kill me." His gaze bore an aggressive intensity, his presence formidable. "I am Shinba, and today I shall guard this arena." Upon hearing this declaration, every warrior present could no longer remain seated, for nothing irked them more than such words. The heart of a swordsman lies in their invincibility. Each one is driven forward with unwavering determination. In pursuit of greater achievements in the way of the sword, they adhere to their path and convictions. Unafraid of formidable foes, have a tarnished sword heart is fatal. Just imagine, if you cannot even believe in yourself, how could you trust the sword in your hand? Thus, several samurai emitted disdainful snorts. While a few impassioned souls could not restrain themselves from uttering curses, one hot-tempered warrior leaped onto the stage, casting a cold gaze toward Shunyu, yet his voice abruptly ceased, for in the next instant, he was hurled from the platform, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, unable to extricate himself. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, their attention returning to the platform, where Shunyu maintained a perfect sidekick stance, gradually retracting his leg. "Let the insignificant ones cease to waste my time." Shunyu surveyed the assembly, offering a final warning. "This is my last act of mercy. Anyone who dares to step forward must embrace the resolve of certain death." A ripple of excitement surged through both the stage and the spectators, not in cheer, but in a cacophony of crude insults and indignant challenges. "You little brat, do not look down upon others. State your lineage, and I shall demand an explanation. Do you truly believe that Wuxiong City is devoid of capable men? Allow me to engage you." "No. Let me take my turn. My blade is eager for action." "Umph. Allow this humble one, Kazeyuki, to test your mettle. Young one." Bathed in the tumultuous sound wave, Shinyu spread his arms wide. "No need for such formalities. All of you may come at once." Arrogant. Immediately, 3 warriors ascended the stage, surrounding Shunyu in a coordinated assault. This time, there was no idle chatter. They struck first, their blades shimmering like silk as 3 chakra-infused energy blades arced toward Shunyu. Buzz! Every onlooker gasped in disbelief as they witnessed translucent ripples emanating from the youth's form, akin to a flowing spring, deflecting all the energy blades effortlessly. With a swift motion, Shunyu grasped the hilt of his sword, its edge glistening like crystal-clear water, flashing before the eyes of the spectators. The blades of the 3 warriors were simultaneously severed, sending them hurtling from the platform, their blood painting the AI by the time the crowd regained their composure. The frostfall had already returned to its sheath. What a remarkably swift blade. Indeed, the defensive technique that the youth showcased moments ago was far more astonishing, was it not? "Hey, what was that? Did you see it clearly?" The audience buzzed with excitement as Shunyu's fleeting defensive counter ignited the venue once more. Thanks to the unique abilities best in the bright blue light, a streak of crimson radiance shot forth from his eyes, sending a piercing chill soaring into the heavens. The onlookers were struck by an illusion of being ensconced in ice, collectively shuddering in response. The left eye of Shunyu had transformed into a kaleidoscope, resplendent and exquisite, as the intricate patterns of the magical array swirled gently, seemingly imprinting every strike and every slash into the recesses of their minds. Chakra, morphological transformation, extreme compression. The torrent of water surged forth, ceaseless and dynamic. The outward slash manifested as an independent entity. In an instant, the brilliance in Shun Yu's dual pupils flickered as his right hand, Frostfall's singular focus, surged forth while his left hand gathered the blue light, swiftly coalescing into an ice-blue blade, radiating an aura akin to ancient glacial ice. Grasping his sword, he spun violently. Dual swords, a dazzling slashing motion, the radiance, reminiscent of autumn dew upon leaves, crystallized into substance, transitioning entirely from ice blue to jade green. Shun Yu's blade traced a perfect circumference, the arc gleaming vibrantly, abruptly expanding. At that moment, every strike paled before this arc, which with an unstoppable force effortlessly severed all attacks, sweeping past the warrior's blades like a gentle breeze. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of broken blades hitting the ground echoed. 4 elder warriors spat blood, their hair standing on end. And in a flash, they plummeted from the arena. Shun Yu sheathed his sword, the luminous blade in his left hand extinguishing like a wisp of ethereal flame as he stood tall upon the platform. His proud gaze sweeping over the 4 elder warriors. They were not dead. Shun Yu's strikes had been calibrated according to their chakra strength, leaving each of them with a deep gash, visible to the bone. Upon their chests, this scar, I have left, will be your final glory for the remainder of your lives. His voice resonated throughout the venue, silencing the previously raucous crowd to the point where a pin drop could be heard. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped everyone's throats with ferocity. The daimyo of the Iron Country stood dumbfounded, having dropped his folding fan without realizing it. All eyes were fixed upon this youth upon the stage, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, as an unspoken shock reverberated in the hearts of all present. This would undoubtedly be this is not the main storyline. I simply wish to engage in a discussion with everyone. In 2 chapters, the Iron Country arc will come to a definitive conclusion, and the protagonist will return to the main narrative to continue his journey in the ninja world. I have read through everyone's comments over the past few days, and it seems that the majority are not particularly fond of this side story, finding it rather dull. In truth, the primary purpose of introducing this arc was to provide a buffer for the plot. I sense that the relentless pace might lead to aesthetic fatigue among you all, as a story should embody a balance of tension and relaxation. However, I have since realized that I underestimated your capacity for engagement. It appears that no matter how intense the action, you do not tire easily. Well, now I am aware, and I shall deliver exhilarating chapters henceforth, filled with climactic moments, and I am eager to witness where your limits lie. Maniacal laughter. Moreover, there seems to be considerable divergence in opinions regarding the confrontation between Shun Yu and Tobirama. Some readers feel that I have overly empowered Tobirama, stifling the protagonist's strength. That I believe that Tobirama, as a seasoned Uchiha scholar, acted entirely in accordance with his character. 5 years ago, the protagonist opened his Mangekyo Sharingan right before him and slew numerous foes. Naturally, Tobirama would have been preoccupied with this and devised myriad strategies to counter the protagonist, including the development of Yin seals and the refinement of the Flying Thunder God technique. In my view, this is entirely reasonable and does not violate any established lore, even concerning the much-debated 4 Red Yang formation. The original work stipulates that its release requires the gathering of 4 top-tier ninjas with chakra levels equivalent to that of a Kage. Tobirama is already at the Kage level and belongs to the Senju clan. Although he may not surpass his brother, he has developed Yin seals and accumulated chakra over several years, making it plausible for him to execute this technique, as for the Flying Thunder God. If Minato could perform such feats in the original work, why should Tobirama's creation technique be any less effective? The original narrative lacked refinement, because Tobirama faced little pressure or concern, but now he has compelling reasons to enhance and develop his abilities. He must become faster to contend with Shun Yu's Mangekyo. To confine his strength to the parameters of the original work will be rather unreasonable. Of course, if everyone still believes that I am suppressing combat prowess. I can only apologize and humbly accept the criticism as for the question of why Shinyu engaged in a prolonged struggle with Tobirama when the Nine Tails had already been unleashed. Why not simply escape? Firstly, he was stalling for time. The Nine Tails had not ventured far. Secondly, I can see that Shunyu was indeed somewhat reckless at that moment. He harbored his own intentions, seeking to adapt to the Flying Thunder God technique and, by extension, the very nature of space itself. Consequently, he learned a harsh lesson from Tobirama. Had he promptly unleashed his full arsenal and approached the situation with greater caution, he would not have suffered such a disastrous defeat. However, in the course of life, who among us has not experienced a moment of hubris? The protagonist, after all these years alongside Madara, has inevitably absorbed a touch of arrogance. Alas, at 4 years old, he awakened his eyes. By 5, he achieved the Mangekyo Sharingan, boasting boundless adaptability coupled with time-space ocular techniques. With Konoha still harboring a perpetual reservoir of synthesis materials. Dear friends, if this were your reincarnation template, I can scarcely fathom how unrestrained you might become. Yet a loss is a loss. One learns and grows from adversity, and therein lies the allure of growth. I understand that the sensation of defeat can be quite stifling, but who has not encountered a moment in a duel where they were caught off guard and overwhelmed? The protagonist has fared quite well in this instance. He was not simply toyed with by Tobirama, who exerted all his efforts just to secure a narrow victory, ultimately left utterly exhausted. Thus, I shall conclude this topic here. I have taken each of your comments to heart. If you find the side stories unappealing, I will certainly take this into consideration in the future. Writing a new book is no easy task. And I hope for your continued support. Of course, a 5-star review would be even more delightful. Wishing you all a prosperous new year in advance. May your fortunes in the martial arts flourish. Chapter 50, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, the second Mizukage of the original timeline. During his tenure, he not only emulated the second Hokage, Tobirama, by establishing the Hidden Mist Ninja Academy in Umbu, but also formulated a secret doctrine for the village, stipulating that mist ninjas must safeguard their intelligence, ensuring that even allies could not divulge information. This has led to an aura of mystery surrounding mist ninjas, with even the younger generations of the village being unaware of the true strength of this Mizukage. Furthermore, he placed great emphasis on the inheritance of the ninja swords. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist originated from his era. He regarded these 7 inheritors of the ninja swords as his direct subordinates, nurturing a plethora of new generation ninjas to become members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, thereby effectively solidifying the village's development. Shinyu smirked. Who are you to be familiar with me? With a slight clench of his fist. The body of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon was torn asunder, reduced to mere fragments, with only his head remaining. The rest transformed into a bubbling sphere of water, the blood and flesh liquefying into a transparent substance. A sight both bizarre and unsettling. Curse you! What sort of ability does this little demon possess? Phantom Moon bared his teeth in an attempt to mask the fear in his eyes. Shinyu observed him with an air of nonchalance, pondering whether the Ghost Lantern clan, capable of regenerating even after decapitation, could withstand being reduced to a molecular state. I have never been. Phantom Moon abruptly interrupted himself, exclaiming, No. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Do you believe you possess the right to inquire? Shinyu lifted his chin, and a nearby water sphere immediately expanded and exploded with a resounding pop, dispersing into a cloud of mist that dampened the air. Wait. Don't be impulsive. Phantom Moon, horrified, fixated on the swelling water sphere, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Brother, if you have questions, I, your humble servant, will answer. He forced himself to adopt a fawning expression, his gaze never leaving the ominous water sphere. Curse it! Regenerating my lower half will take a considerable amount of time. Disclose your identity, your objectives, and the reason for your assassination attempt on the Daime. Shunyu's demeanor turned icy as he recalled the authoritative tone of Madara. Instinctively adopting a more commanding presence, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon grimaced, muttering, I am Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, a direct disciple of the second Mizukage of the Land of Water, and I have come to seize the Iron 3 traditions from the Iron Country. This assassination was a necessary means to achieve that end. How humiliating! I will surely kill you once I am freed. Shinyu nodded at Jinyi, continuing his inquiry. Why do you seek to obtain the Iron Three Traditions? What schemes do you harbor for the Land of Water? Speak quickly. Shinyu beckoned with his fingers, causing a water sphere to suddenly burst, disintegrating into droplets before Phantom Moon's eyes. Stop, stop. I'll tell you. Phantom Moon stammered. The Mist Village is in desperate need of swordsmiths, particularly the finest ones, who are all concentrated here. I have an idea. If we can combine ninjutsu with the samurai's forging techniques to create a one-of-a-kind ninja sword, our village will undoubtedly grow stronger. Moreover, this plan is entirely my own conception. All actions are my initiative, and it has nothing to do with the Mist Village. Even my master has been kept in the dark. Shinyu pondered for a moment. What dealings have you engaged in to realize this plan? Phantom Moon sighed helplessly. I have harbored this idea for a long time, but the Iron Three Traditions are a solid block, and they have even established a merchant association to dismantle them. I could only infiltrate from within. Thus, several years ago, I dispatched my most trusted confidant, disguised as a citizen of the Iron Country, to embed himself within the merchant association, aiming to sow discord among them. However, I received no news from him until yesterday at I killed him. Shinyu stated matter factly to yes, that's so. At this moment, Zhenyi suddenly interjected, her voice laced with indignation. You claim to have acted independently of the Mizukage. Yet how did you mobilize the ninjas of the Mist Village? On the day of the attack, many powerful ninjas assaulted us alongside the shogunate army. Phantom Moon scoffed dismissively. Shunyu retorted coldly. Answer her question. Phantom Moon immediately spoke up. Oh, those were merely mercenaries organized by wandering ninjas and assassin groups. For the right price, they would do anything you asked. I guarantee that apart from myself and my confidant, not a single person from the Mist Village was involved in the entire plan. Curse you. I will kill you. I will kill you. He glared at Shunyu's fingers, utterly terrified. Daime-sama, do you now comprehend the situation? The Daime sat in stunned silence, his face a mask of shock. Now he had no choice but to believe, oh, that's how it is. I never imagined that my Iron Country, a nation of neutrality, would be infiltrated by so many spies. He expressed his anger fervently, but amid his rage, there was also a sense of gratitude for finding a capable ally. With tears welling in his eyes, he exclaimed, How fortunate! Zhen Yikun, your wisdom is unparalleled. And you, Shin Yukun, your might is unmatched. Together, you have turned the tide and saved our Iron Country from disgrace. Shin Yu, I implore you to execute this scoundrel at once. The Daime pointed at Phantom Moon, his voice shrill with urgency. Shin Yu smiled slightly and vanished with Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Phantom Moon felt as though he were swept away by a tempest, the surroundings blurring past him until he found himself outside the city. Little rascal, I bear you no ill will. Return whence you came. Shinyu chuckled as he released his grip. The invisible restraints fell away, and Phantom Moon promptly reformed, a drenched and complete figure standing before Shinyu. Little rascal. Phantom Moon's face turned ashen, and he quickly distanced himself from Shinyu, leaping several hundred meters away, for he sensed that as long as he remained within a certain proximity to the youth, that eerie binding force would continue to weaken. Little imp, it was my carelessness just now. The humiliation I endured shall now be returned to you. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground forcefully. Spirit summoning technique. As the white smoke cleared, he stood atop an enormous clam, its shell gleaming pure white, two plump tentacles protruding from the crevices. Illusionary steam tower. The tentacles writhed, releasing a vast cloud of dense mist from their breathing holes, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters, including the oddly expressioned Shinyu who stood there. Are you dumbfounded, kid? I'm a master of illusion techniques, and in this mirage, everything you see is but a fade. The thick mist quickly dissipated, and both Huan Yue and his giant clam remained stationary. Yet this was merely an illusion crafted by his technique, while his true self stealthily advanced, opting not to approach Shinyu directly, but rather to maneuver around, concealing himself behind a massive rock. That kid can manipulate water. Though I am unaware of what peculiar ninjutsu he wields, I cannot recklessly approach him. How about a bubble attack over such a vast area? Suddenly, the ground beneath him became damp. Countless bubbles of various sizes began to surface, all drifting toward Shinyu. Water sphere technique. Explosion. He snapped his fingers, a resounding explosion erupted, and when he peeked out, Shinyu remained unscathed. Tilting his head as he scrutinized his illusionary doppelganger, cold sweat broke out on Huan Yue's forehead. What the hell? Immune to bubble attacks. This is no longer manageable. I shall resolve this with my ultimate technique. The Jokey Boy. The Jokey Boy was his self-developed infinite explosive ninjutsu, utilizing oil and water within his body to create a childlike doppelganger, remarkably agile, with an exterior of oil and an interior of water, highly susceptible to heat and cold. Once it moved, the surface oil would rapidly heat up, causing the internal water to evaporate, thereby enlarging the doppelganger and ultimately triggering a violent steam explosion. After the explosion, the steam would rise and cool, transforming into hail to reduce its size, allowing the doppelganger to recondense, preparing for the next explosion, enabling an infinite cycle. In his original timeline, it was this unique technique that allowed him to perish alongside the user of dust release. Concealed behind a rock, Gazai Huanya raised his hand to form seals, slowly gathering chakra, while steam surged around him, gradually taking the shape of a smiling clown face. What are you doing? The sudden voice startled Huanya, causing the nearly formed water-oil doppelganger to seemingly lose control and shatter. What are you? Huan Yue trembled against the massive stone, shakily raising his head to look up. There stood Shinyu, crouched upon the stone, gazing down at him with a predatory demeanor. As if playing with a mouse, he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, yet as if he had always been there. Instinctively, Huan Yue attempted to flee. But unfortunately, the cursed restraint descended once more, an overwhelming force lifting him into the air, his entire abdomen swelling into a water balloon. And no, this is impossible, he exclaimed in disbelief. Did you not fall for my mirage? How could you find my true self? Not only am I a water release ninja, but I'm also a master of illusion techniques, Shinyu declared, pointing at his own eyes. You, my dear fellow, have been completely countered by me. With a flash of red light, he revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, the inky patterns swirling against the crimson backdrop, mesmerizing Huan Yue. Uchiha, he was utterly bewildered. Shinyu squinted. Little mustache, I mentioned I do not dislike you, but that does not mean I will hesitate to kill you. A chilling aura flickered momentarily, and Huan Yue's expression grew serious. Consider yourself fortunate this time. There shall be no next. Have a little self-awareness. Fooled, he casually released his grip, and Huan Yue tumbled to the ground, thoroughly disheveled. If you dare to covet the Merchant Guild again, I will personally descend upon the hidden mist village and eliminate you before the Mizukage. This isn't right. Huan Yue gasped. Why do you defend the Land of Iron? Are you not from Konoha? With a loud pop, Huan Yue's head exploded, droplets scattering like rain. Do not mention that name in my presence. Shinyu's tone was stern. I'm no saint. Like you, I am merely a robber taking advantage of the chaos. A scoundrel forcibly extracting profits from the Land of Iron. The only difference is that my methods are far more elegant. He turned away, no longer concerning himself with Huan Yue's fate. Depart. As for the matter of the Chichuan family, I shall no longer involve myself. He will not set foot in the Land of Iron again. He activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight, leaving Gazai Huan Yue sitting in stunned silence. Water gathered at Huan Yue's throat, gradually forming a face devoid of eyebrows, filled with horror. Chapter 51. The helmsman Shinyu returned to the venue, facing the earnest inquiries of the daimyo. He shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Ah, that fellow has many tricks up his sleeve. I battled him for 300 rounds, yet he still managed to escape. The daimyo's expression darkened immediately. Shinyu rested his hands behind his head, confidently stating, However, I am now a member of the Merchant Guild. As long as I am here, our guild shall endure, and as long as our guild is intact, that fellow will not dare to set his sights on the Land of Iron. Do you understand? The daimyo nodded promptly, fully grasping Shinyu's implication. He was applying pressure on the daimyo's estate. The matter of Gazai Huan Yue was, in fact, quite troublesome to handle. He had already stated that this was solely his own action, unrelated to the Land of Water, which meant that pursuing the matter would not yield any favorable outcome. regardless of whether Huanyue's claims were true or not, even if it were indeed a conspiracy from the hidden mist village. They could always assert that Gizai Huanyue was a traitorous ninja. What could the Land of Iron do? If the matter were to be brought into the open, it would mean a complete severance of ties with the Land of Water. They were merely a neutral country, often subjected to bullying. If they would anger the other side, they could accidentally find themselves embroiled in hostilities. Although the ninja world had the ninja god maintaining peace. Who could say how many more years he would live? Shinyu's proposed approach preserved the sword forging hall while also safeguarding the last shred of dignity for the Land of Iron, deterring formidable enemies from daring to invade, which was already a commendable outcome. Furthermore, it allowed him to establish a connection with this ruthless individual. The daimyo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, preparing to return and impose restrictions on the influential nobles, forbidding them from scheming against the sword forging hall. Additionally, he would mobilize samurai from the shogunate to remain stationed at the headquarters and various branches, ensuring the safety of the guild members and providing robust support for the flourishing development of the sword forging hall. There was no alternative. After all, they had already lost a portion to the Land of Water. If it were to fail to offer support, he would surely be condemned as a foolish and incompetent daimyo. Thus, Shinyu successfully resolved the crisis of ownership within the merchant guild, preserving the last lineage of the Iron Country's legacy and successfully acquiring shares in the guild in light of his outstanding contributions. Danjamayu was prepared to retire immediately, but after several rounds of persuasion from Shinyu, they created a new position tailored specifically for him. There would be no need to participate in operations. At the end of the year, he would enjoy dividends, only stepping in during crises to avert disaster. He would be respectfully referred to as the Helmsman. Regardless of rank, gender, or age, every member of the Merchant Guild would address Shinyu as Young Master. With just a token crafted from pure gold, he could mobilize all resources from various branches of the Land of Iron. In the early morning, a light snow fell upon Wuxiong City. After finishing his training, Shinyu stretched lazily, pushing open the door, only to catch sight of a graceful figure. Danju Yukino stood on the viewing platform, dressed in a pure white gown, elegantly admiring the plum blossoms, the falling snow, the plum blossoms, and the fair maiden. These three elements were already a masterpiece in a painter's eyes. Combined, they were simply breathtaking. Shinyu refrained from interrupting and was about to retreat indoors when Yukino called out to him. "Shinyu-kun, are you leaving today?" Her gentle voice could warm even the coldest of realms. Shinyu exhaled, slightly adjusting his expression, and smiled as he turned. "Yes, I have my mission to fulfill of all the people in the Land of Iron." He least wished to face this woman. He had taken countless lives, his hands stained with blood, yet he felt no remorse or guilt towards anyone. However, the moment he recalled her solitary figure and the brokenness in her gaze, discomfort welled within him. The reason was simple. He had personally eliminated her childhood sweetheart. "Do not go. Stay here." She gazed at Shinyu, her eyes soft and drifting, whispering, "Just stay here." Shinyu averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. For those eyes burned like flames, threatening to incinerate his indifference and leave only compassion and guilt in their wake. For the first time in his life, this pure-blood Uchiha did not dare to look someone in the eye. Seeing his silence, Yukino gently removed her veil, revealing a face of enchanting beauty, her eyes warm as water, her lips fresh and ripe. She softly said, "Shinyu-kun, you are like a fleeting wind, coming swiftly and departing swiftly. But if you stay here, even the Merchant Guild will eventually belong to you." Shinyu thought to himself that whether he stayed or not, the guild would still be his. "Oh right, it seems I have won the championship of the martial arts competition. And even you are mine. Miss Yukino, you jest. Do you not know that the wind is free and unrestrained? Moreover," he gazed at the overcast sky, watching the snowflakes drift down gracefully, lost in thought of distant paths. Yukino pursed her lips, enveloped in silence, yet her luminous, enchanting eyes stubbornly fixed on his elegant, gentle profile. Shinyu inhaled deeply, turning to meet her gaze. "Oh, you resent me for the matter concerning Akihiko." "Not anymore." A soft chuckle escaped her lips, hinting at past resentment. Yukino puffed out her cheeks, revealing a rare glimpse of her youthful demeanor, for after all, he was someone who had grown alongside her. Indeed, he also wished for your father's life. Shinyu nodded, delivering his words with unyielding precision. The Uchiha clan has always been duplicitous. What good is hatred? I've long stated that I am merely a blade, a sharp blade. Your father, in order to safeguard the Merchant Association from falling into enemy hands, use my blade to slay Akihiko. It is as simple as that. If only my father were less concerned about the Merchant Association. If only it weren't so crucial. Mind your words. Shinyu interjected. Do you believe your father felt no pain when I ended Akihiko? The bonds of parent and child pale in comparison to the greater good. Had the Akihiko clan dismantled the Merchant Association, the Land of Iron would not have been far from ruin. What greater good, if not merely the interests of the many? Yukino murmured softly. You speak the truth. Shinyu extended his hand, watching as the snow melted gradually in his palm. That I end this wretched world. Only strength holds true significance. With power, your interests align with those of the world, and those you wish to protect become the desires of all. When you speak, none dare ignore your words. Thus, to safeguard those you cherish, one must strive and seize. If I had not fought and taken, I would have perished on the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Shinyu's voice bore an air of detachment. If given the chance to choose again, I would still slay Akihiko, for he obstructed my path. Should you seek vengeance, you are welcome to do so. I offer you the opportunity. With that, he turned and departed. With matters settled, Shinyu performed his summoning technique, leaving the feline ninja Zetsu at the forge, instructing him repeatedly. In the event of a crisis within the Merchant Association, summon me. I shall grant any request. Just as Shinyu prepared to return to the Land of Fire, Zetsu brought him good news. Pochi has returned. That I informed him of your situation. He is ready to perform the reverse summoning technique at any moment. Oh, Zetsu, you are truly my favorite ninja cat. Ensure you are prepared with the reverse summoning technique. Shinyu immediately formed seals, disappearing in a puff of white smoke. The surroundings transformed dramatically. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the cat house. Chapter 52. The true reason for his directional blindness in the Land of Fire. Within the cat house, Shinyu tightly closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath of the air inside, a blend of mint and a faint fishy aroma filling his nostrils before he opened his eyes. His gaze brimming with excitement. I have finally returned. Suddenly, a barbed tongue licked his cheek. Shinyu shivered involuntarily. Despite his body activating its moisture barrier reflexively, the sensation remained nauseating. He quickly turned to meet Pochi's deep blue feline gaze. You seem different. Pochi spoke first. Shinyu grimaced, still covered in goosebumps. Indeed, you have changed, but I am not particularly fond of your method of confirmation. Pochi, undeterred, circled around Shinyu, sniffing him, extending a paw to prod at the Frostfall heart pendant dangling at his waist. His feline face displaying keen interest. Where have you been? That question should be directed at me. Shinyu replied, recalling that days prior, Zetsu had mentioned Pochi had not returned to the cat house. I remember you were fighting Sarutobi Sasuke. Weren't you? Pochi yawned lazily. The battle with that intriguing Demon King left me in awe. While the summoning technique was still in effect, I engaged him in combat for a while longer. Speaking of which, you are quite remarkable yourself. Shinyu rested his chin on his hand, pondering the ability to alter one's form at will, coalescing in a shape or dispersing in a mist, even creating barriers from oneself. Are you finally intrigued? Pochi's head floated closer, his bronze eyes sparkling. This is the clever application of natural energy. For 1 billion Ryo, I can impart my cultivated sage techniques to you. What do you say? If you don't wish to teach, simply say so. You grasp the concept of 1 billion. Shinyu swatted at him, causing Pochi's cat head to dissolve into mist, only to reassemble on the other side. Besides, learning the techniques of Mayabuka Mountain turns you into a toad, while mastering the arts of Ryuichi Cave transforms you into a snake. If I were to learn from you, would I sprout cat fur? Shinyu waved his hand dismissively. I have always believed that the human body is the primordial sage body. There must be sage techniques more suited to humanity, while you all belong to the Beast Clan. Mew, where did you acquire such vocabulary? Quite refreshing. A shimmering blue mist swirled from Shinyu's pocket, enveloping a glimmering golden object. Floating before Pochi, The blue mist coalesced into a cat paw, presenting the captain's command token upon its soft pad. Pochi opened his mouth to nibble at it, his eyes instantly lighting up with delight. "It's gold, pure gold. Return it to me." Shinyu extended his hand. "This is of no use to you, or not. Consider this as payment for this endeavor." Shinyu had anticipated Pochi's temperament. He retrieved another bag from his side pouch and tossed it over. Inside was a thick stack of bills. "Here is 1,000,000 ryo." Pochi grinned widely as he accepted the money bag, showing no further attachment to the captain's command token, allowing Shinyu to reclaim it. He licked his paw, by the way, after encountering that Sara Demon King. "I had a sudden thought. Could I perhaps transform into a weapon to accompany you always?" Shinyu paused, slightly taken aback. "Such as, like this." Pochi transformed his form into swirling blue light mist, encircling Shinyu in a dreamlike dance of colors, as if immersed in a sea of stars. As the light converged, he ultimately became a long, ethereal blue blade, hovering beside the frostfall heart. Shinyu clicked his tongue in admiration, grasping the hilt and flicking his finger along the blade. This was a standard maneuver to gauge sharpness through the metallic echo. The sound rang clear and bright, reminiscent of a dragon's roared, "It can be great or small," came the languid voice from the hilt. Noted, Shinyu suddenly feigned indifference, tossing the resplendent, shimmering long blade aside. "It must be exorbitantly expensive. I cannot afford it. Daily rental is 3,000,000 ryo. Think it over. I could even conjure a cage to restrain enemies." Shinyu ignored him, pushing through the door. The blinding sunlight flooded his vision, carrying a gentle floral fragrance that invigorated his senses. His eyes quickly adjusted to the light, revealing towering mountains and an expanse of lush greenery before him. Perhaps due to having grown accustomed to the icy surroundings in recent days, basking in the warm sunlight now evoked a surreal sense of dislocation. The cat house remained the same, though it sounded like a mere building. In reality, it was established atop a wasteland, a city uniquely belonging to the cats. Among these felines were ordinary cats, as well as talking ninja cats skilled in crafting ninja tools. Coupled with their astute minds, they had long established a self-sustaining economic chain to encapsulate the situation in 4 words: abundance amidst prosperity. Here, one could witness countless cats of all sizes leaping through the streets and alleys. Only the Uchiha clan possessed the means to access the cat house. That I should return to find Lord Madara, Shinyu contemplated as he retraced the path to their base, recalling the times he had been guided there. "I remember it was," Shinyu bowed his head in thought, his brow furrowing deeper. "Have I truly become this directionally challenged?" He finally recognized something amiss. Previously, while he might have struggled with cardinal directions, his recollection of paths traveled was never vague, thanks to the Uchiha's dynamic vision and the exceptional memory afforded by his heightened spiritual strength, allowing him to remember every route he had traversed. It was acceptable in a land of iron, as it was his first visit. Being unfamiliar with the area was understandable. But now, from the cat house to the Kamisato Bridge, he had traversed this path numerous times. There was no reason he should forget it. Humans possess innate directional sense. Unlike animals, humans lack specialized organs to sense the Earth's magnetic field. In other words, human magnetic perception is feeble, as the 5 senses and visual acuity already suffice for survival. Over the eons, this redundant magnetic sense has regressed, even fading away. Consequently, people have come to rely more on visual memory to determine their spatial positioning, that if one intends to reach a destination, the mind instinctively envisions the general appearance of the target location, followed by the surrounding environment, then, based on past memories, maps out the approximate route step by step. Yet now, Shinyu's memories of this route were fragmented. His intuition suggested that south was the direct line to the destination. Yet suddenly, he felt that east, west, and north were the correct directions. Each fragmented memory seemed to align with a location in his mind, creating a disconcerting sensation, as if any direction he took would be erroneous. Makuro, when faced with uncertainty, he decisively activated the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and the magic void gradually began to revolve amidst a surge of crimson light. Empowered by an infinite adaptability, he introspectively examined his own body while simultaneously recalling the pathways etched in his memory. Something felt amiss. It was my body that was experiencing issues. Under the influence of some force, the once clear routes stored in my mind have become chaotic. Could this be a magnetic sensation? Perhaps, after some adaptation. My brain has evolved the ability to sense magnetic fields. He suddenly raised his head, grasping the crux of the problem. It is the flying thunder god technique. He silently clenched his fist. The essence of the flying thunder god technique, at its core, relies on the use of chakra markings for spatial teleportation, an indisputable space-time ninjutsu. Within the realm of space exists a uniformly distributed physical field composed of countless moving particles, transmitting the vector field of magnetic force between tangible objects. This is the magnetic field. It exists within the cosmos, serving as a significant environmental factor in space, generated by electric currents within celestial bodies or by the electrical current systems of space itself. The disturbances and variations in the spatial magnetic field affect the distribution and changes of charged particles in space. In other words, if space experiences fluctuations, the magnetic field will undergo alterations. Shun Yu's brow furrowed. The reason for his earlier debacle against Tobirama was that he had dedicated the full power of Magic Void to adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the vastness of spatial might was overwhelming. Even when transferred to the depths of the sea by Tobirama, he had failed to complete the adaptation. After that, he even contemplated utilizing Magic Void to adapt to his own heavenly constant. But alas, invoking the primal force concurrently was akin to a contradiction. Moreover, the essence of heavenly constant is to alter spatial states from temporal conditions, which does not induce spatial fluctuations. Thus, the adaptation space had remained stagnant. This realization made him understand that the current Magic Void found it exceedingly challenging to adapt to the essence of all things in the world through ninjutsu, and even if it could, it would consume an immeasurable amount of time. However, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, Magic Void proposed a countermeasure, to evolve the ability to sense magnetic fields and to promptly detect minute changes in space, thereby allowing him to react instantaneously to spatial fluctuations and predict the target's spatial landing point. Yet, due to incomplete evolution, he had not successfully adapted to the Flying Thunder God, hence the incompletely evolved magnetic sensation could not synchronize with his original visual memory, leading to mutual interference. If he could not fully adapt to the Flying Thunder God, the original sense of direction and the nascent magnetic sensation would continuously disrupt each other, rendering him directionally challenged. No wonder I found myself going in circles in the Land of Iron. That if the adaptation of Magic Void remains incomplete, it could lead to peculiar issues, something to be mindful of in the future. He exhaled deeply, gazing towards the horizon. Tobirama Senju, I shall seek you out. Chapter 53. Why did you provocate him? As the door behind him swung open, the now diminutive Pochi floated onto his shoulder. 30,000 Ryo, be my navigator, Shinyu said leisurely. Having unraveled the reasons behind his predicament, he swiftly accepted this reality. Being directionally challenged now did not mean he would be forever if he were to complete the evolution of magnetic field perception. All space-based ninjutsu would be rendered transparent before him. Given sufficient mental strength, the entire ninja world, nay, even beyond the confines of the planet, would transform into a living map within his mind. To some extent, there exists a magnetic field between individuals. He could even utilize magnetic sense to influence human emotions, assimilate, and alter their feelings, supplemented by illusions to manipulate their psyche. Yet this was a double-edged sword, if his mental fortitude was insufficient. Recklessly probing could lead to empathy from others, resulting in his own confusion. Guide me? Pochi squinted. 30,000 Ryo, 1 T suffice. At least 50,000 aha. Suit yourself. The man and the cat soon exited the cat house, making their way to the city gates. That aren't you worried about exposing your whereabouts? Striding boldly into the streets is not like you, Pochi remarked, licking its paw. Shinyu shrugged nonchalantly. Considering the time, Tobirama Senju is currently occupied with the 5 Kage summit. He won't come all the way here to meet me. As for Tobirama Senju, I would welcome him to find me. Concerning intelligence from the Land of Fire, he had already acquired reliable information through Zetsu. Having spent several thousand Ryo, though expensive, it was indeed authentic. A ninja cat with a cow-patterned coat sauntered past Shinyu, stretching leisurely as if it were oblivious to its surroundings. Subsequently, The ninja cat stood upright, formed hand seals with its front paws, and struck the ground. Summoning technique, meow, boom! A thick cloud of white smoke dissipated ahead, and Shinyu turned slightly, meeting the gaze of a group of fresh-eyed Uchiha. Oh, long time no see, he recognized a familiar silhouette, eyes gentle and a smile gracing his lips, his dear younger brother. Uchiha Kagami stood frozen, the youth across the street appearing vaguely familiar, with striking features and a demeanor as polished as jade. His inky black hair flowed freely. Despite a change in attire, that ethereal aura was unmistakably the figure he had longed for. Uchiha Shunyu, beside Kagami. Uchiha Shana immediately bowed, drawing his blade as if facing a formidable foe. In an instant, the two activated their Sharingan in reflex. The accompanying Seichnin drew their blades, casting hostile glances, and the atmosphere grew tense with unspoken hostility. Amusingly, these individuals wore fluffy cat ear props atop their heads, and even the children behind them attempted to adopt menacing expressions. These items, known as cat gear, allowed wearers to understand cat language. However, for Shunyu, it was entirely unnecessary as he had long adapted to feline speech through his ocular techniques, a talent that had once evoked envy in Uchiha Hikari. Meow! The cow-patterned cat leapt dramatically, puffing up its fur and retreating with bared teeth. Uchiha Shana remained unfazed. He too was a ninja who had endured the Warring States period, ultimately surviving surrender amidst the encirclement by the Senju. Yet Uchiha Shunyu was different. He had fought into the last moment against the Senju, only ceasing when Madara was defeated by Hashirama 5 years ago. When Madara left Konoha, he had rallied the entire clan. But Shana had not followed him. On one hand, he was genuinely weary of war. Peace was hard-won, and he did not wish to return to a life fraught with turmoil. On the other hand, Madara had failed to clearly elucidate the true path to peace, leaving the majority of the clan perplexed and unable to comprehend their leader's actions. Finally, as Shana surveyed his surroundings, he noted all the clan members exchanging glances, sitting in place without moving. He lacked the courage to step forward. Yet this individual before him had not only followed Madara, but had boldly revealed his Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, forcefully breaching the gates of Konoha, to the extent that even Tobirama Senju could not apprehend him, especially in the aftermath of that astonishing battle days prior, where Tobirama exhausted all means to eliminate him, while the outcome was not publicly declared. Shana surmised that this renowned, swift specter had likely fallen, but now here he stood, impeccably dressed and radiating vitality before the crowd. Thus, he could not help but feel anxious. Kagami, I will take the lead. Cover our clan's retreat. Shana fixed his intense gaze upon the figure across from him, muttering, though I disdain you right now, you are the only one I can rely on. In truth, Shana's feelings were complex. He had always looked down upon Tobirama, unable to pinpoint any faults. Yet each time confronted with that scrutinizing and vigilant gaze, he felt profoundly uncomfortable. Were it not for Hashirama's influence, he would have lost his patience long ago. Now, watching the spirited Shunyu, he felt an inexplicable envy. Damn it, why wasn't I the one who followed Madara? No, you can't stop him, Uchiha Kagami declared tragically, his voice grave. In moments like this, it should be I who stays behind. What a joke. Do you think I am unaware that he is your elder brother? Shana replied quietly. The drama of fratricide is truly unseemly. This is not a choice I can make. Kagami spoke somberly, knowing that Shunyu's gaze remained fixed upon him. Really? Shana exclaimed in exasperation. If I let you go, you can leave, which is precisely why I dislike you. Their subtle exchanges were fully observed by Shunyu. Yet he merely scoffed, slowly averting his gaze. Let us proceed. Head south for 3,000 meters, meow. The man and cat disregarded the crowd and strode away. Kagami and Shana stood frozen in shock. He did not strike. Shana exhaled, the tension in his nerves gradually easing. That sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was indeed a long-lost feeling that a gust of wind swept by, sending a chill down his spine. He suddenly realized that, even before engaging, a mere glance from the opponent had left him drenched in sweat. Uchiha Kagami gazed longingly at that retreating figure, his emotions swirling in complexity, for reasons unknown. Despite the avoidance of conflict, the more indifferent Shunyu's demeanor became towards him. the more enraged he felt. Suddenly, 3 shurikens flew out from the ranks, hurtling directly toward the back of Shinyu's head. Bochi, without even casting a glance, flicked his tail, and a blue mist enveloped the projectiles, effortlessly intercepting them. In the astonished and desperate gazes of Jing and Shan Na, Shinyu halted his steps and slowly turned around, a frown creasing his brow. Damn it! Who threw that? Shan Na whirled around with sudden intensity. It was a young Chunin from their clan, around 16 or 17 years old, who had recently awakened his Sharingan and was eager to prove himself. At that moment, he wore an expression of excitement laced with a hint of hope. Looking toward Shan Na in search of his senior's praise, that I overcame my fear. I dared to confront a formidable enemy. Run! Uchiha Shan Na roared, but it was already too late. Shinyu merely stepped forward, his body swaying momentarily before he appeared before the crowd in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound burst forth like an explosion. The shockwave accompanied by a fierce wind that sent everyone sprawling. The 2 jounin in the group regained their balance first. Jing desperately twisted in midair, pulling the 3 U's to his chest to prevent them from crashing into the buildings behind, while Shan Na drove his blade into the ground, carving a long groove. When they looked up, their horrified Sharingan reflected a terrifying sight. Shinyu, cloaked in a skeletal form, had a massive bony arm extending from the swirling black mist, firmly grasping the Chunin who had just attacked. Lord Madara does not lose his temper with the weak, but I am not so noble. Shinyu slowly drew his blade, an icy aura spreading forth. You threw 3 shurikens at me, so it is only fair that I repay you with a blade. Silently, the Frostfall blade was suddenly unsheathed, a flash of azure light cutting through the air. A soft sound pierced the atmosphere, and in the terrified eyes of all the Uchiha, the Chunin was cleaved in 2, blood spraying from the skeletal hand's fingers and organs spilling forth. Chapter 54. Hate me. Foolish brother, Uchiha Shanyu. Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this how you treat your own kin? I never expected you to be so narrow-minded. Behind him, several young Uchiha huddled together in panic, resembling a brood of quails caught in a storm. The Chunin lay on the ground like fragile chicks, too terrified to even rise. Jing, disregarding his companions, ignited a crimson flame along his blade. His fig Shinyu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps this is the tacit understanding that exists among men. Trust you? Not a chance." Chapter 55. 3 proud spirits within the confines of the base. Shinyu pushed open the door, and a man seated on a stone chair came into view. Uchiha Madara remained bare-chested, bloodstains crawling along the seams of his muscles, his body marred by numerous scars. Most of his wounds had healed and scarred over, save for a particularly gruesome patch on his chest. Still, a vivid crimson it pulsated like a heart, oozing droplets of blood with every throb. In stark contrast was Madara's calm demeanor. Upon noticing Shinyu's return, he lifted his gaze. "You were later than I anticipated." Madara spoke in a low, somber tone, as if burdened by the weight of the world. Unforeseen circumstances arose, Shinyu replied as he approached Madara, thinking to himself that Guang had indeed not deceived him. Lord Madara was genuinely concerned for his well-being that he offered an explanation. "Thanks to Senju Tobarama, I managed a roundabout trip to the Land of Iron. Though it was a bit chaotic, it wasn't entirely fruitless." "Oh dear." Observing Madara's bloodied form, Guang furrowed her brow and deftly grabbed a towel, soaking it in water. Madara cast a silent sidelong glance, his facial muscles twitching slightly. "What are you planning to do?" Shinyu scratched his head in confusion. Guang elaborated. "Lord Madara has already undergone the transplantation of Senju Hashirama's flesh, yet has not healed properly, and the blood cannot coagulate, leaving the wounds perpetually exposed. To prevent infection, it is imperative to cleanse the excess blood." As she spoke, she had already approached Madara. Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. You might want to consider Lord Madara's expression first. He is clearly resistant to this. Not to worry, she is correct. Madara's countenance was tense as he braced himself. After a moment's contemplation, Shinyu suggested, "Slow down. I have a better method for cleaning the blood." He stepped in front of Madara, extending his palm and aiming it at Madara's chest. "Lord Madara, we shall commence." "Whenever you are ready," Madara replied with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged through Madara's skin. Akin to being immersed in a spring, he felt a surprising absence of the usual pain associated with cleansing that in the blink of an eye. His upper body was drenched, the blood and grime falling away. His skin becoming clean and pristine once more. Streams of fine water enveloped the crimson blood, flowing towards Shunyu's palm. This not water release. Madara squinted, pondering the possibility of natural water vapor. Impressive, as expected of Lord Madara. Shunyu nodded, unable to suppress a hint of pride in his expression. This is one of the rewards I mentioned. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the water sphere into the sink. I have acclimatized to the ocean. Madara suddenly raised his gaze, his pupils quivering slightly. Quite painful, I presume. Indeed, it was a near brush with death, Shinyu remarked, glancing at Madara's chest. However, in comparison to Lord Madara, it still pales significantly. Leaning back against the chair, Madara's eyes drifted. I have traversed the ninja world for many years, yet I have never felt such weakness. My chakra is in complete disarray, tangled like thousands of yarn balls, impossible to sever or untangle. Not only can I not engage in battle, but my mental acuity has also considerably diminished. You still have us, Guang interjected firmly. Pain is but temporary. Enduring it leads to rebirth, Shinyu spoke softly. Echoing Madara's own words to him, Madara's gaze regained its luster as he looked into Shunyu's eyes. I am eagerly anticipating your mastery of the power of creation, Lord Madara. Shinyu smiled. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile as he exhaled slowly. Do share your experiences from the past few days. So during my absence, you fed Lord Madara this. In the storeroom, Shinyu stared at the piles of carrots. Lost in thought, I heard these are beneficial for wound healing, Guang said, her cheeks flushing slightly as her hands fidgeted, her voice growing weaker. Carrot soup, carrot rice, steamed carrots, stir-fried carrots, intricately carved carrots. Yet one cannot subsist solely on carrots. Shinyu remarked, a few lines of exasperation forming on his forehead. Poor Lord Madara. What has he endured these past few days? Though these may be good, they cannot sustain basic nutrition. Reluctantly, I must admit that Lord Madara is currently in a weakened state. Shinyu turned to leave. I will go out for a while. We must acquire essential ingredients. Moments later, he returned, a plump wild boar in hand, freshly slaughtered. With a flick of his finger, a blade of light emerged. Shimmering like translucent jade, he swiftly gutted the wild boar, extracting its innards and dividing it into chunks. The entire process fluid and seamless, without a speck of blood staining him. The splattered blood was enveloped by the flowing water, directed towards a drain. Soon, as ginger and garlic sizzled in the pan, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of cooked meat, the sizzling of the oil making one's mouth water. Even Guang couldn't resist swallowing hard. Shinyu glanced at her, only to find the girl fixated on him, absorbed in every movement of his cooking. Steps, timing, oil temperature, types of seasonings, and quantities, leaving no detail overlooked. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Shinyu began to toss the ingredients. I have no need to learn, aside from battle. I require no instruction from you. Guang huffed. Dear sister, perhaps you should look in the mirror before saying that. Your Sharingan is activated. Shinyu chuckled, shaking his head as he added the caramelized ingredients into the mix. Within the stone chamber, the pale-faced Uchiha Madara suddenly twitched his nose, lifting his head as his stomach growled. Before long, Shinyu entered the stone chamber with a plate of fragrant and visually appealing pork belly. Lord Madara, this is the pork belly I prepared for you. The side dishes were prepared by me. Guang quickly added, rich yet not greasy. Care to sample? Shinyu smiled. It will benefit your injuries. I have already tasted it. It's free of poison, so you may eat without worry. Guang wiped her moist lips. Madara, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them slowly, the aroma of the pork belly wafting towards him, its vibrant color enticing. Yet he only cast a fleeting glance. No need, as expected of Lord Madara. It seems that ordinary food does not meet your standards, Shinyu smirked. However, this is no ordinary pork, but wild boar from the forest, infused with chakra, truly a beast of the ninja world, as he spoke. He glanced at Uchiha Guang, raising an eyebrow. This is my first time cooking with a ninja beast. I cannot guarantee the flavor. It appears Lord Madara is hesitant to challenge its taste. Guang looked at him quizzically, slowly coming to the realization. Indeed, it seems Lord Madara is unable to handle it. Humph, merely a ninja beast, Madara scoffed. Bring it all here. I will consume every last bit. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. Madara lifted a quivering piece of meat and slowly placed it into his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. The meat was tender and bouncy, with a dense texture coated in a layer of red sauce. The flavor of meat and fat dancing together in his mouth, offering a delightful experience. Oh, quite the spirited challenge. I cannot afford to lose to Lord Madara. Shinyu seized a pair of chopsticks and joined the fray. You cheat. Wait for me. Guang puffed her cheeks and joined in. Chapter 56. The dragon lies hidden in the depths after feasting. The trio gathered to discuss future plans. Conceal your weapons. Await the opportune moment. Like a dragon lurking in the depths, it shall soar to the heavens. Madara spoke softly, laying down the strategy. Uchiha Guang tilted her head slightly. According to the Moon Eye plan, shouldn't we be capturing tailed beasts at this juncture? Now, just the two of us, launching an assault on Konoha. Shunyu silently regarded her. Let me calculate. Currently, Konoha possesses 7 tailed beasts, indeed a prime opportunity, but there also stands Senju Hashirama, the Kage of the 5 great nations. And elite ninjas from various hidden villages. Will we prevail? Many will perish, he asserted with unwavering confidence. There is no rush to capture the tailed beasts. Without the Otsutsuki, it would be futile, Madara stated. Once I awaken the power of the divine, that shall be the time to act. I share the same sentiment. Shinyu raised his hand. Thus, until Lord Madara awakens his power, we must remain here. Guang hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them. During this period, we shall keep a low profile and act discreetly. Noticing her gaze, Shinyu shrugged. Tisich, I have no qualms. Though I cannot seek revenge on Senju Tobarama, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Madara smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the two. You both are in the bloom of youth. Remaining confined to this small base is indeed inappropriate. The timing for your excursions can be adjusted. Guang now held a round fan and a scythe, while Shunyu held a scroll. Guang, when you can wield these weapons with finesse, it shall mark your departure from the base. Shinyu, once you comprehend and master the secret technique, it will herald your rise to fame. Madara looked at them both, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his single eye. Then he exhaled deeply, as if relieved. Guang cradled the flame fan and scythe. Enamored with them, during the time Lord Madara regains his strength, I shall safeguard these. Madara replied nonchalantly. Consider them a gift. Really? Is it true? I no longer have need for them. What is this? Shinyu unfurled the scroll, and a line of familiar names caught his eye. Izanagi? Ban returned to his seat, noting that it was my improved version. The original left in the clan was too rudimentary. Upon activation, it would generate a sinister in-release chakra that could adversely affect the user's emotions, rendering them restless, suspicious, and arrogant. However, my version bears no such side effects. Cradling the scroll like a treasured artifact, Shinyu thought to himself, as long as you aren't foolish enough to activate this technique with your right eye. Ban silently added, prompting an immediate frown from Shunyu. Considering the time, Ban suddenly remarked, Hashirama has but a few years left. Both turned to him, inquiring, why? The creation rebirth technique, Ban replied slowly. His ability to heal wounds without hand seals, unparalleled by any ninjutsu, does not come without a cost. The number of cellular divisions is finite, and thus, human life has its limits. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths could not escape this fate. What appears to be an immortal and unscathed form is in reality a draining of his lifespan. His would-release techniques, to some extent, also stem from his vitality. Ban tilted his head back, gazing at the stone ceiling. With Hashirama's prowess, he could be deemed invincible in this era, for no one could slay him. The only one capable of doing so is himself. Our battles have already consumed too much of his strength. Upon awakening, he captured 7 tailed beasts in one breath, merely seeking to exert his final energies while he still can. A knowing smile graced Ban's lips, as he wished to substitute himself with the destructive force of the tailed beasts. establishing a balance among the nations, instilling fear that would prevent rash actions. I understand him all too well. Yet he does not realize that the tailed beasts are not him. Their minds are destined to render them mere weapons. And once weapons fall into the hands of the ambitious, the consequences are unimaginable. Just wait. It will be either 10 years or 8. Ban raised his head, lips parting. A war of far greater magnitude is imminent. I do have a rather immature suggestion. Shinyu pondered aloud that I wonder if Lord Ban would be interested in establishing an organization. Establish an organization. Ban furrowed his brow slightly. The eye of the moon plan is destined to be a solitary path, one that will not be accepted or acknowledged by the world. It will be difficult to find like-minded individuals, wouldn't it? No need for like-mindedness. Simply offer them the benefits they desire, and they will willingly assist us. Your perspective is overly simplistic. Human nature is complex, Ban stated firmly. Aside from the two of you, I trust no one else. Shinyu explained, I believe that while our individual strengths are formidable, it does not necessitate our involvement in every matter. With an organization, we could delegate mundane tasks, allowing us to strategize and intervene only at critical junctures. Ban contemplated this for a moment and nodded, acknowledging some merit in the idea. There will inevitably be times when it is inconvenient for us to appear. Very well, I shall entrust this matter entirely to you. Understood. Shinyu nodded in affirmation. Ban cautioned, be sure to remember, the Eye of the Moon plan is the sole path to peace. The world is destined to be unable to comprehend it. Unless absolutely necessary, do not disclose it. Moreover, only the three of us are true practitioners of the truth. Everyone else is merely a tool. Rest assured, I will assist Lord Ban in overseeing this. Uchiha Guang cast a meaningful glance at Shinyu, a charming smile gracing her lips. Shinyu retorted, of course, but all of this will have to wait until the two of us can leave the base. From that point onward, the three enjoyed a period of tranquil and pleasant days. Indeed, by manipulating the wind release for direction, using fire release as fuel, and balancing it with yin release, they gradually learned to control the flames with precision. Uchiha Guang clasped her hands together, continuously altering her hand seals. A swirling vortex of black, searing flames encircled her like a spirit, gradually expanding into a towering black flame tornado over 3 meters high. When you can skillfully manipulate my fire release, it will be the moment you can command your Amaterasu at will. Shinyu instructed from the side, do not mimic Lord Ban's manner of speaking. Thank you. From within the tornado, a voice emerged, the haughty tones suddenly softening. Please do not dispel it. I need to operate it a bit longer. Yes. This encapsulated the daily training routine of the two. At tea times they practiced individually, at other times they sparred together, and during meal times they would eagerly seek Ban's guidance on their training queries. Ban, with a cheerful demeanor, answered each one, showcasing the profound knowledge of a leader of the Uchiha clan, well-versed in all matters, leaving no question unanswered. Each session of instruction brought enlightenment to both. Furthermore, he tailored his teachings to their distinct combat styles. For Guang, he emphasized foundational training in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and some unconventional yet practical techniques. The set Shinyu had learned 5 years prior had entirely transformed into Guang's learning material. For Shinyu, Ban imparted greater knowledge regarding ocular power, granting him new insights into the manipulation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Should you happen to step into the base, you might often see a youth poring over scrolls, and occasionally you would spot a girl diligently sweating in the training room. Naturally, if you ventured into the kitchen and were fortunate, you might encounter a grown man, clad in an apron, experimenting with red braised pork and its ingredients. In this small, dim base, the three lived together, sharing their daily lives, exchanging banter and enjoying rare moments of peace. Time in the mountains is unmarked, with training devoid of the passage of years. In the blink of an eye, 6 years swiftly passed. Chapter 57, The Exit from Seclusion. Shin Wu by Chiao. Understood. This is your 300 taels. Meow. Feel free to command me if needed. In the stone chamber of the base, a youth of about 17 or 18 waved his hand, causing the orange cat before him to dissipate into white smoke. That he stood tall, limbs long and graceful, his skin as delicate as fine porcelain, and his long, black hair glimmered with a faint sheen. His sharply defined facial features with clear phoenix eyes rendered him strikingly handsome. "Shunyu, is there any news from outside?" A girl emerged from the training room, her stature akin to jade, her curves exquisite. Her long, flowing azure hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her cool visage exuded an air of elegance. Her eyes were like clear water, deep and enchanting, but a faint mist surrounded her, glistening with perspiration, evidently fresh from an intense training session. As she approached, towel in hand, it's not particularly crucial intelligence. Merely some news, the youth replied, glancing back with a calm expression. Time flies. Even Senju Hashirama has a granddaughter now. A granddaughter? Senju Hashirama not only survived, but has a granddaughter. Sho. Shinyu immediately raised his index finger, a serious expression crossing his face. This matter isn't of great importance. It's sufficient for the two of us to know. Uchiha Guang tilted her head, musing so. Does that mean Lord Ban is of an age to be a grandfather? Shinyu instantly appeared before Guang, raising a hand to cover her mouth that I told you not to let him know. Otherwise, is it possible that I already know? A deep voice emerged from the kitchen. Almost immediately, a middle-aged man with red and white heterochromatic eyes stepped forth, clad in a dark blue shirt and an apron. Although time had left faint traces on his face, his sharp gaze had only deepened. Shunyu chuckled awkwardly, releasing his hand, while Guang realized the awkwardness and feigned nonchalance, looking aside. Humph, come in and eat. One by one, the three entered the stone chamber, gathering as usual to share a meal. Remarkably, over the years, Ban's culinary skills had rapidly improved, earning Shunyu's commendation. Throughout the 6 years, the trio did not remain sequestered in the base, oblivious to the outside world. The ninja cat, Zhulong Wan, regularly brought intelligence regarding global dynamics, shifts in maps, and most crucially, news from Konoha. This included updates on Hashirama and Tobarama's movements, along with notable events occurring in Konoha. Relayed with meticulous detail, of course, the price was not inexpensive, all covered by Shunyu. Following the conclusion of the Five Kage Summit, the ninja world indeed entered an unprecedented period of development. The 5 great nations experienced rapid economic growth, and ninjas became well-known figures. Ninja villages flourished, and regardless of their size, nations gauged their strength based on the number and overall capability of their ninjas. Thanks to the intelligence gathered by the ninja cat, the trio was well informed about the distribution of tailed beasts. One tail remained untouched in Sunagakure. The 3 tails and 6 tails, aquatic-tailed beasts, belonged to Kirigakure. Kumogakure received the 2 tails and 8 tails. Iwagakure was allocated the 4 tails and 5 tails. Unlike the original timeline, the Land of Waterfall, not among the 5 great nations, received no tailed beasts. Konoha retained the 7 tails in the year that followed. The village of Konoha undertook numerous searches for the elusive 9 tails. The Senju brothers even ventured out personally, yet they returned empty-handed, and the endeavor to capture the 9 tails gradually faded into futility. Unbeknownst to them, the very creature they yearned for had already been sealed within the body of an individual they could scarcely imagine. The wheel of history turned inexorably onward in the 8th year of Konoha. The wife of Hashirama Senju, Uzumaki Mido, became the first host of the 7 tails that a year later, the Senju of the Forest and the Uzumaki of the Tide officially established diplomatic relations, with Uzumaki village becoming an ally of Konoha. Henceforth, the emblem of the Uzumaki clan adorned the uniforms of Konoha's shinobi, symbolizing the enduring friendship between the two nations. In the 10th year of Konoha, the Hokage, Hashirama Senju, fell victim to an assassination by an unknown ninja. Regrettably, the assassination attempt failed, and the assailant narrowly escaped at the cost of half their life. In the same year, the leadership of Takigakure met a gruesome demise overnight, their hearts ruthlessly extracted, leaving behind a horrific scene. By the 11th year, to ensure the stability of education and the efficiency of talent cultivation, Tobarama Senju founded the Konoha Academy, where ninja knowledge would be imparted to all, regardless of clan or status. The inaugural class graduated with 36 students, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mido Gate, and Uchiha Kagami. While Akimichi Torafu had already lost interest in the 12th year, Tobarama established the Konoha Umbu, formerly known as the Special Tactical Assassination Unit of Konoha Village, which reported directly to the Hokage. This marked the inception of the first espionage organization among the 5 great countries, and his political acumen was emulated by ninja villages across the land. The members of the Umbu were elite shinobi selected from the village, with representation from each clan, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing external threats to Konoha, occasionally engaging in reconnaissance and assassination missions. It was not until the 13th year of Konoha that Tsunade was born. You too, after 6 years, have yet to complete your training. Madara suddenly spoke, his tone somewhat frosty. Kei silently glanced at the deity opposite him. Remaining mute, yet beneath the table, he kicked Shinyu's knee. Alas, my disciple's aptitude is lacking. This secret technique is exceedingly difficult to master, Shinyu stammered, casting a glare at Kei that look seemed to convey. See, it's all your fault for upsetting him. Me too. The scythe is manageable, but how on earth do I wield this flame fan? It's too challenging. Kei also wore an expression of grievance. Madara snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the two, who exchanged knowing glances and buried themselves in their meals. I understand why you refuse to leave. Madara's tone softened as he unfastened his shirt, revealing his well-built torso. The two immediately turned their attention, only to find that the wound on Madara's chest had fully healed. The previously unhealed flesh seamlessly merging into a pale scar devoid of any color. Over the years, my strength has gradually returned. While it is far from what it once was, I have nearly regained my status at the level of a Kage. Madara's voice was calm, his expression indifferent, exuding his usual dominance. Rest assured, even without you, I am in no peril. Lord Madara's might is unparalleled. I am certainly not trivial enough to worry about your safety. Shinyu remarked, placing a piece of meat into his bowl, his peripheral vision fixated on the last piece of braised pork. Indeed, I can barely take care of myself. Kei murmured softly that in truth, I am not angered by the matter concerning Hashirama. Madara shook his head with a chuckle, his gaze suddenly profound, the warmth of trust in his tone that I too have a successor, and I, Uchiha Madara's heir, am no less than anyone else. Shinyu and Kei were momentarily taken aback. The former inhaled deeply, as if to compose himself, while the latter's wrist trembled, his almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing their reactions, Madara smiled lightly. I shall say this one final time. Either you promptly venture forth to hone your skills, or you will never emerge. Shinyu swiftly seized the braised pork and tossed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, I suddenly comprehend. How curious. It turns out Izanagi is so simple. Kei remained silent, but quickly stood, concealing the fan and scythe behind his back. The two departed the stone chamber in unison, the base's stone door wide open the moment they stepped out. Kei seemed inclined to glance back, but was yanked by Shinyu, restraining him, and together they exited the door. Madara quietly observed their retreating figures, the sunlight blurring their outlines while illuminating his face, revealing a profound and unmasked sense of satisfaction that had lingered for 6 years. Chapter 58. Tsunade's 100-Day Banquet in the Land of Fire. Konoha Village as the grand feast approached. Tomorrow marked Princess Tsunade's 100-day celebration, and the high-ranking officials of the 5 great shinobi villages once again gathered in Konoha. The streets were adorned with vibrant flowers, bustling with activity, as countless shops sprang to life, and colorful welcome banners fluttered in the breeze, creating a scene of exuberance that on a certain tall building, a solitary figure stood at the rooftop, lost in thought. Silently gazing down at the lively village below, the lights adorned the streets in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the evening breeze carried faint sounds of laughter. He stood there quietly, as if he belonged to another world. After an indeterminate amount of time, another figure suddenly appeared beside him, breaking the tranquility. Kagami, let us have a meal together after this. The newcomer smiled, the faint scent of alcohol wafting from him. Chief, have you been drinking? Uchiha Kagami responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. How many times must I say it? Outside, call me Captain. Captain, referring to me as Chief feels too formal. Uchiha Hyakako waved his hand, placing it on Kagami's shoulder. His cheeks flushed. Besides, you are now one of Toburo-sama's direct disciples. In terms of status, you surpass this humble clan leader by far. Once you ascend to the higher echelons and become Hokage, I might even have to address you as Lord Kagami. Ha ha! Kagami frowned slightly. Captain Hyakiko, tonight is a critical moment. The security detail is of utmost importance. The banquet has yet to conclude. How can you indulge in alcohol? Oh yes, yes, yes. Lord Kagami is absolutely right. Hyakiko chuckled. Slapping his own face, I have indeed neglected my duties. I shall be punished. I shall toast you 3 cups later. Kagami gently shifted his shoulder forward, creating a bit of distance. Captain, I appreciate your goodwill. But I prefer to be alone for a while after this. Hyakiko paused, realizing that Kagami's mood seemed off. He quickly inquired, Kagami, are you upset? Today is such a joyous occasion. I was merely joking around. Dante, take it to heart. I am not angry. I just wish to be alone for a bit. Kagami shook his head, forcing a faint smile. In the future, I will gather with everyone again when I have time. Ah, very well then. Don't dwell on it. Hyakiko patted Kagami's shoulder before turning to leave, mumbling to himself. What on earth is going on today? First, Shinya doesn't join the gathering, and now even Kagami is absent. After Hyakiko departed, Kagami flicked his sleeves, releasing a gust of wind chakra that dissipated the lingering scent of alcohol. His gaze regained its calmness, though it carried a tinge of solitude, as he looked once more at the bustling street below. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he vanished from his spot, leaving only a single leaf drifting downwards in a corner of the street. A dispute erupted between the Kirigakure delegation and the villagers. That brat, little beard one more time. Kisame Hashigaki clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at a child across the street, veins bulging on his forehead. Behind him, several Kirigakure guards sensed his anger and swiftly formed a defensive circle, isolating the gathering crowd of villagers. Beside Kisame, a black-haired man sighed in exasperation, placing a hand on Kisame's shoulder. Hey, you're our second Mizukage now. Show some restraint. Watermoon K, are you siding with that brat too? Do you know what I despise most? Kisame seethed. I told you not to mention that name in front of me. That little brat is deliberately provoking me. Across the street, a child hid behind 2 Konoha ninjas, making faces with a cheeky grin. The black-haired man glanced around, sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere, and cautioned, We are in Konoha, and we are here as guests. What do you gain for being upset with a child? All right, you have a broader perspective and know how to read the room. Kisame relented, realizing the situation was inappropriate, and shook his sleeves, directing his anger towards his companion. You're so exceptional. Why did the old man choose me as the Mizukage before he passed? At that moment, Uchiha Kagami gracefully descended into the scene, hand resting on his blade, his tone frosty. Disorder is prohibited within Konoha. Kisame cast a casual glance, but that brief look caused his gaze to fixate. His pupils constricted, his expression contorted in horror, cold sweat trickling down his temples as he instinctively retreated dozens of meters, as if facing a formidable foe. You? How can you be here? He shouted from a distance. Kagami frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend why the newly appointed Mizukage would react this way. Neither Kisame nor the other members of Kirigakure understood what had come over their leader. They were baffled by the sudden alarm. Watermoon K grimaced in disdain, noting how the strongest of Kirigakure was now so frightened by a mere individual with chakra strength below that of a Kage. Lord Mizukage, it seems we have yet to meet. Kagami addressed him. The mirror tentatively parted its lips at that moment. Huan Yu also realized that she seemed to have mistaken someone, letting out a sigh of relief, nearly succumbing to fatigue. The resemblance was uncanny. With black eyes and hair, and a refined bone structure, the visage of the person before her bore a striking resemblance to that devilish boy from 6 years ago, almost 7 parts alike. Yet upon closer inspection, there remained some subtle differences in the brow and eyes. Huan Yu rubbed her eyes and slowly made her way back. It was unavoidable. The impression from those years was too profound, especially that playful smirk which still sent shivers down her spine. Despite now being a member of the Water Shadow, the feeling of being at someone else's mercy, where life and death were beyond her control, was suffocating, a sensation she never wished to experience again. Apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else at that moment. A dark, mocking laugh echoed from the street. To think a mere brat from Konoha could frighten you so? The Wuyin clan is truly rising in prominence. Huan Yu turned her head to see a man approaching from the end of her field of vision, his limbs long and slender, his body wrapped in bandages. With only a pair of sinister eyes visible. Long time no see, Wu. Huan Yu crossed her arms, a fleeting glimmer of pure killing intent flashing in her eyes. I heard that Lord Shurha of your clan has passed away. Congratulations. Now you are the Tsuchikage. Likewise, the second Tsuchikage met Huan Yu's gaze, their eyes locking as if they were surveying a corpse. Uchiha Kagami felt the tension mounting. The atmosphere was akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. These two were the youngest shadows of their respective villages. Should they engage in combat, this street would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Just as he was in a quandary, a hand patted his back, followed by a deep, resonant voice. There is no duel arena prepared for the two of you in the village if you wish to fight. Wait until the banquet concludes. You may have a go next door in the land of wind. Senju Tobarama, donned in a loose blue ceremonial robe, emerged from behind Kagami. Sensei, Kagami's expression brightened with gratitude. The weight in his heart finally lifting. I'll leave this to you. You go about your business. Tobarama, without turning, stated this, then tucked his hands into his sleeves and stepped toward the tardy Iwagakure delegation. Kagami immediately nodded, aiding the other Konoha ninjas in dispersing the onlookers, and once the situation returned to normal, he let out a sigh of relief. Silently retreating into an alley, he gently closed his eyes. On Hokage Rock, beside a kunai embedded in the cliff face, a figure appeared silently. Uchiha Kagami opened his eyes. At this moment, the world around him was utterly silent, accompanied only by the cool evening breeze. As if he had distanced himself from the worldly clamor. Lowering his gaze, everything below came into view. Konoha village was festooned with lights, still vibrant and lively, while the distant Uchiha compound glowed with warmth and merriment. Only he stood alone on the desolate Hokage Rock, gazing down at the village in silence. Chapter 59. You've worked hard these years in the deep of night. Uchiha Kagami sat alone atop Hokage Rock, lost in thought as he overlooked Konoha village. Just as he was entranced, he suddenly sensed a movement behind him. He gently turned his head, and before he could discern the visitor, a faint scent of alcohol wafted into his nostrils. Clan leader? Kagami was somewhat taken aback but slightly furrowed his brow. What brings you here? Kagami. So you are indeed here? Uchiha waved his hand, letting out a bitter smile. You see, I tend to get a bit carried away after a few drinks. I might have said some rather excessive things earlier. Please, don't take it to heart. I'm really not that sensitive. Kagami scratched his head, feeling somewhat flustered under Hua's earnest gaze. I just prefer solitude. Hua approached him, and as Kagami attempted to rise, Hua gently pressed him back down. Clan leader, don't regard me as an elder. Kagami, I'm quite young myself. Hua winked playfully, seating himself beside Kagami as they both overlooked Konoha village. Ah, so this is the view from here. It's quite serene and pleasant. Kagami was taken aback. Wasn't he the clan hosting a banquet? At this hour, he should be in the clan. Staying in the clan is to accompany my kin. Hua gazed distantly at the brightly lit Uchiha compound, his gaze drifting. Kagami, you are my kin as well. Kagami suddenly lowered his gaze, feeling a slight tug at his heart. As for me, I don't believe I'm worthy of being clan leader. The previous leader was far too exceptional. No one can compare. That is evident. My ascension to this position is merely due to everyone's support. Hua leaned back, propping himself up with his hands. Appearing relaxed, I'm aware of my many shortcomings. Oftentimes, I'm unable to attend to everyone's emotions. So, if you have any worries, you can share them with me. Kagami hesitated, remaining silent. You must feel quite lonely. Don't you? Kagami jolted his head up, vehemently refuting. How could that be? I have a reliable group of comrades, respected mentors, and kin who are like brothers to me. How could I feel lonely? Ha! Truly like brothers. Are they? You can deceive others, but not me, Hua chuckled. After so many years as clan leader, I know a few who are out of place, and you are one of them. But clan leader, you always stutter when nervous. Hua patted his shoulder. Is it because of your brother? Because he left the village with Madara, and you cannot find peace? Kagami corrected softly. He betrayed the village. That's not important. Just say it's because of him. Regardless, he is still my brother. Every time I recall that night, it brings me immense pain. Kagami's voice was faint. If it weren't for me, those comrades wouldn't have died. Do you believe you're responsible for their deaths? Yes, I have always considered myself a sinner, the chief culprit behind the slaughter. Thus, whether it's the village or the clan, I cannot face them. Truly integrating myself is something I cannot do. Kagami felt a chill, his body slightly trembling. I am the sinner. Hua gazed at him for a moment, his eyes deep and contemplative. After a while, he suddenly spoke. If I were to kill Uchiha Shinyu, letting him die before you, do you think you could find peace? Clan leader, you. Kagami was startled and hurriedly said, don't go seeking death. He is very powerful, terrifyingly, so he was already a being on par with the shadows. After 6 years, who knows how strong he has become? Hua waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely using it as a metaphor. If you were to die, would you find peace in all of this? Kagami took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute as he looked at Hua. Clan leader, no matter the sins he has committed, he is still my brother. If one day I were to bring him back to the village, and if death were the only punishment, I would wish to exchange my life for his. I know this is excessive, but I have also stated that if it weren't for me, things wouldn't have reached this point. Hua quietly observed his eyes, calm as a still lake, and for once, he remained silent. Clan leader, I only hope that when the time comes, you can support me. Stand by my side. Support you in dying for him? Hua gazed up at the night sky, where stars twinkled, and he let out a sigh. Very well, I understand, and I never expected your thoughts to be like this. Kagami lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Clan leader, do you think my thoughts are naive? No. To his surprise, Hua unexpectedly stood and embraced him, softly saying, you've worked hard these years. That Kagami's mind went blank, seizing the moment of his astonishment. Hua stood up, patting his backside as he laughed. That was a bit sentimental. It's getting late, and it's getting colder. You should head back. Tomorrow's banquet will be the main event. Kagami watched him depart, and then looked at the still bustling Konoha village, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. After opening his heart, that profound sense of solitude began to fade considerably. The following day, the banquet was held as scheduled. Inside the Hokage building, the dining hall was already brimming with people. The wine-red ceiling, the flower-adorned walls, the luxurious carpet, and the light cast a resplendent hue that flowed between blood and rose. The long table was filled with guests, a lively affair, with a bountiful array of delicacies laid out, exuding rich aromas and steam rising from the dishes. Not only were there shadows from the other 4 great ninja villages, but their guards had also been invited to join the feast. First and foremost, I truly appreciate everyone attending Tsunade's centenary banquet. If only the 5 great nations could continue in this spirit. Senju Hashirama, clad in a white robe, sat at the head of the table, his emotions spilling forth as tears welled in his eyes. Seated beside him, Tobirama silently covered his face, speaking sternly in a low voice. Brother, you are the strongest shadow. There's no need for this. Yet Hashirama, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at his brother. I am simply too moved. Lord Hashirama remains as genuine as ever, Reikage grumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg. Kazekage chimed in. Speaking of which, time is indeed unkind. 6 years have passed. And we've all aged, more or less. Just look at the guards from Wuin and Iwagakure who participated in the 5 Shadows conference back then. They have all risen to become shadows. Yet Hokage-sama still appears youthful. Kazekage, you just had Zuki when you stroked his small mustache, winking. How could the illustrious god of shinobi, Lord Hashirama, be compared to those old stones from Iwagakure? Before criticizing others, reflect upon yourself. Such mindless individuals often find themselves ensnared in their own words without realizing it. Directly opposite, the second-generation Tsuchikage muttered a retort, his voice muffled. Mindless fool, just look at yourself, neither human nor ghost, and yet you dare to criticize others? Huan Yu shrugged, scoffing, but I cannot entirely blame you. After all, in your rock-hidden village, you are all but a collection of oddities. Where is there a single soul who resembles a normal human being? He gestured nonchalantly. That That short fellow over there. If you don't come to the table soon, I might just lose sight of you." Behind Wu, the two hefty Oyamaki stood like henchmen, their gazes ominously fixed on the mist-hidden crowd. Their hands clasped together. "Calm down, Oyamaki. We need not be angered by a foolish donkey." Wu glanced at his disciple. "Bandage man, if you dare to insult me again, I shall send you straight to the ground." Huan Yu sprang to his feet, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. "Hey!" Tobarama rapped the table. "On this day of celebration, neither my brother nor I wish to witness bloodshed. Moreover, let us not forget." He elongated his words, compelling the crowd to listen intently. "Uchiha Madara is still alive." Chapter 60. Night falls. Quietly disappear. These words plunged the room into silence. Years ago, driven by personal motives, Tobarama had refrained from disposing of Madara's corpse, instead relocating it to a hidden chamber deep in the mountains while Hashirama lay unconscious. However, upon returning from his battle with Kamiyu, exhausted and weary, he discovered that Madara's body was merely a shadow clone. Thus, he portrayed Uchiha Madara as a world-hating destroyer intent on disrupting peace, broadcasting this narrative across the land. This caused the 5 great nations to bristle with dread, perpetually on edge, fearing that one day Madara's scythe would descend upon them. Yet as 6 years passed, the so-called Uchiha Madara had not made an appearance, instead fading into obscurity, leading many to question the veracity of Tobarama's claims. Clap, clap. At that moment, Hashirama clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "A banquet should have the atmosphere of a banquet. We shall not discuss such matters." His face adorned with a smile, he casually inquired, "Where is Sasuke? And where is Hano?" The banquet had commenced, yet the leaders of the 2 great clans had yet to arrive. Just as his words fell, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside the Hokage building. A blinding light flashed momentarily, the tempest carrying waves of heat that rippled outward, causing the very glass of the building to tremble violently. Hashirama instantly rose, turning to gaze out the window, his eyes sharp and piercing. That direction was none other than the Tsurutobi clan's territory. 10 minutes prior, outside the Tsurutobi clan, having concluded a day of patrol, Tsurutobi Sasuke stretched lazily. After advising his clan members, he rubbed his sore shoulders and headed toward the Hokage building. "You seem a bit weary," Sasuke clan leader. Turning around, Sasuke saw Uchiha Hano leisurely approaching from behind. A friendly smile gracing his lips. "Getting older, I suppose. This era must be handed over to the younger generation." Sasuke replied with a smile. Hano walked alongside him. "Why haven't I seen Nichiren lately?" "Oh, he has gone to the Tsurutobi clan's territory, preparing to establish a summoning contract. I hear that despite being fellow disciples of Lord Tobarama, your relationships have always been rather strained?" "Oh," Sasuke chuckled. "Are you here to settle accounts with this old man?" "Hano clan leader." Hano waved his hands repeatedly. "Of course not. I merely wish to ascertain their relationship. For what you say, it seems it truly is not harmonious. Since when have you been so concerned about Uchiha Kagami?" Sasuke was dismissive, aware that conversing with members of the Uchiha clan required utmost caution. Suddenly, a pale blue blade pierced through his chest, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he turned to Uchiha Hano. "I have always been quite concerned about him." With a resounding thud, Tsurutobi Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump. Hano nonchalantly flicked his hand, slightly tilting his head. "When did you discover it?" "I realized it from the very beginning. Uchiha Hano rarely engages in conversation with me." "Ah, you are indeed astute." Not a single fool in the clan noticed their leader had been replaced. Sasuke emerged from behind the wall, forming hand seals, clearly not intending to waste words. Summoning technique. "Appear, King Su." Amidst the billowing white smoke, a massive monkey leaped forth, its fist crashing down onto the ground. Not even a moment to reminisce, truly lacking in sentiment. Hano feigned regret, shaking his head, effortlessly dodging the Sur's attack. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Sasuke summoned the Saru to transform into the King Kong staff, angrily declaring, "Uchiha Kamiyu discovered have I?" "Ha, then there is no choice." Uchiha Hano, or rather Uchiha Kamiyu, opened his blood-red, luminous eyes. "Then I shall have to resolve you in 20 seconds. Sasuke channeled his power, raising the massive King Kong staff skyward, as if it were a falling meteor. Crashing down, Yet Kamiyu did not flinch nor evade, quickly completing hand seals, fire release. Great fire annihilation technique. Flames erupted, for realistic dragon heads illuminating the night, surging forward with a rolling wave of heat toward the Sarutobi clan's territory. Ew. Sasuke's eyes widened. If his staff struck down, Hano would perish, but the clan would inevitably be engulfed in flames. Casualties all around. Such a strategy was truly the epitome of ruthlessness at this critical moment. He had no choice but to retract his staff and disperse the dragon heads one by one. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 streams of azure sword energy surged through the air. Sasuke sensed them in advance, raising his staff to block, and sparks flew in every direction. Yet behind him, a shadow flickered, a figure coalescing silently. The leaf upon which autumn dew rests transformed into a jade-green long blade, its glimmer as fine as a hair, striking mercilessly toward his neck. Hand of the Saru! In a moment of crisis, a large, furry hand emerged from the King Kong's staff, swiftly gripping the blade. It hurts, it hurts! A cry of pain emanated from the staff as the Saru's hand quickly withdrew. As Kamiyu's strike failed, he immediately retreated, creating a gust of wind in his wake, during which he formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, a tremendous sea of flames coalescing. Resembling a meteor descending from the heavens, the air instantly heated to thousands of degrees. Before the flames even approached, Sasuke's clothing began to ignite. Fortunately, the Saru's hand had afforded Sasuke precious moments to react. He steadied himself, the King Kong staff spinning rapidly, generating a fierce gale that absorbed the flames before they could spread. Tension etched on his face, Sasuke clenched his teeth, enduring the searing of his skin. Refusing to relent, the King Kong staff spun faster and faster. A tempest arose before him. Even Kamiyu in midair was drawn closer by the force, rapidly approaching the staff. King Kong Fortress! Sasuke hurled the King Kong staff. And from the scattering white smoke emerged dozens of smaller staffs, assembling midair into a cage that imprisoned Kamiyu within. Die. Sasuke formed the seals for fire release, poised to unleash a torrent, but within the cage. Kamiyu suddenly transformed into a half-sized wooden stump. What? His legs swept by an overwhelming force. Kamiyu appeared behind him, delivering a sudden sweep that sent Sasuke's body spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Spiraling sphere. A buzzing sound erupted. Kamiyu smirked, blue luminescence gathering into a high-density, spiraling chakra sphere in his palm, slamming into Sasuke's back. The immense force of the spiral coursed through him, propelling Sasuke like a straight line through the air. But it was not over. I can still fight to the bitter end. He displayed the qualities of a battle-hardened ninja. Just before the spiraling sphere struck, he channeled yang release chakra to shield his back. Although his organs suffered damage, it was not fatal. He gathered his strength mid-air, chakra surging rapidly through his body, targeting a specific point 8 gates. A shadow flickered before him, the sound of an explosion resonating in his ears. Kamiyu appeared before Sasuke, exhaling, raising his hand, a sharp finger thrusting directly into his heart. Useless. Kamiyu maintained his smile. I already knew you would attempt this move. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror, the chakra he had just summoned dissipating immediately. 6 years ago, you could sever my arm, but today you lack the qualification to even behold my true form. Kamiyu whispered softly. Night has fallen. Quietly disappeared, and a burst of azure light erupted, the leaf upon which autumn dew rests piercing forth from his fingertips. The radiant azure luminescence akin to blades, piercing through Sasuke's body, shattering the building behind him. I twisted my ankle. Using another's body to unleash the body flicker technique is truly an adjustment. Kamiyu formed a quick seal. And across from the Sarutobi clan, hundreds of explosive tags hidden within the Konoha Academy ignited in flames, followed by a violent explosion. The teaching building was reduced to ruins amidst the cacophony of explosions. Thick smoke billowing forth as structures collapsed in droves, the ground trembling violently beneath. Though no casualties were reported, the sight of the painstaking efforts of Tobirama crumbling before his eyes left Shinju feeling unexpectedly exhilarated. Approximately half a minute later, with a smile, Shinju turned around, only to be met with a myriad of figures emerging into view. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages, and numerous umbu clad in animal masks. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to events from 11 years prior, except this time, he had no Madara to intervene. Chapter 61. Wishing you good fortune in the battles ahead in the midst of the rubble of Konoha. A solitary figure stood proudly, the remnants of fire casting flickering light upon him, illuminating his crimson Sharingan that gleamed ominously. At his feet lay Sarutobi Sasuke, lifeless and devoid of breath, while the monkey's spirit dissipated into white smoke, a consequence of its master's demise. Fire Core? Hashirama's expression turned stern, his eyes ablaze with furious indignation. Why have you done this? Shinju scratched his head in apparent distress, pondering how best to respond. It could be described as a whim, or perhaps as a long-conceived plan. In any case, he intended to follow through with his desires. Brother, he is not Uchiha no Kaze. Tobarama stepped forward, his countenance grave. Although the Fire Core was a member of the Uchiha clan, he had always been humble and amicable, unwavering in his guidance for Konoha, which is why the village supported his rise to clan leader. However, the gaze of the man before them was too bewitching, too malevolent, a stark contrast to the formerly gentle and modest Hino Kaze. I am Uchiha Shinju, the blade of Uchiha, Shinju asserted, manipulating the body of Hino Kaze to proclaim his identity. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The leaders of the 4 great villages exchanged bewildered glances, each witnessing the astonishment reflected in the eyes of their peers. The second Tsuchikige's gaze sharpened as he prepared to advance, only to notice that the specter of the ghost lantern, Han Guang, had inexplicably retreated behind the crowd, shrouded in secrecy. Hashirama stepped forth, his eyes piercing. Is Madara still alive? Shinju flashed a cunning smile. What do you think? Am I a child? Stop playing games, Hashirama retorted, urgency lacing his tone. Where is he now? Was he behind the Nine-Tails incident? Did he orchestrate the attack on Konoha? Lord Hashirama, you seem to have an abundance of questions, yet fortunately, I possess the answers to all of them, Shinju remarked, raising a finger to indicate his own head. However, I shall decline to respond. Tobarama fixed a fierce gaze upon Shinju, specifically focusing on the visage of Uchiha Hino Kaze, his mind racing, regardless of whether his visual feedback or chakra detection. This individual must undoubtedly be Uchiha Hino Kaze, but what has transformed him into a mere puppet of another? Could it be the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan? No, there is no illusion capable of manipulating a puppet with such finesse, even mimicking expressions indistinguishable from the original. Thus, only one possibility remains. 11 years prior. One of the forbidden techniques stolen by Shinju, the spiritization technique. Not only that, the principle of the spiritization technique is to separate the spirit from the body, transforming into a spiritual entity and possessing the enemy. If one's spiritual strength surpasses that of the opponent, one can directly control their body. Yet the original soul still resides within, creating interference and constraints, compelling the caster to constantly vie for control of the body. Even with control, it would not be so fluid and effortless, unless the spiritization technique had engendered a peculiar reaction with the Uchiha's spiritual power, granting the caster the ability to manipulate the target's soul at will. As the deductions culminated, Tobarama's brow furrowed deeper, his expression darkening ominously. Realizing it was indeed the spiritization technique, he clasped his hands behind his back and silently signaled to several umbu shinobi, who promptly understood and stealthily made their exit under the cover of night. Very well. The reminiscing concludes here. Shinju clapped his hands together. I have come to declare war on behalf of myself alone, against your 5 great nations and the 5 leaders. Humph, how audacious. Reikage slowly removed his jacket, revealing his chiseled, dark muscles. Lord Hashirama, allow me to take care of this wretch for you. Except for Han Guang, the remaining leaders were poised for action. Wait! Hashirama raised a hand to halt them. If this is a declaration of war, why hide behind another's body? Is that how Madara has instructed you? Lord Hashirama, you are not worthy to lecture me. Shinju surveyed the gathering, his voice deep and deliberate, I wish you all good fortune in the battles to come. Now, the war begins as he releases grip. Several specially crafted smoke bombs erupted, enveloping everyone in a thick cloud of white smoke in an instant. Hashirama's expression hardened as he swung his arm. "Brother," Tobirama shouted. Wind release. Gale dance. The second Tsuchikage unleashed a whirlwind that swept through, dispersing the smoke and revealing the interior scene. A massive vine emerged from the ruins, tightly binding the body of Uchiha Hikari, while dozens of wooden spikes hovered ominously above his head, poised to strike, and Hikari lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. Is it truly this easy? Reikage mused, somewhat disillusioned as he stretched his shoulders. Is this the strength of Uchiha Madara's blade? Do not underestimate him. This boy is incredibly troublesome, Tobirama warned, his expression grave and unyielding. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing voice rang out from behind them. Steam release. Violent eruption. Tobirama turned in horror, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The center of the arena erupted in an instant, a surge of scalding air blasting in all directions, obliterating what remained of the already ruined Konoha Academy. This explosion, fueled by the majority of Hongguang's chakra, unleashed a towering cloud of white mist that ascended into the sky, sending everyone present, except for Hashirama, hurtling away. Ghost, lantern, Hongguang, the second Tsuchikage's eyes widened in horror. He had sensed Hongguang's anomaly just before the steam explosion, instinctively propelling himself away, yet Noki was caught in the blast and rendered unconscious that he struggled to stabilize himself mid-air, palms pressed together. Lord Tsuchikage, do not act rashly. The water shadow has been controlled, Tobirama shouted urgently. However, his cries fell on deaf ears in the face of the murderous intent emanating from W. The moment a flicker of white light ignited before W. A perfectly proportioned translucent cylinder rapidly took shape in his hands. Calm yourself. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the ground, its maw lunging toward W in midair. W scoffed, reluctantly interrupting his jutsu as he gracefully evaded the wooden dragon. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Hongguang continued to weave hand seals, summoning not only his giant clam, but also a clown clone that materialized amidst the swirling mist. That moment, all present were plunged into darkness. As if submerged in an abyss, every glimmer of light snuffed out. Jinjutsu, technique of the dark journey. Hashirama navigated through the shadows, easily locating Hongguang's true form, realizing that the earlier apparition had merely been a mirage conjured by a mirage technique. Uchiha Shinju, the farce must come to an end. Hashirama swiftly performed hand seals, pressing a hand to Hongguang's forehead. Kakuan Nitensi no Jutsu. From his palm emerged a character composed entirely of jutsu, capable of suppressing souls and sealing chakra, even capable of subduing tailed beasts. Hongguang staggered, his gaze sharpening as clarity returned. He stared at the approaching hand, letting out a strange cry. His head swiftly transformed into water, parting to either side, causing Hashirama to miss his target entirely. Hongguang, shaken and bewildered, stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. What just happened? He looked at his hands, bewildered at my body. Why has it suddenly consumed so much chakra? Water and oil. Are you back to normal? Hashirama clarified. You are under spiritual control. Quite troublesome indeed. I never anticipated Shinju's spiritual power to be this formidable. Possessed? Hongguang cursed his misfortune inwardly. First, dispel your water oil clone and summon beast. Hashirama instructed. Hongguang weakly nodded, raising his hands to prepare for the seals. But in truth, as he regained his senses, the clown clone had already ceased its movements. Just then, an unforeseen twist occurred. Dust release. Original world separation technique. W hovered in mid-air, resembling a deity passing judgment upon all. The terrifying cylindrical construct resurfacing. It appeared like a miniature barrier, devoid of heat or any fluctuations, quietly suspended in the air, an otherworldly light glowing at its core. Chapter 62. Chaos Unleashed Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. A beam of light surged downward, illuminating Hashirama and Hongguang in a blinding white, as steam and smoke were effortlessly cleaved apart, leaving a void in their wake. Buzz! Hashirama's expression shifted as an enormous tree sprouted from the right side of his body, not only pushing him away but also shielding Hongguang behind him. The beam of light shot past, piercing through the giant tree as if it were butter, leaving a gaping hole in Hongguang's chest, with no blood, only vaporized steam wafting out. Bandage Man. In the midst of chaos, the visage of Huanyue twisted in a grotesque manner, veins prominently displayed, as his hands, originally poised to release the seal, transformed with alarming fluidity. The jester's clone soared into the air, targeting the entity known as Wu. With a piercing sound, the jester's arm morphed into a colossal blade, pursuing the second Tsuchikage with relentless fervor. This clone, entirely composed of water and oil, not only possessed the ability to fly, but also exhibited an astonishing speed, rivaling even the mightiest of shadows in terms of taijutsu prowess. Within the mind of the second Tsuchikage, amidst a kaleidoscopic realm, the spirit of Shinyu smirked subtly. Though the technique of dark movement had indeed robbed him of his perception of light, he was not reliant on his eyes to perceive the world. Thanks to his formidable, soul-sensing abilities, he detached himself from Huanyue's consciousness just before the arrival of Hashirama, instantly merging into Wu's brow at that moment. His palm radiated a pure light as it pressed against Wu's spiritual form. Under the influence of the illusion, he resembled a player in a VR game. Despite lacking the unique skills of the controller, he could command them to unleash their abilities. Though the execution appeared somewhat clumsy, those manipulated acted like obedient puppets, promptly carrying out his every command. This method of manipulation differed greatly from that employed on Uchiha Hano. The latter's spirit was completely incapacitated and cast aside, while Shinyu adopted a similar possession technique to commandeer his body, temporarily usurping his soul. While this approach allowed for greater adaptability to the host's body, granting flexibility and ease, it precluded the execution of their true secret arts. Each method of possession bore its own merits and drawbacks. Dodge, he whispered softly. Returning to the scene, the jester's clone launched an attack, but the second Tsuchikage deftly evaded the assault, his palms parting once more to conjure a cylindrical object capable of disassembling anything. Suddenly, 3 Umbu emerged, forming circles with their hands, aimed directly at Wu suspended in mid-air. Heart turn technique. 3 streams of spiritual energy surged into Wu's consciousness, and Shinyu smiled faintly, immediately pinpointing the true locations of the 3 individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew from Wu's mind, his spirit darting forth like an arrow, spiraling to pierce the foreheads of the 3 Umbu. The spiritual energy invading Wu's mind dissipated simultaneously, leaving the trio bloodied and unconscious. Teetering on the brink of death. In terms of lethality, the heart turn technique paled in comparison to the spirit transformation technique, akin to a child's play against the might of a master. To illustrate the disparity, it was as if ordinary esoteric arts encountered the profound intricacies of a celestial phenomenon, that Wu's awareness gradually returned to normalcy, albeit clouded by confusion, rendering him oblivious to a shuriken soaring overhead. At that moment, Senju Tobarama suddenly materialized behind Wu, employing the strong man lock to restrain him, both plummeting from the sky. "Brother, keep an eye on Mizukage," he urgently called out. Without needing further prompting, Hashirama had already initiated his strategy to contain the jester Huanyue. However, just then, a figure crackling with lightning surged behind Tobarama, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his lower back, sending him hurtling away. Reikage, Wind Shadow Raito, was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could speak, the guard shaman swiftly unleashed a scroll, erupting in a cloud of white smoke. With a cacophony of sounds, 10 slender puppets clad in white floated into the air, their blades glistening ominously. Jinsung's 10-man guard. Raito swiftly turned. "Shaman, there's no need for you to intervene here." His gaze froze, for the 10-man guard did not assist the Hokage. Rather, they spiraled into the outer crowd, dispersing poison needles and unleashing a torrent of shuriken, commencing an indiscriminate massacre. "You two have been possessed," Raito exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he prepared to subdue his subordinates. In that instant, A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, as the raikage surged forth like a bolt from the blue. His iron fist crackling with thunderous might, charging toward him that on another front. Even without deliberate control, Wu and Huanyue clashed fiercely, their forms entwined in combat mid-air, dust techniques appearing and water cannons firing chaotically. The two had ignited genuine fury, determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Tobirama, still reeling from the earlier assault, mistakenly perceived the raikage as being under control, employing the Flying Thunder God technique for a close-range strike. Hashirama manipulated would release to shatter the puppets, yet found it inconvenient to unleash his full strength without risking unintended harm to others, leaving him feeling constrained. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Amidst the billowing dust, Shenyu's spirit had detached from the fray, soaring towards the vortex shrine like a shooting star. "Old man, you certainly hold a grudge," he scoffed, redirecting his focus from Tobirama. In truth, he had intended to seize control of the first wind shadow. But upon sensing the man's formidable mental strength, which could rival that of Senju Tobirama, he opted to abandon the possession, for the tumult was already sufficiently chaotic, within his soul-sensing range. The interior of Konoha, centered around the Hokage Tower, was enveloped in an impenetrable barrier. "Tobirama, you truly are clever," Shinyu mused, maintaining a calm demeanor, "but I am not without my own preparations that a day prior, as Konoha prepared for guests." The village gates were thrown wide open, allowing his spirit and the transformed cat Pochi to infiltrate unnoticed. Uchiha Hano, inebriated, had stepped outside for fresh air, drawn by the delicate mew of a cat in the bushes. Upon parting the foliage, he discovered a small blue cat, its body aglow with shimmering specks, its stripes shifting in a mesmerizing array of colors. Truly a sight to behold. Recognizing Pochi, he noticed the cat clutching a crystalline vial. The moment he grasped it, he fell into unconsciousness. It was then that Shinyu completed the possession. Despite Hano being among the most powerful of the Uchiha clan, he was rendered utterly feeble in the face of Shinyu's vast mental might. As for the purpose of infiltrating Konoha and instigating such turmoil, Shinyu accelerated, his spirit diving into the vortex shrine, oblivious to the surrounding ninjas and guards, passing through layers of ceilings and walls until he finally beheld his target, a newborn infant, still unshorn of her natal hair. "Suna." Shinyu smiled, instantly possessing a maid, gently adjusting his shoulders before approaching the cradle. Chapter 63. The abduction of young Tsunade in the vortex shrine. Shinyu silently approached the cradle. Observing the infant within, the plump little Tsunade exuded a faint scent of milk. Her skin was soft and tender, her chubby face ripe for the touch, her natal hair a striking golden hue. And her large, sparkling eyes, clear and bright, were currently fixated on her tiny hand, curiously surveying her surroundings. Such an adorable little thing, Shinyu thought, carefully extending his arms to lift Tsunade, one hand supporting her bottom while the other cradled her head. Gently pulling her into his embrace, instead of crying, Tsunade slowly turned her head, her innocent eyes wide and unblinking as she stared up at him. "Iya," she cooed, babbling softly. Shinyu met her gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty under her pure and innocent scrutiny. "Listen closely, I only intend to eliminate your great-grandfather. You have no part in this. You will understand, won't you?" "Iya," Tsunade blinked, a hint of confusion in her expression. "Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I won't harm a single hair on your head." Shinyu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, speaking softly. "In a moment, I will be taking you away, and then I will draw out your two grandfathers. Can you cooperate?" No response. "Then that must mean you agree." "Yes, don't cry or cause a scene. We will leave the village quietly, no tears or shouting." Shinyu endeavored to keep his tone gentle, soothing Tsunade as he carried her out of the room. As he exited, a woman approached, her attire and demeanor indicating she was likely the head maid. "Yuki, why have you taken Princess Tsunade out?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. "Do you not realize how dangerous it is outside? There are formidable enemies attacking the village, and the Hokage is fighting valiantly. Are you trying to endanger your life and the princess as well?" Without a word, Shinyu handed Tsunade over to the head maid. Stunned, she instinctively reached out to take Tsunade, her mind not yet grasping the situation. In an instant, Shinyu's ethereal form penetrated the maid's brow, completing the exchange. Huh, how did I end up here? The maid's consciousness returned, confusion evident in her eyes as she completely lost her previous memories. Yuki, hurry, Shinyu urged, his expression serious. What are you still doing here? Enemies are attacking the village. I've just received orders that they are targeting Princess Tsunade, and they have already pinpointed her location and are heading this way. Oh no, the maid gasped, covering her mouth. What should we do? What should we do? Immediately return to your original position. Pretend Princess Tsunade is still there. Act as if nothing has happened. I will take the princess away. Okay. The maid, in a state of fluster, turned and hurriedly retraced her steps. Move quickly, for this is an order from Lord Tobarama, she muttered under her breath, her pace unbroken as she made her way toward the shrine. Along the way, she encountered numerous individuals, yet they were all of lowly status, mere servants at this moment. The Uzumaki household was devoid of its master. And she, in her role as the lady of the house, was occupied with soothing the guests at the Hokage building. Within the entire Uzumaki shrine, the head maid held the highest rank, despite several curious glances directed her way. They all retreated with a sense of dejection under her deliberately fierce demeanor. She quickened her pace, combining 3 steps into 2, and soon left the Uzumaki shrine, emerging onto the bustling street. Seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of onlookers, she accelerated further. The head maid, though not an official ninja, possessed chakra within her, and under Shinyu's exquisite manipulation, she could unleash a speed rivaling that of a low-ranking ninja. Of course, this came at the cost of her physical endurance. An untrained individual attempting such a burst of speed would only risk muscle strain, and it seemed that this head maid would likely find herself confined to Konoha Hospital for several months as a consequence. On the street, a few nin gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar ninja leaping gracefully between the tall buildings, her skirt billowing like a butterfly. Hey, why are you moving so fast? The Hokage and Lord Tobarama have already gone to deal with the enemy. One oblivious ninja called out, pursuing her. Shinyu muttered a complaint, halting abruptly, causing the little Tsunade in her arms to jolt from the sudden speed, blinking her bewildered eyes before bursting into tears. The piercing sound of her cries immediately captured the attention of the Nin. Yuri carrying a child? He approached, and upon seeing the infant's face, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is Princess Tsunade. Shinyu swiftly withdrew from the head maid's body, her spirit vanishing in an instant into the Nin's brow. Quick of hand and foot, he stepped forward to catch the wobbling Tsunade while delivering a precise chop to the head maid's neck, rendering her unconscious. The cries of Tsunade grew even louder. The tiny creature, no bigger than a bean, balled her little fists against her chest, her mouth agape as she unleashed an ear-piercing sonic assault upon Shinyu. Be good. I'll show you a kitty later. Shinyu replied hastily, dashing in a determined direction. Fortunately, upon assuming the Nin's form, his speed underwent a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to traverse walls and leap rooftops, swiftly arriving at his destination. Uchiha Kagami stood in stunned silence as he beheld the unfamiliar ninja atop Hokage Rock, particularly taken aback by the sight of the wailing infant in her arms. This is Princess Tsunade. He recognized her identity, his expression one of shock. She was supposed to be at the Uzumaki shrine. There was no time for explanations. Shinyu's countenance turned serious as she thought. I know, the soul's perception is not to be underestimated. She approached Kagami, cradling Tsunade, and directly handed her over. Kagami instinctively reached out to receive the child. At that moment, Shinyu's spirit shot forth from the Nin's brow, seamlessly entering her brother's sea of consciousness.